An unexpected encounter.
Peter, what are you doing? Aunt May's voice rang out as she stepped out of the restaurant, holding a bag of packed food. As soon as she turned the corner, she spotted Peter Parker standing excitedly in front of a young man. The young man's face was strangely familiar, but Aunt May didn't think too much about it.
Her main concern? Peter getting into trouble, again.
She hurried forward, her protective instincts kicking in.
Good morning, sir.
Aunt May greeted politely before turning to the stranger. The kid didn't do anything troubling, did he? She asked, her tone laced with concern. Peter had always been a good kid, but he was also prone to getting caught up in things bigger than himself. Lin Fong chuckled, ruffling Peter's hair like an older brother.
Not at all.
He's very polite. Lin Fong nodded politely at Aunt May, then turned back toward his car. I won't keep you, he said, stepping into his Lamborghini and pulling away. Peter stood there, frozen with excitement, watching the car disappear into the distance.
Peter.
Aunt May glanced at her nephew with narrowed eyes. You know that rich guy? Peter, beaming, quickly pulled out his phone and shoved it in front of Aunt May's face.
It's Superman, Aunt May. That was Superman. Aunt May blinked. What?
She took the phone from Peter and stared at the pictures. That familiar face. Now she realized why she had felt like she had seen him before. That was... You recognized him?
Aunt May gasped.
Peter rubbed his nose smugly.
Of course, Aunt May.
Aunt May rolled her eyes, exasperated yet amused. You mean to tell me you just met your hero, and you didn't even ask for an autograph? Peter's smug expression vanished. His eyes widened, and his hand shot to his forehead in frustration. I forgot.
A visit to Stark Tower.
After saying goodbye to Peter, Lin Fong drove his Lamborghini towards Stark Tower. Even though he could teleport, he preferred to travel by car when there wasn't an emergency. The relationship between Lin Fong and Tony Stark was far from ordinary. As a shareholder of Stark Industries, Lin Fong had high-level clearance, meaning he could enter without hassle. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, Lin Fong could already tell.
Tony had been up all night.
Seated at his workstation, Stark was unshaven, his eyes ringed with dark circles, clear signs of exhaustion. A half-eaten cheeseburger sat on the table, and behind him, the AI assistant Stinger kept chirping for energy and chocolate. Lin Fong sighed, shaking his head. Still looking for Zola's whereabouts? Without waiting for an answer, he placed a burger in front of Tony and sat down on the sofa, taking a bite of his own. Tony let out a tired sigh, barely glancing at Lin Fong before taking the burger. He's dead, Tony muttered between bites. Even though his body was exhausted, his mind was still in overdrive. His fists clenched slightly. This wasn't enough to break him. Tony Stark never broke, but it left him feeling like he had punched cotton. A powerful hit, but no impact. The revenge he thought he'd have? Just another dead end. Seeing Tony like this, Lin Fong nodded inwardly. At least the man was still eating. I take it you've processed things? Lin Fong asked casually. Tony chewed his favorite cheeseburger, then reached under his desk, grabbing a box of chocolates. Chocolate. Fuel for both himself and Stinger.
Processed?
Maybe. He unwrapped a piece, tossing it into his mouth. I haven't decided whether to let go of that tool yet. Lin Fong didn't need to ask, he already knew.
Tool meant Bucky.
Even if it hadn't been Bucky's choice, the image of his parents' death was burned into Tony's memory. Lin Fong leaned back and took another bite of his burger.
You'll figure it out, he said.
But I will remind you of one thing, Zola isn't really dead.
Tony froze mid-bite.
His burger hovered in front of his mouth. His tired eyes locked onto Lin Fong.
What do you mean?
Lin Fong took a moment to think about how much he should say. Then, he grinned knowingly. Tell me, Tony, do you think a human mind can be uploaded into a computer?
Tony blinked.
Lin Fong didn't answer directly. Because heroes have to grow on their own. If he spoon-fed them everything, they'd never evolve. Tony's genius mind processed the statement instantly. You're saying, Zola uploaded himself?
Bingo.
Lin Fong stretched lazily. There's more to your parents' deaths than what's been told. But there's one thing that's clear, Hydra was responsible. Tony's fingers tightened around his burger. Even though he had spent years trying to ignore the pain, he knew. He deserved to know the truth. Even if it changed nothing, even if his parents were long gone. The truth still mattered. The Superhero Control Act? Solved. Lin Fong finished his burger, tossing the wrapper into the trash. Oh, by the way, I took care of that whole Superhero Control Act nonsense. Tony paused mid-chew. What? Lin Fong smirked. That ridiculous plan? Yeah. It's dead.
Tony leaned forward. How?
Lin Fong just chuckled. Didn't you check your satellite footage this morning? JRVS, Tony called, still looking skeptical. Anything unusual captured today? JRVS responded instantly. At precisely 8 a.m., I recorded footage of Mr. Lin Fong meeting with the Secretary of General Affairs and Secretary G in space. Tony's eyebrows shot up.
Pull it up.
The screen flickered, revealing the footage. Lin Fong, floating in space, standing before two high-ranking government officials. The expressions on their faces?
Pure terror. And then, they took a selfie with him. Tony stared.
Then he burst out laughing. Holy shit, did you actually make them take a photo with you?
Lin Fong grinned. Yep.
Tony shook his head, still laughing. You scared them so bad they probably pissed their pants.
Lin Fong shrugged. Not probably.
Definitely. Tony leaned back, wiping tears from his eyes.
Okay. You win.
Lin Fong stood up, stretching. Now that this is settled, hurry up and build your warehouse. Tony raised an eyebrow. And after that? Lin Feng's eyes glinted. I've got a spaceship to launch.
Lin Feng's farewell.
By the way, I won't be able to stay long this time. Lin Fong leaned back in his chair, casually speaking to Tony as he finished his burger. I'll be leaving again in a few days.
Tony barely blinked.
Figured, he said, sipping his coffee. You never stay in one place for too long. Lin Fong had collected a set of cosmic coordinates from Deadpool, locations spread across the galaxy, some more suspicious than others. His next objective?
Investigate.
And possibly interrogate a few black-robed individuals along the way.
But there was one problem.
When traveling across universes, his communicator wouldn't work.
Lin Fong sighed.
The communicator I gave you? Useless outside the Marvel universe. He drummed his fingers on the table. If something goes wrong, use the emergency beacon I gave you.
Tony nodded.
He didn't ask any further questions. He was used to Lin Fong disappearing into the cosmos at this point. Besides, that rescue beacon was a lifesaver. So far, Lin Fong had only given them to a select few.
Rocket. Tony Stark.
Susan Storm.
Deadpool. And one other person. A woman.
Someone whose very presence could make hearts race. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind drifting to Xing, the mysterious proprietress of the Transit Star Bar.
And her tale.
I wonder what she's up to now.
Xing's dilemma.
At that very moment, light spilled into a high-tech dressing room, illuminating the sleek metallic interior. Inside, Xing stood before a mirror, adjusting her outfit. A tight-fitting battle suit hugged her form, outlining her devilish curves. Despite the sleek combat-ready design, she sighed, melancholy evident in her golden eyes. From the specially designed opening in the suit, her tail flicked lazily, as if expressing its owner's frustration. How long will this last? Just as she was lost in thought, a small, mischievous shadow darted into the room. Before Xing could react. Smack! A delicate hand seized her tail, squeezing it with unrestrained enthusiasm.
Xing!
A cheerful, bell-like voice filled the dressing room. Xing's cheeks flushed instantly, her entire body trembling at the sensation.
Ah!
Her legs nearly buckled. Her strength drained away, replaced by a strange weakness, all thanks to her damn sensitive tail.
Lingl.
A petite, yellow-skinned girl with a high black ponytail grinned up at her, hands still latched onto Xing's tail like a trophy. Xing barely managed to yank it back, glaring at her attacker.
Lingl.
I've told you 100 times, don't grab my tail. Lingl laughed mischievously, completely unfazed.
But it feels so nice.
Come on, you're not gonna lose a piece of it, are you? She twirled the tail between her fingers, clearly enjoying herself. Xing huffed, shaking her head.
This girl.
Even though they were part of the same combat unit, Lingl was nothing like a disciplined soldier. Small daggers hung at her waist, emphasizing her assassin-like appearance, but her playful grin suggested she was more interested in teasing Xing than fighting battles. As Xing finally secured her tail away from prying hands, Lingl's eyes gleamed with curiosity.
Oh, what's this?
She pointed to Xing's left wrist. A metallic bracelet adorned it, a diamond-shaped insignia embedded in the center. Lingl's brow furrowed. You weren't wearing that last battle. The moment she mentioned it, Xing's face turned red again. Because she knew exactly where it came from.
It was a gift.
From a certain sunny-looking man who had drunk her bar's entire stock. And never paid for it.
Lin Fong.
Xing had told herself there would be no future encounters between them. Logically, she should have thrown the thing away. But for some unknown reason, she had kept it. Now, It rested comfortably on her wrist. A subtle, unspoken connection to someone from another universe. Her sixth sense told her it might be important one day. At least, that's what she told herself. Linglu's discovery. Linglu's sharp assassin instincts caught onto Xing's hesitation.
Can I see it?
Xing hesitated for only a moment before unclasping the bracelet and handing it over. Among all her comrades, she trusted Linglu the most. After all, Linglu had helped take care of her younger sister, the only family she had left. If not for Linglu's protection, Xing's sister might have perished on a distant battlefield long ago. So, if all Linglu wanted was to inspect a bracelet, Xing saw no reason to refuse. Linglu turned the bracelet over in her fingers, examining it closely.
Then, her eyes widened.
At the center of the metallic frame, an emblem stood out. A bold red and yellow insignia.
A familiar S symbol.
Linglu's lips curled into a knowing smirk. Well, well, well. Her gaze flickered back to Xing, teasing glint in her eyes.
You like Superman? Xing blinked. What?
Linglu raised the bracelet in front of her, wiggling it in emphasis. No way you're wearing his logo, and you don't even know who he is? Xing frowned, arms crossed. You mean this symbol?
She tilted her head.
It's just something a drinker gave me.
Linglu's smirk widened.
A drinker, she repeated, eyes gleaming with gossip-fueled excitement. Male or female? Xing sighed, already regretting this conversation.
Male.
Linglu gasped dramatically, grabbing her by the shoulders. Good gods, Xing. Her grin stretched ear to ear. Are you telling me our cold-hearted warrior queen has a secret admirer? Xing rolled her eyes. I told you, it's not like that. Linglu wasn't buying it.
No way.
You never wear stuff from admirers. Remember when Steven gave you a necklace? You immediately refused. That's because Steven is a weird alien with 3 eyes and tentacle fingers.
Excuses.
Xing sighed in defeat, pinching the bridge of her nose.
This girl lived for drama. Believe whatever you want, she muttered.
Linglu giggled, clearly enjoying herself.
Then, a new thought sparked in her mind.
Wait, if you don't know who Superman is, how did he have this logo? Xing paused, brow furrowing slightly.
That was a good question. I don't know, she admitted.
Linglu's excitement doubled. You have no idea who he really is, do you?
Xing frowned.
She hadn't thought about it much before.
But now, she was curious.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
The team that Xing and Linglu joined came from different universes. Everyone gathers together to survive in various extremely dangerous environments. Each world is different, and the culture is also different. So Linglu knew this sign, and Xing didn't feel much surprise. Then I'll tell you something. After Linglu finished speaking, without waiting for Xing to respond, he immediately began to popularize science. Superman, that is a very powerful legendary existence. No, it should be said to be a fantasy creature. After all, I have only seen it in movies or comics. First of all, there are several types of Superman according to their own strength and skills. Linglu popularized Superman's information to Xing. For example, the Man of Steel version of Superman. The most basic thing is to survive in the universe. His eyes can release a heat ray that melts everything. The power is infinite, and the heat weapons equipped by our team will basically not cause too much damage to him. Xing stretched out his little hand and gestured in the air, trying to show Superman's strength. However, the overall strength of their team is still very good. Although the Man of Steel is powerful, there are still weapons that can damage him. There are not many such weapons in the team, and they are all for life-saving purposes. And the Superman of the Man of Steel can fly at an extremely fast speed. Ordinary monsters are no match for him at all. Anyway, if there is a Superman in our team, many tasks will be as easy as drinking water. Hearing this, Xing's eyes flickered, a little surprised. So powerful. The tasks they perform are almost a narrow escape every time, and they fight against monsters from various abysses and dark prisons in the world. That's definitely. Remember the 9-eyed fire octopus we fought last time? Linglu mentioned the ugly monster from the previous 2 missions. It seemed to have some special habit, and it liked to entangle people with its tentacles. Linglu was very disgusted by this kind of thing. She raised her little hand and clenched it into a fist. That thing, the Man of Steel can blow it up with 2 punches. Besides, this is still the Man of Steel version, and there are Silver Superman, Golden Superman, etc. behind it. They are simply godlike existences. Putting planets, blowing out fixed stars and all that stuff is a piece of cake. Take the Earth under our feet as an example. Silver Superman can blow it up with 1 punch. The Superman described by Linglu is simply an existence against the sky. Xing's beautiful eyes glowed with suspicion, and he asked again in disbelief, is it true? Lingl pouted, damn, didn't you ask the person who gave you the bracelet? He gave you this thing, he should know how powerful Superman is. Come on, I'll show you the Superman video and you'll understand. As Lingl said, he took out his mobile phone, and after some operations on it, he found a video. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that Linghua is using a pedal phone. Xing was very curious about Lingl's description, so he involuntarily leaned forward to watch the video. In the picture, a human flying in the air is fighting with a monster with 2 horns and an axe. That flight human is the Superman that Lingl mentioned. But when he saw Superman's outfit, Xing was taken aback. The battle situation is one-sided. The 2-horned monster is no match for Superman. Every time Superman throws a punch, he almost hits a sonic boom. The 2-horned monster was knocked down to the ground with one punch after another, and fear was evident in his eyes. Superman breathed out lightly, directly freezing the 2-horned monster's big axe weapon into a lump of ice. The 2-horned monster didn't even have a chance to fight back. After being hit by Superman's small combo, he lay on the ground unable to take care of himself. The following scenes are simply Superman's personal show. Flight speed is so fast that even shells can't catch up. There is also a video of Superman's hard resistance to nuclear bombs, but it looks like some means of synthesis. But these are not what Xing cares about the most. From the very beginning, she saw Superman in the screen, in that tight black combat suit. It was exactly the same as what Lin Feng wore when he left to fly to the sky. That's why she was dumbfounded. Lin Feng is Superman? Does he possess such great power? Xing had no doubts. After all, Starka, the leader of the Predators, failed to rob him. After watching the video, Xing was thoughtful. No wonder, Lin Feng said that she didn't know how powerful Lin Feng was. She somewhat understood why Lin Feng was full of strong self-confidence all the time. It turns out that self-confidence comes from greater strength. Hey, what's the matter? Are you dumbfounded? Seeing Xing start to freeze, Lingl playfully shook his hand in front of her. How about it? Superman is very powerful. Lingl continued to observe the Superman rescue device, and said firmly, the one who gave you this bracelet must be a Superman fan. Lingl is also a fan of Superman. This small piece of metal is very delicate. She also likes it very much. Xing took a deep look at the bracelet. I'm afraid I'm not a fan, but with the exact same black uniform, Lin Feng should really be the Superman that the little girl said. What? Lingl, who was playing with the bracelet, suddenly made a suspicious sound. This sign, it seems to be a button. Strange, why is it made into a button? Lingl watched curiously for a while, then pressed the button on it. Xing choked for breath, hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him, and shouted anxiously, don't press it. It's just that it's too late, the button has already been firmly pressed by Lingl. Seeing Xing's reaction, Lingl was taken aback. Why, what's the matter? She shrunk her head, and just now Xing stopped her expression as if she had pressed the explosion button. Fortunately, nothing seemed to happen when the button was pressed, and Lingl was a little puzzled as to why Xing had such a big reaction. As for Xing, seeing that Lingl pressed the button and nothing changed, he was also relieved. Lin Feng said that this button is pressed when saving lives, and Lin Feng will appear after pressing it. So Xing was a little anxious when Lingl pressed it, because she wasn't sure if it was a one-off, and if it could really save lives, it would be a waste of Xing's heartache. But seeing that Lin Feng didn't show up, although he was relieved, but for some reason, he just felt a sense of grievance and loss in his heart. Lin Feng seems to have lied to himself. Xing felt sad for a while, and she couldn't figure out why she was sad. It's just that I met the drinker 2 or 3 times. If I cheated, I cheated. Why do I feel sad? A slight voice sounded from the ears of the 2 women. The high-intensity battles on weekdays made the 2 women's hearing extraordinary. Both of them looked at the source of the sound in unison. In the open space of the women's locker room, a blue portal appeared out of thin air. The blue ripples on it flow slowly like a water curtain. A human figure appeared in it. Lin Feng happily spent 2 days in Blue Star, and Tony's warehouse project was also halfway through. It stands to reason that even a super-large warehouse can be perfectly completed in 1 day with Tony's team. But spaceships are not the same as cheap cargo. This thing is full of high technology, black technology. It is bound to attract some prying eyes from the dark. So Tony chose to install a customized protective structure to ensure the safety of the spacecraft. In addition, for the convenience of research, a lot of research equipment was directly transported. Prepare to disassemble and study on the spot. After all, the spaceship is too big. Therefore, the cost and time of building the warehouse have gone up. Fortunately, the crisis in the universe has been temporarily resolved, and Lin Feng has nothing to do, so he stopped urging Tony, and has been walking with Susan for the past 2 days. During the period, the unconscious symbiont was given to Susan. That thing has no consciousness of its own, and after some operations, it can almost exert half of Lin Feng's strength when integrated. Destroying a planet or something is a no-brainer. But Susan just accepted it and didn't integrate on the spot. She thinks this thing is disgusting. I'll talk about it when I can use it. Lin Feng was a little speechless, but he didn't try to persuade him. This thing is going to be released, so many people are desperate to want it, but Susan actually thinks it is disgusting. It should be said that it is a girl. But most people really can't accept integrating with a puddle of black mud, although it can be removed at any time. Enough is enough. Lin Feng doesn't bother with this kind of thing anymore. Now Susan has a few special kryptonites given by Lin Feng, coupled with the unconscious symbiosis. She can walk sideways in a certain cosmic space. It's just that Susan doesn't seem to pursue power. After shopping enough, Lin Feng ran to the yard to bask in the sun, while Susan and Wanda continued to stroll. Speaking of Wanda, she is now so proficient at controlling her magic that she will no longer drop Lin Feng's car from midair and rattle. Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction. In the past, Lin Feng only liked shopping and gourmet food, and he didn't like basking in the sun. But after becoming Superman, Lin Feng gradually fell in love with sunbathing. Lying on the beach or by the pool and basking in the sun is one of his few hobbies these days. When basking in the sun, every cell in the body seems to be receiving a massage, which is extremely comfortable. However, it seems that every time Lin Feng basks in the sun, something will interrupt him. The first time was Maldives, where Black Widow came to Lin Feng because of Loki. The second time was Wanda, that little fool sent himself to the door. And for the third time, Lin Feng's rescue device rang. Lin Feng took off his sunglasses, took out the rescue device with some helplessness, and glanced at it. He is now in Blue Star, and the ones who can use the rescue device, except for the little raccoon, are the stars. Oh yes, it could be that Deadpool guy too. Displayed on the rescue device, number 05. Is it the proprietress of Xing? Scratched his head. The proprietress Xing's rescue device was used by Lin Feng to pay for the drink. It's only been a few days since I left Transit Star. Are I in danger so soon? Lin Feng remembered the sharp weapon wound on Xing's thigh last time. There was also the faint bloody aura on her body. From this, it can be deduced that the proprietress of Xing should have some kind of job like a mercenary, and she should often face killings. But what's a little strange is that after getting along with each other twice, Xing gave Lin Feng a very different feeling. For the first time, she was like a royal sister, both in figure and character. And also tempted myself to touch the tail. But seeing Xing for the second time, it was as if his personality had changed. When he was looking at her tail, Xing actually showed a shy expression. This can't help but make Lin Feng wonder if this guy has schizophrenia. Lin Feng shook his head to bring himself back to his senses. Let's go and take a look first. If you are really in danger, with such ink stains on yourself, it is estimated that you can only collect her body in the past. But this is not too difficult for Lin Feng, just use the time gem. Boss lady's tail, worth using the time gem? With a thought, the Superman uniform was quickly put on. According to the coordinates sent by the rescue device, Lin Feng opened the portal. The moment he stepped into the portal, Lin Feng frowned. He can feel that this coordinate is not the Marvel universe. But Lin Feng didn't think too much, and stepped in directly. His great strength makes him fearless of the unknown. With a flash in front of his eyes, Lin Feng entered a room. There was no imaginary battle, just a brightly lit room. In front of him was Xing and another girl with black ponytails, staring at him dumbfounded. Lin Feng looked around, it looked like a dressing room. At the same time, he sensed the scene outside the room. There were only a few fully armed life forms, and there was no danger. Lin Feng frowned again. This girl, maybe she clicked it out of curiosity, right? Star off. Lin Feng called out to Xing. Xing was dumbfounded, she didn't expect Lin Feng to really appear. Before Xing could speak, the girl with the black ponytail suddenly swears, damn. Lin Feng frowned. The familiar quintessence? You. The girl with the ponytail pointed at Lin Feng and yelled, are you Superman? The girl subconsciously shouted this sentence in Oriental. That's right, that uniform, combined with the fact that he pressed the Superman logo to appear, it must be Superman. Xing actually knew Superman. Excited, she rushed to Lin Feng's side, and looked at Lin Feng up and down, as if she was looking at some rare treasure. He wanted to reach out and touch Lin Feng's strong muscles, but he didn't dare, so he could only hang in the air and harass Lin Feng. But the girl recognized the version of Lin Feng's black uniform at a glance, and said in admiration, good guy? Are you a man of steel? Man of steel. There was an inexplicable light in Lin Feng's eyes. Not everyone knows this name. The only ones who know about the Man of Steel are the viewers? Hey, that's not right. At least she didn't notice the change in Lin Feng. She noticed something was wrong. Black hair, black eyes, yellow skin. Are you from the East? No. Is there a Superman with an Oriental face? The girl frowned beautifully and thought about it. Although Superman's hair is also dark, the one in front of him is clearly an Oriental face. And in all the movies and comics that the girl has seen, there is no Superman with an Oriental face. Could it be a version I haven't seen? Or a fan? The girl muttered, but thought in her heart that it should be the second creation of a fan artist from the East. According to the original region, an Oriental version of Superman should not be produced. She still didn't realize that the Superman in front of her was looking at her more and more surprised. The girl said a long list of content, and she seeing at the side didn't understand it, but Lin Feng understood it completely. Damn, have you met a real fellow? Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked directly, which version of Spider-Man do you like? Lin Feng asked a question suddenly. The girl froze for a moment, and subconsciously responded, definitely is the younger brother of Holland. Cute and handsome little fresh meat, what about you? Lin Feng was already smiling when he got the answer, and his heart was a little excited. I also like the Dutch version. This question has been confirmed with a high probability. The girl in front of me is from outside the fourth wall. The girl finally realized what was wrong, and exclaimed, "Wait, how do you know Holland, brother? You are not DC. Oh my god, you can't be." The girl covered her small mouth with one hand, and pointed at Lin Feng with the other, a little impolite, but she didn't care too much. Spider-Man belongs to Marvel, and the Eastern Superman in front of him actually knows about Spider-Man. No matter how slow you are, you should react. Are you a time traveler? It must be a time traveler? Only traversers can know that there are several versions of Spider-Man. And if it is a time traveler, then why Superman is an oriental face makes sense? Lin Feng nodded with a smile. He was also a little excited. This is the first time he has seen a real fellow villager after traveling. The girl let out another exclamation, and hugged Lin Feng passionately. Definitely, it is the fellow who sees the fellow and embraces excitedly. Lin Feng also generously returned a hug. Xing watched the two of them exchanging Martian characters there, and then hugged each other. For some reason, a soreness suddenly appeared in her heart, which was so slight that she didn't even feel it herself. The girl was agitated for a while before calming down. This is the first time I have seen a fellow from time traveling. I have only seen it in TV dramas and novels before. And this time-traveling fellow turned out to be Superman? After learning that Lin Feng is the silver version of Superman, the girl was excited for a while. Silver Superman? Those are two completely different strengths from Man of Steel, okay? It is simply the existence of a big boss and a younger brother. Like old friends, the two sat there crackling and exchanging information about Blue Star. The girl told Lin Feng about the development of her hometown without hesitation. Knowing that Blue Star is already in 2022, Lin Feng sighed for a while. When he traveled here, it was 2020. Now it seems that the time ratio of the Marvel world and the real world are synchronized 1:1. Boss, the girl exclaimed excitedly. Lin Feng smiled back. Stop calling me a boss, just call me Lin Feng. Boss Lin Feng? My name is Lingl. The girl looked happy, and still called Lin Feng, big brother. While yelling, he stretched out his little hand to shake hands with Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't care. Can you tell me, what is this place? You have also traveled through time. After checking his eyes, Lin Feng began to ask about the current situation. It's not Marvel, but it's not the real world either. Lin Feng already knew that it was the girl named Lingl who called him after pressing the emergency call device. Here. Mentioning this, Lingl's originally happy face quickly shrunk. This is not a good place. Big brother, have you heard of unlimited streaming? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Infinite stream. Is it the kind that travels through various worlds to complete tasks? Lin Feng has read a lot of novels. Generally speaking, infinite flow is to travel through constantly and complete various tasks given by the system or the main god. The rewards are rich, but it is also accompanied by great dangers. Death in the mission is a real death. Yes, boss. Lingl responded. Our current situation is similar to infinite flow. Oh, Lingl went on to explain, but we are different from the real infinite flow. We were pulled over by a guy called the Mastermind when we were in danger of life and death. According to that Mastermind, it saved us, and we have to work for it. Not to mention the pitiful few rewards, but also to perform various high-pressure tasks. It's the real version of Joe Poppy. Lingl waved his small fist angrily. She performed 6 or 7 missions in a row, and the rewards she got were only enough for ordinary people who strengthened their own strength to 2 or 3 times. There is a lot of knowledge about the use of various weapons. According to the intensity of their missions, if it is a real infinite flow, then I am at least half a Superman. I don't know what the Mastermind guy is thinking, so stingy. If the strength is improved, the mission success rate will also increase? You continue. Lin Feng continued to listen to Lingl's explanation. But I couldn't help slandering in my heart. Why did the main brain come out? Did I summon myself to a universe similar to the Infinite Stream main god game? Isn't it possible to let you return to reality without meeting any conditions? When Lingl heard this, he became even angrier. Yes, why not? If you want us to perform 50 missions, give us back our freedom. It sounds promising, but the team that has completed the most missions has only played more than 40 games so far. And it is said that after 45 games, the chapter of the Great Cleansing will start, and the survival rate will infinitely approach 0. As he spoke, Lingl couldn't help but sigh. So far, no one has really been able to leave here. However, after each mission, we have 10 days to return to the original world to live in. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Then what kind of existence is the Mastermind you are talking about? Mastermind, I don't know how strong it is. Lin Feng also has no experience of infinite streaming, but according to the novels he read before, most of the infinite streaming should be at least the top existence of the multi-universe. Otherwise, players cannot be sent to various universes. The main brain is a big green ball of light. Lingl gestured. After each mission is over, you can see it. Speaking of this, Lingl's eyes lit up, and he thought of something again. By the way, boss, can you blow it up? She knew that Silver Superman had unlimited growth attributes. If Lin Feng can blow up the Mastermind, will she no longer need to perform tasks? Lin Feng didn't give an answer, but said, whether you can blow up the main brain or not, I will not know until I see it. But Lin Feng doesn't have much confidence now. He really felt that he had touched the threshold of the multi-universe. But as I said before, Lin Feng, who can send people to various universes, has a high probability that he has no chance of winning. However, not necessarily. What if teleportation in the universe is just its special skill? Everything, you have to wait until you see the main brain to know. Then, boss, can you help us pass this mission? Lingl suddenly pleaded. But feeling that this request was a little too much, Lingl stuck out his tongue a little embarrassedly. Every mission is half a foot on the death line, but this has not obliterated Lingl's character of loving life. After thinking about it, Linglu added, I can pay you. If the boss needs anything, just say it. Speaking of this, Linglu remembered that Lin Feng was the Silver Superman, and probably he couldn't come up with anything that he could invite to move the Silver Superman. If it's inconvenient, forget it. Linglu smiled and waved his hands. Facing the request from fellow Linglu, Lin Feng made a very happy decision. Okay, I can help you. As Lin Feng said, he turned his attention to Xing. After all, giving Xing a rescue device at that time also shows that it was in return for the wine money. Just treat it as a rescue. Xing returned a smile. The Superman portrayed by Linglu is extremely powerful, and she has no moral obsession. Definitely will not refuse this kind of life and death mission. Hearing the affirmative answer, Linglu asked in surprise, really? Lin Feng nodded with a smile. He is not a mercenary person. Faced with the request from fellow villagers, he will definitely agree, and it is not an excessive request. Besides, he also wanted to see what the Mastermind was. If you can send people to various worlds to perform tasks, can you also send yourself to the real world? To be honest, there is still such a small thought. Moreover, he already had some ideas in his mind about what was beyond the fourth wall, and he still needed Linglu's help. But Lin Feng felt that it was better to wait until the task was over before speaking. And Linglu felt that with Superman here, this mission must be sure to be sure, and couldn't help but began to flip through the backpack. Big brother, is there anything you want? I still collected a lot of interesting things here, although it is not helpful for the battle. As he spoke, Linglu constantly took out one item after another and showed it to Lin Feng. There are all kinds of weird things she got when she performed the mission. There is a catfish figurine that can spit bubbles, an assembly machine girl that can move by itself, and a half-human tall mechanical donkey who can't stop talking. A bunch of strange little objects crawled around under Lin Feng's feet. Linglu's backpack also seems to have the ability to store space, and it can continue to dig out a lot of things. Seeing a bunch of fetishes chattering under his feet, Lin Feng got a black line in his head, and hurriedly stopped it. Don't take it, I'm not interested in these. Reward these things for completing tasks? I'm afraid the main brain is not mentally retarded, is it? Why don't you tell me about the mission, and what you just mentioned? You can return to the real world every time the mission ends. I want to hear the details. Lin Feng managed to grasp a clue beyond the fourth wall, and it was not his character not to explore it. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Linglu stopped what he was doing. You want to hear this? Okay. She put away the strange objects and prepared to give a lecture to Lin Feng. These things are the most basic information in all teams performing missions, and it doesn't matter if you talk about them. Sister, why did you take so long? Just when Linglu was about to speak, a little girl about 10 years old ran in from the door. As soon as he opened his mouth, he called Xing his sister. Looking at Lin Feng, she was a little girl carved in pink and jade, somewhat similar in appearance to Xing. What's more, behind her short body, there is a heart-shaped tail of Xing's style. But after the little girl discovered Lin Feng, her words stopped abruptly. She slowed down and moved slowly towards Xing. A frightened expression appeared on the delicate and fair face, and his eyes were also avoided, as if he did not dare to look at Lin Feng. It's just that Lin Feng caught the deep vigilance hidden in the little girl's eyes. And while the little girl was moving, she was also staring at herself from the corner of her eye. Camouflage? Smart kid? Lin Feng frowned. Even the girl's little hand was slowly touching her back. That should be the location where the weapon is hidden. Lin Feng can guess it even if he is too lazy to use clairvoyant eyes. However, Lin Feng was amazed by the little girl's serial disguise operations, and couldn't help showing admiration in her eyes. Lin Feng is not surprised why the little girl behaved like this. The task that Lingl said was extremely dangerous, and a child without an eye, even under the protection of the team, would have accidents sooner or later, which explained why this child's behavior was far superior to that of his peers. She pretended to be a weak and frightened, non-threatening child. But it may give you a knife when you are most relaxed. Why did you come in? Xing was somewhat used to the little girl's behavior, and asked while holding the little girl. Captain Arlert asked me to come. Why haven't you come out for so long? As soon as these words came out, Xing and Linglu felt a little embarrassed. Normally, they have already started to perform tasks at this time, but it was delayed for so long because of Lin Feng's unexpected appearance. After finishing speaking, the little girl stared at Lin Feng with a pair of big round eyes, and put on a curious expression. Who is this big brother? Lin Feng's appearance is a handsome and sunny big brother type, which is somewhat confusing to children. But a little girl is not a flower grown in a greenhouse, and it is impossible to completely judge a person based on their appearance. The difficult childhood and the wandering between life and death made her learn to pretend and hide. Her petite body and harmless expression are her best natural camouflage. Xing hugged her in front of Lin Feng, and gently comforted her back. He is not an enemy. Just call him Lin Feng big brother. Xing definitely knows the character of his sister. Except for herself, she hardly trusted anyone, including Lingl, and she was always on guard. Poor baby, I can't blame her for this, but I can only blame her rough experience. The little girl nodded, and said crisply, "Hello, Lin Feng big brother. My name is Xing. Hello, little starling." Lin Feng responded with a smile. Seeing Lin Feng greeted Xing, Xing said to Lingl, "We should go out, we can't delay any longer. Time has dragged on for too long, and the teammates outside will inevitably be anxious. After all, the mission has already begun, and unknown dangers may occur at any time." Lingl also knew the priorities and nodded in agreement. She suggested to Lin Feng, "Boss, why don't we talk as we walk? Just to introduce our teammates to you." Lin Feng had no objection, but with a thought, he changed the Superman battle suit into a normal suit. There's no combat happening yet, so wearing a Superman battle suit feels a bit weird. Compared with this thing, Lin Feng still prefers to wear ordinary clothes. After a short rest, the three of them and a short man walked out of the locker room one after another. There are 6 people in Xing's team, including the child Xing. When they saw Lin Feng coming out after Xing, the other 3 members of the team showed vigilance in unison. They didn't know Lin Feng, a stranger. Xing, who is he? Among the 3, the blonde and strong man spoke first. Lin Feng followed behind Xing, and he didn't show any threat, nor did he immediately raise his weapon to aim at Lin Feng. But all the muscles in his body were tense, and the muzzle of the gun was vaguely pointed at Lin Feng. As long as there is a change, he will shoot without hesitation. "Oh, don't be so excited, Captain." Lingl jumped out to ease the atmosphere. "He is Lin Feng, a fellow from my hometown. The one with super strength. I paid a high price to let him agree to help this mission." Lingl winked playfully. She said this not to claim credit for herself, but to make the captain let go of his vigilance. "Lin Feng will be more believable if there is a transaction? Come on, let me introduce you." Lingl walked to Lin Feng's side in 2 steps, pointed at the big blonde man who had spoken earlier. "He's the captain, his name is Arlert." Then he continued in a low voice, "How about it? Is his body very similar to Arlert in the movie?" Lin Feng looked at the burly muscles of the blonde man, and nodded in agreement. "Isn't it? Not only the figure, but also the appearance." Lin Feng was afraid that he would say, "I will be back. Don't worry, cheerleader, I pledge my life." Lin Feng is not an enemy, and he is a very powerful boss. Lingl patted his small chest and assured, "They can't understand what it's like to meet fellow villagers in another world." "Arlert." The blonde man looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, and then announced his name in a deep voice. He doesn't believe everything his teammate Lingl says, and is still full of vigilance against Lin Feng. But after all, they are teammates who live and die together. In theory, it is impossible to bring someone to harm themselves, and there is no conflict of interest. Lingl continued to introduce Lin Feng. "That's Steven, that's Barnett." The 2 nodded to Lin Feng. Steven is an alien with a horse face, with a wretched expression, staring at Lin Feng without speaking. And Barnett is also a human face, but the whole head is wrapped in a helmet, only a pair of eyes are exposed. He nodded to Lin Feng as a greeting. "Don't worry, Barnett is basically not talkative." Lingl continued to explain to Lin Feng in a low voice. "And that horse face, you can ignore him, he is a very disgusting person." When Lingl saw Steven with the horse face, disgust appeared in his eyes. The lewd eyes on the horse's face made her feel very obscene. Lin Feng nodded, expressing that it doesn't matter. These people are just passers-by to him. Lin Feng doesn't care if they are dead or alive, okay? But Lin Feng also noticed that the horseface named Barnett stared aggressively at the female features of the 3 of Xing without any hesitation. Especially the little starling, which made Lin Feng frown a little bit. Wouldn't children be spared? Moreover, Lin Feng could feel that Ma Mian's attitude towards him was one of hatred and jealousy. Lin Feng felt that there was nothing wrong with it, but he didn't understand why the horseface had such an attitude when they met for the first time. The strong man Arlert greeted, "Okay, let's introduce it on the way. Lingl, you brought the man here, and you are responsible for explaining this mission." Lingl nodded, "Okay." After the allocation, several people got into 2 bulletproof big jeeps. Arlert with horseface and Barnett in front. Lin Feng and Xing drove the second car. Xing was driving, and Xing was sitting next to her, facing Lin Feng sideways, keeping vigilance all the time. The jeep was driving on the original dirt road, and there were some bumps, but a few people didn't care. Lin Feng and Lingl sat in the back row, and he didn't care about Xing's small movements. "Boss, our mission this time should be very easy for you." Lingl began to explain their mission this time. "Boss, have you seen The Predator? It's the movie about Predator vs Alien. Predator, that is a group of highly civilized alien races. Although it has a human-like appearance, it has the characteristics of beasts such as fangs and claws. And tall, strong, and powerful. They are a species that love to hunt, often pulling out the spine of the prey and hanging the head as a trophy at the waist. Generally speaking, they all wear high-tech outer armor, which has the function of invisibility, and the mask can provide different vision, which is convenient for the predator to chase and observe the prey." Lin Feng nodded. He had watched the Predator movie. "After all, I also like watching science fiction movies." Lingl continued, "Where there are predators, there is a high probability that there are also aliens. You also know that in the eyes of Predator, aliens are probably prey. And the planet we are on now is the hunting planet of the Predator. The only difference is that the Predator here generally has more than twice the ability in the movie, including aliens. Speaking of this, Lingl's little face became a little melancholy. The Predator was supposed to have a much higher physical fitness than a human, but now it has been strengthened twice, including ugly and cruel aliens. Thinking about the way the alien lay eggs, Lingl felt a little nauseous. She would rather die in place than be parasitized by the alien. It's okay, fellow. Lin Feng comforted. Even if he is 10 times stronger than in the movie, can he still withstand a punch from me? Lin Feng stretched out his fist and shook it. Just kidding, the strength is not in the same dimension at all, okay. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Lingl instantly regained his happy expression, and said happily, yes. The current situation is different from before. Silver Superman is a bug-level existence. Today is simply her lucky day. Silver Superman is in the lead. There is nothing to be afraid of. Okay. Tell me about your mission this time. Lin Feng asked curiously. The task this time. Lingl thought for a while. It is to kill a total of 10 aliens or predators. Everyone kills. It can be superimposed. Half of the alien or half of the predator will do, as long as the number is enough. Everyone kills 10. Lin Feng nodded. For him, it is a very simple task, but for ordinary people, the predator and alien whose strength has been doubled is simply a nightmare within a nightmare. Then I need to beat it to death and let you finish it. Does that count as one? Facing the question, Lingl shook his head. I don't know either. Let's try later. Look, the danger zone is ahead. Lingl pointed to the front, which was the entrance of a primeval forest, covered with dense towering trees and primitive vegetation. Before getting close, it seemed to hear the calls of countless unknown insects. The vehicle stopped in front of the forest. Several people got out of the car one after another. The blonde man asked Xiang Lingl, Lingl, have you explained the details and precautions of the mission? Lingl nodded playfully. Don't worry boss, I've already explained it. Arlert nodded. I repeat, after entering the forest, you must keep quiet. According to the formation we prepared in advance, understand? Several people nodded. Seeing that it was almost time, Arlert ordered several people to check the guns again. The atmosphere then became a little tense, leaving only the sound of rattling metal collisions. Even Xiao Xing took out a pistol and checked and calibrated it there. Only Lin Feng stood there abruptly without moving, like a goose. Arlert checked the condition of the magazine and inadvertently looked up at Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng's hands were empty, Arlert frowned. Don't you have a weapon? Would you like me to lend you some? Arlert's moral bottom line is above the passing grade, and he will help if he can. Since you want to join the team, you have to contribute to the team. Carrying a little star is troublesome enough, but fortunately, Little Star is very sensible and can help in many places. He is not a kind person, but he feels that everyone is a teammate, and he doesn't want to see anyone sacrifice for no reason. But Lin Feng shook his head and rejected Arlert's kindness. He has his own weapon, but he doesn't bother to use it. He only needs to fire 2 shots, and he can bald the big forest. Seeing Lin Feng's refusal, Arlert's frown deepened. Then be careful yourself. When the battle starts, you may not be able to take care of you. Lin Feng didn't listen to persuasion, and he couldn't say anything more. Arlert thinks that when the time comes, help if you can, and give up if you can't. After the preparations were over, Arlert made a silent gesture, and led the group of people slowly into the forest. Several people formed a diamond-shaped team to ensure that they could find the enemy's position at the first time. The Predator's outer armor has the function of optical invisibility. Such a group formation can effectively prevent us being stolen. As for the little baby star, its combat power is too weak, so it can only be placed in the middle of the team. Stepping into the forest, the entire environment and temperature changed suddenly. A towering tree big enough for several people to hug, blocking the sun, and some strange-shaped little creatures running around from time to time. The vegetation almost completely covered the ground, and its height was almost as high as that of the little starling. It looks like a prehistoric forest. Hot, humid, and dangerous at the same time. In the primeval forest, there is no road, and the few people can only walk and clear the way with difficulty. From time to time, unknown animals or bugs can be heard chirping. But the strange thing was that even though there were noises all around, the few people could clearly hear their own breathing. Maybe it's too tense. Arlert noticed that Lingl was in a different state from the previous missions. She seemed extremely relaxed, as if she didn't pay much attention to this mission. Be vigilant and pay attention to all movements at any time. Arlert reminded. Lingl is an indispensable combat power, and he doesn't want Lingl to ruin his life because of a momentary slack. However, Lingl no longer sees her as the captain. A little hot. Lingl muttered something in a low voice, grabbing the neckline with his small hands and pulling it constantly, wanting to take in some cool breeze to refresh him. Under the neckline is the white collarbone. This move caught the attention of Steven the Horseface. He timidly glanced at Lingl constantly, with a look of idiot on his face. Really worthy of his horseface, can't he be a Z-horse? While walking, Arlert discussed tactics with Horseface and Barnett in a low voice. Communication is still necessary. Now they are only on the outskirts of the forest, and the chance of encountering the predator is relatively small. If there is no communication for a long time, it will deepen and magnify the fear in the creature's heart, which is not a good phenomenon. During the discussion, I did not forget to tense the muscles of the whole body, and my fingers were always on the edge of the trigger. Lin Feng is the most relaxed in the team. He walked around constantly with his hands empty, just like he was visiting the zoo and botanical garden. Lingl is also the one who is more relaxed. After all, she knows that there are big bosses in the line, so she is not afraid at all. She approached Lin Feng cautiously, ready to start cheating. Boss, is there any danger nearby? Huh? Why is it so cool around you? Is it a biological force field? Before he finished asking, Lingl moved closer to Lin Feng again. The closer he was to Lin Feng, the lower the surrounding temperature. This made Lingl instantly think of Superman's unique skill, biological force field. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. His senses can cover the entire primeval forest. 3 kilometers in the direction of 3 o'clock, there is a predator. 28 kilometers from the direction of 6 o'clock, there is also one, and it is slowly approaching our direction. There are 3 other aliens about 5 kilometers away. Lin Feng pointed to the front left and said casually. As for the others, they are farther away, so they are not a threat at present. The spirit deer was almost on Lin Feng's body. This broken forest gets hotter the further you go. Upon hearing the news, Lingl moved his eyes, took out a few pieces of chocolate and chewed them to replenish energy in advance. She communicated with Lin Feng very quietly, and did not tell the news to several teammates. Lin Feng is a strange existence to the team. Even if he tells it, others will not believe it. Isn't that self-defeating? Boss, do you want to eat? Lingl took out a few more pieces of chocolate. Ms. Foo's. Lin Feng glanced at it, and didn't intend to eat it at first, but after thinking about it, he took a piece and put it in his mouth. Tears collapse, is the taste of hometown. There is no such thing as a chocolate to sell in the Marvel world. Hey. Lingl smiled softly. She knew the boss would not reject her. The horse face, who was constantly on guard, spat. He noticed Lingl, who was close to Lin Feng, and whispering. He is so busy every day that he is courteous, but Lingl can't get a smile on his face. Now I post it myself to chat and laugh with others. Unbalanced mind? It's just a little boy. When the danger comes, I want to see how he pees his pants. The team kept moving forward, but the speed was a bit slow. After walking for half an hour, Lin Feng's patience was basically exhausted. He was thinking about whether to catch a few predators and finish the task quickly. But there were a lot of people present, and only arresting Lingl and the others seemed to destroy their teammate relationship. Sighing a bit distressed, Lin Feng simply talked to Lingl again about the past of his hometown. Lingl has a very high emotional intelligence, and can often make Lin Feng laugh when talking about topics. The low-pitched laughter of the two broke the tense atmosphere into loose sand. Arlert walked at the head of the line, with a weird look on his face. Just when he finally couldn't help yelling at the two of them, Lin Feng suddenly stopped walking and put away his smile. There is a situation. After saying a word, Arlert immediately made a stop gesture. Alert. His eyes looked around vigilantly, and he didn't show distrust just because Lin Feng was not a team member. This is a mission of life and death. Whoever makes fun of this is really stupid. The guns were unsafe one after another, and several people vigilantly observed the direction they were guarding. Lingl also became a little nervous. Boss, what's going on? The big tree at 1 o'clock, the second branch, shoot directly. Don't look directly, aim with peripheral vision. Lin Feng added. From the corner of the eye of Lingl, there was nothing on the branch that Lin Feng had mentioned. But she still raised her hand without hesitation and hit it with a shuttle. Listen to the boss, there is meat to eat. Chug chug. The rapid gunshots startled countless birds in the forest. The bullet hit the position above the branch, but it seemed to hit a group of transparent objects and stopped. Roar. In the direction of Lingl's blow, green blood suddenly dripped from the tree trunk. A large mass of air twisted, and then a strong armored predator appeared. It was roaring ferociously at several people. Arlert fired directly, and Xing and the others were a little slow to react, but they also raised their guns one after another, and directly focused on the unlucky predator. The predator had no idea how the squad had found themselves. Facing the oncoming hail of bullets, the predator wanted to retreat first. But he couldn't move his feet no matter what. As if stuck to the tree trunk, he could only turn into a large human target. That's Lin Feng's psychokinesis. A mere predator can't break free? A few seconds later, the laser cannon behind the predator was already smashed into a sieve without firing much. Although his outer armor defense is strong, the strengthening weapons in the hands of the team are not vegetarian. One person at a time went down, and there was no doubt about it. Nice. Linglu excitedly gave Lin Feng a loving hug. Mission completed 1/10. This head belongs to her. Quick, transfer. After killing the predator, Arlert calmly took the lead and ran. Gunshots will attract danger. This kind of creature is suitable for changing places with one shot. Everyone ran away from the scene of the incident. Arlert became curious about why Lin Feng discovered the predator. He walked up to Lin Feng with some awe. Your Excellency Lin Feng, can you tell me how you discovered the predator? Ask if you don't understand. There is no shame in life now. Just now Lin Feng didn't deliberately lower his voice. Everyone knew that Lin Feng was the first to discover the predator. Facing the question, Lin Feng just smiled, and casually said modestly, my perception ability is relatively strong. He didn't bother to explain more to Arlert. Arlert nodded thoughtfully when he heard the words, and at the same time he was very interested in not continuing to explore Lin Feng's ability. But this is not that perception is stronger. Almost every predator is an experienced and powerful hunter, and possesses high-tech stealth. A seemingly simple round of concentrated fire eliminated the predator. But without Lin Feng's reminder, the team's casualties would be inevitable. But Lin Feng obviously didn't want to talk about it, and Arlert didn't bother himself, but secretly started to pay attention to Lin Feng's movements. Mamian looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. He seems to know why Lingl is so clingy to Lin Feng. To be able to spot the predator in the first place, there is something. Who doesn't like hugging thighs? Even Barnett, who doesn't like to talk, pays attention to Lin Feng from time to time. If Lin Feng can find the predator in advance every time, then this mission will be very easy. After dismissing Arlert, Lin Feng turned his head, wanting to see what happened to Xing. From the very beginning, Lin Feng felt that she had been staring at him from behind. Why? It doesn't matter if you look at it, those big purple eyes that were originally beautiful, at the moment are staring straight at Lin Feng full of resentment. Good guy, Sister Yu has become a bitter woman? Those small eyes seemed as if Lin Feng had done something wrong to her. Lin Feng couldn't help shivering. The next one is for you to hit, the next one. Lin Feng thought about it for a while and knew why Xing did this. Obviously Lin Feng was summoned by Xing's relationship. But as soon as Lin Feng showed up, he chatted enthusiastically with Lingl, and he didn't care about Xing at all. And seeing the predator also told Lingl to let Lingl fight. To be honest, Lin Feng and Xing were not familiar, but for no reason, Xing became sour. I don't want it, the next one will be Xiao Xing. Xing said stubbornly. Xiao Xing is the one with the lowest possibility of completing the task. She is only this little sister, she is afraid of melting in her mouth. She can't do the task with peace of mind if she doesn't solve the task of Xiao Xing first. Lin Feng said with a funny smile, don't worry, both of you will complete the task. Linglu jumped out and interjected, that's right, let Xiao Xing fight first. After all, Little Star is the weakest one. Linglu teased with a smile. Saying that, he even touched Xiao Xing's little head. She knew that little baby star didn't fully trust her, but Linglu was not only not angry, but even more distressed and caring for this little baby star on weekdays. What exactly has gone through that can make a child's heart locked so dead? I'm not weak. Xiao Xing slapped off the mischievous hand above his head angrily. She didn't want to admit that she was her sister's oil bottle. Okay, then the next one, let Xiao Xing come. Lin Feng smiled and arranged, as for the three men in front. Let's wait until the three girls finish fighting. Hearing Lin Feng calling her name, Xiao Xing also stared at Lin Feng with a pair of curious eyes. Xing pushed her to Lin Feng at the right time, as if afraid that Lin Feng would regret it. After another rest, the team moved forward again. At this moment, Lin Feng pointed to a direction and said, Captain Arlert, I suggest, let's go in this direction. Arlert looked around and found nothing unusual, and agreed to Lin Feng's suggestion after thinking for a few seconds. The perception power shown by Lin Feng obviously surpassed everyone else. Then follow him, it shouldn't be a big problem. This is the benefit of showing strength. If Lin Feng hadn't revealed the position of the predator immediately, no one would listen to what he said now. Lin Feng did not choose the direction randomly. In that direction, there are several aliens resting. Lin Feng has no intention of hiding his strength. Hurry up and find more aliens or predators to complete the mission. After all, he still needs to ask Lingl for help. With Lin Feng present, the alien is a piggy waiting to be slaughtered. A few people went down a few shuttles without any pressure, and basically advanced the progress of the task. But the speed of the team is indeed too slow. Lin Feng remembered the Predator movie he had seen before, in which the protagonist team walked for a whole day without encountering a few predator. Mainly, this thing seems to have a sense of territory. A predator occupies a large hunting ground. The aliens like to cuddle together, and basically find 2 or 3 at a time. Looking at the sunlight shining through the leaves, Lin Feng frowned a little. The efficiency is still too slow. After 2 hours of inking, there is basically only one hand. If it goes on like this, it won't last a day. Feeling suffocated all the time. The main thing is that Lin Feng doesn't count if he takes the head and Linglu and the others must kill it in person to complete the task. Sighing, Lin Feng could only continue to follow the team. After solving a batch of aliens again, it has been nearly 3 hours. This is Lin Feng's deliberate search for the group of aliens. But apart from Lin Feng, the rest of the team were all beaming. For them, this speed was already extremely fast, and under the protection of Lin Feng, the team miraculously suffered no casualties. Arlert also believed what Lingl said. Although Lin Feng didn't take many shots, he made accurate reports every time, and he was very calm when facing the alien siege. And he doesn't want any heads himself, basically giving them to the team. After these few waves of alien attacks, Lin Feng has become the core of the team. Basically, wherever he says to go, the team will go there, without any hesitation. Even Barnett, who is of few words, is willing to follow Lin Feng's command. Except for that imbecile face. However, after 2 or 3 hours of high-intensity marching, everyone except Lin Feng was a little tired. So I decided to stop for a while and add some food first. Lin Feng also shrugged and agreed. After all, not everyone is a Superman. Eating the chocolate that Linglu brought out, Lin Feng pondered for a while, and casually said to Linglu, Linglu, this way of efficiency is too slow. According to this progress, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to fight. Linglu gnawed on the chocolate, and his cute movements were really like a little deer full of aura. Hearing what Lin Feng said, a question mark appeared in Linglu's head. Then, what do you mean, big brother? After chewing the chocolate, Lin Feng suggested, how about we split up? I'm taking Xing and Xing with me. You follow our alert and complete the task as soon as possible. Lingl was stunned, a little dumbfounded. Then our side is not more efficient. That predator. I can't beat him. I just encountered a predator hunting several aliens. The predator stealthily concealed himself, quietly hid behind Lingl, and almost succeeded in a wave of backstabs. Fortunately, Lin Feng was always watching, and he kicked out the predator's internal organs. Fearing that Lin Feng would be unhappy, Lingl said cautiously, besides, this speed is already fast enough. Almost everyone has 2 or 3 heads in the account. Our originally planned task period is 30 days, and we guarantee that more than 3 people will get 1 head in 1 day. The appearance of Lin Feng directly accelerated the overall progress of the team. It took less than 3 hours to complete the work they expected to do in a few days. She doesn't want Lin Feng to leave her side, she doesn't feel safe. Lin Feng shook his head. Indeed, they were fast enough for Lingl, but they were still too slow for Lin Feng. I could lift this planet up with a single punch, but instead I'm just clinging here. Aggrieved? From the very beginning, Lin Feng took it as a sightseeing. After all, the scenery of prehistoric forests cannot be seen everywhere. But after a long time, Lin Feng wanted to end the task immediately as soon as his interest passed. But since Lin Feng said so, he is definitely prepared. He gave Linglu a firm look. Don't be afraid, you will wear this in a while. Lin Feng said to Linglu, turned his hands around, and took out a wide silver bracelet. There is a purple gemstone inlaid on it. It is Superman bracers and power gem. With this thing, I believe that Linglu will directly kill the audience. Linglu took the big killer and asked with some doubts, boss, what is this? Lin Feng chuckled, power gem, have you heard of it? Linglu covered her mouth in surprise, infinite gems. She definitely knows about the power gem. She not only watches DC, she also watches Marvel, and Maka Baka. Really? Boss, are you traveling through Marvel? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, and joked, can I still give you fake products? Linglu shook his head again and again, his little hand holding the wristband trembled. That's not what I meant, I thought the boss was in the DC universe. Lin Feng never told her where he traveled to, and Xing is an original character, and he doesn't know that his universe is called the Marvel Universe. So Linglu always thought that Superman should be in DC. Big brother, is it okay for me to hold it? I remember that the power gem seems to be unable to be held by ordinary people directly, it will kill people. What are infinite gems? That is the cosmic power that everyone wants. If this gem is real, Linglu feels that he can walk sideways in the forest directly. But Linglu has seen the Guardians of Galaxy movie, and the Star-Lord of Demigod body is almost wiped out. Thinking of this, her little hands trembled even more. As for whether this gem is real or not, Silver Superman should not lie. Linglu thought so tremblingly. Hearing this question, Lin Feng smiled and said nothing, just grabbed the wristband, grabbed Linglu's little hand and put it on the wrist. Ah! Linglu exclaimed, startled by Lin Feng's action. Almost thought the boss was going to murder her? When the team heard Linglu shouting, they immediately looked over. Linglu's face blushed instantly, and he quickly lowered his head and waved his hands vigorously to indicate that he was fine. Arlert chewed the energy cube thoughtfully, and turned his head away. Barnett acted as if he didn't see it at all, and was carefully cleaning the gun there. Only the horse-faced Steven, still looking gloomy, stared at the thing on Linglu's wrist thoughtfully. Lin Feng picked his ears, a little speechless. What's your name? Linglu's face flushed. No, I'm sorry, boss. A subconscious reaction. She also saw that with the power gem, she was not wiped out. Forget it. Lin Feng shook his head, and began to teach Linglu how to use the power gem. This bracer can dissipate the power of infinite gems and prevent you from being hurt. One sentence of explanation made Linglu understand. It turned out that it was the function of the wristband. She thought it was because the situation in the movie was different from that in reality. The wristband also has a function, which is to improve your physical fitness and senses. Lin Feng continued to explain, with these 2 combinations, you can also detect the invisible predator now. When you see a predator or an alien, just stretch out your hand, thinking about firing energy, and that's it. I think you should be able to feel the energy of the bracelet, right? Lin Feng's Superman bracer is not just an ornament, it can not only bear the backlash of most infinite gems, but also strengthen the physique of ordinary people, which is the function it has always had. It's just that Lin Feng is the body of a silver Superman, and the wrist guard is almost like a drop of water in the sea. But this drop of water is like an ocean to ordinary people? Linglu nodded, and after putting on her wrist, she felt a mysterious energy slowly moving towards her body. According to your own ideas, you can control this power at will. And his eyesight and physical strength have been significantly improved. Now the Linglu can see the fluff of the big ants on the ground, as if it has a magnifying glass installed. Okay, that's all right. Believe in yourself, fellow. When you see a strange shape, come and shoot. Seeing Linglu nodding, Lin Feng patted his buttocks and stood up. You come and explain to Arlert and the others. I will take the Xing sisters to complete the task first. Linglu pouted and reluctantly agreed. The bosses took out the power gems, how could he refuse? You keep walking in the direction of 3 o'clock, there are many aliens in a straight line. After explaining again, Lin Feng went straight to Xing's side. Xing was eating with Xing to replenish his energy. Xing is a child after all, so her physical fitness is naturally not as good as hers. But during the nearly 3-hour journey, Xing never complained of being tired, even though she was sweating all over. As a cool air approached, Xing raised his head subconsciously, meeting Lin Feng's gaze. Let's go, Lin Feng said directly. Xing was a little confused. What? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Let's go, I'll take you guys to fight monsters and upgrade. Otherwise, I think you will become a bitter woman. Just now when he was whispering with Lingl, he could smell the soaring vinegar smell, which almost made Lin Feng smell like it. Well, it's Lin Feng's fault for ignoring the master. Jianfu, what is that? Xing asked with a strange face. It didn't sound like a good word. Don't know this? Lin Feng was a little speechless. It's not important, bring the little starling, follow me. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and walked in the opposite direction of the team. After a moment of hesitation, Xing pulled up the little starling who was still resting, and followed. Under Lin Feng's deliberate arrangement, the squad was divided into 2 groups. Lingl has the power stone lent by Lin Feng, so don't worry at all. A mere predator, Lingl is happy to play the whole planet without any problem. Lin Feng is not afraid that Lingl will run away with the power gem. Lingl and him both came from the same place. Didn't they both say that they rely on their parents at home and friends when they go out? With this trust, Lin Feng will not be stingy. Besides, he has 2 sets of infinite gems. But the reason why Lin Feng is really not afraid is that he can recall the Superman wristband at any time. But Lingl didn't know this, so he probably was already too touched. Hey, the plan works. Where are we going? After walking for a while, Arlert's team was no longer in sight, so Xing couldn't help but ask Lin Feng. 1/10 of her mission has been completed, and with the help of Lin Feng and Xing, Xing has already got 2 heads. Hearing the question, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. Don't tell me, I'll take you to fight monsters and upgrade. As he spoke, Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Snapped. With a snap of their fingers, accompanied by Xing's exclamation, the 3 of them slowly rose to the sky. Lin Feng directly used psychokinesis to fly off with Xing and Xing. Xing's first flight, he was a little uncomfortable, waving his arms wildly in midair. His tail turned into a shocked shape of lightning. Little Xing is not afraid at all, but also finds it a little amusing. Wait a while, I will be in charge of C, and you will be in charge of making up the knife. Lin Feng ordered. After finishing speaking, psychokinesis wrapped in a big one and a small one directly turned into shooting stars in the sky, and began to look for the predator and alien. Lin Feng's sensing plus flight speed, it's almost an exact match. Whether it is a predator or an alien, there is no escape from Lin Feng's exploration. Then the next process is regarded as an assembly line operation. After finding the alien, Lin Feng beat it half to death first, and then let Xing or Xing make up the knife. After 2 or 3 times, the cooperation of several people has been smooth. Xing was also excited about this efficient way of completing tasks. Sure enough, as Lingl said, the big boss leads the team, just lay down and win. It was obviously the hunting planet of the predator, but at this moment it suddenly changed into Lin Feng's hunting paradise. The 2 sisters turned into ruthless knife-filling machines, and the task was completed in less than half an hour. Kill the numbness, really kill the numbness. Never thought that the task could be so simple. But Xing wouldn't think it was because the predator was too weak. It was still early. Lin Feng continued to hunt with the 2 sisters. The more kills, the richer the rewards. Lin Feng looked through it with clairvoyant eyes. Lingl's progress is relatively slow, and it has only completed 1/3 of the task, and now he has to wait when he goes back. He won't help a man complete the task. Lin Feng didn't stop until an hour later, when the 2 sisters each got 30 or 40 heads. Although it is an assembly line operation, the sisters have no impatience. This is the easiest and most exciting mission they have ever performed. It's as simple as playing a game. Go back, Lin Feng said suddenly. Xing was stunned for a moment, then licked the corner of his mouth, a little unsatisfied. Aren't you going to kill me? She still wants to kill 2 more, and if she kills 2 more, she can exchange for a lot of things. At first, Xing was more reserved and kept vigilant. But helplessly, Lin Feng was too strong, so Xing let himself go. Well, don't kill it, Lingl has completed the task. Let's go back. Lin Feng waved his hands and took the 2 sisters back to the voyage. After an hour and a half, Lin Feng almost led them to the deepest part of the forest. Wait a little longer, it will be dark. After flying for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng and his 2 sisters landed next to the Lingl team after watching the scenery of the prehistoric forest again. Lingl and the others were in an open space surrounded by scorched and broken tree trunks. It was as if it had been bumped by a missile. No need to ask, it is specified that this girl did it with the power gem. Just as soon as it landed, Lin Feng felt that the atmosphere was not right. Seeing Lin Feng, Lingl quickly ran to Lin Feng's side, and said aggrievedly, "Boss." Lin Feng frowned, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" He looked around and found that the team seemed to be missing one person. It's Horseface Steven. That Horseface, where did Steven go? After asking, Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. For a while, he talked quickly, and called out the characteristics of others. However, no one cared about it, and a somewhat heavy atmosphere was maintained. Died. Arlert said sullenly. Died. Dead. Arlert repeated. Lin Feng froze for a moment, and opened his mouth. No wonder why the atmosphere was wrong. It turned out that the team was downsized. How did he die? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. The power gems were all lent to Lingl. It stands to reason that he might be injured, but he wouldn't die. And although the horse's face is relatively wretched, Lingl's character should not be helpless. Didn't Lingl help Malian? Lingl raised his head and met Lin Feng's puzzled eyes. She whispered, he wants to grab infinite gems. Lin Feng? This. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Malian to be so brave, but with what Lingl said, Lin Feng probably knew how Malian died. It is estimated that Lingl used the power gem to make Malian feel evil. After focusing on the gemstone, he will definitely snatch the Lingl, and then the Lingl will most likely kill him. But it doesn't matter. To Lin Feng, he is just a passerby, so if he dies, he will die. It's no one else's fault, it's his own eye on infinite gems. Deserve it? Forget it, if you die, you die. Lin Feng said indifferently. If you want to grab something, you must be prepared to sacrifice your life. Arlert shook his head, but Barnett remained silent. Neither of them meant to blame Lingl. As a teammate who has carried out several missions together, everyone still knows a little about Mamian's personality. In their view, Steven belongs to the kind of self-inflicted operation. He wanted to grab something that the big boss gave to Lingl, but Lingl bombarded him so that there was not even scum left. Malian was the only fringe character in the team. This person's heart was too dark, and he was fine even if he died. However, the minimum team limit is 5 people. Next time, there should be a few newcomers. Xing is completely indifferent. Horseface? Didn't say a word, okay? Xiao Xing almost clapped her hands. Malian looked at himself with a strange look all day long, and was about to have a nightmare. Poor Horseface, has gotten to this point? Let's not talk about this, have you completed all the tasks? Lin Feng ended the topic of Malian, and then asked Lingl for confirmation. He has already figured out a rough plan of action, about the outside of the fourth wall. Now, the only thing left is to communicate with Lingl. Lingl nodded, it's done, you can go back to the main brain at any time. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, is that the room just now? Lingl shook his head and denied, no, after we choose to teleport, we will teleport to a huge amounts of white space. After the points are settled there, you can choose to shop or return to the real world. This process is the same as most novels of Infinity Stream. It's just that Lingl has said that this optical brain is no ordinary sting. Hearing Lingl's answer, Lin Feng thought for a few seconds and said, then let's chat alone. I need your help with something. Lingl nodded quickly, okay, boss, wait for me. Whether as a fellow villager or a big boss who lent him the power gem to complete the task, Lingl would never refuse Lin Feng's request. Okay, Captain, Xing, you go back to space and wait for me. Boss and I still have something to do. Lingl greeted his teammates. Arlert said it didn't matter, and replied in a deep voice, okay, then we'll go back and wait for you first. The big guy was doing something. Arlert was very interesting and didn't ask anything, just dragged Barnett to teleport away. The task this time is very easy, wait until Lingl returns, and then ask about Lin Feng's situation. To be honest, Arlert is very curious about existences like Lin Feng. Circles of halos enveloped Arlert and Barnett's heads. Like a 3D printer, the two quickly disappeared in place. Lin Feng silently took this scene into his eyes. The moment he disappeared, Lin Feng's perception of Arlert also disappeared. Lin Feng tried to track him down, but couldn't. Optical brain? Something? Seeing Arlert teleport away, Xing didn't stop there, and after saying hello, he directly teleported away with little Xing. Xiao Xing also waved goodbye to Lin Feng politely. In the primeval forest, only Lingl and Lin Feng were left in a blink of an eye. Here, boss, return it to you. Seeing that everyone was gone, Lingl took off the wristband and returned it to Lin Feng without any hesitation. Although a little reluctant, Lingl never thought of taking it as his own. Lin Feng took the wristband in surprise, and glanced at Lingl appreciatively. He thought that Lingl would return it only if he asked for it himself. After all, not everyone can resist the temptation of infinite gems. If it were an ordinary person, they would have teleported away and ran away. Maybe Lin Feng couldn't catch up? Infinite gems can make Lingl's life safe in most missions in the future. I have to say that Lingl's heart is still very strong and firm. I didn't expect that I was lucky. The first time I met a real fellow, she was a good girl with good views. This also made Lin Feng decide to rely on Lingl to implement his plan. Lingl, now that the task is completed, let me share some of my thoughts. Lingl nodded obediently. Boss, please tell me. This little girl has always been very clear about her position. Although she is a fellow villager, it is humane for others to help her, and it is fair not to help her. As long as she can meet the requirements of the boss, she will do her best. Yeah, Lin Feng nodded. My current situation is really complicated. There are some bad things, staring at the blue star outside the fourth wall. That's our hometown. Lin Feng threw out an explosive message in just a few words, which directly made Lingl's eyes widen. But Lin Feng didn't intend to go into details. It's not a good thing that Lingl knows a lot. I want you to do something for me right now, Lin Feng said, and took out a Superman rescue device. When you're back outside the fourth wall, press this thing. This is. Lingl took it over, and it was the same small metal piece as on Xing's bracelet. This is Superman's rescue device. You press it, and I can locate you, no matter which universe you are in. And according to it, I can teleport to your side at any time. So I want you to go back outside the fourth wall and press it, so as to test whether I can locate and travel back to the original world. But this is also Lin Feng's guess. After all, the outside of the fourth wall is not like the current universe, and Lin Feng basically has no hope of reaching outside the fourth wall through this method. But it is always necessary to experiment. What if it is really feasible? Is this so exciting? Lingl put away the rescue device with a thumping heart. If Lin Feng can really go back beyond the fourth wall, wouldn't there be a Superman in the East? That scene is hard to imagine. Definitely, I won't let you help me for nothing. Lin Feng laughed. He took out the transparent glass bottle from the system space, and inside there was a ball of red fluid beating constantly. This is the last symbiote in Lin Feng's hands. A symbiote from Spider-Gwen, the offspring of the Stinger. This is Venom. Lingl's eyes lit up when he saw what Lin Feng took out, and he called out his name with some uncertainty. Seeing Lin Feng nodding his head in acknowledgement, Lingl let out an exclamation. Good guy, as expected of a boss, do you even have such a thing? Seeing Lin Feng handing it over with the bottle, Lingl asked cautiously, is this for me? Her eyes were full of anticipation. The little girl has seen so many movies, and definitely will not miss Venom. Although this possession is a bit disgusting, it is completely acceptable compared to saving one's life. Definitely. Facing Lingl's inquiry, Lin Feng replied affirmatively. If Lingl hadn't taken the initiative to return the infinite gems just now, Lin Feng would still have some hesitation. After all, this offspring of the symbiote is too powerful, and it would be a natural disaster if people with evil intentions hold it. But Lingl has proved her own quality, and Lin Feng can trust her with confidence. And Lin Feng also has his own selfishness. Lingl still has to perform tasks, which can increase the chance of Lingl's survival countless times. This way you can plan your future plans. Otherwise, if Lingl really died in a mission, Lin Feng doesn't think he is so lucky to meet a fellow with a good outlook. But hearing that it was really given to him, Lingl became hesitation instead. Could it be too expensive? He obviously wants it very much, but Lingl feels that he is not worthy. Even if you don't give me something, boss, I will help you. Besides, this mission is only successfully completed by the boss. Hearing what Lingl said, Lin Feng sighed again. A silly girl with a good outlook. If you want to change someone, you may be too happy to find Bei. It's okay, take it. Lin Feng forced the bottle into Lingl's hand. This symbiosis is not a simple symbiosis. I removed her bloodthirsty personality, which will only amplify certain positive characteristics of the host. Lin Feng explained. Moreover, it comes from the offspring of Spider-Gwen's symbiont. With my help, it is several times stronger than ordinary symbionts. With it, I believe most of the tasks given by the optical brain can be easily completed. Holding the vial, Lingl was so moved that he almost burst into tears. What kind of fairy boss fellow is this? As soon as he came up, he helped himself to complete the task, and even gave him such a valuable thing. I can't think of reporting it, okay. After you go back, let's integrate again. Lin Feng said casually. But remember, you must use this symbiosis carefully. This symbiote is many times stronger than the venom you saw in the movie. Facing Lin Feng's entrustment, Lingl nodded his head frantically, expressing that he understood. After explaining the symbiont, Lin Feng continued, the next thing is the second thing. This USB flash drive, you take it back and find a way to hand it over to the relevant department. Lin Feng took out another item again, which was a black USB flash drive. It looks ordinary, but it stores a lot of information inside. This is some technical information in Marvel. Definitely, send it to the relevant department under the condition of your own safety. This is a long-term project. If I can't locate Blue Star, remember to call me next time you perform a mission. Lin Feng commanded constantly. There are a lot of technologies developed by Stark Industries in the USB flash drive. Lin Feng didn't do these things on a whim, but wanted to help his hometown to a certain extent. He's always been one to plan ahead, whether it's helping his hometown or dealing with the black robes that might reach beyond the fourth wall. He will not be stingy with some things within his ability. After all, Lin Feng has always believed that in some cases, the power of the group is greater than that of the individual. Just like, in the face of two powerful enemies, Lin Feng does not ask his teammates to help him, but he must at least last until he solves one of them. It's not that before Lin Feng started to deal with the problem, his teammates played GG first. Do you remember? Lingl nodded again. Lin Feng didn't give much information, but she remembered it clearly. Okay, then you go back. Remember to integrate the symbiosis first. Lingl nodded constantly. Then, boss, I'll go first, see you next time. Okay. Lingl took 2 steps away and waved his hands reluctantly. Big brother, goodbye. Next time I'll bring you a special product from my hometown. After speaking, the aperture lowered, and Lingl disappeared into the air. Lin Feng watched Lingl also teleport away, and suddenly laughed out loud. After getting along for a while, I feel that Lingl is a little naive, and he believes what he says. Hey, fellow villagers who have never experienced beatings by society. If he was one of those guys in the black robe, Lingl might have been played around by him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little worried. The black robe probably doesn't know the existence of the Mastermind. I don't know if there are any fellow villagers among the other mission teams that Lingl mentioned. If there is, it will be dangerous if the black robe finds out. After everyone left, Lin Feng began to stroll in the forest. He was going to wait a little longer, until Lingl pressed the distress call device to verify his guess before leaving. But Lin Feng is not just hanging out. When he took the Xing sisters on a mission, he discovered 2 spaceships of Predator. Lin Feng didn't know much about the technological level of the Predator, but he had some impressions from watching the movie. Without further ado, Lin Feng flew directly to the location of the spaceship. There are no predators around the spaceship, so it is estimated that they are hunting. The spaceship is triangular in shape. Judging by the file size, it should be considered a small to medium spaceship. It's a pity that it's not the mothership that Lin Feng saw in the movie. However, Lin Feng was not picky about food, so he waved his hand and sent it to the system space. Turning back to his royal mechanic, Mr. Tony, to see if there is any technology that can be used in it. Afterwards, Lin Feng also collected 2 large jars of alien blood, which he planned to hand over to Mr. Tony for research. After all, it is outrageous that this thing can corrode alloys. Back in the white space, Arlert and the others are waiting for the spirit deer. Lingl, what did he talk to you about? Arlert asked first. Now that Lin Feng is gone, he has no scruples in asking questions. During the questioning, Arlert glanced vaguely at Lingl's wrist. Sure enough, the big killer was taken back. For Lin Feng, it would be a lie to say that he is not curious. Being able to lend such a powerful thing to Lingl casually, the relationship between the two must be unusual. If you can hold this kind of thigh, it will be a huge amounts of boost for future tasks. Facing the inquiry, Lingl waved his hands with a smile on his face. It's nothing, just let me bring him some special products next time. Really? Arlert looked at Lingl meaningfully. Lingl didn't show his flaws, he still smiled and said, yes. Are you kidding me? You can also explore the boss's secrets? Lingl wouldn't tell the truth to Arlert. Seeing that Lingl was unwilling to talk about it, the two tacitly skipped the topic. Several people started to settle points, and then returned to their respective universes. In the end, Arlert still asked Lingl about Lin Feng's origin and identity. But it was all prevaricated by Lingl. Just briefly said some information about the Man of Steel, and it was half true and half false. Although they are teammates who have done several missions together. But in terms of relationship, they are far less close than Lin Feng. Besides, because of the horseface incident, Lingl understood the dangers of the world, and he had to leave some leeway in everything he did. So Arlert basically didn't listen to the information he got from Lingl. After returning to Blue Star, according to what Lin Feng said, Lingl immediately integrated the symbiont into himself. After opening the bottle cap, the red fluid penetrated along Lingl's skin. After Lin Feng's improvement, there is no question of whether it is compatible with the host. So the process of integrate is also extremely smooth. A moment later, a red head popped up behind Lingl. Lingl cleverly took out a large pile of chocolate and ate it. She knew the symbiote needed what was in the chocolate. And now that there are symbionts, eating chocolate is not afraid of getting fat, okay? The symbiont also expressed its satisfaction with Lingl's actions. After integrating, Lingl could clearly feel that his physical fitness had reached an unbelievable level. In the absence of an armed symbiote, her little hands can easily bend the alloy, and even pinch a hole in it. Sure enough, as Lin Feng said, this symbiosis is ridiculously strong. Having integrated the offspring of the Stinger, Lingl is the existence with the highest combat effectiveness on the Blue Star outside the fourth wall. None of them, most of the hot weapons will not cause any harm to the deer. Even in the armed state of the symbiont, even the defense cannot be broken. This is also Lin Feng's meaning. Not only can Lingl be at ease in future tasks, but also can quietly hand over some materials arranged by Lin Feng to the relevant departments. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably take less than an hour to hand it in before they would be tracked down. The experience of Lin Feng and Lingl is too unimaginable. The early stage is not the time to expose yourself. After the integrate is completed, it is time for Lingl to proceed to the next step, Lin Feng's second plan. Lingl bought a boutique apartment in this city to live in. The one who lived with her, and her best friend, definitely, were ordinary people who couldn't be more ordinary. Now it's her roommate. The pace of life in big cities is fast and work pressure is high. Points can be exchanged for gold in Optical Brain. Since participating in the Optical Brain mission, Lingl has also accumulated some savings. So Lingl is also a veritable little rich woman now, and she doesn't have to live the days of renting a house and eating takeaway. During the day, girlfriends have to work. But Lingl, who was worried, checked the house again, and after making sure no one was there, he sneaked back to his bedroom. As if he was about to do something bad, he solemnly locked the bedroom door behind him. After confirming that it was locked, Lingl sat down at the desk and took out the Superman call device. This is the second task that the boss gave her. If it is really possible to summon the boss back through this thing, it would not be too exciting. Lingl took a deep breath and put his finger on the button of the rescue device. Click. Without any accidents, it was pressed very smoothly. At the same moment, Lin Feng, who was far away in the alien space, also sensed the sound of the rescue device. Quickly took out the rescue device to check. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't help his heart beat faster. Really got it? Received a signal from beyond the fourth wall? Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a little moved. At this moment, no one could understand Lin Feng's excited mood. There is no wanderer who does not miss his hometown. Even if Lin Feng has experienced so many things and has cultivated a heart that is calm, it is inevitable that he will be excited. Lin Feng also took a deep breath and checked the coordinates sent by the rescue device with his mind. But immediately after, Lin Feng frowned, the kind that could pinch a fly to death. Different from the previous rescue device, the current rescue device actually displayed a mess of garbled characters. And it is still the kind of garbled characters that are constantly beating. What's even more outrageous is that the garbled characters are still constantly dim and seem to disappear. At the same time, the signal is constantly weakening, as if it will disappear at any time. Lin Feng quickly stabilized his mind. Don't panic, feel with your heart. He closed his eyes and used his sensory ability to the extreme. Like a silk thread, it runs through countless universes, trying to connect to the outside of the fourth wall. But it seems like the heavens are deliberately playing tricks on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's induction passed through countless spaces, and finally stopped at nothingness, unable to move forward at all. Lin Feng could vaguely feel that behind nothingness is outside the fourth wall, but he still couldn't locate it accurately. Time passed by, Lin Feng's heart gradually became restless. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't penetrate that layer of nothingness. Afterwards, the signal completely disappeared, and Lin Feng also stopped exploring. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His complexion was a bit ugly, but his eyes were extremely firm. He's not one to give up easily. This is a rare opportunity. Even if you die today, you have to give it a try. Lin Feng used the space gem without any hesitation, positioning it in the nothingness that he can explore. A blue light curtain appeared, and Lin Feng stepped forward resolutely. Nothing could stop him from going home. On Xing's side, Lingl, who pressed the button, waited for a while, but did not see Lin Feng's appearance, so he frowned unavoidably. Can't you? Lingl murmured. After thinking for a moment, Lingl tried to press the rescue device again. If it doesn't work once, press it several times. The clever Lingl will give Lin Feng one last chance? On Lin Feng's side, after stepping out of the portal, what caught his eye was super huge amounts of colorful bubbles. The colored bubbles are mainly black, and there are colorful lights shining inside, which are miniature galaxies one by one. It was the first time Lin Feng saw the scene in front of him, and he couldn't help being a little shocked. He came out of the universe. Hyperspace. The countless huge amounts of colored bubbles are closely connected like cells. Each bubble represents a dimensional universe. Lin Feng has been able to reach other universes through space gems before, and this is the first time he has really seen so many universes appearing in his sight. Lin Feng's induction was blocked here. Lin Feng didn't look for which one was his home universe, because he knows that there is no such thing here. These countless dimensional universes are all universes in anime, comics, novels, or movies. The universe beyond the fourth wall, higher than everything here. Call. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little annoyed and irritable. He floated quietly, trying hard to think about how to act next. He never thought that he could easily reach beyond the fourth wall. If it could be done so easily, then those black robes would have already gone out and caused chaos. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, the rescue device vibrated again, interrupting Lin Feng. At the same time, a thumb-sized file-size spot appeared in front of Lin Feng. The light spots are flickering at extreme speed. That's a signal from beyond the fourth wall? Contestant Lingl made a great contribution. Because the moment the light spot appeared, Lin Feng once again had a weak connection with the rescue device in Lingl's hand. It's just that the light spot flickered and dimmed rapidly, and the connection with the rescue device became weaker, as if it would disappear at any time. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Countless plans flashed through his mind. A very feasible and simple plan is generated in the mind. He seized the opportunity and hastily sent a message out. Hope Lingl can receive it. On the blue star, after Lingl pressed the rescue device again, he waited for a while, but he still didn't see Lin Feng's figure, so he was a little disappointed. I thought to myself that Lin Feng could not be contacted. After all, it is a movie universe, which is equivalent to the existence of a fantasy universe. If you want to cross the fourth wall, I am afraid that no one can do it, except Deadpool described by the author. Wait a minute. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Lingl's mind. Whether it's movies, comics, or novels, they are all recognized by everyone. Then can I? Before she could finish thinking, a thought from Lin Feng suddenly reached Lingl's mind. Press the emergency device. Press hard. Don't stop. A few big words flashed in Lingl's mind. Lingl looked happy. Boss. No response. The connection has been lost. But Lingl has accepted the complete information. Press the emergency device madly, right? I understand. Lin Feng's message was successfully delivered. Next, it depends on the operation of the Lingl player. In hyperspace, Lin Feng calmed his anxious mood and waited constantly. Not long after, the rescue device started buzzing and vibrating as if it had gone crazy. Without stopping for a moment, the spot of light in front of him appeared again. Coming. Lin Feng looked happy. Lingl received the message. The dot of light seemed to be getting brighter and brighter because the frequency of pressing was too fast. Basically, it was too late to flicker. The spot of light is also constantly expanding, and Lin Feng's connection beyond the fourth wall is becoming more and more clear. The constantly beating coordinates were garbled, and the speed also slowed down. There is a chance, faster, faster. Lin Feng constantly sent his thoughts through the rescue device. On the blue star, the fingers of Lingl who received Lin Feng's signal had already turned into phantoms. The rescue device, like a pile driver, was constantly being pushed down. Lingl even used the symbiosis to wrap his arms, and the frequency of the pressing caused a storm in the small room, almost set the air on fire. Fortunately, the rescue device given by Lin Feng is strong enough. At this moment, Lingl has transformed into a ruthless factory girl. The speed far exceeds the assembly line and come. The spot of light has become as big as Lin Feng, still no way to locate the coordinates. The coordinate garbled characters have jumped at a very slow speed, but the garbled characters are still displayed. Put all one's eggs in one basket, 6 infinite gems work together, the other 5 gems, assisting the blue space gem, unleash huge amounts of energy blasting towards the golden spot of light. The mighty power of space directly turns the spot of light into a door of light. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng resolutely walked towards the light gate. Silver Superman, fear nothing. Stepping into the light gate, there is a bright golden space in front of you. And not far away, another light gate can be seen. That must be the exit. Lin Feng took a step towards the exit. The whole space collapsed constantly and was repaired constantly. Lin Feng's actions can be called turtle speed. As if something didn't want Lin Feng to leave, there was an indescribably huge gravitational force pulling Lin Feng back. Every time you take a step, the gravitational force will increase exponentially. As strong as Silver Superman, walking in this space is so difficult. Even a black hole does not have this kind of gravity. This gave Lin Feng the illusion that he was about to leap to a higher spatial dimension. The gravitational force is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Feng can even feel the pain in his internal organs. Silver Superman can hardly resist this gravitational pull. It's outrageous. But is Lin Feng likely to stop? Totally impossible. Lin Feng stared straight ahead, pouring all his strength into his legs. One step closer to the exit. This opportunity to go home is in front of Lin Feng. Even if you die today, you have to step out. No one can stop you. It seemed that a second passed, or a few minutes passed. Lin Feng's willpower and the blessing of the Silver Superman sent him to the exit with difficulty, and at the moment, the indescribable suction coming from behind made Lin Feng almost unable to hold on. The skin on his body started to turn red, and the light from the 6 infinite gems was almost dazzling, but it still couldn't match the attraction. As long as Lin Feng relaxes for even 0.1 second, he will be dragged back immediately. System, your help. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted anxiously in his heart, regardless of whether the system could do anything about it. Fortunately, the system was extremely powerful, and Lin Feng shouted directly in Lin Feng's mind, "Here we come, seize the opportunity." After the words fell, without knowing what the system had done, a repulsive force erupted from Lin Feng's body. It is also indescribable and powerful. Lin Feng's body lightened instantly, and the gravity behind him disappeared for a second. Roar. Lin Feng seized the only chance, summoned up all his strength, let out a loud roar, and jumped forward suddenly. Perfect. He managed to escape the attraction and jumped into the exit. The body lightened again. Lin Feng felt himself floating up. The scene in front of me was replaced by black. Although he couldn't see anything, Lin Feng could feel that he was rising rapidly. Before Lin Feng could check the scene in front of him, there was another soft sound, and the black scene faded away like ink being washed away. He appeared in a small room. The main color is pink, and on the desk in front of him, sits a stunned Lingl player. At this moment, Lin Feng was in tears. ND, lousy Lin Feng, returned to his hometown. However, Lin Feng, who had mixed feelings, didn't notice. At this moment, his body is translucent. Just like Doctor Strange in the movie, it seems that only the soul has come outside the fourth wall. Blue Star, the capital city. Boutique apartment, in Lingl's small room. Lingl politely put a glass of water in front of Lin Feng. The boss is a guest, and Lingl doesn't like to drink fancy drinks. He usually only drinks water, which is extremely healthy. But Lin Feng stared at the water glass in front of him, lost in thought. He looked at his translucent body. Damn, how do you drink this? What should I do? I want to turn around and go back to Marvel. Who knows why only his soul came back? What about the body? System. Lin Feng stomped his foot. What's going on? Come out and explain. Where's Lao Tzu's body? Where's the body? Lin Feng asked with a grim expression. He suspected that the system was at fault. After all, it was the system that helped him get rid of gravity the moment before he came back. Could it be that he used his own body to get rid of gravity? The system came out with some reluctance. This. The system groaned for a while, but did not say a complete 123. TD, you won't really use my body to help me resist gravity, will you? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and expressed his conjecture. Don't tell me you lost my body. This. The system was startled. How did Lin Feng guess it? No, listen to my explanation. Your body is still in hyperspace, there is no problem. Lin Feng was slightly relieved when he heard that his body was not lost. It's still acceptable. Damn, if being Superman's body is lost, who will Lin Feng cry to? So, why didn't my body follow? The system then explained, that's because your strength is not enough, it would be great if your soul can travel back. The host should feel lucky to be able to come back. A word appeared on Lin Feng's forehead. He pointed to his translucent body, and his finger passed through his forehead. That's it. Should I be thankful? You seem to be trying to make me laugh. The system pouted, that's not my fault. Without my help, your soul wouldn't be able to pass through. Originally, even if you become a golden Superman, you will not be able to return to the original universe beyond the fourth wall. After all, you are the top fighting force in the single universe. If you want to cross the fourth wall, neither the Marvel universe nor the original universe will agree. But you are originally an aborigine of this world, so the will of the original universe did not deliberately exclude you. Otherwise, you won't even receive the signal from the emergency call. Now, don't you feel lucky? The system did not fool Lin Feng. There is a difference between the upper and lower classes between the two universes. It is impossible for Lin Feng to come to the original universe outside the fourth wall at will like when he traveled from Marvel to DC. To be honest, this thing is more difficult than the dimension jump. The reason why he was able to come back through soul transmigration was due to his identity as an aboriginal Lin Feng. This is equivalent to a passport, and its role is more important than Lin Feng imagined. As the system said, without this layer of identity, Lin Feng would not even receive the signal of the emergency call. Listening to the system's words, Lin Feng gasped with a hiss. It seems to be such a reason? So, I have to thank the system? Then what should I do now? According to what you said, even the golden Superman can't pass through, so didn't I send it? Lin Feng was good at scratching the small objects in Lingl's bedroom, but there was no doubt that he couldn't get them at all. You can't let yourself be in the state of the soul all the time, you can't touch anything. However, some of Lin Feng's abilities can still be used. For example, psychokinesis, you can pick up the water glass in front of you, but you can't drink it. The system rolled its eyes. Did you listen to me carefully? This universe does not exclude you, so your soul is equivalent to an access card. With this access card, you have the opportunity to bring your body back with you. Lin Feng nodded. Understood. Have the opportunity? Based on this situation, a silver body is more suitable for you than a golden Superman. It is recommended that the host work hard to enhance its own strength. Run into the sun and bask in the sun for centuries. At that time, you can basically develop all kinds of incredible abilities as you want, and there is a great chance to bring your body back with you. The system constantly answered Lin Feng. In terms of growth attributes, Silver Superman is the best choice. After Lin Feng heard this, his face was so ugly that he didn't know what to say. How many centuries? The time ratio of the Marvel Universe and the original universe is 1:1, and it is not known how far it has developed by then. Maybe during the period of time he was basking in the sun, the Black Robe had already found a way to go outside the fourth wall, messing up Blue Star. It seemed that he was once again forced to strengthen his strength. I just don't know where to start? Lin Feng rested his chin, thinking constantly. Boss. The spirit deer, who was almost forgotten, let out a cautious call from the side. When she first saw Lin Feng translucent, she was also shocked. But he quickly understood that Lin Feng should have come back through soul travel. But Lin Feng was obviously irritable just now, and Lingl didn't dare to speak. It wasn't until now that Lin Feng seemed to be back to normal, and Lingl dared to go up to talk to him. Hearing Lingl's call, Lin Feng came to his senses. He almost forgot that the spirit deer was still in front of him. Lingl, thank you for your help. Lin Feng thanked him. If it wasn't for Lingl, he wouldn't be able to get back through his soul. The role played by Lingl is very important. Lingl quickly waved his little hand. It's okay, I just pressed the emergency device. Boss, is this, only the soul has traveled through? Lingl looked at Lin Feng's body and asked. Through Lin Feng's translucent body, she can clearly see the bookshelves behind. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, there were some accidents. Have you seen Doctor Strange? I'm like Doctor Strange's out-of-body soul now. Lingl nodded her head. As an avid fan of Marvel and DC, she has definitely watched Doctor Strange. It would be easy for Lingl to understand. Lin Feng reckons that he can't leave his body for too long, just like Doctor Strange in the movie. If the soul leaves the body for too long, something is going to go wrong. But Lin Feng is a silver Superman, both in terms of soul and body strength are outrageously high. However, this does not mean that Lin Feng can exist in this form for a long time unscrupulously. After thinking about it, Lin Feng said to Lingl, I have some things to do. After I finish, I should go directly back to the Marvel Universe. How long will it take you to play the game next time? Lingl hurriedly replied, it will be a month later. Because of the help of the boss this time, we completed the task very quickly. And the number of completed tasks is also high. So, the Mastermind gave 3 times the rest time. Lin Feng nodded. 1 month? Then next time you perform a mission, remember to call me. Now that he can cross the fourth wall, Lin Feng can carry out some plans by himself without the help of Lingl. After communicating with Lingl, Lin Feng got up and left. He does have other things to do. Now it was broad daylight outside. Lin Feng immediately disappeared and flew into the sky. He is in the state of a soul and can pass through walls at will. Now that he finally came back, he wanted to see the place where he used to live. Lin Feng didn't know who his parents were, and he grew up in an orphanage since he was a child. Childhood cannot be said to be unfortunate, but there is not much happiness. The orphanage is Lin Feng's first home. After becoming an adult, Lin Feng had a decent job. With a fairly smart brain, he also made some money and bought a small house in a small third-tier county for living. Lin Feng's own house is in Fengdong. Fortunately, the community has not been demolished, and the house is still there. Lin Feng slowly descended into his own den. The household items are neatly arranged, but it has not been cleaned for a long time, and the room is already covered with dust. The original Lin Feng didn't have many brothers, let alone a girlfriend. It is estimated that his inexplicable disappearance will not cause anyone to care. It's just that I haven't been to an orphanage for a long time. I don't know if the old dean and the group of children miss themselves. I don't know if there is a lucky sister or brother who is adopted by the family. Lin Feng sighed somewhat melancholy, and sat down at the desk. His computer was also covered in dust. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, wanting to wipe off the dust, but it passed directly across the table. He almost forgot that he is now in a state where his soul is out of the body. Looking at this familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar scene, Lin Feng had an illusion that things were different. Traveling through Marvel and becoming Superman, at this moment, is like a dream. However, the translucent body told Lin Feng that all these experiences were real. If you tell it, no one will believe it. Psychokinesis hits the computer's power button. The computer, which has not been powered on for a long time, makes a buzzing sound. Lin Feng has reserved electricity bills. As long as you don't use it, the fee will not be deducted, so even if you leave it for so long, you still have electricity. There is also the internet. The last time I held an event, Lin Feng bought a 2-year plus 2-year package. On the computer desktop, there are only a few games, which can no longer keep up with the current version. Lin Feng opened QQ, waiting for an update. Looking at the few messages, Lin Feng smiled self-deprecatingly. He has too few friends, the pitiful ones. So, after he traveled to the Marvel universe, he didn't have much concern. But Lin Feng still loves this land, and he will never forget his identity. Maybe many years later, when I am strong enough, I will take Susan back to this hometown together. I don't know how long I sat in a daze at the desk. Lin Feng didn't get up until it was getting dark outside. System, how long can I keep my soul out of the body? Lin Feng first asked the system this question, and he planned to go back to the orphanage to have a look. If he had enough time, he would also like to see how his hometown developed. The East in 2022 is still in a stage of rapid development, basically a big change every year. According to the host's soul strength and physical strength, even if you leave the body for a year, there won't be much problem. The system responded. However, it is still not recommended that the host leave the body for too long. If it takes a long time, unknown accidents may occur. After all, Lin Feng's body is still in hyperspace. There are still some creatures in the universe that can reach hyperspace. Lin Feng got the information he wanted, so he jumped into the sky again. The time was longer than he expected, but Lin Feng didn't plan to stay for long. He was going to visit the orphanage, take a stroll and then return to the Marvel universe. He can go back outside the fourth wall, which is a good sign, although he only has a soul. But it is enough for him to plan the future through some special means. Next, it's time to move something from Marvel. Lin Feng is still a little worried and inconvenient for leaving many things to Lingl. And even in the soul state, the system warehouse can still be used. Whether it's for the development of his hometown or to defend against future enemies, Lin Feng is about to act. After returning, it is necessary to formulate a detailed development plan. While thinking, Lin Feng has already flown to the orphanage. By this time, the sun had completely set. A black curtain enveloped this ancient and mysterious country. Lin Feng's flight was not fast, and he visited the great mountains and rivers of his hometown along the way. After he left, there were indeed some great changes. It's amazing. The orphanage is located in a suburban area. It has been in operation for many years, and it has become a bit dilapidated. But it is such a small orphanage with a small area that feeds an unknown number of orphans. Lin Feng has not forgotten his roots. After he can earn money independently, he often returns to the orphanage to bring some candy and snacks to the children. They often give some money to the old director to improve the children's food. Lin Feng is still in the invisible state. He quietly floated in the orphanage, watching the scene through the window. The house was brightly lit. The big and small children are sitting upright at the dining table, enjoying their dinner. With the development of society, the top management pays more attention to these homeless children. Their lives are happier than when Lin Feng was a child. Lin Feng also saw the dean, a middle-aged woman with half-white hair. She wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and her expression was always serious. But her behavior was extremely gentle. Carefully distribute meals to each child and wipe off the food residue from the corners of their mouths. When Lin Feng was a child, the dean was still very young. But when Lin Feng was a child, he didn't like the dean who kept a serious face all day long. At that time, he didn't understand why the dean didn't smile. What he fears most is the dean's private conversation. Although the hut was sunny, the director's words made the children reflect on the mistakes they made. It wasn't until he grew up that Lin Feng gradually understood that half his life was dedicated to the director of the orphanage. Her gentleness hides behind her sternness, and she teaches children how to become a complete person with correct views and contributions to society. Lin Feng floated quietly outside the window, like a ghost, but with a smile on his face. It's just that he doesn't know, in the distant hyperspace. Lin Feng's soulless body suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes. After lingering in the orphanage for a while, Lin Feng left. His current state is not suitable to disturb the dean. There are no superpowers in this world. If Lin Feng appeared in the state of a soul, it would not be a surprise to the dean, but a thriller. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet again in the future. Slip away. Lin Feng continued to hide, and started to fly in the direction of the imperial capital. Even if it is to help the hometown, it is necessary to determine a candidate. This person needs to be reliable and patriotic enough. But Lin Feng thinks, if it doesn't work, just go to the Great Elder directly? That's the most straightforward and saves a lot of hassle. For the next development, Lin Feng already has a bold plan. He is going to go back and collect some offspring of the symbiont. Definitely, you have to get it from the stinger or venom. Lin Feng despised the other symbionts, they were too weak. Then throw these symbionts to the combat department, and let the hometown have no opponents in Blue Star. And Super Soldier Serum. That thing is sold in the system store, and it is an improved version. It can almost directly improve the physical fitness of any ordinary person to close to the human limit. Lin Feng didn't like this before. No matter how strong Super Serum is, can it be as strong as Superman? But now there is some use for it. I don't know how the combat department reacted after seeing the symbiote and Super Soldier Serum. Hey, Lin Feng is constantly imagining the future. After this kind of growth, the vision of feeding back his hometown made Lin Feng a little excited. This is not the East in Marvel, but Lin Feng's real hometown. The East in Marvel may give Lin Feng some empathy, but that is not Lin Feng's real destination after all. Only here, the primordial universe where Yanhuang blood flows, is Lin Feng's favorite place. In addition, Lin Feng also plans to pack some high-tech technology back from Marvel. For example, Tony's reactor technology, some spacecraft technology in the universe, and some high-tech technologies for extracting elements and using energy. The height must also be adjusted out of Dwarf's Dyson ball. The energy capture of this thing is simply abnormal. I don't know where Tony's nanotechnology is now, and Lin Feng can't forget about it. In short, first arm the Blue Star of the original universe to the teeth. Definitely, you can't give too much at a time. After all, some technologies cannot be used with the current research methods. You can't become a fat man with one bite, you have to take it step by step. Don't worry, we still have time. Lin Feng can already foresee the future. Just wait, my hometown, you can get on the spaceship that develops at the speed of light soon. Lingl's next mission is 1 month later. Just during this time, it is enough to collect the technologies that can be used at present. Floating above the Great Wall, Lin Feng took another look at the great mountains and rivers here, and Lin Feng was ready to go back. Now he is simply full of energy. However, at this moment, a bad news came from the system. Lin Feng was stunned in place. Host, your body has escaped. Just as Lin Feng was imagining the future, the system sounded like a thunderbolt. Lin Feng froze for an instant, and regained consciousness at the speed of light. What? He hastily picked out his ears. The body ran away. Hurry up, go back to hyperspace. The system urged eagerly. It has been monitoring Lin Feng's physical condition in case of accidents. Reasonably, such a short period of time should not be a problem. But, if there is no accident, an accident will happen. The system detected that Lin Feng's body suddenly opened his eyes and moved by himself. Hearing that, without further ado, Lin Feng directly located the location of the hyperspace and teleported. The coordinates of the original universe are garbled characters, and Lin Feng cannot locate them. Without Lingl's help, Lin Feng would not be able to come back. For Lin Feng, the Marvel universe and hyperspace are his own back garden, and he can be sent back with just one thought. With a soft sound, Lin Feng's soul disappeared into the primordial universe. Back in the hyperspace, Lin Feng saw his body for the first time, and he was still in place. But what was horrifying was that the body seemed to have self-awareness and moved there by itself. It's just that this body is like a newborn baby, and its every move is a little dry and stiff. Lin Feng's first impression was that it was wonderful. Just like Lin Feng's twins, standing in front of themselves. But Lin Feng was in a cold sweat. What kind of supernatural event is this damn? My body is not occupied by some dirty things, right? Lin Feng approached his body cautiously, for fear of disturbing him. It's just that the body seemed to be equipped with an antenna. As soon as Lin Feng's soul approached, he was immediately discovered. His body was startled, and he turned around and ran away. Lin Feng was startled. Hey, don't. I'm damn. What's going on here? Lin Feng's body flew far away with a whoosh. Thanks to being Superman's physique, the speed was extremely fast. It's just that it's a bit stumbling when flying, and its hands and feet are uncoordinated. Countless divine beasts rushed past Lin Feng's heart. Learned a lot, folks? The body escapes by itself? Although a little dumbfounded, Lin Feng reacted in an instant and chased after him without any hesitation. What's the matter with this Nima? Who will believe it? His body ran away? People fly in front, souls chase behind. While chasing, also asking. Nima's system? Didn't you say that it's okay for the soul to leave the body for a short time? What's the situation now? Lin Feng thinks the system's routine is too long. Counting down the several operations of the system, it feels like digging a hole for Lin Feng. And it's the kind of one that can be dug out one by one. As long as the system says that the problem is not serious, then something will go wrong? I'm afraid the real name of the system should be the Unlucky Superman system. Lin Feng was constantly chasing after his own body. Fortunately, the body seemed to be not used to it, and it was always stumbling, which made Lin Feng constantly approach. One person and one soul scurry around in hyperspace like headless chickens. The scene was a bit funny, but Lin Feng really couldn't laugh. When the system heard Lin Feng's inquiry, it stopped pretending to be dead, and jumped out to explain to Lin Feng, in the hyperspace, there are many strange things besides the dimensional universes. Believe me, this time it was really an accident. The system does not want to see such a thing happen. If this shit really lost Lin Feng's body, something serious would happen. Leaving aside Lin Feng's own strength, let's take the 2 sets of infinite gems on his body as an example. In hyperspace, he can shatter dimensional universes one by one like hitting marbles. In this case, something should have gotten into your body. It can be seen from his stumbling movements at the beginning. He can't fully adapt, or he can't adapt to your body in a short time. Lin Feng's forehead kept popping. Is it still up to you to say that? I can't see it. Although Lin Feng's body flies very fast, it is not his own body after all, and cannot exert its full strength. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to catch up, his body panicked. He made a 90-degree turn, and rushed directly into the nearest big bubble. It was an unknown dimensional universe. Lin Feng rushed in without any hesitation, let alone an unknown universe ahead. Even if there is magma ahead, Lin Feng has to rush into it. Perhaps it was the existence of seizing Lin Feng's body, but he really couldn't control this body. After a while, it flew slower, and was directly caught up by Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew side by side with his body, looking at his body fiercely. He could see that his body and eyes were full of fear. Lin Feng didn't choose to rush into his body rashly. The ghost knows what is in his body now. It is always right to be cautious. This is the experience that Lin Feng summed up after suffering countless losses. Get out of me? I only say it once. Lin Feng said threateningly. There is no sound in the universe, you can only convey your meaning with your thoughts. Lin Feng doesn't have anything to use right now, even the infinite gems are on the wrist of his body. Lin Feng felt that the existence that snatched his body would definitely not know his information, so he probably wouldn't be able to use some of Lin Feng's own power and infinite gems. Otherwise, the body should have been teleported away with the space gem, and it is still flying around here. Definitely, if he doesn't give in, then Lin Feng can only venture into his body and fight with him for 300 rounds. But fortunately, after hearing Lin Feng's threat, the body immediately chose to give up. Raise your hands in a gesture of surrender. Land down on that planet. Lin Feng pointed to the nearest bald planet and conveyed his thoughts again. According to Lin Feng's wishes, the body obediently landed on the planet. After landing, a white mass separated from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body returned to a sluggish state of mindlessness again. System. Lin Feng immediately called the system. He didn't care about what the white lump was now, he wanted to make sure his body had not been tampered with. The system definitely knew what Lin Feng meant, and quickly scanned the body. It's okay, the body hasn't been tampered with. After Lin Feng heard it, without saying a word, he quickly got into his body to prevent another accident. Nimas, just half an hour, it's too exciting? Lin Feng frightened himself into a cold sweat. But fortunately, the resolution of the matter was much smoother than I expected. Regaining control of his body, Lin Feng clenched his fists. After confirming that there was really nothing wrong with his body, Lin Feng let out a breath. He turned his gaze to the white lump. Lingl's eyes kept scanning. What the hell is this? Never seen it before. The lump seemed to be frightened by Lin Feng's gaze, and began to tremble. Don't hit me. The silver bell-like child's voice reached Lin Feng's brain. The lump began to twist under Lin Feng's eyes. After a while, he became a half-grown child. Then, under Lin Feng's puzzled eyes, he performed a wave of squatting with his head covered. The body was pure white and translucent, but it could still be seen that it was a child's face. This action of holding one's head and squatting in defense is inexplicably cute. Lin Feng pinched his brows with some headaches. How do you feel that you have been dealing with little kids more recently? However, body size does not represent everything. Some immortal old monsters also look like children. What the hell are you? Lin Feng asked directly. Why did you take my body away? Lin Feng's tone was not very good. The little kid trembled again in fright, and even hugged his big head tightly. Me. I thought this body had no owner. The little kid's voice trembled a little, as if he was really afraid that Lin Feng would beat him. Lin Feng was speechless. His brother, how did you come up with the idea that your body has no owner? It's like you're out in the wild and you see a car with a key in it, but there's no one there. But I don't think this car is ownerless. System, do you know what race this is? Lin Feng first asked the system in his mind. This little thing is timid, but it can come to hyperspace. If you want to say that it is powerful, Lin Feng can't feel it. He feels that he can blow it away with a little forceful blow. But to be able to reach hyperspace, presumably there should be some kind of help from artifacts, or is it a race-specific characteristic? The system looked at it for a long time and scratched its head. In his database, almost all the species of the movie universe are collected, but he can't recognize what this thing in front of him is. It can only be roughly judged that it is a combination of spirit and energy. Shaking his head, the system could only give an answer that he didn't know. The system didn't know either, which aroused Lin Feng's curiosity. He squatted down and looked directly at the little kid in front of him. What are you? The kid didn't dare not answer Lin Feng's question. Me, I don't know either. I slept for a long time. Not long ago, I felt a shock of energy here, which woke me up. However, I have forgotten the memory of before the deep sleep. I don't know what I am, but it's okay. But Lin Feng didn't care much about this. There are many strange things in the universe. As for the energy shock mentioned by the kid, Lin Feng was a little embarrassed. That should be caused by the time I used 6 infinite gems to travel not long ago. So, did he wake up this little brat? Forget it. Lin Feng skipped this question and asked again, then why did you take my body? I didn't take your body. The little kid shook again, and hurriedly explained a little aggrieved. The shock of energy seems to have hurt me. I can feel myself dissipating constantly. That's when I saw this. The little boy pointed to Lin Feng's body cautiously. I'm thinking. Go and hide first, and then think of a way. I didn't mean it. After the little kid explained, Lin Feng suddenly realized. Then people go numb. Sort it out. I used infinite gems to shock and injure the little kid, and then the little kid got into his soulless body in order to save his life. Sin? Lin Feng touched his forehead, feeling as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. At the same time, a sense of guilt suddenly rose in my heart. Co-authored, this tea was caused by myself? The little kid is the real victim. After the little kid explained, Lin Feng also noticed something strange. As time passed, the little boy's body became more and more transparent. Although the speed is very slow, it cannot escape the eyes of Superman. Ma Dan? It is simply a crime. Lin Feng was in so much pain that he had nothing to say. If you don't pay attention, you still want to kill? This little thing was injured because of me. No matter what, my conscience can't let it go. Helpless, Lin Feng could only ask the little kid, isn't it? Just give you the whole body. The little kid nodded repeatedly. That's right, give me a body, and I won't dissipate anymore. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, all right. He's going to give the brat the whole body. Definitely, he will definitely not kill, just grab an innocent person and break up his soul. Instead, using reality gem, a body was embodied directly in the shape of the kid. Let's just leave it at that for now, it's not worth snapping your fingers. But when making it, Lin Feng paused, and then asked again, by the way, are you a boy or a girl? I still have to ask about this. If it's a little girl, Lin Feng made an elephant for me, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Boy or girl? The little kid scratched his head, a little confused. Did you pee standing or squatting? Hush. The little kid's face became more and more puzzled. Lin Feng raised his forehead again. Doesn't this little brat eat whole grains? Don't even know this question? Forget it. Lin Feng doesn't plan to ask anymore, just follow the voice. It sounded like a little girl's voice. Lin Feng waved his hand directly, using the reality gem to embody the body of a little girl. Fuck his second brother, it doesn't matter if it's male or female, just use it first. Seeing the body appearing, the little kid jumped into it happily. Lin Feng's embodied body was built 1-to-1 according to the kid's appearance and height. Moreover, this body is inherently unowned, so it is very adaptable. It's much easier for a little boy to manipulate than Lin Feng's body. After waiting for a few minutes, seeing that the kid was getting used to it, Lin Feng also planned to leave. Follow me first, this body won't last long, I'll find a way for you later. Lin Feng's words directly determined the little kid's whereabouts. To maintain the body, it is necessary to constantly output the energy of reality gem. In case Lin Feng forgets about it anytime, that brat will send it again. There's no way, the kid was injured because of Lin Feng has to be responsible. For Lin Feng's arrangement, the little boy has no opinion at all. She still can't remember what she is. All the memories of the past are gone. Lin Feng gave her a body, and there is no problem following Lin Feng. Bringing up the little kid, Lin Feng went straight back to the Marvel universe. He's off to meet Mr. Tony, the mechanic. Having said that, infinite gems is all about convenience. One moment before, Lin Feng was still strolling outside the hyperspace, and the next second, he came to the top of the Stark building through the space gem. Normally, Tony stays in the Stark building when he has nothing to do, definitely, only during the day. As for the night, definitely lived a shameless two-person world with Ziyiji Ali. Seeing Lin Feng falling from the sky, Tony asked suspiciously, Lin, where have you been these few days? Lin Feng has been away for several days, and Tony's warehouse has already been built. It's just that after it's built, Tony can't contact Lin Feng anymore. The contact device can't call either. Originally, Tony planned to use the rescue device, but he was afraid that Lin Feng was dealing with something urgent. So I gave up. It's not a big deal, just wait for Lin Feng to come back with peace of mind. Now that Lin Feng is back, Tony definitely wants to ask. But in the next second, Tony's eyes were on the little kid next to Lin Feng. He frowned, thoughtfully, then raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled maliciously. Seeing Tony start laughing, Lin Feng knew he was going to be a bitch. Yo, where did you abduct the child? Could it be your and Susan's child? As predicted, Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him. What nonsense, how long have I known Susan? The size of the child in front of him is at least 5 or 6 years old. Tony made an exaggerated expression. That's your illegitimate child with someone else? Does Susan know? Seeing that Lin Feng's face was darkened, Tony smiled teasingly. Okay, I'm just kidding you. This kid, what's his background? Lin Feng would not bring a brat to him for no reason. Tony wondered if Lin Feng encountered any problems in the past 2 days when he disappeared. Lin Feng didn't bother to explain this thing. The origin of the little brat sounds a bit unbelievable. After a few simple perfunctory sentences, Lin Feng went straight to the point. Tony, I want you to do me a favor. This kid's body cannot be used for too long. I need you to help me contact a geneticist named Helen. There's a regeneration cradle in her lab. I need that to build a body for this little kid. Lin Feng expressed his thoughts. The geneticist named Helen is the one who built Ultron's body in Avengers Alliance 2. But then the plan was broken, and the body ended up being visions. As for why Lin Feng didn't contact him by himself, wouldn't it be better to hand over such chores that require communication to Mr. Tony, a social master? Build a body. Tony pointed at the little kid suspiciously. Are you kidding me? He has heard of the cradle of regeneration, but what the hell is it that the body won't last long? Sure enough, anything related to Lin Feng is somewhat contrary to science. Damn, why am I teasing you? Just help me get in touch first, and just build it according to the kid's current body shape and appearance. Lin Feng said. Also, this little brat is staying with you for the time being. Let's talk about everything after the body is built. As for the gene used to build the cradle of regeneration, Lin Feng doesn't care. Although Lin Feng felt that he had to take the responsibility, he could now take the blame unceremoniously and let Tony help him with his headache for a few days before talking. But Mr. Tony is not ready to accept the move. He shrugged and didn't refuse. Okay, I'll find her a nanny. Let Tony take care of the kids himself? Doesn't exist? Unless it's Morgan Jr. The two talked to each other, and decided where the little kid would go before she could react. After solving the brat, Tony directly hinted at Lin Feng. Lin, my big warehouse has been built. Look. With that said, Tony raised his eyebrows. Finished. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then realized. I almost forgot that I had been out for 3 or 4 days. Since it's built, shall we go and have a look? Coincidentally, there is also the spaceship of the Predator, which was handed over to Tony for research. There is also a complete set of Predator equipment in the spaceship, which I think Tony will like. Definitely no problem. Tony replied, picked up the phone and called Pepper. After explaining to Xiaojiali, the little boy was temporarily handed over to Xiaojiali. Tony didn't forget to joke, just experience what it's like to raise a child in advance. In this regard, Xiaojiao can only roll his eyes, expressing that he is too lazy to talk to Tony. Both can fly and are more efficient, so I didn't choose to take a car. The warehouse was built on a hidden hillside. Looking from a high altitude, it is a wide and long steel container. But don't underestimate this container. The defense that Tony gave it is the safest in the entire meter. Lin Feng used supervision to penetrate in. There are at least 100 automatic defense robots arranged inside. It's all from Tony's pen, and some engineering work robots. Every time Lin Feng presents something that transcends the times, Tony will definitely give it corresponding attention. Both of them landed on the ground. Tony led Lin Feng into the warehouse. Huge amounts of mechanical doors slowly opened. Tony took Lin Feng for a walk proudly. How is it? The defense strength here is not necessarily comparable to that of the J side. Although it is built on the surface, in theory, it can withstand the attack of nuclear bombs. Lin Feng nodded. The defensive robots are all equipped with weapons. In addition to the airborne small bombs, there are also external multifunction weapon packs. And all of them are high-end weapon configurations from Stark. It may not be a problem for these robots to pull out and attack a small country. And a building that can withstand a nuclear bomb attack is indeed worthy of Tony's pride. But Lin Feng asked a little strangely, can it withstand nuclear bombs? Dare to ask the rich man Tony. How much did this warehouse cost? Tony smiled and winked at Lin Feng. It's not important, Lin. It depends on the spaceship you gave me, whether it is worth my money. It's just a joke from Tony. This warehouse cost Tony hundreds of millions, but the holy place number 2 described by Lin Feng is something that cannot be bought by tens of billions. Lin Feng didn't care about Tony's teasing either. The technology in holy place number 2 is a developmental rocket for the current blue star. Looking at the empty field in front of him, Lin Feng made some calculations and asked Tony to step back. Call the system in your mind and realize holy place number 2. The lights of the entire warehouse went dark, and huge amounts of the black cosmic fortress appeared in front of them. That size, that appearance, directly shocked Tony. It was not the first time Lin Feng had seen holy place number 2, but at such a close distance, he still had to sigh. Really big? Lin Feng once again materialized the Predator's spaceship. Because I don't know how big holy place number 2 is, the size of Tony's warehouse is deliberately enlarged according to Lin Feng's description. So it is not a problem to put 2 more spaceships of Predator? 2 Predator spaceships appeared next to holy place 2. Compared with holy place number 2, it looks like an ant-like file size. Tony, this is a fly from another civilization. Lin Feng explained. The technology inside is completely different from this big guy. Tony nodded with his mouth wide open, his expression a little excited, and he didn't care what Lin Feng said at all. 1 sheep is hurting, and 2 sheep are also being chased. For Tony, there is no problem at all. Okay. Seeing the spaceship, Tony couldn't wait to start researching it. But Lin Feng stopped Tony. He still has some materials for Tony to prepare. To this end, he also specially compiled a list, including but not limited to some advanced technologies used by Stark Industries. Among them is the weapons department that Tony has publicly announced to abandon. After experiencing the kidnapping incident, Stark chose to close the weapons manufacturing department. However, the relevant weapon information is still very advanced for Lin Feng's current hometown. The relationship between Lin Feng and Tony is not as simple as ordinary good friends. He has no problem asking for these technologies. It's just that Lin Feng needs too much technology, and many Stark Industries only have corresponding cooperation systems, and some special methods are needed to obtain them. Looking at the long list made by Lin Feng, Tony expressed doubts. Why do you need so many technologies? Which backward tropical tribe are you going to support? In the list, the core of Tony's armor is also covered. First generation arc reactor technology. Tony didn't think much of it. The help Lin Feng gave to himself cannot be measured in value. Lin Feng asked, Tony definitely will, just curious. Because the technologies that Lin Feng wants can allow a developing country to be fully updated in a short period of time. It can even directly equal and surpass some developed countries. Facing Tony's inquiry, Lin Feng did not hide anything. My hometown needs these things. I want to help my hometown whenever I can. Tony was taken aback. Is it the East? If it was the East, Tony would have a headache. The United States authorities will not allow him to do this, but if it is Lin Feng's request, Tony will not worry about tearing his face with the authorities. Yes, but not in this universe. Lin Feng replied. My home universe, in the future, may experience some dangers. I need to let them develop quickly. Tony was relieved to hear that in other universes. He nodded, and didn't intend to continue asking. Give me a few days, and I'll get someone to prepare it. Although there are many technologies, they are all relatively basic for Tony. It's not that hard to prepare. Even the 5th and 6th generation fighter technology inside, Tony can get it. Even if it can't be obtained, with Tony's scientific research strength, he can develop more advanced engine technology for him in a short period of time. It's just that there are some technologies that Stark Industries doesn't have, and they need to be acquired or exchanged, and this is the most time-consuming. As for why not give the most advanced things in place at once? Lin Feng knows that rice should be eaten bite by bite. Take the current Holy Place number 2 and the Predator spaceship as an example. It's not something that my hometown can understand in a short time. With the current scientific and technological strength of my hometown, I can't chew this big guy at all. There are too many fault lines. Moreover, some important things may be lost due to some misappropriations. Definitely, Lin Feng is very considerate. In the list, there are also a large number of scientific theories that are not in the hometown, but have been confirmed and applied in the movie universe. This will quickly raise the scientific research level of scientists by more than one step. It is related to the development of his hometown. Lin Feng must definitely do his best. The acquisition of information is as simple and easy as Lin Feng imagined. For the next time, as long as Tony collects the information for himself, he can wait for the next call of the deer with peace of mind. But Lin Feng didn't just sit idle. Lin Feng noticed a very strange thing. Just since he became a Silver Superman, it seems that accidents will constantly happen. Lin Feng could also vaguely feel the signs of a storm coming, which made him a little irritable. Lin Feng then has no more work to do, so he will be able to set off to other universes by passing the data back to his hometown. But there is a 30-day rest period in between. If there is no accident, there will be an accident. Sure enough, after 2 days of rest, the Ancient One magician came to his door. Lin Feng. Hearing the familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Lin Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes. Here we come, things have come to our door. The golden portal opened in the living room of Lin Feng's villa. The Ancient One magician came out from inside, but the portal didn't close. In fact, this behavior is a bit impolite for Lin Feng, who is at the Silver Superman level. But Lin Feng's character will not deliberately care about these things. In addition, the Ancient One magician of at the moment has an obviously ugly and serious face. It looks like something big is going to happen. Lin Feng sighed. What are you working so hard for? Ancient One magician. What's wrong? Dormammu called. Looking at the dignified expression of Ancient One magician, combined with the direct door-to-door, Lin Feng subconsciously thought of Dormammu. If there is anything else that can make an Ancient One magician look serious, it's Dormammu for the time being. However, the situation is more serious than Lin Feng imagined. Ancient One shook his head and said, it's more terrifying than Dormammu. Lin Feng, please come with me, we need you. Ancient One took a deep breath and said solemnly. This uncharacteristic performance gave Lin Feng a bad premonition. He took a careful look at the Ancient One magician. Anxiety, worry, and even a trace of imperceptible fear. This is outrageous. The setting of Ancient One magician is a kind of Marvel character that is similar to a prophet and everything is under control. But now, things look dire. No way, who made us the big boss to save the world? Lin Feng stood up and nodded silently. He couldn't refuse. The Ancient One time gem was given to himself. Now that you have something to do, if you don't go by yourself, wouldn't it be a bit of a white-eyed wolf? Seeing Lin Feng agreeing, Ancient One seemed relieved, turned around and walked towards the portal. Please follow me. The golden portal is extremely cool, Lin Feng thought to himself. I also don't know if the portal of Ancient One magician can be opened to parallel universes. Walking out of the portal, the two came to Camartage, Lin Feng's small room where the Ancient One met last time. In front of the square table, there are already 2 guests waiting here. Strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw one of them. One of the guests is Dr. Strange, well known to Lin Feng. Strange. But Lin Feng was surprised that the time was wrong. It's not time for Strange to become Dr. Strange. But upon closer inspection, Lin Feng soon discovered that this Strange was not Dr. Strange in the movie version. Clothes in black and blue as the main color, behind him is a black suspended cloak with dark gold patterns, darker hair, and thick dark circles around the eyes. The whole person exudes a dark and ominous atmosphere. Dark Dr. Strange? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He recognized Strange in front of him. Strange looked at Lin Feng carefully, not understanding why the person in front of him recognized him. But he still greeted politely, "Hello, Strange." Dark Doctor Strange's character is actually not bad. If you really want to go back, he should be regarded as a character in the animation. From Marvel, if series. The Strange in front of him is completely different from the Strange in the movie. If Strange in the movie wants to revive his girlfriend, he destroys the entire universe? Lin Feng quickly retrieved information about the Dark Doctor Strange in his mind. Strange and Krypton were girlfriends before becoming Sorcerer Supreme. But the good times didn't last long. He and his girlfriend had a car accident on the way to the dinner. Strange was unharmed, but Krypton was killed. Unable to accept this fact, Strange began to search all over the world for a way to revive his girlfriend in order to change the ending. Eventually, Camartage was found and became a disciple of the Ancient One magician. And the later experience is somewhat the same as in the movie. After defeating Dormammu and becoming Sorcerer Supreme, Strange still couldn't forget Krypton. In the end, he chose to embark on a dangerous path. Time travel with Time Gem. He returned to the day of Krypton's death time and again, and constantly tried to change the ending, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't avoid Krypton's death. After all, the Ancient One magician couldn't stand it anymore, and told Strange something. Krypton's death is an absolute point in time on the timeline. It is a necessary condition for Strange to embark on the path of magic, and Strange will eventually become the Sorcerer Supreme, guarding the Blue Star, which cannot be changed. Strange couldn't have defeated Dormammu, couldn't have become Sorcerer Supreme if Krypton didn't die. But the stubborn Strange didn't give up, thinking that everything is possible, but more power is needed. In desperation, Ancient One could only choose to make a move, but still failed to stop Strange. But under the influence of Ancient One, Strange was split into two. One went to the Lost Book City, and the other chose to let go of her obsession. Two people become two timelines, coexisting in one universe. In the City of Lost Books, there are countless lost books. This makes Doctor Strange even more hopeful. He practiced constantly according to the method in the book. I don't know which ghost-like book says that if you want to break through the absolute time point, you need to absorb various other creatures to obtain untouchable power. So Strange constantly summoned and absorbed various mysterious creatures from unknown realms through the magic circle. Giant eagle, fire dragon, evil spirit, octopus tentacles. Strange was unscrupulous, he sucked whatever he found, and directly sucked himself into a Stitch monster. And Strange sucked it for several centuries. I have to say that Strange really loves Krypton. At the moment, he has unimaginable power. He has enough strength and confidence, ready to revive Krypton. But Krypton's death is an absolute point in time. Reversing this ending will create a time paradox that will destroy the entire world. In order to stop him, another Strange who let go of his obsession had to choose to fight against him. It's just that Strange in Lost Book City has been practicing for several centuries, so how could he be able to beat him? In the end, Strange, who let go of his obsession, was defeated, and after being absorbed by Strange in the Lost Book City, he reunited as one. Also became the present Dark Doctor Strange. Dark Doctor Strange successfully revived Krypton, but the entire universe also began to collapse and disintegrate. Together with the newly resurrected Krypton, it is also constantly disintegrating. The Dark Doctor Strange nearly collapsed, and with all his abilities, he couldn't protect Krypton. At the last moment, Doctor Strange made a plea to the Observer. He is willing to bear all the faults and punishments, just to let the universe and Krypton go. But it was rejected by observers. Krypton, the universe, paying for Strange's mistakes, is all destroyed. In the endless space, only the Dark Doctor Strange of regret is left. Lin Feng recalled this and couldn't help shaking his head. This is a tragedy. If Strange is not the protagonist in Doctor Strange, if Krypton's death is not an absolute point of time, then things will not rise to the point of destroying the world. As for the Observer, the reason why he rejected the request of the Dark Doctor Strange was because he always adhered to the idea of not interfering. He watched the world be destroyed indifferently, and then slapped himself in the face in a subsequent incident. In the face of life and his own safety, the Observer chose to compromise. Lin Feng looked at another guest. Yes, that's right, another guest is the Observer? The big-headed doll with a bald head looks like a giant baby? Lin Feng's heart became more and more silent. He has only one thought now. Things are getting bigger. Lin Feng sat silently in front of the Dark Doctor Strange and the Observers. Observers will appear, which is a bad sign. Then it proves that in what Lin Feng saw, a major event should have happened. With the Dark Doctor Strange and the Observer together, Lin Feng is 80% sure that the Observer has already suffered a slap in the face. The Dark Doctor Strange and the Observers are also constantly looking at Lin Feng. Dark Doctor Strange is unaware of Lin Feng's existence, but observers saw Lin Feng's experience. 6 infinite gems are on Lin Feng, and there are 2 sets. At the same time, Lin Feng is extremely powerful. This is why observers will come to the door. Lin Feng. The giant bald baby spoke. Observer. Lin Feng nodded. When Lin Feng recognized him, the observers were not surprised at all, but said solemnly and somewhat humiliated, "We need your help." Observers are extremely powerful, but at the moment, they have to seek help from other people. But he had no choice but to be so powerful that he almost died in the hands of that monster, so he could only choose to run away in the end. Lin Feng frowned. Alright, the observer said this sentence, he was 100% sure. Is it Ultron? In this situation, what Lin Feng can think of is only Marvel, the Ultron that successfully obtained a body and killed Thanos to obtain 6 infinite gems, Infinite Ultron. You know, the observer was a little surprised. Lin Feng responded with a funny smile. What? As an observer, you can't see my origin clearly. Ancient One can feel the abnormality on Lin Feng. There's no reason why observers can't see it. These words stunned the observers. He really didn't know Lin Feng's origin. Lin Feng is unique. Among all the universes he can observe, there is only one Lin Feng. He knows that Lin Feng does not belong to the Marvel universe, but he cannot trace the origin of Lin Feng. This puts the observer into a somewhat passive position. But now there is something to ask for, and observers don't dare to put on airs. Ultron got all the infinite gems and has destroyed several universes. With our strength alone, there is no way to stop him. Now that Lin Feng knew it, the observer directly told the truth. I want your help. Without waiting for Lin Feng to answer, the observer continued to add, don't reject me. If you can't stop Ultron, he will hit the universe you are in sooner or later. I'm sure you don't want to see Ultron destroy the universe you live in either. You have 12 infinite gems, you shouldn't be afraid of an Ultron. The observers directly involved the safety of Lin Feng's universe, intending to drag Lin Feng into the water. But Lin Feng was a little annoyed by the observer's low-level aggressive method. Strange on the side was taken aback, and couldn't help but ask, wait, infinite gems? Isn't there only 6 in a universe? Dark Doctor Strange carries Eye of Agamotto and Time Gem, but he still knows that there are only 6 infinite gems in a universe. The observer glanced at Strange and explained, you're right, but Lin Feng also has infinite gems from other universes. He has 2 full sets of infinite gems. Hearing this, Strange gasped. 2 sets, 12 pieces? Suddenly, I felt that the balance of victory was tilted towards me. He now understands a little bit why the observer brought him to this universe to find a helper. Infinite Ultron has 1 set of infinite gems, and the humans in front of us have 2 sets. Strange was right, and it was precisely because of this that the observer brought him to this universe. It's just that he was caught by Ancient One just after arriving at Blue Star. That's why the previous scene appeared, where Ancient One was looking for Lin Feng. She was afraid that Lin Feng would ignore this strange bald doll. But the crisis of the universe had to be resolved, so she invited Lin Feng in person. Although displeased with the observer's low-level aggressive method, Lin Feng is not ready to refuse. As the observers say, if Ultron is not stopped, he may actually hit this universe. Seeing Lin Feng frowned and remained silent, Ancient One thought for a while, and then said, I saw Ultron, Lin Feng. This sentence is full of reminders and hints. The meaning is easy to understand. It states that the Ancient One saw Ultron arrive in this universe and threaten the comfort of the universe. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. That's right, otherwise Ancient One wouldn't have shown an anxious attitude before. After all, the crisis of other universes and the crisis of its own universe are of different importance to Ancient One. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stopped hesitation, and said in a deep voice, when are we going to leave? In 2025, Blue Star. Daddy. After school, little Morgan rushed into the house and hugged Tony's thigh. Oh. Tony pretended to be surprised, and then picked up little Morgan. My little princess, it seems that today's school lunch is very to your liking, isn't it? Little Morgan's big eyes were full of curiosity. How do you know? Tony rolled his eyes on purpose. That's because your current weight makes Iron Man feel stressed. Hey. Little Morgan didn't care about the old father's teasing, but instead laughed. In 2 years, little Morgan has already reached the age of school, and his size has grown a lot. She is sensible, and already knows what the 3 words Iron Man represent. That's because, when the school friends knew that Iron Man was her father, the little stars in their eyes made little Morgan very proud and satisfied. Her father, the Iron Man who saved the world? However, the old father, Iron Man, seems to have retired. Little Morgan couldn't remember how long he hadn't seen Tony wearing a steel battlesuit. Tony, on the other hand, did plan to retire completely. After solving the purple sweet potato essence that crossed over in 2012, the world seems to have returned to peace. Although there are some small characters jumping around constantly, but these can already be let go to the good neighbor's pajama baby. Babies in pajamas are already able to stand on their own. As for Tony Stark, the wrinkles on his face became more obvious. In the past 2 years, he has almost completely withdrawn from the public eye, living a shameless life with little Pepper every day. Now Tony has only one wish. That is to guard the healthy growth of little Morgan. Watching her grow up little by little, and then falling in love with this little kid who doesn't know where. And Tony set low standards for Morgan's future boyfriend. As long as he can beat the baby in pajamas, Tony will ask Morgan to give it to him. The current Tony has grown from Iron Man to an old father of his daughter. But Tony's perfect retirement plan seems to be going bankrupt. Just when the old father was enjoying the family happiness, an annoying voice rang in his ears. Tony, it's me, Strange. You may need to come with me. The golden portal opened not far from Tony. Hear his voice before seeing him. Looking at Strange coming out from behind the portal, Tony felt a dull pain in his trigeminal nerve. This scene is so familiar. That's how Strange appeared about 7 years ago. That time, Thanos destroyed life in half the universe. Strange's face was more slumped than Tony's when he was bothered. However, seeing Strange's expression, Tony couldn't help but also frowned. Strange's face was darker than when he faced Thanos. The whole person exudes a dignified atmosphere that the end of the world is coming. After thinking for a moment, Tony put little Morgan on the ground and patted her on the head. Go, find Mom. Little Morgan ran away without looking back, still a little excited. Is Iron Man going to save the world again? Watching little Morgan run upstairs, Tony met Strange's gaze expressionlessly. I said magic, I'm retired. The implication is, can you stop disturbing my old father? Strange retorted, the universe will not retire, let alone disasters. Tony choked, unable to speak. He felt that his tongue was not as sharp as before. Tony, we need you, and the universe needs you more. Strange continued. A bigger disaster is coming. After hearing this, Tony sneered and couldn't help teasing, what's more terrifying than Thanos? Strange nodded solemnly, it's more terrifying than Thanos. Seeing that Strange didn't look like he was joking, Tony's expression slowly darkened, are you serious? Strange nodded silently. Let me guess. Tony paced back and forth, could it be that thing you said 2 years ago? 2 years ago, Captain America was ready to spend the rest of his life with Paige after returning infinite gems. However, Strange foresaw some information ahead of time and stopped Captain America. According to Strange at the time, yes. He saw greater dangers ahead, and the future needed them all. Because of this sentence, Captain America gave up his original idea. He has always been an existence with a strong sense of justice. Originally thought he could retire and live his own life, but because of Strange's words, Captain America resolutely chose the former in front of protection and himself. You said at the time that you couldn't see the time and specific details of the danger. Now you see. Tony asked. Strange nodded again. Come with me, everyone is waiting for you. Strange seems to have been prepared. In the holy place of the Waste Twister, all the members of the Avengers have gathered, only Tony is left. In the holy place, everyone recalled the old days with a smile on their faces, and when they saw Tony, they also greeted him aloud. They all have their own lives, and they haven't been together so completely for 2 full years. But their guardian heart will never change, otherwise they wouldn't have come here just because of Strange's words. Everyone was present, and Strange clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. The conversation gradually stopped, and everyone knew that Strange was going to talk about business. This gathering is to deal with a disaster worse than Thanos. Strange threw Wongbo at the beginning of the game, which directly shocked everyone's pupils, and couldn't help but become serious. Although there is no time gem, my Eye of Agamotto can still predict some information in the future. It's just that time gem can't see it clearly. Strange continued. However, just in the early hours of this morning, I saw that even more huge amounts of disasters happened than 7 years ago. After a few words, the expressions of everyone in the Avengers Alliance became more dignified. Look at this first. Strange took a deep breath and stretched out his hand in the air. The phantom of a metal monster with fangs appeared in front of everyone. This is. Seeing the phantom, Tony stood up instantly. Ultron. Spells, why are you showing us this? Ultron was a thing of the past years ago? Isn't today an April Fool's Day? Tony squinted, staring dangerously at Strange. Banner also stood up and asked in disbelief, Magician, the disaster you are talking about is Ultron, right? He is also very familiar with this phantom. After all, this is the monster that he and Tony contributed to and almost destroyed the world. No, it should be said that everyone present, except for the pajama baby Spider-Man, is familiar with Ultron. After all, they all participated in the Sokovia event. Captain America and the others also looked at Strange in a daze, waiting for his explanation. Isn't it? Ultron resurrected. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but guess. Tony pointed directly at Ultron's phantom, and retorted, that's impossible. Totally impossible. Strange shook his head, agreeing with Tony's thoughts, it's really unlikely. But, do you remember Lin Feng? Strange mentioned a name from memory. Everyone in the Avengers Alliance nodded repeatedly. Lin Feng, the Superman who appeared on the battlefield 2 years ago and took care of Thanos, everyone definitely remembers. Now the statue of Lin Feng is still placed in the square. Lin Feng, I have proved to you the existence of parallel universes. So this Ultron is from a parallel universe. Tony reacted immediately. Strange nodded in agreement. That's right, tomorrow, he will come to this universe. This is the future I observed. After Strange finished speaking, everyone in the Avengers Alliance suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Thought it was a big deal? It's just an Ultron. Isn't this magician a bit of a fuss? A few years ago, everyone could hammer Ultron to death, but now, Ultron can hardly make any waves, okay? Tony shrugged even more after confirming the information. I don't know what he came for, but if we kill him once, we can kill him a second time. With Vision gone, there is no way to block Ultron from the network. But now is not a few years ago. With Tony's own strength, Ultron can be completely forced in the network to have nowhere to escape. I said, Strange, are you making a big fuss? Making a fuss? Strange shook his head dumbfounded. I thought Ultron wasn't a threat until I saw this. I hope you can still say this after seeing this. Strange waved his hand again, and the ordinary image of Ultron in everyone's memory changed instantly. His appearance became more ferocious and looked more dangerous. And when everyone saw what was on Ultron's head and chest, they almost all gasped for breath. Whoa, T, F, K. Tony froze, cursing every word. Originally thought it was an easy difficulty level, but it suddenly became a purgatory difficulty. Banner even fell back on the sofa. For a while, the scene fell silent. Infinite gems. Again. The family members looked at each other in blank dismay. A snap of Thanos' fingers 7 years ago is still vivid. Now another infinite gems Ultron? Damn, are you still letting people live? Captain America, Natasha Romanoff, the Avengers Alliance all put on a bitter face. They understood why Strange had called them all together. No one doubts the authenticity of the information. Are you kidding me about this? Come on, Strange isn't that far-fetched yet? Quiet, everyone. Dr. Strange yelled. The time left for us is running out. According to what Strange saw, the infinite Ultron will arrive tomorrow. How's that? Tony rolled his eyes. He can destroy the entire universe with a snap of his fingers. Still playing fart? I suggest everyone go back and pack up, and wait for the end to come. You can't say that, Tony. Captain America continued. When we gather together, there are infinite possibilities. We shouldn't give up. If we can still go back in time and get 6 infinite gems to deal with Ultron. We did it once, didn't we? Tony just said something, and his brain was also thinking about the solution very fast. But for the proposal proposed by Captain America, Tony smiled wryly. You forgot, Captain. We don't have PIM particles anymore. Do you think I can develop PIM particles overnight? As far as Nema is outrageous, give Tony some time, he can research PIM particles, but it is definitely not done overnight. I said, Doctor, why didn't you inform us sooner? Tony couldn't help complaining. Strange also gave a wry smile. I think so too. But Eye of Agamotto is not a time gem. Its function is not as good as time gem. Eye of Agamotto can also peek into the future though, but it can't be as arbitrary as time gem. 2 years ago, Strange could only foresee the doomsday danger through it. And it wasn't until the early hours of this morning that he learned the specific content of the disaster. Brain your brains. Tony spread his hands to everyone. Is there anything special about any of us? Speak out now, otherwise we can only be buried together. I was speechless for a while. What abilities do you have? Basically there are no secrets. Where did he get any special skills? However, there is strength in numbers, and it is not the first time that everyone has faced the disaster of the level universe. You said a word to me, and quickly analyzed the current situation. As for whether Ultron will snap his fingers and destroy the universe, the answer is that there is a high probability that he will not. Ultron's body is made of vibranium. The backlash of snapping fingers will damage Ultron's body carrier. But even if you don't snap your fingers, 6 infinite gems plus Ultron are enough for everyone to have a headache. Who out there hasn't played against infinite gems? Oh right, it should be said that all of you here have almost been killed by infinite gems more or less. After some discussion, only 2 feasible solutions were given. One plan is to look for PIM particles, travel back to the past to get 6 infinite gems before the arrival of Ultron tomorrow, and then let the resentful Hulk snap his fingers again. But the opponent also has 6 infinite gems, and everyone is not sure if this will work. The second solution is to find Lin Feng. Compared with the first option, everyone tends to the second option. There is one thing to say, everyone agrees that Lin Feng is his own. Lin Feng killed Thanos, which is enough to prove Lin Feng's camp. What's more, Lin Feng also revived Natasha Romanoff, who was impossible to revive. The key question is, who can contact Lin Feng? Where we are sitting, can anyone travel through parallel universes? Tony asked the most core soul question. Lin Feng is from the past of the parallel universe. Even if you can reach the parallel universe, you don't know which universe Lin Feng is in? Everyone looked at each other and fell silent again. Even the optimistic Captain America doesn't think that with just a few of them, he can fight against Ultron who owns infinite gems. Thanos is a good example, allowing everyone to fully appreciate the power of an infinite gems. Plus, Ultron originally was an AI. His reaction speed and combat methods far surpassed everyone. For a while, everyone felt a little anxious. What's the matter? The other party shook Wang Zha's hand when he came up. At this moment, a sound like rolling thunder resounded through the holy place, breaking the silence. Who is it? The sound woke everyone up. Everyone's pupils shrank, and they took out their weapons one after another, facing the blue curtain that suddenly appeared in the holy place as if they were facing an enemy. They recognized this thing. This is the wave created by the space gem teleportation. Alarm bells were ringing in everyone's minds, subconsciously thinking that Infinite Gems Ultron was coming. Who is it? That voice sounded again. Who is calling me handsome behind my back? Surrounded by the crowd, Lin Feng, brushing his hair back with his hands, like a god of gamblers in a movie, walked out of the portal flirtatiously. Lin Feng. Seeing someone coming, Tony suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It's too late for you to come. Before the final boss battle, what was the experience of a boss who appeared through the server? That's how Tony feels now. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in response to Tony. Captain America and Black Widow also stood up and greeted Lin Feng. Captain America in this universe is not too familiar with Lin Feng, but they are also comrades in arms guarding the Blue Star together. Coupled with Lin Feng's past achievements, it is worthy of everyone's respect. Lin Feng responded one by one without airs, looking at the familiar faces in front of him, but compared to the old faces in his memory, Lin Feng couldn't help sighing that time is not forgiving. But before he finished greeting, another person came out from the unclosed portal behind Lin Feng. Everyone looked at it together. Strange in a black cloak with 2 panda eyes? Everyone in the Avengers Alliance was taken aback for a moment, and then showed thoughtful expressions. Their eyes wandered between the two Stranges. Magic, this is your brother. Tony jumped out and teased. Although he is a little older, Tony's bad mouth has not changed. Strange uses his death gaze on Tony, but Tony was so thick-skinned that his expression didn't change at all. Strange suspected that his face was impenetrable even by magic. Banner in the Green Titan state said, it should be Strange from another universe. Although the person brought by Lin Feng was full of dark aura, he was exactly the same as Strange in terms of appearance and dressing style. Everyone guessed the same way and nodded. That's right, I'm Strange from other universes. The Dark Doctor Strange admitted directly. This time to meet the Avengers, just him and Lin Feng. The Watcher guy isn't going to show up. Dark Doctor Strange looked around at the Avengers, and then set his sights on Strange. We came here this time to deal with Infinite Gems Ultron. The Dark Doctor Strange confirmed the faction after opening his mouth. After some introductions, everyone sat down again. The difference from before is that the current members of the Avengers Alliance are already a little more relaxed. Lin Feng's ability, at least for a short period of time, is no problem against Infinite Gems. Everyone has not forgotten the scene of Lin Feng snapping his fingers basically without injury. Strange, there is a problem with your prediction. After sitting down, the Dark Doctor Strange spoke first. What's the problem? Strange asked. With the war looming, Strange didn't ask the Dark Doctor Strange why he knew he predicted Ultron. There is no time to worry about why he in another world exudes an ominous dark aura. But he could feel that the Dark Doctor Strange was many times stronger than him. When facing the Dark Doctor Strange, Strange felt that he was stared at by the eyes of countless pairs of mysterious creatures. Did you see that the Great War will break out tomorrow? The Dark Doctor Strange asked back. Strange nodded. You said Ultron would arrive in this universe tomorrow. Actually, he has arrived now. It's just that for some reason, he hasn't come to Blue Star yet. Don't ask why. Dark Doctor Strange knows what Strange said earlier. Asking is the power of magic. So, what is the purpose of Ultron? Strange asked immediately. He did not doubt the truth of the words of the Dark Doctor Strange. It's just that I don't understand why Ultron has to wait until tomorrow to launch an attack since Ultron has already come to this universe. He couldn't figure out what Ultron's purpose was. The Dark Doctor Strange didn't answer directly, but looked at Tony Stark. Tony, remember the purpose of Ultron? Tony obviously didn't expect that the Dark Doctor Strange would ask him a question, and was stunned for a moment. Ultron comes to mind. That was his and Dr. Banner's masterpiece? He definitely knew what that Ultron guy was up to. No, it should be said that everyone in the Avengers Alliance remembers Ultron's purpose. Distorted peace theory. Tony said without hesitation. Ultron's view of humans is a moth of peace. Every battle of human beings will inevitably bring death, and we want to avoid these tragedies from happening. That is to destroy all mankind? Ultron's understanding is really amazing? That's right. And now Ultron, with infinite gems, has learned about countless universes. His concept has been fully developed. Several universes have been destroyed at the hands of Ultron, added the Dark Doctor Strange. As I said before, we are here this time to stop Ultron. Strange interrupted. I have a question. The Dark Doctor Strange gestured. Please. In my observations, I only saw the Battle of the Blue Star. Ultron, why not just destroy Blue Star? It stands to reason that after Ultron has infinite gems, it has this strength. Destroy a Blue Star without snapping your fingers. This problem is related to Tony. The Dark Doctor Strange responded. Tony frowned, and pointed to himself with a puzzled expression. It's me again. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. Who does Ultron hate the most? Asked the Dark Doctor Strange again. This question stopped Tony. He smiled mischievously. Ultron hated him the most? Strictly speaking, Ultron is Tony and Banner's son, but this son turned against Tiangang and wanted to slaughter his father? That's right. Ultron hates you the most. So, Ultron wants you to see with your own eyes that everything you cherish, your Blue Star, your universe, will be destroyed one by one under his hands. Fact. He's really Daddy's good son. Tony cursed. But as to why Ultron hates Tony so much, in fact, several people have some guesses in their hearts. Ultron was created by Tony, initially to keep the peace. But Ultron has a sense of self. This gave Ultron the illusion that he was Tony's puppet. He didn't feel treated equally, so he was angry. Plus Tony wanted to destroy Ultron after he saw that Ultron was out of control. This made Ultron hate Tony even more. At this point, everyone understands why Strange sees tomorrow's war instead of Ultron directly starting to destroy the universe. That's because Ultron will come to Tony, and of course definitely war will break out. Otherwise, the power of infinite gems will be used to destroy the universe piece by piece, and there is basically no way for everyone to stop it. Fortunately, Lin Feng is here. The process became clear, and Tony wiped a cold sweat. Ultron can do it, but Ultron with 6 infinite gems, he has no confidence. Seeing Tony relax, Strange suffocated, ready to take revenge for Tony's teasing just now. Are you being too optimistic? Although snapping fingers will bring damage to Ultron, what if Ultron insists on snapping his fingers when he loses to Lin Feng? Although it was intended to tease Tony, Strange's words were not indiscriminate. As soon as these words came out, everyone was suffocated again. That's true. It was previously speculated that Ultron didn't snap his fingers because it wasn't necessary. But if it's Lin Feng against Ultron, Ultron, who was forced to jump over the wall in a hurry, might choose to injure the enemy 1000 and self-injure 800? For a while, the cloud of gloom that hadn't dissipated shrouded the heads of everyone again. Don't panic. Lin Feng, who had been silent all this time, said calmly. With a flick of his left wrist, the Superman wristband instantly disengaged from stealth mode. It's not Ultron that has infinite gems. Everyone looked suspiciously at the left wrist shown to Lin Feng, almost blinded by the light. There was a hissing sound from the scene. Infinite gems? Still 6? Lin Feng chuckled, and put it away after showing it. Isn't it infinite gems? Lin Feng has it too? Still 2 sets? Have you collected them all? Captain America confirmed. When Lin Feng came last time, he only had 2 infinite gems in his hand. But at that time, Lin Feng could beat Thanos as easily as killing a dog. Definitely? With my strength, isn't it a very simple matter? Lin Feng responded definitely. He doesn't have Versailles. For Silver Superman, it is really not difficult to get infinite gems. And Strange suddenly showed a look of nostalgia. Ancient One magician, she. Strange faced Lin Feng, wanting to ask some questions, but he also had some hesitation. She's still alive. Lin Feng interrupted directly. The time gem was given to me by the Ancient One magician. You in my world haven't become a sorcerer supreme yet. Lin Feng explained. He knew what Strange was going to say. The time gem is in the hands of Ancient One. To get time gem, you can only become sorcerer supreme, or snatch it from Ancient One. That's good. Strange breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the way Lin Feng obtained the time gem would be disgraceful. But according to his understanding, Lin Feng shouldn't have done anything like killing people and stealing goods. Then how do we fight tomorrow? Black Widow Natasha Romanoff looked at Captain America, and then at Lin Feng. Generally speaking, the person with the strongest power has the most say. Captain America didn't speak, he also looked at Lin Feng. In Ultron of Infinite Gems, the C position must belong to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, replied directly, let's play by ear. In the face of absolute power, conspiracy means have little effect. I suggest you go back and get a good night's sleep, recharge your spirits, and then stand behind me and shout 666 tomorrow. Lin Feng didn't expect the Avengers Alliance to be of much help. Tomorrow's battlefield designation cannot be placed on Blue Star. Whether it's Ultron from Infinite Gems or Lin Feng, the aftermath of a fight can tear Blue Star apart. So the Avengers Alliance really can't help? No, I'm going to war. Captain America disagreed. This is a catastrophe for all of us and we need to be united. Captain America began to spread his ideas again. Even if the end comes, we must face it together. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I said, Captain America, you don't think you will play at Blue Star tomorrow, do you? Let me be blunt, I will bring Ultron into the universe. If you play on Blue Star will be gone in less than a minute. And bring the Avengers Alliance? That's not a boost, that's a burden? Captain America scratched his head after hearing this. Well, it's because he is small. Anyway, everyone couldn't help, so they could only listen to Lin Feng's words and go home to sleep obediently. But more or less, everyone couldn't sleep. Although Lin Feng is here, who can guarantee that there will be no accidents? Tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, Captain America's sheets are almost worn out. Finally, the next morning, everyone from the Avengers Alliance rushed to the Generation Square at the same time. Although they can't help much, it is impossible for you to let them stay at home and wait for the results quietly. Strange said, if nothing else, Ultron will appear in Generation Square at 10 o'clock. When they arrived, Lin Feng and the Dark Doctor Strange had already arrived one step ahead of them. The area within 2 kilometers near Generation Square was emptied. Not a single resident. It's Tony's job to evacuate the crowd. In the sky, several helicopters were circling. It was the helicopter from the official news station, and Captain America was caught immediately when they showed up. We can see that all the Avengers have gathered in Generation Square. This is worrying. Is another disaster about to happen? On the helicopter, the young lady from the news station was dutifully reporting. The last time there was such a big battle, it was the shuddering incident, referring to the disappearance and return of half of the population of Blue Star under the snapping of Thanos and Lin Feng. Almost all official channels are simultaneously broadcasting the real-time scene of Generation Square. The evacuation started early this morning. The information came from Avengers, and it was impossible for the authorities to ignore it. At 10 o'clock, the bell of Generation Square rang. On the ground, Dark Doctor Strange and Strange looked up at the same time. Here we come. The two said at the same time. On the square, the portal constructed by the space gem appeared. Without a doubt, Ultron is coming? Captain America and the others immediately put on a defensive posture, looking serious and ready for battle. Lin Feng was relatively relaxed. He didn't care about the Avengers Alliance people behind him. Instead, he stepped forward a few steps and stood at position C. With the creeping of the portal, the hideous mechanical creation, Ultron appeared. Really? On the top of the head, and on the chest, 6 infinite gems are shining? It seems that he didn't expect to encounter such a big battle when he went out. Seeing so many acquaintances greet him, Ultron's mechanical brain was stunned for a second. Ultron was puzzled, as if they knew they were coming. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng put a smile on the corner of his mouth and took a step forward. Blue Star is closed today, electronic waste. Boom! As the words fell, Lin Feng's left hand erupted with energy waves as dazzling as the sun. Sneak attack? Do not. This is called being above board and preemptive. Ultron reacted extremely quickly, and immediately placed an energy shield in front of him. But Lin Feng's energy wave impact was too powerful, directly hitting Ultron into the sky at a 45-degree angle. Lin Feng didn't stop the energy output until Ultron was pushed out a long distance from the blue star. Without saying hello, Lin Feng flew into the universe in an instant. Cricket Ultron, be defeated by the Lord. Seeing Lin Feng leave, the Dark Doctor Strange didn't greet everyone, opened the portal and left. The rest of the Avengers members stared at each other in a daze. What happened? Why did I suddenly feel an unprecedented sense of powerlessness? Everyone in the Avengers Alliance once again felt their own weakness. They are powerful, only for Blue Star. Now everyone is fighting in outer space, and my group can't get involved at all. Tony rolled his eyes, came back to his senses, and said with some hesitation, how about, let me go and have a look. Tony's battlesuit has the ability to fight in outer space. Just can't last too long. The powerlessness of not being able to keep abreast of the battle situation drove Tony a little crazy. This is a battle related to the survival of life in the universe, and I can't even watch it? Originally thought that Steve should agree with himself, but Captain America uncharacteristically denied Tony's idea. Wait here. Captain America said with a sigh. He figured it out. With Lin Feng's fighting power, if he couldn't beat Infinity Ultron, then Tony could only deliver food. It's better to stick to Blue Star. If Lin Feng fails, Ultron is sure to come back. When everyone is together, there is also a support when fighting. Tony nodded, looked up at the sky again, silently in a daze. The old father is not afraid of danger, but he is afraid that little Morgan will not have a father in the universe. After Ultron dispersed the impact force, he barely stopped his backward figure. At this moment's distance, the blue star is almost invisible in sight. It became a point of light smaller than a grain of sand. The human being who attacked him before also came in front of him. Who are you? Ultron has captured Lin Feng's infinite gems, which he used when he just attacked himself. Difficult? This was Ultron's first idea. Facing Ultron's question, Lin Feng let out a laugh. I'm your father's good friend. According to seniority, you should call me uncle. Lin Feng didn't take the upcoming battle into consideration at all, instead talking about seniority. Court death. Ultron felt the insult, and quickly scanned Lin Feng's weaknesses, ready to attack first. But Lin Feng's body is no longer something that can be analyzed by some technological means. As soon as the scan was started, a portal appeared in the universe. With a bald head and a dark head, Doctor Strange appeared not far from the two of them. Ultron. When the bald head saw Ultron, there was some anger in his eyes. Ultron once nearly crushed his big head, causing the big head to flee in humiliation. For him, everything that happens in the universe is a story in his eyes, and the characters in the story suddenly ran out and almost killed themselves. When did the bald man suffer this kind of grievance? It's you? Ultron tilted his head, having an epiphany. Is he your helper? The big head did not speak, and acquiesced. Ultron laughed, and directly mocked the big head. Don't meddle in the universe? It's just bullshit. If you can't do it yourself, you still need help. Faced with Ultron's provocation, the bald scoop gave a far-fetched explanation. You are too dangerous, Ultron. Oh, no, Ultron retorted directly. The danger is life. You destroyed the universe. Big Head added. No, I didn't destroy the universe. Ultron said. I just ruined a life that would have a fight. If they are all dead, the world will be peaceful. Ultron still implements its own philosophy and has never changed. He really didn't blow up the universe, he just blew up every panting being in the universe. It is really more perverted than purple sweet potato essence? Have you finished? Lin Feng looked a little bored at the two who suddenly started talking. Although there are infinite gems, Ultron can't last 2 chapters in his own hands. Okay, why spend so much talking? The ideas are different, okay? The observer nodded. There is nothing to say, let's do it. Ultron's point of view is obviously irresistible, only fight. After finishing speaking, the bald big head exploded first, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. The whole person is like a Xian, and the whole body begins to be surrounded by golden gas. That is to say, without hair. Lin Feng wonders if he has hair, can he float upwards like a Super Xian? The younger brother Dark Doctor Strange also started his ultimate evolution. He unleashed the magic circle, and his 2 arms instantly turned into black octopus tentacles, which made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. This is the ability he got after absorbing the mysterious creature, the giant octopus tentacles. Not only can it regenerate at a super speed, but it also has a huge binding ability, and it also has a super function of lowering the SAN value. It's truly Dark Doctor Strange. But, Lin Feng doesn't need it at all. Okay. Call 666 from behind. Ultron, I can deal with it alone. Lin Feng ordered the 2 of them unceremoniously. These 2 goods are of low rank. Lin Feng said that they cannot carry them. And the big bald lady didn't have any idea of special preferential treatment for Blue Star. Turn back a wave of energy and blow up the blue star or the sun. Lin Feng will wipe his ass again? Lin Feng, don't be careless. The observer said solemnly. Lin Feng curled his lips disapprovingly, too lazy to care about his bald head. He turned to face Ultron directly. My nephew, are you ready? Ultron hit Lin Feng with a backhand wave of energy. Just kidding, only you can sneak attack. When the energy hit, Lin Feng stood still and waved his hand without blinking. Hit it like a ball with a bang. Boring. Throwing 2 words, Lin Feng disappeared in place, and instantly moved behind Infinity Ultron. The fist with his right hand violently hit Ultron's waist directly. Ultron's waist was dented instantly, and the person watching had a toothache. This is still under the protection of infinite gems. Ultron backed away sharply, trying to put some distance away, but still can't escape Lin Feng's tracking. With one kick, a huge shoe print was printed on Ultron's face. Ultron can't feel pain, but it felt extremely humiliating. AI constantly analyzed Lin Feng's combat patterns and weaknesses, but found nothing. The unreasonable and dark Doctor Strange chose to support the sneak attack. His octopus tentacles suddenly began to expand and retract, and Ultron was tied up in the blink of an eye. The bald head of the explosive seed seized the opportunity, and the golden strange energy directly exploded on Ultron's body, blasting him far away. The combination of the 3 of them beat Ultron directly. Is Ultron strong? Definitely, the thief is strong, not to mention there are 6 infinite gems. But why is it still so miserable? That's because the 3 people on the opposite side are obviously not normal people. But don't panic, the infinite gems on his body began to shine. Ultron launches skill, shake. The overwhelming Ultron army, like locusts passing through, appeared densely in the universe. With one order, the army launched an attack. Ultron hid directly in the army, preparing to attack the 3 of them. He doesn't have any positive one-on-one morals. He is a mechanical body with a forced sage mode. In a blink of an eye, the 3 of them were fighting fiercely with the army. But these mechanical creations are like paper in front of Lin Feng, and they can take away a wave with one punch. It's just that the number is too large, which will affect Lin Feng's judgment. But Lin Feng is always locked on Ultron's position, and doesn't care much about the mechanical army at all. Waves of energy blasted out, hitting Ultron while taking away all the mechanical army in a straight line. The 3 of them fought against the Ultron army with complete ease. Lin Feng grabbed Ultron and beat him up. Poor Ultron, the first time he met such a strong opponent, he was completely under pressure. The energy of infinite gems is flying in the universe, and colorful rays come and go, extremely gorgeous. Lin Feng was like a loach. Ultron could catch Lin Feng with his sight, but he couldn't defend effectively. One didn't pay attention, and a few more footprints were added to his body. Ultron roared, "Enough. Do you really think robots can't get angry? Whether the body of vibranium can bear it or not, Ultron directly inspires the power of 6 infinite gems. The 6 colors of energy condensed into huge amounts of rainbow beams, which bombarded out. Can't hit." Lin Feng uttered a few words, and disappeared in place in an instant. The energy inspired by Ultron directly dealt a wave of heavy damage to his army. Lin Feng kicked Ultron on the back again, and did not forget to praise, "Damn, what an own goal. Nima, Ultron has never seen such a cheap person." Using the time gem directly, Ultron stopped for a short time. In an instant, all objects in the universe, including Lin Feng, stopped moving. Ultron rushed towards Lin Feng at a high speed, and the energy of the power gem was loaded on his fist, hitting Lin Feng's face directly. "Can you still fight this time?" As soon as he was about to hit Lin Feng disappeared in place again. What international joke. In the set of infinite gems, Lin Feng played even better. Everyone has infinite gems. You want to stop my time? Think fart? Hi-Ho digs out his heart. Lin Feng shouted, and punched Ultron's heart. Jumping directly to catch up with Ultron, Lin Feng used his hands and feet to hit a set of super combos. "Your father is coming." The feet merged and kicked Ultron's neck directly. The time stop also disappeared with this blow, but Lin Feng's combo didn't disappear. Crows fly, hamster on the wheel, melon punch, super planet burning, the eagle spreads its wings, flying like stepping on a mouse, Wang Baquan, tornado destroys parking lot, raven takes flight, one tiger kills 2 sheep, granny gets into bed. One last trick, the electric eye is compelling. Ultron is like real electronic waste. The AI has been knocked down. Needless to say, the crooked neck, the body is abnormally twisted. Lin Feng's heat ray also made several holes in his body with different file sizes. Ahem. After performing a complete combo, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He admitted that he has watched a lot of adventures of a certain dragon recently, and he has long wanted to try these tricks. How miserable Ultron looks now. His heart is full of grievances. Until now, he has not touched a single hair of Lin Feng. The Bald Dipper has been paying attention to Lin Feng's battle situation. Seeing Ultron's current miserable appearance, the Dark Doctor Strange understood a little. Why did the Observer stop him from wanting to find a few more people? Lin Feng alone is enough? Crooked neck Ultron, impotent and furious, you forced me. Like a quarreling child. Ultron immediately wants to snap his fingers with infinite gems. He himself is equivalent to the carrier of infinite gems. To be honest, snapping his fingers would do damage to his vibranium body. But originally he was powered by mind gem. There are certain interactions between the 6 infinite gems. The damage caused by snapping fingers will be greatly reduced. This kind of damage is completely within Ultron's tolerance range. It's just that he has never encountered a problem that requires him to snap his fingers to solve it. Ultron stared at Lin Feng viciously, and began to communicate with all infinite gems. And the next second, Ultron was stunned. Infinite gems, why are there only 5 left? He quickly looked down at his chest. He discovered that the blue space gem was missing. Can't help but get a little crazy. My space gem? What about my big space gem? Ultron casts murderous eyes on Lin Feng. He figured it out. Sure enough, Lin Feng held a blue gem in his hand. Lin Feng chuckled and tossed the gem in his hand. This is when Hai-Hu took out his heart. Lin Feng is so smart. With one trick, the Black Tiger pulled out the space gem directly. In addition to preventing Ultron from jumping over the wall and snapping his fingers, it can also make it impossible for Ultron to escape through the space gem. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Wonderful, wonderful, wow. The bioforce field slowly surrounded Ultron. 3 minutes have passed. According to the rules, it's time to turn on the flashing red light. Although I played for more than 3 minutes. But Lin Feng said, Ultron can't survive 2 chapters, so it's specified that he can't survive 2 chapters? Big nephew, let uncle give you a grand exit. Lin Feng's eyes were as bright as a 100 million watt light bulb. The super-level universe spirals and tumbling with huge energy and electric eyes are compelling. Base heat ray, which is enough to destroy the universe, instantly overwhelmed the crooked neck contestants. Heat ray flashed by, distorting the universe several times. In a very short time, there is no hair left that evaporates Ultron's vibranium body, only 6 infinite gems left, suspended in place, leaving the family members behind. How could Ultron have thought that his cause of cosmic peace would come to an end so soon? Aggrieved, so aggrieved? Here's a thought for the last 0.1 seconds of Ultron's life. He wants to release his consciousness so that he can have a chance of resurrection. But Lin Feng's bioforce field isn't just for protecting the infinite gems from being destroyed by the heat ray. Moreover, a transparent small space was formed, which directly cut off Ultron's retreat. Player Ultron, pawn. Another completely crushing and boring battle. The only thing worthy of praise is Lin Feng's super combo. The originally appalling multi-universe destruction incident was resolved lightly under Lin Feng's hands. This is the meaning of the existence of the top combat power. There is no life and death struggle where you come and go, and there is no bloody counterattack. Now Lin Feng is fully capable of avoiding these bloody incidents. No matter how strong Ultron is, if he meets Lin Feng, he can only bow his head and admit defeat. With the disappearance of Ultron, the army also turned into powder and scattered in the universe. Another day to protect world peace. Akimbo, the master is lonely. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng happily put away the 6 infinite gems. Good guy, plus the original 2 sets. Now I have a full 18 infinite gems. Suddenly became a wholesaler. It was supposed to be the treasure of the universe, but it seems to be worthless when it comes to Lin Feng. Lin Feng tossed infinite gems with great interest. After using this thing for a long time, he didn't pay so much attention to it. Especially in the case of plural numbers, the use of powers will overlap. After all, 6 is enough for Lin Feng to snap his fingers. So there are too many things here, and the birds are useless, except for being beautiful. Don't you see, have so many infinite gems in the Time Management Bureau been used to pad the corners of the table? But the situation is different. Lin Feng can't say much, and he can't figure out why the guys from the Time Management Bureau are so weak. Maybe it's just so weak in the movie. Seeing that Lin Feng killed Ultron with a super ray, the bald and dark Doctor Strange floated towards Lin Feng. Sure enough, it is worthy of being the boss recommended by the observers. This thigh is simply too thick. The dark Doctor Strange clicked his tongue secretly, and at the same time looked at the infinite gems that were constantly thrown away by Lin Feng with complicated eyes. If he had this thing at the time, would he be able to reverse the ending? Oh, my little Christine. The bald head didn't notice the dark Doctor Strange's expression, and thanked Lin Feng. Ultron has solved it. I should go back too. I don't know what Ultron has done to his old home. During these days of fleeing, he never dared to go home. Originally his character would not thank a creature being observed. But the strong need respect, and the bald man understands this. Who can guarantee that he will never seek help from Lin Feng again? Lin Feng didn't care. The observer, when he is threatened, breaks the rule he set for not interfering with the universe. The old Nima is a double-standard dog, and Lin Feng doesn't want to have more friends with him. As for the dark Doctor Strange, he was supposed to leave with the bald head. But after experiencing the confrontation with the infinite Ultron, a new idea was born. An inexplicable instinct was born in his heart. He asked the observer that he wanted to stay in this universe for a little longer. I want to help weak lives and deal with crises like Ultron. Not just this universe. Dark Doctor Strange said so. He has his reasons. After some thought, the observer decisively agreed to the request. Lin Feng took another look. He could roughly guess the purpose of the Dark Doctor Strange. There is a high probability that he wants to make amends. After all, the stubbornness of the Dark Doctor Strange caused the world he lived in to collapse directly. His original intention was to resurrect his girlfriend, but the whole world was buried with her. He cannot restore his own world, but he can save other worlds from external disasters. Maybe he'll feel better in this way. The Dark Doctor Strange once believed that the reason why the absolute point of time could not be reversed was because of insufficient power. Regarding this point, Lin Feng wants to say that the Dark Doctor Strange is right. If one is not enough, then 2. If 2 are not enough, then use all of them. Nothing is impossible in this world. Just like from the perspective of 3-dimensional creatures, all 2-dimensional beings are almost the paintings of 3-dimensional authors. They can modify and control the direction of things at will. In the same way, the life in the 4-dimensional perspective can also freely control the life in the 3-dimensional space and the direction of various events. Resurrection Krypton and the universe? It is just a line of words by the author, or a picture. Destroying the creatures of the universe requires 6 infinite gems, and the 4-dimensional life only needs a pen. But the Dark Doctor Strange didn't ask Lin Feng to use infinite gems to restore the world he once had. This kind of experience and lesson, once is enough. He is worried that if the reversal is forced, there will be another unknowable accident. He can't continue on this road. Definitely, Lin Feng doesn't know what the Dark Doctor Strange thinks. If he doesn't open his mouth, Lin Feng definitely won't take the initiative to post it to ask for help. After some communication, the Bald Dipper went back to the space where he was, and continued to hide in the dark to observe the development of the universe. Dark Doctor Strange returned to Blue Star first to announce the good news to everyone in Avengers. A war that was supposed to be devastated was ended here by Lin Feng in a dramatic way. Seeing that both of them left, Lin Feng did not leave in a hurry. He now has a bunch of infinite gems in his hands. This thing can't be stored in the system space, and it's a bit troublesome to install it on the body. Moreover, the functions overlap. Lin Feng thinks it needs to be dealt with. After much deliberation, I finally decided to absorb this set of infinite gems from Ultron. Right? Just absorb it? Infinite gems can slowly enhance Lin Feng's silver Superman body, similar to the radiation of the yellow fixed star. Absorbing a whole set of infinite gems is bound to give Lin Feng a visible increase in strength. And another set of infinite gems from old Thanos. Lin Feng is not going to touch it for now. In fact, Lin Feng really wanted to find someone to train and equip him with infinite gems. In this way, his subordinates can be regarded as having the combat power of a single universe at the top. Lin Feng has always been fighting alone, and Lin Feng also feels a little bored. And in many cases, Lin Feng was unable to fight on multiple fronts. For example, 2 or 3 infinite Ultrons suddenly came. What should I do? This situation is not impossible, okay. A suitable and loyal subordinate can help Lin Feng deal with many things at this stage. But Lin Feng didn't think about who to give it to. Susan? Obviously not good. Susan doesn't love fighting at all, and her original strength cannot withstand the backlash of infinite gems. Where's Tony? With the existence of Tony and the Stinger, they can fight the Shocking Team twice, but it is estimated that they cannot use the power of the 6 infinite gems without injury. And Lin Feng is also worried that Tony will uncontrollably study infinite gems, and thus come up with moths like Ultron again. Give Lin Feng the whole infinity vision later, forget it. There are no good candidates for the time being, and Lin Feng is too lazy to think about it. He jumped into the sun. Let's absorb the infinite gems first. Lin Feng expects that the process of absorption will not take too long. Not as complicated as Lin Feng evolving a silver Superman. Evolve Silver Superman, which belongs to Super Exchange. Absorbing infinite gems can be compared to condensing and absorbing a whole century of solar radiation. It belongs to the category of cheating devices for cultivation. Thinking of doing it, Lin Feng plunged into the sun. A circle of ripples appeared on the surface of the sun, welcoming this unexpected guest. The scorching high temperature enveloped Lin Feng, and Lin Feng didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but felt extremely comfortable. Nothing makes Superman more comfortable than the sun. In the dazzling space, 6 infinite gems slowly flew out of the pocket, surrounding Lin Feng. He closes his eyes and starts communicating with infinite gems. Infinite gems seemed to know Lin Feng's intentions, and began to tremble uneasily. But can Lin Feng resist? The bioforce field plus the infinite gems of this universe. Immediately surrender? Almost substantial energy began to pour out from the various infinite gems, slowly connecting and flowing into Lin Feng's body. Oh hiss. This thing, this feeling? Now Lin Feng is like soaking in the warm mountain spring and enjoying the all-round massage of a beautiful woman. The colorful energy is output constantly, strengthening every corner of the body. Every cell is like a dry sponge, absorbing every trace of energy without wasting any energy. On the Blue Star, the Dark Doctor Strange has passed the winning message to the Avengers. After learning the result, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although we know Lin Feng's strength, but before the ending is decided, everyone can't help but worry. After expressing his idea of temporarily staying for a few days, Strange agreed despite some reluctance. Dark Doctor Strange, tentatively living in the Twister holy place. A week passed quickly. At the center of the sun, Lin Feng is still absorbing the energy of infinite gems. It's just that the infinite gems, which were originally colorful, tend to be transparent at the moment. That is the precursor to the power and energy being absorbed. Soon, Lin Feng opened his eyes, and the infinite gems disappeared in front of him. The remaining bit of energy poured out, and huge amounts of ripples appeared on the surface of the sun again. Under the influence of infinite gems, although he still has the body of Silver Superman, he is no longer at the same level. Feeling the changes in his body carefully, Lin Feng is sure that he has reached the intensity of the multi-universe. Moreover, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find out. The energy of infinite gems brings more than just an all-round improvement in physical fitness. Accompanied by it, there is also a part of terrible cosmic power. This power is very similar to the ability of infinite gems. For example, the current Lin Feng can pause time within a certain range. And it's the kind that doesn't need time gem? This is the unexpected joy of absorbing the time gem. It gave Lin Feng a new concept of time. In addition, there are definitely other powers that gems bring. Power, soul, thinking, space, time, and even more terrifying alter reality. Lin Feng can easily reproduce the town created by Wanda on the big screen. To put it bluntly, the current Lin Feng, whether it is the use of ability or the understanding of its function, has reached the multi-universe level. Sure enough, Lin Feng murmured to himself. He looked greedily at another set of infinite gems on his wrist. He couldn't help absorbing another set of infinite gems. Infinite gems trembling. At the same time, a bold idea was born in Lin Feng's heart. For each parallel universe, there is a set of infinite gems. Hey. But Lin Feng was just thinking about it. If he really unscrupulously searched for infinite gems in a large area of the universe, it is estimated that some inexplicable ghosts will come out to stop me. In the movie, purple sweet potato essence destroyed 6 infinite gems, but did not see any action from the 5 great gods. But theoretically speaking, infinite gems should just become invisible particles, and it is impossible to be completely wiped out. Although invisible, it still exists. But Lin Feng really absorbed it, and there was nothing left. Before he was sure that there would be no problems, Lin Feng wouldn't make a fuss. Throwing away those unhappy things, Lin Feng checked his newly acquired ability again. The upgrade of the understanding of power and strength also allowed Lin Feng to subconsciously give birth to 2 abilities that were very coveted before. One of them is Space Shuttle. With a thought, he disappeared from this universe. For everyone in the Avengers Alliance in this universe, Lin Feng can't be said to be too familiar. Now that the Dark Doctor Strange has gone to announce the good news, Lin Feng simply stopped saying hello, appeared again, and had returned to his own main universe. This space shuttle move is similar to Cockroach's teleportation, but it is more arrogant than teleportation. There is no need to open the portal anymore. I don't know, with my current strength, can I send my body outside the 4th wall? Another skill is super practical, duplication technique. When Lin Feng saw this skill, he couldn't help but smile. He tried to use it, and a cloud of white gas immediately floated out of him. The gas, in front of his eyes, slowly formed a human shape, which was exactly the same as Lin Feng's appearance and body. Duplication opened his eyes. Body. Duplication said hello, this is a real body with its own mind? This is the benefit obtained after absorbing infinite gems and updating the knowledge of basic powers? Bullfrog? Lin Feng looked at myself, in front of me in amazement. He is similar to a shadow duplication in a comic. The difference is that this body will not disappear due to being hit, unless it is a devastating blow. Lin Feng can switch his vision to this body at any time. This is very convenient. Moreover, Lin Feng can make the duplication disappear with just one thought, and he doesn't worry about any bloody betrayal at all. It's kind of interesting. Lin Feng smiled, because he noticed that duplication has about 1/3 of the strength of the main body. Don't underestimate this 1/3, this is 1/3 of the multi-universe level. What are you waiting for? Lin Feng instantly thought of the whereabouts of infinite gems. Isn't this a ready-made loyal dog? Well, it doesn't sound too good to say that. But next time there are enemies, to Lin Feng, 2 sets of infinite gems, just ask if you are afraid. He took a few glances at the unclothed duplication in front of him. Lin Feng waved his hands in satisfaction, and dispersed the duplication. Very good, I like it very much. The next time it appears, it would be even better to be able to wear clothes. While Lin Feng was busy saving the world, Tony was not idle either. As soon as Lin Feng left, he couldn't wait to open it. First dismantled the 2 Predator spaceships. After all, small spaceships are easier to research. As for the big guy, Tony's working on a scanner to get the inside out first. Otherwise, this thing is too big, and if you don't choose the correct opening position, it may cause damage. It didn't take long to solve the small spaceship. There are not many technologies in it that can be used. Some of these include biotechnology. As for the Predator's equipment, Tony looked down on it a bit. Whether it is a cold weapon or a laser cannon, in Tony's opinion, it is just so-so. Put it on the Blue Star, it may be an advanced weapon. But in the hands of Mr. Tony, this thing is not much more high-end than a toy. No problem, Tony thinks the steel battlesuit is also a toy. Beyond that, there are only a few technologies that can be translated. However, the small spaceship is not without good things. Anyway, it is also a creation from another civilization, specifying something that Blue Star has not touched. Among them, the metal ball inlaid on the spaceship seat caught Tony's attention. After figuring out what the ball might be, Tony decided to try it himself. But after using it, Tony lost sleep. The mood is very complicated. Stuff is good stuff, but, how to put it? That's something like a dream constructor. With its help, Tony entered a dream and met the Howards again. Seeing that irresponsible father and kind old mother again, teacher Tony burst into tears. The scene in front of him was extremely familiar. That was the last time the Howards left. Then the car accident happened. Throughout the night, Tony talked to his parents a lot. Thinking about little Morgan made Tony understand his parents to a certain extent. Tony, who was originally arrogant, seemed to deliberately let go of his obsessive and arrogant mask in the dream. The old man shed tears in his dream without hesitation. When he woke up, Tony's pillow was wet too. Take a deep breath, and cry at such an age, but fortunately no one saw it. Oh no, the stinger can see clearly. To be reasonable, the scene in the dream is the regret of Tony's life. In reality, don't look at Mr. Tony who has always been arrogant. But he also has a vulnerable side. In the dead of night, Tony didn't know how many times he regretted that when he was young, he didn't communicate with his parents properly. It stands to reason that this dream should make Tony let go of this concern. But the opposite is true. Tony woke up feeling even more melancholy. After all, it was just a dream, not reality. How he wished that he could really have a good conversation with his parents. Tell them about your hard work over the years. Tell them how much you miss your parents. Tell them that there will be a little granddaughter named Morgan in the future. Tony's mood was depressed, Stinger was very perceptive, and he didn't come out to taunt Tony. After a while, Tony accidentally picked up the communicator and tried to contact Lin Feng. Coincidentally, Lin Feng just returned to the blue star of the main universe. Looking at the constantly flashing communicator, Lin Feng connected directly. Tony, don't tell me that your research has progressed. Lin Feng joked with a smile. The flow of time in the two worlds is basically the same, and Lin Feng has only been away for 2 days. But Lin Feng also didn't believe that Tony could really research something in 2 days. But soon, Lin Feng noticed Tony's depressed mood. Lin, can you come to my place? Hearing Tony's depressed tone, Lin Feng was a little confused. This is, got into a fight with Pepper? Tony didn't want to say anything more on the phone. Lin Feng could only fly to Stark Building. After all, he is his bad friend, and Lin Feng, who likes to help others, intends to get rid of this old man. Came to Stark Building, Lin Feng met Tony again. Just as Lin Feng felt on the phone, Tony sat on the sofa with a troubled face and thought, "What's the matter with you?" Lin Feng sat opposite Tony and asked, "Did you make Pepper angry again?" Tony looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. Lin Feng felt a chill. "Damn it, what does your resentful look mean? Don't look at me like that. Like a gay guy." Lin Feng complained without any hesitation. If it was normal, Tony would definitely reply to Lin Feng. But now, "I met my parents," Tony said. Lin Feng, a black question mark on his face. "What the hell? See the Howards? Aren't your parents dead? Are they resurrected?" Definitely, Lin Feng would not say this. "I dismantled the small spaceship first." Without waiting for Lin Feng to ask questions, Tony explained first. "You also know that the small ones can be dismantled and studied. Although it's only 2 days, there are still some things that can be reproduced on a technical level. I won't tell you more about it." Tony waved his hand, talking too much. Lin Feng didn't understand. "You just need to know that I found a device inside. It was it that allowed me to meet my parents." Tony took out a circular device the size of half a palm of his hand from his butt pocket. "He can create a dreamlike device, so that I can make up for my regrets inside," Tony said with some emotion, "but I know it's all fake. High-tech again." Lin Feng pouted. He wasn't surprised why the Predator's ship had such a device. This ability to construct dreams can be used to repair spiritual trauma. Maybe a lovelorn Predator needs something like this? But I don't know if the Predator has a mother? Lin Feng said he hadn't seen it. "By the way, does this thing reproduce sexually?" Digressed. "Is it similar to the binary retrofit structure?" Lin Feng asked casually. Tony was taken aback when he heard that. "It seems to be really. However, how do you know that the duality retrofit structure?" This thing is still in Tony's technology curry. It has not been fully developed. It is just a concept for the time being. Lin Feng pouted again. "I know shit. Did I see it in the movie?" Teacher Tony demonstrated this technique in Captain America 3. The last time the Howards left was reproduced. Give Tony a chance to say "I love you." But it is also false, but not in a dream. This little experiment is a money-burning machine that can force the hippocampus to delete traumatic memories. Just for this little experiment, it cost 611 million. Lin Feng was very impressed. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't answer, Tony didn't feel in the mood to ask again. He just fiddled with the ball in his hand in a daze. "You said, what's the point of killing Bucky, or Zora? Nothing will change, and I won't be given a chance to say thank you, or something else." Tony stared at the ball for a while, then smiled self-deprecatingly. This little ball gave him a chance to say "I love you" in his dream. But after waking up, instead of alleviating Tony's emotions, it troubled him even more. "Lin, tell me, in this world, is there anything that allows people to go back in time, or resurrect the dead?" Tony sighed. There are too many things in Lin Feng that cannot be explained by science. It was precisely because of this that Tony had the idea of contacting Lin Feng. Stronger than Lin Feng, able to travel through various universes, then whether it has the ability to go back to the past. Tony would like to see the Howards one more time if he could. This kind of bizarre thing, Tony never dared to think about it before. Because this thing is completely unscientific, at least the current science and technology cannot make this kind of thing. All research on time is based on speculation. But even Lin Feng, Tony knew it was impossible. After all, he didn't have much hope for it. "I just want to get a negative answer from Lin Feng, so as to cut off this idea that keeps lingering in his mind." This kind of thinking, in just one day, tortured him so much that he couldn't think about food or drink. Sometimes, hope that cannot be seen is more painful than despair. Hearing Tony's words, Lin Feng was a little emotional. The arrogant teacher Tony, being able to say these words in front of Lin Feng is enough to prove that Tony regards him as one of his own. "Of course, there is no need to talk about the relationship between myself and Tony." Lin Feng opened his mouth slightly, and directly gave a shocking answer. "Have." A simple word? Just like the sunshine tearing apart the dark clouds, it instantly illuminates Tony's heart. "The kind that almost broke my heart?" Scoff. Tony grabbed the edge of the table with both hands, veins popping in his arms. The eyes widened as big as the ball. "True, or false?" Tony's breathing gradually became quicker. Lin Feng nodded seriously. Really? Snapped. Tony grabbed Lin Feng's arms. Tell me how to do it. Please. There was hope and plea in Tony's eyes. Relax, Tony. Relax. Lin Feng didn't answer for the time being, but just supported Tony to sit down. Reasonably speaking, for the development of the timeline, Lin Feng cannot give Tony this hope. However, Lao Tzu is an existence outside the rules. In addition, due to Lin Feng's intervention, whether the future Tony will go back to the past is still up for debate. Therefore, this is also the reason why Lin Feng never gave Tony hope. Not to mention the butterfly effect, Lin Feng can shatter all storms with one slap. But there is also a price. After thinking about it, Lin Feng directly proposed two solutions. Tony, you also know that I have been to the future of the parallel universe, right? Tony nodded, still a little excited. He definitely knows that Lin Feng has been to the future, otherwise where did the photos of Little Morgan and Mark 85 come from? You in the future have already found a way to go to the past. Tony's eyes widened, motioning for Lin Feng to continue. The method is very simple. At that time, you made a fully functional spacetime shuttle navigator. Then using PIM particles, space travel was performed in the quantum realm, explains Lin Feng. Tony knows about PIM particles. After all, Hank Pym and the Stark family have never dealt with each other. And this, most likely thanks to the PIM particles that Captain America traveled through the past to steal. This caused a misunderstanding between the two. In that world, you saw Howard Stark from the past. Lin Feng continued. Hearing this, Tony's eyes became brighter and brighter. PIM particles. Don't look at Hank Pym and Stark, but if you really want to get some PIM particles, Tony can still do it. Although the means and process will not be very glorious. But those words gave Tony a lot of hope. Isn't it just a spacetime shuttle navigator? Your future self can make it, and so can your present self? After experiencing so many strange things, Tony's current vision is much higher than that of the same period in the movie. He would not think that this thing is impossible. After the plan is finished, it's time to pour cold water, but even if you travel through the past, you can't stop things from happening, Tony. I don't know if you can understand the concept of absolute time points. To put it simply, if the absolute point of time is changed, then the best result is to create a parallel universe. And the worst result is the destruction of the entire universe. Lin Feng is not alarmist. The death of the Howards is also an absolute point in time. Lin Feng doesn't know what will happen if this ending is forcibly reversed, and the Marvel movie has not given an answer. But absolutely nothing good will happen. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Tony's eyes dimmed obviously. Even after seeing so much, he still doesn't have the heart of Tony in the future. That is the psychological change caused by the accumulation of years and months. It wasn't an existence that the current Tony could completely let go of. So Lin Feng didn't doubt that if he was given a chance, he would probably save the Howards. But because of the existence of absolute time points, it is basically impossible for Tony to succeed. Lin Feng can help Tony reverse the absolute point of time. But the Howards have been dead for too long. If this time point is reversed, the process of so many years is likely to undergo earth-shaking changes. This will undoubtedly lead to the birth of parallel universes. This is the price mentioned earlier. Is it possible to destroy other universes with infinite gems? Forget it, it might as well just snap your fingers and revive the Howards. Therefore, Lin Feng directly gave the second set of solutions. Definitely, there is another easier and more convenient way. 6 infinite gems can control the entire universe to a very large extent. Lin Feng took a deep breath. In other words, you only need to snap your fingers to revive your parents. This thing is nonsense on ordinary people, let alone collecting 6 infinite gems. The backlash of snapping their fingers is not something they can bear. But when it comes to Lin Feng, snapping your fingers with infinite gems is no more difficult than drinking a glass of water. After explaining infinite gems to Tony again, Lin Feng stopped talking. Now, it's up to Tony to choose. After thinking for a long time, his hair was going bald, and Tony still couldn't decide what to do. When he got the answer, Tony couldn't help but wanted to ask Lin Feng immediately. Ask Lin Feng to revive his parents. But resurrection is unimaginable no matter how you think about it, and it goes against natural development. Tony thinks a lot. If Lin Feng can revive his parents, he can revive other relatives. If this kind of thing gets out, then Lin Feng will undoubtedly be pushed to the commanding heights of morality. He can foresee the outbreak of huge public opinion and the collapse of some orders. Public opinion will be divided into at least 2 factions. Those who break the natural order will become heterogeneous. The other faction would question Lin Feng, why only Tony's parents were resurrected. Human nature is scary, especially when it comes to self-interest. Even if the Howards lived in seclusion carefully after being resurrected, who can guarantee that they will not find out? That will cause huge amounts of trouble for Lin Feng. If one is not handled properly, the world will be in chaos. This is not alarmist talk. Tony voiced the concerns he could think of for the time being. There are still some results that cannot be displayed intuitively, but they are not more serious than the chaos of the world. Facing Tony's worries, Lin Feng waved his hands indifferently. I understand all the concerns you said. Didn't I just tell you about 6 infinite gems? If someone really finds out about your parents, I can make them selectively forget. Before he finished speaking, Tony interrupted Lin Feng directly. That's the problem. Infinite gems are powerful, but frequent use of this kind of thing is bound to disrupt the normal development of the universe. Tony looked at Lin Feng meaningfully, and continued, besides, snapping your fingers isn't so easy to hit. Lin Feng selectively hides the disadvantages of using infinite gems. But Tony's ingenuity can be thought of in almost a second. How can this kind of thing that violates nature and the law of time have no backlash? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. When did Mr. Tony play so much? Indeed, snapping fingers is not so easy to hit, but it also depends on who it is for. But Lin Feng also knew that Tony was concerned about himself. He obviously didn't want the resurrection of his parents to bring him any risk. Although Mr. Tony is not very reliable on the surface, there is nothing wrong with the 3 views. You don't have to worry about that. Snap my fingers, for me, there is hardly any burden. Even if I create a parallel universe, there won't be too many problems, it's just a little troublesome. It's just resurrecting 2 people, Tony, don't make him think too complicated. Lin Feng comforted him pretending to be relaxed. Nor can it be said that it is pretending to be easy. Infinite gems plus multi-universe silver Superman as a guarantee, resurrecting 2 people? Really don't make it too simple. Lin Feng believes that there is a high probability that Tony will choose to let him resurrect his parents. Because this is the simplest, most direct, and effective method. After all, even if he went back to the past, he couldn't intervene in Howard's death. If Lin Feng really helped Tony to intervene in this matter, no need to ask, it would inevitably lead to the birth of a parallel universe. In this case, why not choose a simple and rude resurrection of the old couple? After thinking about it, Lin Feng added, and as I said, you don't have to worry too much about the impact the resurrection will have on the future. Everything is under control. Lin Feng will not exaggerate, Tony definitely knows, so there is no doubt that he is more excited. Can you let me meet them first? I want to talk to them first. Tony begged. Although Tony felt that no one would refuse such a tempting offer of resurrection. But he decided to talk to the old couple first, if Lin Feng could do it. This is obviously not a difficult task for Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned, definitely yes. After finishing speaking, he raised his left hand and said, now, no, wait. Tony stopped suddenly. Wait for me for 2 minutes, Lin. After speaking, Tony ran out. Lin Feng raised his hands in confusion. What did this guy do? Did you do mental training? All right. Lin Feng expressed that he could understand. After all, he was a parent he hadn't seen for many years, and they were always duplicity. Just give Tony some time. Lin Feng chuckled, walked to the wine cabinet, took a bottle of good wine, and regarded it as quenching his thirst. However, Tony's operation also reminded Lin Feng of his parents. After so many years of growing up, it's not that Lin Feng didn't think about finding his parents. However, there is not even a trace of traceable things in him. The only thing his parents left him was a small quilt and a note with Lin Feng's name on it. Judging from this information, the parents should be alive. And that note, Lin Feng kept it all the time. But to find parents by handwriting? Lin Feng at that time obviously did not have this kind of ability and resources. But now that he has the corresponding ability, Lin Feng can't help but have this idea again. He wanted to know why his parents abandoned him in the first place. When Lin Feng was melancholy about his own affairs, Tony came back. Good guy, so I went to organize my makeup. The originally unshaven face was neatly groomed. Also changed into a neat dress. You're quite thoughtful. Lin Feng teased. He knew Tony was definitely nervous right now. Hey. Tony smiled, with uncontrollable joy and some embarrassment on his face. Time has brought Tony a calm temperament. Huge amounts of achievements let him show his self-confidence and even a little conceited side in front of everyone. However, when facing his parents, Tony hopes to receive words of affirmation and a compliment. After chatting with Lin Feng, Tony couldn't wait any longer. He took a deep breath, and after some deliberation, he put on a solemn expression. Lin, I'm ready. With that said, Tony opened his arms. Lin Feng couldn't help curling his lips. What are you doing? You want to be gay? Tony? Tony was speechless for a moment. Can you stop being like this? The emotions that have just been brewed. Don't look at me like that. Just kidding. Lin Feng interrupted Tony's rhythm with a smile, making it easier for him. The infinite gems burst into radiance, and the radiance created 2 figures in midair. Under Tony's surprised eyes, the souls of the old couple instantly appeared in Tony's room. His father, Howard, was dressed in a suit and had white hair all over his head, but he exuded the same confident light as Tony. Mother Maria looks graceful and luxurious, with the temperament of a lady. Tony couldn't contain his excitement when he saw the 2 of them. Even in a trance, the Howards are wearing the same clothes they left when they left for the last time. The 2 phantoms opened their eyes, and looked around in a daze, as if they didn't understand why they appeared in such a place. Then, his eyes focused on Tony's face. You are Tony. Maria struggled to identify it for a long while, and after being surprised, she yelled out with some uncertainty. How do you? Maria pursed her lips, and Tony in front of her was already middle-aged. But Maria still recognized her son. After all, mother and child are connected. In an instant, the old mother felt distressed. Memories of the past flooded out like a flood. Yes, they are dead. Seeing the middle-aged version of Tony now confirms this message even more. Tony, too, grinned, and wanted to smile, but almost cried when he didn't. Lin Feng curled his lips and exited the room, leaving the space for a family of 3. Lin Feng just pulled the souls of the old couple back, and the Howards were not resurrected in the true sense. Lin Feng doesn't know what Tony is thinking, let him communicate with the old couple first. The sound of clicking high heels suddenly came. Lin Feng looked up and saw Pepper. She came over with a document in her hand. Mr. Lin Feng. Pepper greeted politely. She doesn't have much contact with Lin Feng, but she knows that Lin Feng is Tony's best friend. And not only gave Tony a lot of help, but also saved Tony's life more than once. Pepper. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Who are you? Pepper patted his hand with the file. There's something for Tony to see. Pepper is now the executive director of Stark Industries. Generally speaking, Pepper can decide everything. But there are also some things she will choose to ask Tony before giving an answer. In this way, some poor information and oolong incidents can be avoided. Lin Feng scratched his head. Tony, he is busy now, you may have to wait a while. Lin Feng murmured inwardly that it's a good thing he came out. Pepper has permission to enter and exit Tony's room, and J.A.R.V.I.S will not prevent it. If Pepper sees two souls floating inside, he might be scared stupid again when he turns around. Busy. Pepper glanced suspiciously at the closed door. Did Tony find another young model? Is it okay if the playboy's nature does not change? But then Pepper vetoed his idea. Tang Superman guarding the door, helping Tony do bad things? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. Guess Tony is doing some shady research again. Pepper couldn't help snorting. Then I'll come back later. Mr. Lin Feng, would you like something to drink? Sure enough, Pepper was more careful than Tony. Someone bring me a cup of coffee. Lin Feng smiled rudely. He didn't tease Pepper. This is a good brother's woman. But I'm a shareholder of Stark Industries. It's okay to have a cup of coffee. Okay, wait. After speaking, Pepper stepped on his high heels and left. Inside the room, Tony was explaining the current situation to the Howards. Listening to Tony's narration, Howard was filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, they have been dead for more than 20 years. No wonder, now Tony looks like a middle-aged man. His son is also in his 40s. And his wife Maria was stroking Tony's face with a distressed expression. It's just that they are soul bodies now, and Maria, who can't touch Tony, looks even more sad. She kept asking Tony if he took care of his body, if he was eating well, if he was married and had children. Facing these common but warm topics, Tony was not the slightest impatient. There was no time before, but now, they were finally able to sit down and have a good talk. He smiled and responded to Maria's childish topics one by one. Howard watched from the side, although his face was expressionless, but he was relieved in his heart. This old father is still supporting his majesty. In the past, they didn't have much time to accompany Tony. It's fine now. The old couple are gone, and seeing Tony again is really a completely unimaginable miracle. Maria, who had been distressed by Tony for a long time, was angry when she saw Howard didn't say a few words from the beginning to the end. Howard, don't you have anything to say? Maria did not call him dear, but called out his name seriously, obviously dissatisfied with him. Howard was shot innocently. He sighed, not knowing what to say. Coincidentally, Tony also looked at Howard. The corners of Howard's eyes twitched, and he looked at Tony complicatedly. His lips squirmed for a long time before he said dryly, Tony, you've grown up. Maria? That's it. Maria was even more dissatisfied. Tony couldn't help but smile. In many cases, the expression of father's love is different from that of mother's love. Yeah, I'm growing up and getting old. Tony responded jokingly. Howard was taken aback. The father and son looked at each other for a while, and laughed at the same time. As if some consensus had been reached, Maria was puzzled. Speaking of which, why are we here? It took a long time for Maria to react to this question. They were dead and now translucent, reminding Maria of ghosts on TV. Howard was also taken aback suddenly. Good guy, I almost ignored this question. He stared at Tony thoughtfully. Tony, you must have developed a soul-finding machine, right? Soul, that is a concept that originally only existed in horror novels and movies. The old couple no longer doubted the existence of souls at all. Otherwise, how to explain their current situation? No, it's just. Tony denied Howard's guess, but he had some hesitation about how to explain it. After thinking about it, Tony decided that it would be better to tell the truth. After all, telling a lie requires countless lies to cover up. Is my friend? Your friend? Your friend can summon the soul of a decedent. Howard was surprised while being puzzled. Extract the soul. In the current world, is there such a powerful human being? Howard thought the super soldier serum was outrageous enough. More than. Tony shook his head, hesitating to speak. Wait, I'll call him. Tony has found out that Lin Feng is not in the house anymore. His friend is very understanding. The old couple have no objection. They also want to see what kind of friends have such ghostly methods. It seems that Tony's experience over the years is not simple. The door was pushed open by Tony, and he saw Lin Feng at a glance. Sitting on the sofa in the corridor outside the door, watching the scenery downstairs leisurely, drinking coffee. Lin, Tony yelled. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. Hearing the cry, Lin Feng turned around and smiled. What's up, Tony? Have you made a decision? Tony nodded and responded with a serious face. That's right, I want them to see the birth of little Morgan. Seeing his parents again, Tony has already made up his mind. Going back to the past is really not a good solution. Tony, who has reached middle age, has no shortage of material things. For him, what is more precious is family affection and love. Lin Feng frowned, and Tony's words gave the answer. He chose to revive the Howards. However, it's better to communicate in advance. Tony felt that it was necessary to discuss the future life with the old couple. Resurrecting such a heaven-defying thing will inevitably bring huge amounts of danger to the old couple. It has to be handled properly. Now, come in with me first. I wanted to introduce you to my parents. Tony added. Tony is proud and lucky to have such a friend. There weren't many people Tony could introduce his parents to. His partner, Pepper, and his friend, Lin Feng. Tony wants to introduce Lin Feng to the Howards. But Lin Feng didn't think so. What the hell? Introduce me to your parents? Lin Feng decisively rejected the request. I said Tony, you can just introduce Pepper to your parents. Don't introduce me. Nima, if Susan introduced herself to her parents, it would be more or less the same. Why? Tony asked a little puzzled. Lin Feng scratched his head. Take it as an Oriental tradition. How about this thing? Fortunately, Lin Feng knew that Tony was not from Brokeback Mountain. Seeing Lin Feng's reluctance, Tony didn't hesitate. Then why don't you wait? He also needs to discuss the details with his parents. Lin Feng sat back on the sofa in the corridor and answered Tony with actions. Really, Nima introduced her brother to her parents. The parents are not surprised, but the brother's feeling is too strange. Okay, this kind of thing may not be felt when it is said. But it's really terrible, just like tea is coming out of the closet. Lin Feng said he couldn't bear it. It's better to drink tea and see how comfortable the young ladies on the street are. If every day is so leisurely, how wonderful is the world peace? But since Tony left, Lin Feng had to wait for a long time. The sounds of arguing filled Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng looked at the door with some doubts. No way. The father and son haven't seen each other for so many years, and they started to pinch each other when they met? After hesitation for a while, Lin Feng still decided to listen to what they were saying. Lin Feng's attention was concentrated, and the voices of the dispute immediately became extremely clear. After listening for a while, Lin Feng finally realized what was going on. Tony spoke out about his plan to revive the old couple, but surprisingly, the old couple were unanimously unwilling to be resurrected. Lin Feng didn't expect this to happen. Can someone, oh no, have a soul that doesn't want to be resurrected? No wonder the quarrel was so loud. With a curl of his lips, Lin Feng directly chose to run away. It's not convenient to manage other people's housework. Under Lin Feng's operation, the souls of the Howards can stay for about 12 hours. After Tony has communicated with them, he must have notified himself. Lin Feng didn't care if Howard's resurrection would change the plot. Please, this universe has already embarked on a completely different path under the influence of Lin Feng. Definitely, other universes Lin Feng is working on too. Just like the one that Deadpool gave himself, it records the coordinates of a part of the universe where the black robe is located. Oh sorry, I almost forgot. That little note seemed to be drawn from Deadpool page, but Lin Feng didn't take it. But the system has already recorded all the coordinates? Lin Feng wanted to explore the clues of the black robe several times. But helplessly, Lin Feng couldn't get away from various things. But now, guess what? Lin Feng learned the duplication technique. Lin Feng smiled and summoned the duplication again. Duplication. Body. Come on. Put on your clothes first. Lin Feng exchanged from the system for a black robe that can block detection skills. This duplication is still naked up to now. Fortunately it is already night and it is still in a place where no one is around. Otherwise, in the face of Lin Feng, Superman really rushed. On the news tomorrow? Duplication put on the black robe reluctantly. Don't you have a combat uniform? Just wear this for me. The duplication has its own thinking, but it cannot disobey the order of the ontology, and the duplication can be withdrawn with one thought. This point is still to be praised, otherwise it is okay for duplication to become an enemy? Don't worry about these details, duplication. It's easier for you to break into the enemy's interior, isn't it? Duplication was a little suspicious. The inside of the enemy? What the hell? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he slapped duplication on the shoulder. Don't play dumb, you are my duplication, how can you not know my plan? Now I give you a new name, Lin Feng No 2. Then, you take this coordinate. Lin Feng then picked a cosmic coordinate, and then exchanged a lot of supplies to arm the duplication. Duplication took it with a helpless face. He couldn't refuse the ontology's request. The same version of the Superman bracers, but a special version in black. Some strange gadgets that can't be read. Finally there's the set of infinite gems for old Thanos. The power of duplication is only 1/3 of Lin Feng's. 6 infinite gems are used as insurance. After some explanations, Lin Feng is going to send the duplication to other universes. Again, your mission is to find exiles who love to wear black robes. See if you can break into the enemy's interior. If you can't, it's no shame. Whoever finds out kills whoever. Finally, see if there is anything good in that world. If there is, please come over politely. Do you understand? Understood. Duplication Death stared at Lin Feng and responded helplessly. I don't know how long it will take to go. There is a dirty word in duplication. I don't know if it should be said or not. Seeing how clever the duplication is, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. So, do you have any questions? If there is no problem, I will send you to another universe. Yes, I have a problem. Duplication raised his hand to interrupt Lin Feng. Oh, say it. Lin Feng responded. With an expressionless face, duplication said with some disgust, "Can you do this task yourself?" Lin Feng. What the hell? Did I hear wrong? What's the matter with this duplication? You are a duplication. Shouldn't you be worrying about the ontology? Duplication is also a part of the body? I just want to show it off now. Duplication looked at Lin Feng hopelessly, hoping that he could sympathize with himself. My mother. Lin Feng was a little out of breath. Oh, now I just want to walk in a city full of stars, drink coffee, and do nothing. Duplication constantly exudes emotion. No, it should be emitting a lazy radiance. That radiance looks like a salted fish. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. He also wants to rest all day. Obviously, this duplication inherits more of the characteristics of Lin Feng's salted fish, the kind that doesn't even want to move. Does duplication have such disadvantages? Lin Feng was at a loss for words. He should be able to separate 2 or 3 duplications. Do they all have this kind of character? After thinking about it, Lin Feng directly wrote a bad check. Well, how about you figure out the universe I gave you, and then I'll give you a long vacation. I love to lie there and drink coffee. Just lie there and drink coffee. Oh, a kite turned over in duplication, interested. What you said is true. Definitely. Then what are you waiting for? Come directly. Duplication geared up and packed the equipment prepared by Lin Feng into a small package. I don't know where I found a small stick, and I picked it up behind my back. Paired with a black robe that covers the head, he doesn't look like a good person. This rapid transformation made Lin Feng wonder, is duplication playing himself? Not only salted fish, but also a lot of drama? Lin Feng was a little speechless, and waved his hand to send him away directly. Next, look forward to this duplication performance that inherits the character of Lin Feng Xianyu. Lin Feng is not worried about how lazy he will be. After all, he can switch the perspective at any time, which is quite convenient. Sending the duplication away, Lin Feng was not idle either. Because the results came out on Tony's side. Howard stuck to his guns. Successfully subdued Tony with the eternal law of your father or your father. If you say you don't live, you don't live. Resurrect and die. Highlight one word, send. And my mother also played a set of super combo skills that I am your mother and I am all for your own good. Player Tony directly hates Northwest. Off topic. In short, the Howards insisted on not wanting to be resurrected. There was really nothing Tony could do. You can only watch them disappear into the air. Didn't you say the reason? Lin Feng squatted beside Tony and patted him on the shoulder. Tony scratched his head irritably. I said, a lot of scientific principles, time, space, in short, I just don't want to. Lin, do you need the consent of the decedent to revive the decedent? Tony only focused on the key points of the problem, hitting the snake and hitting 7 inches. How could this be necessary? Lin Feng responded strangely. It's like having a baby. Is there a way you can ask if the baby wants to come into the world? However, when your father said this, I think he was afraid that their resurrection would affect you. Tony. Tony nodded silently. You are really right, he really said so. Hey. Tony sighed, a little self-deprecating. But he doesn't know, I don't care. Howard seems to have always been such a person. As a father, he often doesn't take Tony's feelings into account. His fatherly love, although it bothered Tony a little, was sincere. But Howard cares. Lin Feng made the point. Tony froze. Yeah, Tony doesn't care, but Dad does. This goddamn fatherly love made Tony's nose sour. Don't worry, there is no chance at all. Lin Feng smiled and comforted Tony. Since you can't take it directly, try a roundabout battle. Pinga can't enlarge the move? So, on the day you and Pepper get married, I'll invite them over. Lin Feng continued. Also, the day that little Morgan was born. What do parents most want to see? Isn't it the children who get married and have children, start a family and start a business? Let the Howards watch Tony get married and have a baby. I believe that even if they still don't want to be resurrected by that time, they won't have any regrets. Lin Feng's method belongs to the kind that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh no, it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It not only made up for the regret that Tony had no parents at the wedding, but also made up for the regret that the Howards did not see their son get married. Lin, it's great to have you as a friend, Tony said with great emotion as he thought about the future. An old man in his 40s staged a scene where he was about to cry. Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore and ran away quickly. But a few days later, Tony found Lin Feng again. Definitely, this time I am not here to ask for help, but the information requested by Lin Feng is ready. 2 slab-sized black boxes filled with densely packed materials. That's all. Lin Feng threw the box, it was quite heavy. Don't underestimate these 2 things, all the information you need is here, Tony said with raised brows. Lin Feng pouted, and put away the 2 priceless storage devices. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is priceless, the technique given by Mr. Tony. If you study hard and learn it, you can also become the most beautiful child of Blue Star. Oh, and a few more reactors. Tony opened his suitcase. Inside is the small palladium reactor that Tony used before. Tisk tisk, I just said that teacher Tony is reliable, and I was right. With the finished product, I think your hometown should be able to speed up the research progress. I really don't understand. Your hometown doesn't seem to have a high level of technology, but how did you become such a monster? Tony took a few words out of mouth. Why don't you fix me the latest reactor? Lin Feng joked teasingly, but his hands were not slow. Teacher Tony threw an egg white eye. Can you understand it at this stage in your hometown? You underestimate people, don't you? Lin Feng chuckled, but he wasn't annoyed. By the way, speed up your research on those 2 spaceships. With this stuff, you can enter the era of interstellar travel. In the current Blue Star, there is no technology capable of high-speed interstellar travel. The 2 spaceships given by Lin Feng definitely have the most basic transition technology. The resources on Blue Star are too limited, and space is an inexhaustible source of materials. Wakanda's vibranium comes from extraterrestrial meteorites. Maybe which planet is made entirely of vibranium? Let Tony study and understand the transition technology first, and then arrange it for his hometown at that time, and directly develop by leaps and bounds. The old plan worked. With Lin Feng waiting, the 1-month appointment with Lingl arrived soon. This time, Lingl summoned Lin Feng to a world full of zombies? To be honest, this thing is quite boring. Lin Feng wants to ask, is it okay to overturn the zombie planet directly with a sneeze? In order to increase the difficulty of the task, the Mastermind viciously strengthened the strength of all the zombies. Now, normal human zombies have the speed and intensity of the lickers in the movies? This does not give the world's aborigines a way out at all. Such a bad taste, don't call it a mastermind, call it a pig brain. But Lin Feng didn't intend to help Lingl and the others this time. Lingl has its own symbiont, not to mention lickers, even if a tyrant comes, he will kill everyone. Lin Feng quietly and stealthily followed Lingl and his party. He is observing that there must be a medium to communicate and exchange information between the Mastermind and the task executor. What Lin Feng has to do is to find this medium and remove the veil of the Mastermind. By the way, Lin Feng is not for those hard-working people on missions. Lingl had already said that they were all pulled in when they were dying. Whether to continue to face death, or to perform missions to gain a chance to survive is a choice. This made Lin Feng full of curiosity. What is it that exists, such a bad taste? That's right, this kind of curiosity is the source of motivation that drives Lin Feng to find the main brain, definitely, not entirely driven by curiosity. Lin Feng also has a more important purpose. When Lin Feng was called out by Lingl for the first time, Lin Feng had an idea. The Mastermind is something that can pull people back and forth from beyond the 4th wall. This is obviously yet another way to get beyond the 4th wall. According to Lin Feng's guess, the main brain should also have the ability to teleport itself outside the 4 walls, probably. But even if there is a glimmer of hope, can Lin Feng let him go? Obviously not. Last time Lin Feng didn't deliberately look for the trace of the Mastermind. But this time Lin Feng not only improved his strength, but also confirmed the information that he can soul penetrate beyond the 4th wall. This is the time to deal with the Mastermind guy. He quietly followed behind the Spirit Deer team. A new member has been added to Lingl's team. The last horse face, because he wanted to snatch infinite gems, has been bombarded to pieces. I have to say that the brain is a good thing, but unfortunately there is no horse face. The newly added team members this time seem to be normal human males. It's very ordinary, but judging from its behavior, it should also be an existence that has been in the dangerous zone all year round. Lin Feng took a few glances, and then stopped paying attention to this person. Although Lingl's temperament is a little lively and jumpy, but in battle, he is a reliable teammate. With the symbiont given by the fellow villagers, after showing amazing means, it has become the core of combat power. At the moment Spirit Deer walked at the forefront of the team, punching a small zombie without stopping at all. Arlerd and the others are also happy to hold guns in the back to guard, and they don't need guns if they can. After all, gunshots will also attract a large number of zombies. Although I haven't met the big boss from last time, I don't understand how the big boss turned Linglo into what it is today. But Linglo led the whole team, Carrie and Arlerd didn't bother to care about it. Every time a zombie is killed, there will be a corresponding change in mission points. This is a poem of real-time feedback. Lin Feng tries to detect the location of the main brain following the interaction of data. But disappointingly, nothing came of it. But Lin Feng is not discouraged, he has other ways. For example, the last time when he was fighting the Predator, Lin Feng could feel a prying gaze the whole time, intermittently. At that time, Lin Feng knew that the sight probably belonged to some kind of mastermind. But this time, perhaps because of the improvement in strength, the feeling of spying became very obvious. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he moved up along his line of sight. That sight was very sensitive, and immediately disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng curled his lips, he seemed to be a seasoned criminal, so he ran away after watching it. Lin Feng doesn't care about him, just watch it if you like. Since you can't catch him, follow Linglo. This time when Linglo finished the mission, he grabbed Linglo and sent it together. Not much to say, just fuck the mastermind. Silver Superman is fearless. Thinking of this, Lin Feng let himself float in midair, since he was hidden anyway, no one would find him. By the way, duplication has also been released for more than 10 days, and I don't know what's going on. Lin Feng was a little worried about the situation on the duplication side. With a thought, he switched his sight directly to the perspective of duplication. There are several people on Lingla's side, and it will take some time to complete the task. Lin Feng plans to observe how the duplication is going. Have you found the black robe and successfully penetrated into the enemy? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a little relieved. Having a helper is much better than fighting alone. The line of sight turned to duplication. Looking at the pitch-black universe in front of him, Lin Feng's expression of relief froze on his face. Duplication is still flight in the universe? And at an extremely slow speed, moving forward at the speed of a turtle. He was still wearing the black robe given by Lin Feng, which looked like a meteorite if he didn't look carefully. Lin Feng? He thought of a possibility. Duplication, could it have been flying in the universe at this speed for more than 10 days? Well, the blood pressure has gone up. What are you doing? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled, and asked with burning eyes. The subject. Duplication woke up startled and yawned loudly, as if he had just woken up. My mother, have you slept for more than 10 days? Lin Feng couldn't control himself, and wanted to strangle the duplication to death. I didn't pay attention to the time. Duplication scratched his head. As he spoke, he looked around suspiciously. Isn't it dark enough to make people sleep? Duplication forcefully argued. You told me it was dark in the universe. Lin Feng gasped, and his blood pressure soared again. God, can there be daylight in the universe? Really, this dog bee duplication is not ordinary lazy? Don't call me Lin Feng number 2 anymore, just call me lazy. Damn, an exasperated Lin Feng directly took control of the duplication. Go on and sleep. Really, Lin Feng took back the previous sentence. What kind of helper is not a helper? Why did the dean scold him before? By the way, it is better to walk by yourself than to call the dog? The lazy duplication brought Lin Feng's salted fish nature to the extreme. This duplication is hopeless, and Lin Feng is going to develop a few more duplications quickly, hoping that nothing will happen again. After taking over the control, duplication fell into a deep sleep before he could say anything. Both are Lin Feng's body, so there is no phenomenon of rejection. However, Lin Feng can clearly feel that the strength of duplication is not even a star and a half behind the main body. Lin Feng sighed, and he touched the infinite gems on the wristband. After identifying the direction of the Milky Way, a teleportation shot passed. According to Deadpool's information, there are exiles in this universe. But Lin Feng is not sure that he will be in Blue Star. But if you want to know what kind of universe this is, scanning the Blue Star is the most direct and fast way. After all, many movies use Blue Star as the main carrier. The feeling enveloped the entire Blue Star. Lin Feng began to read the information of this world. Countless information poured into his brain, and Lin Feng looked for useful information from it. And Lin Feng frowned quickly. He discovered that the Blue Star in this universe was actually barren like never before. That kind of desolation does not mean that there are no traces of life. But like the end of the day, the road is overgrown with weeds, dilapidated cities, dusty shops, and the ruins of leftover metal and stone walls. Sure enough, the universe where exiles exist cannot be an ordinary universe. Because, on one of the ruins, Lin Feng actually saw 2 huge amounts of metal robots fighting. Good guy? Lin Feng gasped. This Nima, isn't this Nima a shapeshifting King Kong? Lin Feng actually saw the shapeshifting King Kong here? No, it should be said that one of them is shapeshifting King Kong. And the other one, although having the same huge size, is far less agile than the shapeshifting King Kong. The fight didn't last long, and the other robot, originally, had a lot of broken holes. Soon, it shattered under the continuous attack of the shapeshifting King Kong. After winning, the shapeshifting King Kong turned into a green Mercedes sports car and walked away. Good guy. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth could not help but smile. Shapeshifting King Kong? What kind of luck is this? What kind of luck I didn't expect to grab a coordinate at random, and I came to the world of shapeshifting King Kong. There is a good thing that Lin Feng is greedy for. Tinder Source? The powerhouse of all shapeshifting King Kong? It can give life and thinking to mechanical products. Whether it's a car, plane, motorcycle, even computers, air conditioners, and watches can be turned into intelligent mechanical creations. However, after the excitement passed, Lin Feng discovered something was wrong. There are 4 or 5 movies about shapeshifting King Kong. Lin Feng actually didn't see a single character in the plot. Moreover, the current Blue Star scene is like a doomsday. I don't remember that in the shapeshifting King Kong movie, land scene was beaten like this. And on the surface, it is rare to see humans haunting. Lin Feng only detected a part of humans, hiding underground. Shapeshifting King Kong, to drive humans to extinction? Lin Feng had a black question mark on his face. Something is not quite right. Lin Feng carefully scanned the Blue Star several times. Well now, Lin Feng feels even more confused. Nima Robot T-1000? You are kidding me? Skynet system? Lin Feng was a little messy. He remembered the robot who had fought the 8 punches with the shapeshifting King Kong before. Is that Skynet's masterpiece? This T is so big to play? Lin Feng couldn't help complaining. What stitches the world? Skynet versus shapeshifting King Kong? Lin Feng had the urge to turn around and leave again. What is it all about? How did the Terminator collide with shapeshifting King Kong? Extremely speechless family members. Lin Feng suspected the exile without any hesitation. This cosmic coordinate is recorded by Deadpool, the universe where exiles are active. So needless to say, no one would do this except the exile. Lin Feng expanded his scan to include the solar system and even the Milky Way, but surprisingly, no sign of the exile was found. Did you leave? Lin Feng scratched his scalp. Forget it, get ready to go to the surface first. To be honest, if Lin Feng didn't want the fire source, Lin Feng would really turn around and leave now. Lin Feng still chose stealth mode. He locked the location of the signs of life, and planned to communicate with humans first to obtain more information. As for Skynet, that thing won't reason with you. On the surface of the Earth today, it is difficult to see humans. Looks like a stitched world though. But the robots controlled by Skynet are still hunting and killing humans. I don't know if the current human alliance is still called the Rebel Army. On the vast interstate highway, 2 cars are speeding violently. In the sky behind them, there are a large number of drones attacking with weapons. Relying on the position of the snake skin, the car escaped the attack time and time again. Autobots aren't vegetarian either. One of the off-road vehicles painted in the battle-damaged version had a Gatling protruding directly from the rear door. Flames spewed out from the high-speed rotating muzzle, shooting down drones. Fac. In the battle-damaged off-road vehicle, Anton couldn't help but pat the steering wheel hard. Hey, boy, pay attention to your movements. A strong mechanical sound resounded from inside the off-road vehicle. Obviously the Autobots were dissatisfied with Anton's actions. Anton returned a wry smile. Sorry, Poison Gal. He just couldn't control himself for a moment. The collection of medicines has not reached half of the expected amount. If it wasn't for my own recklessness, I wouldn't be spotted by the drone swarm. Okay, let's deal with the pursuers first. There was a voice from the co-pilot. Martina in camouflage uniform spoke. After she took out the 2 drones with a gun, she withdrew her upper body from the passenger window. Martina is chewing bubble gum, blonde and blue-eyed, typical of European and American descent. Although she is a girl, her face is full of determination. She skillfully changed the magazine for the pistol, and there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Upon closer inspection, there was still a hint of excitement. Is a qualified warrior duck? According to past experience, the drone swarm has found traces of human beings, and soon a large number of robots will hunt down and kill them. The mission they came out this time was to search for the few emergency medicines left. It's all my fault. Anton cried bitterly. The Poison Gal slammed on the brakes and turned left to avoid a shell. Anthony screamed again. Martina gave Anton a strange look. A big man, whistling and complaining here, is like a little girl when encountering a situation. You're a big man, you're screaming after suffering so much. Martina couldn't help complaining. I see that you lack the training of life. Come on, take my sister's big baby. Martina threw the pistol with the magazine replaced to Anton. Quick. Don't you want to show me your masculinity before departure? Fire a few drones and let me see. After finishing speaking, Martina chewed gum and blew a bubble, then leaned out of the car window and shot at the drone group at the rear and upper. Anton took the pistol in a hurry, his face turned pale and red. He hadn't used it a few times. But firearms are a compulsory course for survivors, and they still know a little bit. He is a doctor by profession, and the reason why he followed this time is naturally the main force in the search for medicines. Fight. Gritting his teeth, Anton imitated Martina's upper body and leaned out of the car window. Boom, boom, boom. Anton closed his eyes and fired several times, but missed a single shot. Instead, it caused the drone to counterattack. Martina hurriedly dragged him back angrily. In the next second, crackling bullets hit Anton's position just now. I'm convinced, how could someone shoot with their eyes closed? Martina took back the gun from Anton's hand and rolled her eyes. Bring it to you? Don't waste my bullets. Anton blushed, and he didn't know if he was ashamed of being reprimanded by Martina, or if his actions just now were too exciting. Poison Gallon, speed up. There was another thick metallic voice in the car. It was another SUV that sent the signal. A large drone is detected in the rear, and the robot carrying it is approaching. Poison Gallon received. Scout, you go first. The off-road vehicle called the Scout was not polite, and directly accelerated. In terms of combat effectiveness, Scouts are not as good as Poisonous Gallons. This is not the time to show off. How long is it until the next tipping point? The situation is urgent, and Martina bubblegum stopped blowing. The fire control system of large drones is very abnormal. Under the concentrated fire of drones, even the Poison Gallon can't last long, and it will be smashed into a sieve soon. And not to mention the liquid robot that came by drone. That thing is even more perverted. Whether it is for people or shape-shifting King Kong, it has a good killing ability. Even under certain liquefaction conditions, the mechanical structure of the shape-shifting King Kong can be destroyed in a large area. There are still 150 kilometers. The Poison Gallon responded, while continuing to shoot the drone swarm behind. Can you hold on? It's not a good situation, the Poison Gal replied truthfully. 150 kilometers, according to their current speed, even without the pursuit of Skynet, it will take at least 60 minutes. This is still the speed of an off-road vehicle. After all, the road conditions are not very good. 150 kilometers away, there is a junction. There is a directed electromagnetic pulse device set up by the survivors. It is possible to stop Skynet's machine army for a period of time within a certain range. But Skynet obviously didn't give this opportunity. A large drone has appeared within sight and is rapidly approaching the vehicle. Scout. The Poisonous Gallon contacted the car in front of him without any hesitation. Scout and Poison Gallon are old partners, and immediately understood the meaning of Poison Gallon. The Scout immediately slowed down, and walked alongside the Poison Gallon. 2 off-road vehicles opened their doors at the same time. Martina, Anton, change the car. The Poison Gal urged. He needs to stay and block the pursuers. There is no better way in the current situation, so he must make a decisive decision. The medicines are all in the scout's car, and the scout is faster and more agile, and the chance of escaping is greater. Martina and Anton are not hypocritical, living in a doomsday environment all day long, as if they are used to all this. Poison Gallon, be careful. Martina first pushed Anton into the scout's car, then turned around and gave instructions. Don't worry, let's go. Martina got into the scout's car smoothly. The engine immediately sprayed violent flames, and the entire rear half of the scout's body was pressed down violently. The strong power is continuously output, and the scout generally speeds up instantly after ejecting. That speed, simply. The poisonous Gallon was amazed. You really deserve to be a young man of the new generation. We old guys can't compare at all. Since the fire source was taken away from Blue Star, the speed and quantity of the initial batch of shapeshifting King Kong's communication energy became more and more inadequate. It was as if the energy core had aged. After sighing, the poisonous Gallon kept avoiding the hail of bullets and slowed down his driving speed. When approaching the drone group, the whole body of the poisonous Gallon suddenly sounded the sound of shapeshifting. An off-road vehicle spins quickly and performs shapeshifting in the air. Then a metal sword with complex craftsmanship cut directly towards the drone group as it turned. The drone swarm couldn't dodge in time, directly triggering a chain explosion. Among them, a large drone equipped with a T-series robot was directly swept down. Drones are destroyed, but robots are not so easy to destroy. The drone swarm split in two, with one part remaining to engage the poison gals together. The other part went directly in the direction of the scout. Come on, you bastards. The shapeshifting King Kong made by the shapeshifting of the poisonous Gallon is as high as 8 or 9 meters. It is covered in black and red matte spray paint, crisscrossing with cracks, which are his accumulated military exploits. A face made of metal, decorated with a beard like a mechanical pipe, and a large smoking metal cigar in his mouth. The 6-round gun barrel in his left hand was constantly spitting out flames, and the huge metal longsword in his right hand was also swishing fiercely. The poison Gallon in shapeshifting King Kong state is more than enough to deal with several drones. After all, drones equipped with guns are just ordinary conventional weapons. Combat power depends on the liquid robot called T-1000. Hitting and hitting, Du Jialun staggered, and suddenly knelt down on the ground with his left knee. Chop suey. It turned out that a T-1000 was dismantling and melting the mechanical structure of his legs. Du Gallon threw away the 6-barreled machine gun in his hand, and directly took out an energy hand cannon from behind. Bang! Even legs with T-1000 directly blasted away. He is a ruthless man. He raised his gun again and blasted another approaching T-1000 away. The two T-1000s turned into a puddle of liquid, twitching non-stop on the ground, with blue electric lights flashing on them, preventing them from condensing and forming. This hand cannon is the poison Gallon's life-saving weapon, an energy weapon similar to a plasma cannon. This thing has a miraculous effect on the T-1000, and can limit the recovery of the T-1000's body. The free electrons are constantly doing repelling reactions on the surface of the T-1000's body, making them unable to condense for a long time. Ha 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 ha, brat. The poison gal laughed out loud. Compared to your poisonous gal, it's far worse. Continue to shoot with machine guns. Not long after, there are not many drones left in the sky, but the situation is not optimistic. At the end of Du Gallon's line of sight, he can vaguely see small black dots approaching extremely fast. TD, it looks like I'm going to explain here this time. Poison Gallon took a puff of his big cigar melancholy, and pissed exhaled thick smoke that smelled like motor oil. It's worth it? The lackeys of Skynet who died under Laoza's hands, there are 800 if not 1,000. Back then, Poison Gallon was also a strong fighter, but since Optimus Prime left Blue Star with the fire seed source, he could no longer be contacted. Du Gallon has suffered more and more traumas over the years. The energy is also getting less and less, and it seems to have entered the twilight years. Without the energy supplement from the fire seed source, even without this battle, Poison Gallon wouldn't be able to survive for long. A huge swarm of support drones quickly approached the poisonous Gallon. It was densely packed, covering the sky and the sun, and more than a dozen large drones were dispatched. Can't run away. The poison gal struggled to his feet. Optimus Prime, I didn't embarrass the Autobots. The poisonous Gallon gave a loud shout, shot the gun with his left hand and the right hand, and once again faced the lackeys of Skynet. The artillery kept shooting down the drones in the front row in the air. But there are so many drones that the damage done by poison Gallons is a drop in the bucket. Seeing that the drone swarm is about to devour poisonous Gallons. In the sky, a dark purple translucent energy wave crashed down. The energy wave quickly swept across the battlefield with shock. Wherever he went, the wind swept away, and the drones that came into contact with it instantly burst into sparks, fell to the ground one after another, and exploded into a burst of firework. Your father is here, Lin Feng said abruptly, and flew down from the sky. The dark purple energy wave continued to sweep. The dense drones kept falling. In a matter of breaths, the originally dark sky once again shed sunlight. Destroy all the drones sent by Skynet. After solving the drone, Lin Feng landed in front of the poisonous Gallon. Small in appearance, about the same file size as a human, but wearing a black robe, it makes the poisonous Gallon not feel like a good person. And who are you? The poisonous Gallon who escaped from the dead did not let down his vigilance at all, pointing huge amounts of pistols at Lin Feng. a new type of robot. Although Lin Feng came up to fight the enemy, the experienced Du Galen did not regard him as one of his own. Look at the previous energy wave, is that what carbon-based organisms can do? Dad doesn't believe it. Good afternoon, big man. Lin Feng reached out and pulled down the black robe on his head, revealing an iconic human face. With a smile in his eyes, he greeted the old shape-shifting King Kong in front of him with a gruff face. Lin Feng has not seen this model in the movie, but Lin Feng had a panoramic view of the escape process of the poisonous Galen and the scout. I'm not an enemy. Let's talk later. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the debris of drones all over the ground. He deliberately exposed his back to the poisonous Galen. This is a signal to the poison gal that he is really not the enemy. Which enemy have you ever seen dare to show your back? More than a dozen T-1000s were not destroyed, but were disintegrated and fell to the ground under the action of energy waves. After a while, the human form has been recondensed, and he started to sprint towards Lin Feng. Boom! Boy, be careful. The poisonous Galen fired first. Lin Feng destroyed the drone swarm, and showed his back without hesitation, successfully winning the favor of the poisonous Galen. Before, because Lin Feng was shrouded in a black robe and looked mysterious, Du Galen wasn't sure whether he was a human or a robot. But Lin Feng revealed his face and his back, at least now it seems that he is not an enemy. Moreover, Lin Feng's warrior aura and extremely bright aura, Du Galen felt that this was not something bad guys could possess. He had only seen such confidence and stability in Optimus Prime. The T-1000 that was hit twitched on the spot, unable to move for a while. There was a smile on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Look, big man. While speaking, Lin Feng stretched out his hand directly, and the powerful psychokinesis immediately enveloped all the T-1000s, and was instantly twisted into a ball by Lin Feng in the air. It looks very cruel, but for mechanical creations, I don't know what pain is. The best way to deal with this thing is to evaporate directly. Lin Feng used heat ray without any hesitation. Fiery red rays of light shot at the metal ball formed by the T-1000. This thing can melt vibranium, just T-1000. After a few breaths, it is directly evaporated in midair. There is no possibility of recovery at all. Bull bastard. Du Galen exclaimed, took a big sip of the big cigar, and gave a thumbs up without hesitation. The magical method is not only awesome, but also relieves chi. Come on, do you want to take a sip? The poisonous Galen clubbed the big metal cigar in front of Lin Feng. This is a powerhouse. Worthy of the poison gal's respect. Can be rewarded with a big oil cigar. Lin Feng looked at the big cigar, which was about the same height as him and still smoking. The corner of his mouth twitched. No, I don't smoke this stuff. The poison gal cut it. A real man, how can he not smoke cigars? Speaking of which, who are you? Boy, have you never heard of someone like you? The gallant dropped the cigar back into his mouth. This kind of clean fighting method should be active on the front line of the battlefield. Poison Galen is familiar with the warriors and rulers of various human camps, but he has never met Lin Feng. That's because, I've been traveling in the universe. Lin Feng explained. Aliens. Poison Galen was not very surprised. Shapeshifting King Kong is considered an alien to Blue Star, right? Probably. Lin Feng smiled, and didn't want to talk too much on this topic. By the way, do you want to help your partner? Lin Feng pointed to the direction where the scout left. Before Lin Feng arrived, there was already a batch of drones and T-1000s chasing the scouts. I think so too, but my leg. The poisonous Galen, Banji Bang, tapped twice on the mechanical thigh that was blown away by him. How do you go after this? Now I can only pray, the scout kid is running fast enough. Du Galen sighed, coughing out 2 mouthfuls of black smoke. Lin Feng looked at the broken mechanical thigh and frowned slightly. Can't it be recovered? Yes. Poison Galen nodded. Find a maintenance worker, just pick it up for me bit by bit. Lin Feng, how much time does Nanima need? Lin Feng asked again, can't you use the fire source to recover? Poison Galen's eyes froze. How do you know the source of the fire seed? Lin Feng mentioned the source of fire, which made Du Galen a little wary again. He couldn't help muttering in his heart. Is this thing in front of me a carbon-based creature that can emit laser light in its eyes and know the source of fire? Definitely no. After all, I have been traveling in the universe, and I have heard of the planet Cybertron. Lin Feng explained, looking into the eyes of the poisonous Galen. Looking at Lin Feng's innocent eyes, Du Jialun sighed again. The fire source is fine, but it is no longer in Blue Star. Well, in fact, for some human beings, the source of fire is no secret. Not at Blue Star anymore. Lin Feng wrote it down silently. But he didn't immediately ask where the fire source went, which would make Du Galen more vigilant. After all, you are a stranger, why are you so concerned about the core of other people's lives? Lin Feng touched his chin, a plan was born in his heart. Perhaps, I can help you. Lin Feng pointed to Du Galen's broken mechanical leg. Oh, how can I help? Poison Galen became interested. Are you a mechanic? No, Lin Feng explained. Although my friend is a mechanic, I am not. However, you can call me a magician. Lin Feng joked with a smile, then stretched out his hand, and began to writhe towards Du Galen's severed limb. Green magic circles emerged from the poisonous Galen's limbs. As if time was reversed, his mechanical thigh was constantly recovering. Infinite gems can be used in this universe, and Lin Feng has just verified it when he was shooting a drone. It's just that using infinite gems in universes other than the Marvel universe requires exponentially more energy. Under the action of the time gem, the limbs of the poisonous Gallon were restored in just a few seconds. Fuck. Gallon looked at the unimaginable scene in front of him, and was so shocked that his cigars fell to the ground. What a magician. 5 minutes later, the roar of exploding engines filled the interstate. Alas. Poison Gallon started with burnt tires and ejected out of the warehouse. The huge amounts of wheels drew 2 long black marks on the ground, and the former old off-road chariot had a second spring, and its power suddenly dropped. Cough cough. The poisonous Gallon is running on the road at an unbelievably fast speed. The stopwatch hits the bottom directly. Lin Feng was sitting in the car, on the steering wheel, the gleaming power gem was inlaid on it. I've never felt so young. The poison gal howled excitedly. Without Lin Feng stepping on the accelerator at all, the speed did not go below 200 miles per hour. Having lost the supply of the fire source, the poison Gallon, who was in his twilight years, has returned to his peak. The energy of infinite gems is also extremely pure, and Lin Feng embedded it in the body of the poisonous Gallon, which is simply a super large high-quality power bank. Although the functionality may not be as suitable as the fire source, the energy supply has the same effect. Poison Gallon uses energy recklessly, without worrying about consumption at all. 1 infinite gems, enough Poison Gallon to last forever? How about the energy of infinite gems? Lin Feng put the seat back, leaned his feet on the steering wheel, and asked leisurely. If anyone else dared to do this in the car, Du Jialun would have spit him out long ago. But in Du Gallon's eyes, Lin Feng has long been a boss-level existence. There's nothing wrong with whatever the boss wants to do. Very awesome. Poison Gallon responded excitedly. Although I don't know what it is, the purity of energy is more violent than the source of fire. With the blessing of this kind of energy, the entire body of the Poison Gallon is constantly strengthening. The old wounds of the past are long gone. The gun barrel stored inside is as shiny as a brand new factory. Lin Feng curled his lips and smiled. That's for sure, what infinite gems are. While not in the Marvel universe, infinite gems can also be used as a power source. I have to say that whether it is the universe of shape-shifting King Kong, DC, or Marvel, infinite gems can be used. Because they are all fantasy worlds or movie worlds, there is no accident that Marvel can be used, and other universes will become stones. It's just that after leaving Marvel, the power of infinite gems will be greatly weakened. This is easy to understand. It was like a soldier with rich combat experience who came to a new team. He may lose the authority of the corresponding position, but his combat ability will not be lost because of this. Therefore, without the carrier of the Marvel universe, infinite gems can no longer destroy the universe with a snap of its fingers, but the basic destructive power and energy have not changed. By the way, you just said that the fire source is no longer in Blue Star. What's going on? Lin Feng pretended to ask casually. Taking out infinite gems in the front is not only to gain the favor of shape-shifting King Kong, but also to pave the way for this problem. Excited, Poison Gallon didn't think too much, and explained directly, Optimus Prime took it away. Just a few years ago, after Optimus Prime took away the fire source, he couldn't be contacted anymore. Our communication with the fire source has also become extremely weak, and it seems to be nothing. So the guys of the older generation have more or less withdrawn from the battlefield now. The current battle can only rely on those young juniors. The shape-shifting King Kong is able to absorb clean electrical energy. But this thing, no matter in terms of quality or quantity, there is no way to compare with Tinder Source or Infinite Gems. Charge for 500 days and use it for 2 minutes to understand? So Lin Feng is the boss? Definitely no problem. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng asked again. And do you know where Optimus Prime is now? The shape-shifting King Kong development of this universe is completely outside the plot of the movie Lin Feng watched. At least there is no Skynet and Terminator in the movie. I definitely don't know anymore, the Poison Gal responded. Optimus Prime is the leader, there is no need to tell them what he wants to do. Poison Gallon recalled the scene when Optimus Prime left. At that time, Optimus Prime did not explain too much why he left. At that time, there were no such grandchildren as Skynet. If Optimus Prime could return to Blue Star, the war must have ended long ago. Is that so? Lin Feng muttered to himself, and didn't ask any further. He's speculating on the connection between outcasts, Skynet, and shape-shifting King Kong. Hey, young man, don't think so much. I'll take you back to the base to meet some other old buddies. Perhaps there will be information you want from the other old buddies. Although I don't know why you are looking for Optimus Prime, I am willing to help you, Poison Gallon said with a smile. Oh, how did you know I was looking for Optimus Prime? Lin Feng asked with a smile. You said it yourself, young man, snorted the gallant. Although I am different from you humans, my brain is smarter. Definitely, if you can lend this magical energy source to a few other old guys, I believe they will like you too. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. This is the purpose of the old guy. Let yourself lend infinite gems to recharge the shape-shifting King Kong of the older generation? But Lin Feng said it doesn't matter. The energy of infinite gems is almost inexhaustible. Just charge a few shape-shifting King Kong, and you can get some information about the source of fire, which is a very cost-effective deal. Du Gallon is not worried that Lin Feng will plot against Optimus Prime. He doesn't look like that. Well, let's be honest. Poison Gallon has blind confidence in Optimus Prime, and he doesn't think that Optimus Prime will be calculated by any conspiracy. Lin Feng clapped his hands and agreed to the deal. Okay, no problem at all. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Du Gallen was overjoyed, but he didn't show it. Now, let's meet up with the scouts first. Du Gallen added, silently increasing the gas pedal again. The scouts weren't gone for long. With a sufficient supply of clean energy, the poison gal can catch up to the scout in a short time. Taking this opportunity, Lin Feng took a quick look at the ontology that was entrusted to the system. His body still remained in the world of biochemical crisis, always floating behind the Spirit Deer team incognito. After changing the perspective, nothing happened. Lingl still led the team to continue slaughtering the zombies. After looking at it for a while, Lin Feng turned his gaze back. According to his Silver Superman body, in the world of Resident Evil, even if he stands still, zombies can't move him. What's more, it was entrusted to the system. If there were any changes, Lin Feng would be able to know the first time, and then switch back. The off-road vehicle roared on the road. After a while, the scouts will be visible within sight. I see. Poison Gallen reminded, and then accelerated to sprint again. The energy input from infinite gems gives him endless strength. Behind the scout vehicle, there are still a large number of drones floating. The two sides have already entered a state of exchange of fire. The scout belongs to a new generation of shapeshifting King Kong. But this new is also compared with the generation of Poison Gallen. After Optimus Prime took away the fire source, no new Autobots were born on Blue Star. The energy storage and utilization efficiency of the older generation is obviously not as good as that of the newer generation. The scout relied on the snakeskin to move around, and with the help of Martina, the lady in the cockpit, he constantly struggled with the drone behind. The two Autobots quickly closed the distance. Lin Feng's supervision saw Martina leaning out of the car window, and shot 6 into the air with one pistol. Each shot can kill a drone? Hey, what a brave girl! Lin Feng exclaimed. Do you need me to take action? This sentence was said to Poison Gallen. Drone swarms, just making a fuss. No need, look at you. The poisonous Gallen refused Lin Feng's help, and the bumper was directly shapeshifting while driving. Several energy cannon barrels change in front of the vehicle, and these cannon barrels are also the treasures of Poison Gals. But Poison Gals rarely use them. This thing consumes too much energy, but now the poisonous Gallen doesn't panic at all. Okay, fire. The poisonous Gallen roared, and the fire control system fired around in unison. The azure blue energy cannons attacked the drone swarm overwhelmingly, instantly setting off firework in the air. It's a poison gal. In the scout car, Martina was changing the magazine for the pistol. She saw this scene through the rearview mirror. Old guy, are you desperate? The scout directly connected to the vehicle communication system of the poisonous Gallen. The blue energy cannons all over the sky directly suppressed the scouts. With the old guy's current energy reserves, he can't fire a few shots. Did you die? Poison Gallen sneered. Young man is too young, watch the master perform for you. Can't fire a few shots? Poison Gallen has proved with his actions that he can fire a few shots. Like Gatling, the energy barrel started firing at high frequency. One shot of the energy cannon seems to cost no money, and it directly breaks up the drone swarm like hitting a moving target. In a few seconds, the poisonous Gallen fired hundreds of shots. With so many drones, you don't need to aim at all, and you can destroy multiple drones with one shot. Luxury, extreme luxury? After some manipulations, even large drones can't escape. Fuck, what's going on, old guy? The scout couldn't understand the old guy's operation at all. Have you contacted the fire source? The scout immediately had a guess. Only the energy supply from the fire source is enough for the poison Gallen to be so recklessly squandered. Poison Gallen responded while shooting, there is no fire source, but I found an alternative clean energy here. Let's not talk about that, you and I will join forces and get rid of all the enemies first. Du Gallen ordered directly. No problem. After the scout gave a brief reply, he immediately opened fire, coordinating with the poison Gallen to constantly attack the drones in the sky. Under the attack of shapeshifting King Kong with sufficient firepower, these drones sent by Skynet obviously became snacks. Robots including the T-1000 series can't sustain high-frequency energy shots. There was an earth-shattering sound of artillery fire, and the scene became extremely tragic. After the gunfire stopped, the road was covered with dense, burning electronic waste. Refreshing. Poison Gallen yelled, catching up to the scout and walking side by side with him. It's been a long time since I fired so recklessly, it's so cool. Martina looked at the poisonous Gallen for the first time, and immediately spotted the male human in the cockpit. She lowered the window curiously. Hi, handsome guy, who are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Martina frowned at Lin Feng with great interest. Is Lin Feng handsome? Definitely handsome. And because of his own strength and experience, Lin Feng was originally full of confidence. To the little girl, this kind of aura is like a firefly in the dark night. The attraction is simply off the charts. This little girl, teasing me? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, stroked his handsome hairstyle, and suddenly changed his voice to a deep one. He looked around mysteriously, and said to Martina in a low and serious voice, do you smell something? Martina froze. Smell? What smell? She sniffed it carefully, the smell of gunpowder smoke, and the smell of engine oil. But isn't that normal? After all, there was a fight just now. I smell it. Lin Feng said solemnly, successfully arousing Martina's curiosity. Then, the bee made a gesture of love. From the moment you appeared, the air became sweeter. Hehe, dare to tease yourself? Lin Feng directly uttered a wave of greasy, earthy love talk. But this is not the little girl from Lin Feng's hometown. When did she receive the baptism of earthy love stories? The battlefield elite player Martina was caught off guard by this wave of earthy love talk. His face flushed a little, and he immediately raised the window. Well, although she has a bold personality, but Lin Feng's handsome face, confident temperament, and the addition of earthy love words have successfully sunk the little girl. Ah, hehe, fight with me? There are still 20,000 years left? Lin Feng was satisfied and rolled up the window. After teasing the little girl, Lin Feng was in a very good mood. In this kind of doomsday where birds don't shit, there's not even a view to see, so it's very important to maintain a happy attitude. Otherwise, what else is there? Is it ambiguous with the metal lump under the buttocks? Vomit? Seeing Lin Feng's sow operation, the poisonous Gallon burst out laughing. Young man, your way of teasing girls is just as charming as when I was young. Lin Feng? Ning want face? I seem to see the young me in you. Du Gallon continued. Back then, Poison Gallon was also a good lover, but time was not forgiving. Even a metal body will be worn by the years. Without the source of fire, the old waste of the poisonous Gallon can no longer bear the weight of life. Shapeshifting King Kong has a gender? Lin Feng asked curiously. He remembered that he had never seen a feminine shapeshifting King Kong in the movie. Poison Gallon rolled his eyes at this. Aren't you talking nonsense? In those days, just as the poisonous Gallon was about to brag about his glorious achievements in the past, the scout's voice came in again. Old guy, can you tell me about the energy source in your mouth now? Forrid. The interrupted Poison Gal was a little upset. Go back to the base first, let's talk when we get back to the base. The base is located underground. It's different from Lin Feng's imagination. The entire underground space is extremely wide and has a complete recycling ecosystem. A large number of monitoring equipment are arranged on the surface, as well as electromagnetic pulse machines in a circle, used to deal with attacks from Skynet. Moreover, there are escape routes extending in all directions, so it can be said that everything has been done. This space is estimated to have been built with the help of the Autobots. Otherwise, under the pursuit of Skynet, it would be difficult to build a base of this scale with human power. And there are many such bases all over the world, with different file sizes. Laugh. The two cars of Du Gallon and Scout passed the checkpoint smoothly and stopped in the base. A team that received the news in advance immediately came forward. The leader was a middle-aged man in camouflage uniform. Although living in a doomsday-like environment, the middle-aged man was not dragged down by the status quo, and was still full of energy. The car door opened, and Martina and Anton got out of the car one after another. The middle-aged man immediately greeted him with a smile. Anton? Martina? Welcome back. Lemon uncle. Martina smiled back. Anton's face turned pale, and he hadn't recovered from being out of danger. The middle-aged man named Lemon nodded, and then looked at the pale Anton. With a thought, he asked, a battle happened. Martina nodded indifferently and admitted, oh, it's just a small problem, it's been solved. By the way, we brought the stuff back, it's in the scout's trunk. Martina's tone was very relaxed, as if fighting was not something worthy of attention. But Clement, who had experienced many battles, knew that every battle with Skynet was extremely dangerous. After all, how can human flesh and blood fight against mechanical metal? Thank you for your hard work. Lemon sighed, and then waved to the soldiers who followed him to go and get the supplies. If it weren't for the lack of manpower now, the base would never send these young people to search for supplies. After all, young people and children are the future. As long as they are still alive, there is hope for human beings? By the way, Uncle Lemon, we found a survivor this time. Martina said, turning her head to look at the poisonous Gallon. It's been a long time, why hasn't that handsome big boy come down? Martina definitely regarded Lin Feng as a survivor who was wandering abroad. In today's world, no one would like to live in the wild. If you're not careful, your home will be stolen by Skynet spy Chi, who takes destroying human beings as his mission. She approached the poison gal curiously and looked through the car window. Lin Feng at the moment was staring straight ahead with his eyes blank. Martina knocked on the car window suspiciously. Lin Feng came back to his senses. What are you doing? Martina asked. Simple and carefree, she has forgotten that she was molested by Lin Feng just now. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, I'm thinking about something. After speaking, Lin Feng took off the infinite gems and opened the car door. Just now he was observing the situation of the entire base through the perspective eye. The scale of the base is not small. After a rough estimate of the population, there are thousands of people, but most of them are women, children, and the elderly. There are not many young people like Martina, and the number of soldiers is also less than expected. It is estimated that it has been worn out during the years of fighting. As for the old guys that Du Gallon mentioned, Lin Feng also took a rough look. In the center of the base, there is a huge amounts of garage where many Autobots are parked. Seeing that Lin Feng was unwilling to tell the truth, Martina didn't bother to ask. After all, they were not familiar with each other. Hello, young man. Clement greeted him with bright eyes. Welcome to Base A113. From the very first moment he saw Lin Feng, Lei Meng wanted to win her over. Lin Feng was only wearing a t-shirt, and he couldn't hide the smooth muscles underneath. This kind of person, after a little training and put in the team, is a good assaulter. In the base, young people are the backbone. Whether it's searching for materials, or training them and putting them in the team, they might all play a vital role. It's a pity that the young people at the base suffered too much from the battle. Hi, I'm Lin Feng. Regarding Lin Feng's Asian features and name, Lemon didn't show any abnormality. Although they are not races from the same region, they are all human beings. When facing a mechanical group like Skynet, they definitely need to hold together to keep warm. Young man, where are you from? Is there any organization? Lemon tried his best to make his smile look kind. Before Lin Feng could answer, the poisonous Gallon started shapeshifting. Little Lemon, Lin Feng will not join the base. Poison Gallon guessed what Lemon was thinking in a second. It's nothing more than wanting Lin Feng to stay in the base to play. But the Poison Gal who communicated with Lin Feng has a certain understanding of Lin Feng. Will the boss stay in such a small place? Oh. Lemon turned his head to look at Poison Gallon, who had turned into a giant robot, and frowned. What do you say? To Do Gallon, the middle-aged Lemon was still a child, and it was no problem for Do Gallon to call him Little Lemon. He has power beyond your imagination. I'm taking him to meet my old fellas now. Hearing this, Lei Meng narrowed his eyes, and looked at Lin Feng carefully again without showing any signs. The Poison Gal let out a sigh. Let's go, Lin Feng. I'll take you to meet them. Scout, you come too. Lin Feng nodded and greeted Lemon. I'll meet the other Autobots first, Mr. Lemon. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Lemon's attitude towards Lin Feng is friendly and kind, and Lin Feng definitely has to show the courtesy of an Orientalist. Although he and Lemon will basically not have any intersection after that. The Scout Diddy turned on the headlights twice, and slowly followed the two of them. He just didn't immediately ask Poison Gallon about energy. Even if they are in the same camp as humans, they still won't reveal the secrets of some races. In the long struggle, they have understood the habits of human beings and learned to protect themselves. What is the origin of that young man named Lin Feng? Seeing them leave, Lemon immediately asked Martina. Autobots are an important combat unit for human beings to survive. The poisonous Gallon brought young people he didn't know to meet them? Martina stared at Lin Feng's leaving back and shook her head blankly. I do not know either. All I know is that the poisonous Gallon stayed behind and chased after him. As she said that, Martina became even more curious about this young man, and her eyes rolled. Let Anton tell you, Lemon uncle, I'll follow up and have a look. Without waiting for Lei Meng to refuse, Martina directly stepped forward with her long legs and followed Lin Feng and the others secretly. This child. Clement squinted and cursed with a smile, then turned to look at Anton, whose face was still pale. Anton, tell me, Lin Feng at the moment was chatting with the Poison Gal. His perception is abnormal, and he definitely found the little tail hanging behind him. But Lin Feng didn't expose Martina either. Just follow if you want, it won't affect his plan anyway. Originally, there weren't that many Autobots. While walking, Du Jialun answered some questions from Lin Feng. But just a year before Optimus Prime left, the fire source broke out once. Breakout. The source of the fire seed exploded inexplicably. Du Gallon continued. So we speculate that Optimus Prime left with the fire seed source, and it is very likely that he is investigating the cause of the fire seed source's outbreak. It was precisely because of that outbreak that a large number of new generation Autobots were born. Here, this scout is the new generation of Autobots. Poison Gallon recalled with some emotion. Well, you may not know that the newly born Autobot is somewhat irritable. It took Optimus Prime a year to run the Autobots, then left Blue Star with the fire source. How did he leave Blue Star? Lin Feng asked curiously. According to his memories, Optimus Prime doesn't seem to have the ability to fly in outer space. Not to mention that the planet Cybertron is so far away, it is no longer a simple flight that can reach it in a short time. That's because of a spaceship, the Poison Gal replied. As for what kind of spaceship it is a secret of our family. Poison Gallon is obviously unwilling to say more about this matter, even though Lin Feng's display of strength is strong enough. Lin Feng didn't ask ignorant questions either. Could it be the spaceship in Shapeshifting King Kong 4? Lin Feng was a little uncertain. The spaceship should have been destroyed. In the movie, Optimus Prime also made a mechanical Tyrannosaurus as a mount. But the Shapeshifting King Kong series of movies, the first two are okay. As for the next few, Lin Feng didn't know how to comment. Anyway, he skipped and watched. Okay, here we are. While Lin Feng was thinking, the poisonous Gallon led him to the door of the huge garage. Squeak! The heavy metal door was pushed open by the Poison Gallon, raising a cloud of smoke. The lights inside were a little dim. Poison Gal. Thick metallic sounds echoed through huge amounts of garages. A Lamborghini near the door turned on its lights. Lin Feng frowned. He realized that he actually recognized this car. Black body with orange lines. Centennial Edition. English will not be typed. The corresponding Autobot title is Hot Rod. Lin Feng was seen in the 5th movie, but he's not sure if other Autobots have used the Lamborghini's look. After all, after the Autobot scans it once, it can turn into other models. Hot Rod. Lin Feng called out tentatively. Hot Rod. Hey, this young man. Hot Rod was called out by name, and immediately transformed into a robot several meters high. He knelt down and looked at Lin Feng curiously. I haven't used this name for a long time. I didn't expect that there are still people who remember this name. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Long time no use. Will Autobots ever change their names? Old guys, don't play dead. Come out and meet new friends, the poison gal yelled towards the garage. These bums like to lie quietly and pretend to be dead when they have nothing to do. After the voice fell, several mechanical shapeshifting sounds suddenly sounded in the originally quiet garage. There are at least 5 or 6 Autobots shapeshifting at the moment. The other part is still selectively playing dead. Good guy. Lin Feng actually saw the bumblebee. Seeing the 2 familiar Autobot models, Lin Feng felt a little relieved. Now it seems that it should be the follow-up to the plot of the movie Shapeshifting King Kong. Tisk. Du Gallon was a little dissatisfied seeing that only these few Autobots had transformed. Lin Feng, your previous one, what's going on? By the way, infinite gems, where did you hide? Take it out and let them take a look. Lin Feng nodded upon hearing that. His infinite gems had returned to the bracer, which had remained invisible. When Lin Feng took out the power gem that previously charged the poison gallon, suddenly there was a rattling sound in the garage. The sound is louder and louder than before. Is it new energy? I feel an overflowing source of energy. Optimus Prime is back? Is it the source of fire? No, it's not the fire source, but it's equally powerful. This time around, almost all the Autobots are shapeshifting. They surrounded Lin Feng subconsciously, and cast their eyes on the power gem in Lin Feng's hand without any hesitation. They can feel the amazing energy contained in it. That is the source of their survival. Although I have seen it once, I still have to admire it. What a pure, overflowing energy. Poison Gallon stared at the power gem in Lin Feng's hand and exclaimed in admiration. Poison Gallon, you brought a new energy source. Among the many Autobots, an Autobot whose movements were a little stiff stepped out. The Autobots need leaders. After Optimus Prime left, the truck-like Autobot called Warden assumed the role of interim command. Yes, I have brought a new energy source. Poison Gallon affirmed. The energy comes from this strong man who travels in the universe. He can charge us, just need us to answer some questions. This is the deal that Du Gallon and Lin Feng had previously negotiated. Powered by Lin Feng with infinite gems, they tell Lin Feng what they know about Optimus Prime. Poison Gallon deliberately emphasized the words powerful space traveler, in order to keep these old guys from thinking about things they shouldn't have. Like a wise elder, the Watcher pondered for a moment and said, a very reasonable deal. So young man, what do you want to ask? The Warden had no doubts about what the Gallant said. So a big energy source is right in front of you, does this need to be questioned? Don't worry. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hands. Let's recharge for you first. Lin Feng's question goes to the heart of the Autobots. You have to give them some benefits first, so that they are willing to reveal the information they want without reservation. As soon as these words came out, the Autobot group immediately became restless. Quiet, the Watchman shouted. He had great prestige among the Autobots, and the Autobots immediately calmed down, but their eyes on the power gem became even hotter. Who knows how long it's been since they had enough energy? Young man, thank you for your help. The Watchman took a deep look at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng's act of giving energy first won his favor. After finishing speaking, the Watchman told the Autobots behind him, start with the bumblebee, line up to recharge. Young man, now, tell me, what information do you want to know? It is not a good habit to keep the strong waiting. While the Autobots were recharging, the Watcher began to answer Lin Feng's questions. Seeing a bunch of Autobots queuing up to charge, Lin Feng looked away. I want to know where Optimus Prime went. Regarding the departure of Optimus Prime, and the disconnection of the connection to the spark source, it is a tied event. Asking directly about the source of Tinder may raise the alarm of the Warden. So Lin Feng planned to find Optimus Prime by insinuating, and there is a high probability that he will find the source of fire. The Watchman looked recalled, is Optimus Prime. When Optimus Prime left, no one cared. Everyone thought it was just a short separation, but who knew that it would be a few years after Optimus Prime left? When Optimus Prime left, there were no executioners like Skynet. The Watchman slowly told the scene at that time. When the fire source suddenly broke out, a large number of Autobots were born. In order to find out the reason, and to maintain the ecological balance of Blue Star, Optimus Prime left Blue Star with the fire source. He told me at the time that he was going back to planet Cybertron to find a way to appease the source of fire. Shortly after Optimus Prime left, Skynet appeared. This can't help but make everyone hold a skeptical attitude. Whether the emergence of Skynet is also related to the outbreak of the fire source. But whether it is Optimus Prime or the source of the fire source, they have lost contact now, and all speculations have lost the method of confirmation. That's all I know. The Watchman looked apologetically. At that time, I was on a mission, and I only saw Optimus Prime for the last time. However, maybe among my brothers, there are some who know the secret. With that said, the Watchman turned his head and looked at the Autobots who were queuing up to charge. My brothers? Does anyone know any other information about Optimus Prime? Autobots, you look at me, I look at you, and they all shake their heads. I'm sorry. The Watchman apologized to Lin Feng. His expression was a little embarrassed. They did not give any useful information, and Lin Feng suffered a loss in this transaction. Good Autobots aren't used to taking advantage of others. Lin Feng waved his hand generously. It's okay. This little energy is nothing to me. It seems that it is still the same as what I thought. I have to go to the planet Cybertron first. The coordinates of the planets in each universe are different. With the strength of duplication, Lin Feng has no way to accurately reach the planet Cybertron through space shuttle, and can only use the ability of flight. With the power of infinite gems, even duplication can fly at speeds many times faster than the speed of light. Lin Feng planned to fly directly to Cybertron after charging these old Autobots. At this moment, Du Gallant found Martina who had been following them. Martina, what are you doing hiding there? The Gallant yelled into the shadows behind the gate. This girl can't hide well, the hem of her clothes is exposed. Oops. Being exposed, Martina bit the bullet and walked out of the shadows. Seeing several pairs of light bulb-sized eyes staring at her, Martina raised her little hand in embarrassment. Hi, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Martina argued shamefully, it's too embarrassing to be caught following someone else. On the contrary, the watchman smiled very generously. In his eyes, Martina's little behavior was like a child's prank. It's okay, the reason why Optimus Prime left is not a secret. Lin Feng had discovered Martina a long time ago, but he didn't say anything, because Xianyu's character made him less and less like to meddle in other people's business. In that case, let me go to planet Cybertron first. Lin Feng ignored Martina and said to the watcher, definitely, I will wait until you are all fully charged. Hearing this, the watchman breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, young man. You are a good man. What Lin Feng did made the watchman instantly classify him as a good person. Out of nowhere, Lin Feng was issued a good person card, a macho man with a mechanical body. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Okay, I'm a good guy, I have a girlfriend anyway. It was Martina who came over and talked to Lin Feng curiously. Linear. Feng. Lin Feng frowned. What advice do you have? This little girl, is she going to take revenge for the molestation just now? But Martina didn't mean that. She then asked, what are you looking for with Optimus Prime? Hearing Martina's question, the watchman also cast a curious look, and he also wanted to know why Lin Feng was looking for Optimus Prime. Because the transaction was unfair, the watchman felt that he owed Lin Feng, so he didn't ask Lin Feng this question. Why are you asking this? Lin Feng asked back. The little girl seemed to be a little curious. Oh, I asked you first, why don't you answer me first? Martina played childish tricks and said coquettishly. Hehe. Lin Feng didn't like that at all. I do not. Although beauties have privileges here at Lin Feng, they don't count towards you? Do you have a manliness? Martina stammered. What does this have to do with masculinity? Lin Feng curled his lips and said disdainfully. It's you. It's not appropriate to inquire about men for no reason. I didn't do it for no reason. Martina argued a little unconvinced. Optimus Prime said at the time, Martina almost slipped her mouth and quickly shut her mouth. But Lin Feng still noticed something strange, and narrowed his eyes. He looked at Martina with playful eyes. It seems that the little girl knows some secrets? Is this really a surprise? What did Optimus Prime say? Why, I didn't say anything. Martina lowered her head with a guilty conscience, looking at her nose and heart, and at the Himalayan Great Plains in front of her heart. But she didn't know that her performance further proved that Martina had a ghost in her heart. The watcher slowly squatted down his huge body. Little girl, what did Optimus Prime say at that time? Mr. Lin Feng is very helpful to us. If you have any information that we don't know, please tell us. He was also a little curious as to why Optimus Prime would give some information to Martina instead of the Autobots. Martina hesitated in a bit of embarrassment. But, I'm not sure he's who Optimus Prime said he was. If not, I really can't say it. This is also one of the reasons why she asked Lin Feng why he was looking for Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime did entrust some things to Martina at the time. It's not that she doesn't want to say it, but that Optimus Prime has explained it. If Lin Feng wasn't the person Optimus Prime said, Martina wouldn't talk about it. Martina's performance made Lin Feng thoughtful. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, what exactly did Optimus Prime say, and what happened to the person he was talking about? Martina covered her small mouth, looking tight-lipped. I really can't tell you unless you tell me why you're looking for Optimus Prime first. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed again. He understood, and Martina asked him why he was looking for Optimus Prime, not entirely out of curiosity. This reason should be the safety words that Optimus Prime set for Martina. Could it be that Optimus Prime foresaw that someone would look for him in the future? The person Optimus Prime mentioned, Lin Feng subconsciously guessed at himself. But Lin Feng doesn't remember that Optimus Prime has the ability to predict the future. After a long while of analysis to no avail, Lin Feng decided to tell the truth. Because he guessed that his purpose of finding Optimus Prime was probably the condition for Martina to confirm her identity. After another moment of contemplation, Lin Feng raised his head. Fire seed source, I can only tell you these things. There is no way, Lin Feng can't lie. If the security language set by Optimus Prime is really the source of the fire, then if Lin Feng lies, he is clever and was mistaken by cleverness. The source of fire. As the words came out, the watchman's expression became serious. He looked at Lin Feng with a scrutiny. For a human being, there is no problem finding Optimus Prime, but there is a problem finding the source of fire seeds? That's right. Now that he decided to speak out, Lin Feng admitted directly and openly. I'm looking for Optimus Prime because of some things about the source of fire. But it's inconvenient for me to say more about the specific things. If you say that you want to take away the fire source, there is no doubt that there will be a big battle today. The result was Lin Feng's unilateral massacre. Wanting to borrow someone's things, but also beat them up, Lin Feng feels that he is not such a bastard. Human, that's not something you can get your hands on. An Autobot who was charging at the side was a little impatient. What is the source of Tinder? Is their core, is where they return after death. Immediately afterwards, several Autobots stood up together, staring at Lin Feng with unfriendly expressions, and they tended to strike at any disagreement. Although Lin Feng has brought a new energy source, but you want to use the fire source? Sorry, everyone is the enemy. The Watcher turned his head, winked, and stared back at the Autobots. They are all old guys, so impatient? Lin Feng didn't intend to mess with these unnamed Autobots at all, but continued talking to Martina. Is this answer correct? Martina didn't answer directly, but instead asked tentatively, are you a human from another universe? Whoa, Lin Feng smiled. Martina's question fully confirms the correctness of Lin Feng's answer. In this wave, Lin Feng scored 100 points. That's right, I'm from another universe. Wow. Martina's eyes burst out with curious exploration. She didn't suspect this outrageous thing at all, because the information Lin Feng said now, and what Optimus Prime said at the time, are completely correct. When Optimus Prime said this information, Martina still didn't believe in the existence of other universes. After all, she was only young at that time, but with the growth of age and knowledge, Martina's concept changed rapidly. Aliens have appeared, and artificial intelligence is about to destroy mankind. Wouldn't it be normal to have other universes? Now, can you tell me exactly what Optimus Prime said? Although Lin Feng didn't know what means Optimus Prime used to predict the future, but the code was obviously matched. Come on girl, reveal your secret to me? Definitely. Martina quickly responded. Optimus Prime said that there will be a traveler from another universe in the future. He will look for the source of the fire seed, and when he appears, give this to him. As Martina said, she found a round metal device from her pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Optimus Prime said that the message he left is in this thing. If you really came from another universe, you should have a way to open it. After handing over the device, Martina breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably, as if a big rock had fallen to the ground. Several years have passed since Optimus Prime's commission, and there has been no movement. Martina carried the metal device on her body all day, for several years, for fear of missing the humans that Optimus Prime was talking about. The curiosity at the beginning has become a burden like a burden with the accumulation of time. Now that this burden has been handed over, Martina only feels that her body has become lighter. Lin Feng took over the small metal device. Combining Martina's previous words, the well-informed Lin Feng instantly deduced that this should be a high-tech projection device. But looking through, Lin Feng didn't find any start button like a button. But don't wait for Lin Feng to think about how to open it. The device actually activated itself in Lin Feng's hands. A blue light glows around the device. Several rays of light interweave on the small disc to form a virtual 3D projection. A scaled-down version of Optimus Prime appears in it. Wow! Martina exclaimed again. She also studied this device when she was free, but she never found a way to activate it. Now it's in Lin Feng's hands, but it started by itself? Optimus Prime. Leader. Seeing this scene, the Autobots gathered around one after another, with nostalgic looks in their eyes. It's been a few years and I haven't seen him back. In the hearts of Autobots, Optimus Prime is not only a leader, but also a spiritual pillar. With Optimus Prime around, Autobots can overcome all difficulties. The Watchman's eyes widened even more. Who would have thought that Optimus Prime would keep this hand? Optimus Prime has been out of contact for so long, and the Watcher is eager to know some information about him. Traveler from another dimension. The projection of Optimus Prime began to speak, and there was some melancholy between the words. He didn't greet the other Autobots present. It seemed that it was just an information video. If you see this video, it proves that you should get the small device. Lin Feng's face suddenly turned weird, and Cybertron is also popular with nonsense literature? I know your purpose is the source of fire. Please take Martina to the planet Cybertron to find me. Please put away this projection device. If I am no longer in Cybertron, it will guide you to find me. After a few words, the projection Optimus Prime disappeared. Very short message. In the end, I still have to let Lin Feng take a trip to the planet Cybertron. This is not a problem. But why bring Martina as a human? Could it be Martina is Optimus Prime's illegitimate child? Lin Feng gave Martina a weird look. Martina? No, it's completely impossible. Okay, Martina is a carbon-based life no matter how you look at it. You heard what Optimus Prime said too. Are you going to the planet Cybertron? Out of politeness, Lin Feng still chose to ask Martina. Although Optimus Prime asked Lin Feng to take her with him, what if he didn't want to? But obviously Lin Feng thought too much. Martina nodded quickly like pounding garlic. I want to go. How can I not go? While talking, he pulled his legs and ran outside. I'll go talk to Uncle Lemon. Wait for me. You must wait for me. Are you kidding? I will miss the good thing about space travel if I am a Ping Chuan Martina? This kind of opportunity that can't be met is probably only once in a lifetime. Martina couldn't help but burst into tears. She deserved to keep the small device for Optimus Prime for so many years. Seeing Martina rushing out in a hurry, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Bringing Martina along will undoubtedly add some troubles. The most important thing is that the environment in outer space is not at all suitable for human beings to survive. Lin Feng still needs to use the biological force field to protect Martina at all times. Mr. Lin Feng, the watchman called out. After a conversation, he and Lin Feng became acquainted. Optimus Prime also knows the existence of the other party. In this case, if you keep calling young people, it is a bit suspicious of relying on the old to sell the old. Although the Watchman's age is here. But Lin Feng's identity is not simple, just relying on his physical body to cross the universe. I want to ask you something. You say. Lin Feng didn't know what the Watchman wanted to do, and he didn't agree immediately. Can you take one of our brothers with you when you go to Cybertron this time? Only need one. This time, the Watcher used an honorific title. There is no way, if you want to ask Lin Feng, it is absolutely impossible to show your qualifications. We're concerned about Optimus Prime's situation, so I'd like you to help us if you can. If possible, we want Optimus Prime to come back to Blue Star, whether it's humans or Autobots, we all need him. Before Lin Feng could answer, the Watchman immediately expressed his thoughts. It would be great if Lin Feng could bring an Autobot there. Although the Autobots can also survive in the universe, they don't have the ability to fly in the universe. What's more, the planet Cybertron is so far away, without a spacecraft and a corresponding transmission device, I don't know how long it will take to arrive. Optimus Prime has been away for too long, human beings are struggling to survive in the Doomsday Blue Star, and even the condition of the Autobots is not very good. They urgently need a strong leader to lead them now. Lin Feng tilted his head to think, and the Watchman didn't speak anymore, just waiting for Lin Feng's reply. Taking the Autobots to Cybertron? He has taken Martina with him. Wrap Martina with a biological force field, and then she can fly faster than the speed of light, so as to reach Cybertron quickly. If you bring another Autobot, there is actually no big problem. Lin Feng only needs to sit in the car and envelop the entire vehicle with a biological force field. But Lin Feng was a little reluctant. If something happened, Lin Feng would still guarantee their safety. You can't just watch them die in the universe, can you? Xianyu was afraid of trouble, but thinking about his idea of hacking someone's fire source, Lin Feng agreed to such a small request. Can. After thinking about it, Lin Feng gave an affirmative answer. The Watchman immediately showed a gratified smile, and a look of hope that was not there before appeared in his eyes. As long as Lin Feng is willing, then everything is easy to talk about. Find Optimus Prime, and the Autobots and humans will usher in a turning point. So, who do you want me to take to Cybertron? Now that the decision was made, Lin Feng didn't write any ink, and directly signaled the Watchman to choose someone. As soon as the words fell, the Autobots began to argue. I go. Let me go. Are you okay, old guy? Let me do it. Who's the old guy? You want to try my cannon? These older generation of Autobots are different from the new generation. They are all the aborigines of Cybertron, and everyone wants to return to their hometown. The Watchman frowned. Don't make noise. He understood what the Autobots were thinking. If it weren't for the fact that he is now a temporary commander and has a vital role, he would have wanted Lin Feng to take him to Cybertron. Just let the poison gal go with you? Do you think it's okay? Lin Feng was brought by Poison Gallon, and Lin Feng is also more familiar than other Autobots, so Warden definitely chose Poison Gallon. Moreover, Poison Gallon is relatively stable in the older generation, so there is no problem in choosing him. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes. It doesn't matter which Autobot goes. Lin Feng can even take 2 or 3 Autobots with him, but it's not necessary, and Lin Feng's energy will be consumed. The candidate was confirmed, and the Autobots who were not selected were dejected, but they could not refute the Watcher's decision. The Watchman called the poisonous Gallon aside and explained some things. Lin Feng didn't eavesdrop, but just sat and waited for Martina. When Martina comes back, she can prepare to leave. But Martina didn't come back until half an hour later. This girl is really inked. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering. Isn't she going to pack a lot of luggage? Scary female carbon-based life. Mr. Lin Feng, your energy source. After all the Autobots were charged, the Watcher reluctantly returned the power gem to Lin Feng. He is the last one to charge, and the power output of infinite gems is very fast and huge. It doesn't take long to charge an Autobot. Lin Feng took over infinite gems. The fully charged Autobots seemed to be rejuvenated, and they were all in high spirits. Judging by their momentum, it seems that they can't wait to launch the final decisive battle against Skynet now. After waiting and waiting, when Lin Feng became more and more impatient, Martina finally ran back. Her forehead was soaked in sweat as she trotted all the way. Lin Feng was a little ashamed to see that she was dragging a suitcase that was half her height. Is this girl taking space travel as a vacation? I'm sorry I kept you waiting. Martina ran to Lin Feng and apologized repeatedly. She finally persuaded Lemon to leave for a while. Definitely, the smart Martina didn't tell the truth. If Lemon Uncle knew that she was going to the universe, he would definitely not let her go, so there was no way. Martina could only tell a little lie. If she didn't go, she would regret it for the rest of her life. It's okay, since we're ready, let's set off. Lin Feng ordered directly, and there was no point in writing any more ink on the blue star. Du Gallon had no objection, and directly changed into the form of an Autobot, still the same black off-road vehicle. The little girl threw the suitcase into the trunk of the drug Gallon, and actively sat in the co-pilot. Then we're leaving. Seeing that everything was ready, Lin Feng opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and greeted the Watchman. The Watchman waved his hand and nodded. I wish you the best of luck. Poison Gallon, don't forget what I told you. Poison Gallon replied angrily, understood. He felt an inexplicably heavy responsibility on his body, and he took on the heavy responsibility of bringing Optimus Prime back. After the farewell, Du Gallon drove the two of them slowly out of the base. Martina was sitting in the co-pilot, her little heart was beating non-stop, and she had an extremely excited expression on her face. She solemnly fastened her seat belt. How do we go to the universe? Where are we going to take the spaceship? This is the first time she has traveled so far, and she is still going to the universe. Can she not be excited? Spacecraft? Lin Feng smiled without answering. Sit still. If you go to space and need a spaceship, who do you look down on? The biological force field unfolded, enveloping the entire vehicle. The wheels of the running poisonous gallon gradually lifted off the ground, as if a transparent road to the sky appeared in the air. Under the influence of Lin Feng, the entire vehicle plunged into the sky obliquely. The acceleration was getting faster and faster, and Martina's face was flushed with excitement. Stimulate. This unreasonable experience made Martina even more excited. What girls in this age group like most is to jump out of the rules. Commonly known, is like to do some bad things. Before the minors, the parents were strict. It also caused the children who had just grown up and were out of control to have a vengeful indulgence. My old lady is an adult, she can do whatever she wants. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to Martina. For him, cosmic flight is already commonplace. The vehicle accelerated constantly, and quickly reached the escape velocity needed to fly out of the blue star. A moment later, the two of them, with their backs facing the huge blue star, plunged into the vast deep sky. Flying out of the blue star, the Lin Feng ability was fully activated, wrapped in a poisonous gallon and flew faster and faster, accelerating at an incredible speed, and soon reached and surpassed the speed of light. The two of them drove straight in the direction of Cybertron at a very high speed. However, the planet Cybertron is about 4 light-years away from the blue star. It orbits Alpha Centauri and is a giant metallic planet similar to Saturn. In a straight-line distance, even if Lin Feng has been flying at superluminal speed, it will take several days or even 10 days. In order to speed up, Lin Feng used the Infinite Gems booster to start a small space shuttle with a straight-line distance while exceeding the speed of light. According to the predetermined plan, it takes about a few hours to reach the planet Cybertron. But even for a few hours, travel is relatively dull. After all, the scenery in the universe is mostly the same, except for the darkness and the twinkling stars. Poison Gallon, is there music? After officially starting the trip, Lin Feng put the seat down again and leaned his feet on the steering wheel. He does not need to use the steering wheel to control the direction. The poisonous gallon didn't speak, and played a piece of soothing music directly. Martina wasn't idle either. She took out her smartphone, which she hadn't used for a long time, and began to take pictures of the scenery outside the car window. In the endless darkness, the stars twinkled. This feeling of being in the vast universe is completely incomparable to watching sci-fi movies on Blue Star. The vastness of the universe is undoubtedly shocking. He will make creatures like human beings feel their own insignificance from the heart. During the period, Martina also took a group photo with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't stop it either. He's not a big star, at least not in this universe. Just take a group photo. He doesn't have the burden of being an idol. But the scenery in the universe, if you see too much, it will be the same. It is nothing more than a planet that glows in various colors. If you run far away, you can still see galaxies, but you can't see the end at a glance. To be honest, sometimes I haven't used equipment to watch the splendor of the Milky Way on Blue Star. Sure enough, after 2 hours, Martina got a little tired. She couldn't help poking Lin Feng twice, who closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Hey, tell me. Why does Optimus Prime want you to take me to Cybertron? Lin Feng opened his eyes and glanced at the curious baby. I'm curious too. Perhaps, you are the illegitimate son of Optimus Prime. Forward. Martina choked, with black lines on her face. What is the thunderous answer of empowerment? Are you serious? I am human. God's illegitimate son. Where can carbon-based life be born on silicon-based life? Lin Feng curled his lips and spread his hands. Then I don't know. After speaking, close your eyes and continue to sleep. The straight man chooses to chat with Tian directly to death. Don't give Martina a chance, otherwise Lin Feng will have to chat with her in the next 3 or 4 hours. Poison gal, tell me. Lin Feng's attitude was too perfunctory. Martina patted the car seat under her buttocks. I can't guess what the leader thinks. He did this, there must be a reason for him. Du Gallon also said perfunctorily. He is also not good at dealing with human women, and it is okay to change to a female Autobot. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth, which was pretending to be asleep, couldn't help but smile. What a guy, he's also a straight man. The Autobots are at it again? Martina was teased again, and frowned in distress. Aren't you bored? The universe is dull, and there is no sound. Oh, except for the soothing music of the poison gal, which sounds sleepy. There was a moment of silence, and no one paid any attention to her. Lin Feng. Martina was so angry that she poked Lin Feng again. Lin Feng played dead, and even made a slight grunt. I am asleep. Martina had a bitter face, and could only look at the similar scenery outside the window again. Not angry, she is not angry. Such a beautiful scenery, she is not angry. However, under this stereotyped scenery, coupled with the soothing music, the whole environment is unusually hypnotic. A few hours later, Martina was already drowsy, and her little head was shaking little by little. Seeing that he was about to fall asleep, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and the flight speed of the poison gallon also suddenly dropped, exiting the superluminal speed. It's here, Lin Feng said. Martina raised her face when she heard the sound, feeling a little dazed. Here? Where are you? Definitely it's Cybertron, are you drowsy? Lin Feng pointed forward with a funny face. Martina gradually came back to her senses, she subconsciously looked forward. Through the front windshield, a shocking scene appeared in Martina's eyes. It was a huge metal planet standing in the endless darkness. The entire surface of the planet is completely covered by metal. A series of intricate metal pipes, metal devices that cannot be named. The massive metal creations divided the planet into several regions. The entire planet is made of cool-toned steel, full of high-tech and heavy atmosphere. When the poison gal approached the planet Cybertron, the metal in one area of the planet's surface quickly shapeshifted into a cannon, locking onto the poison gal. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Zzz. A radio-like noise sounded, and Cybertron's main control system was connected to the poison gallon. Please identify yourself. A cold mechanical voice came. It was Cybertron's identity verification system. With the sound of the sound, the huge turret began to store energy, and a virtual screen popped up on it, marking the 5-minute countdown. Hearing this voice, Du Gallen's heart sank. The situation is getting worse. He slowly stopped in the universe, unable to go any further, and would enter the defensive range set by the turret. The defensive cannon is Cybertron's heavy-duty killer, and one cannon is enough to blow the poison gallon to the ground. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked a little puzzled. Wait a minute, I'm transferring the secret key. While Du Gallen was speaking, the verification system issued another warning. Code name, Poison Gallon. The identity key has been accessed. Welcome home, Poison Gal. Please proceed to landing pad 077. After revealing his identity, the big and scary cannon barrel was retracted, and the tense atmosphere disappeared. A virtual blue route guide appeared in the void, and the poisonous gallon followed the route and began to head to landing pad 77. Just now the planet is verifying my identity. With the help of Lin Feng, Du Jialun said in a deep voice while flying. That's Cybertron's unique intelligence system. His authority is very large, and he can arbitrarily mobilize Cybertron's internal resources. However, in order to prevent mutiny, the intelligence level of the intelligence system is not high, and there is no access to the fire source. This is to prevent large rollovers. Once the intelligence system has a carrier and independent thinking, who can guarantee that it will not rebel? Isn't Blue Star's Skynet a good example? And when we return to planet Cybertron, there are dedicated brothers who are responsible for verification. Verification is now taken over by intelligence systems, and that's for one reason. After a meal, the poisonous gallon slowly landed on landing pad 77. This is a wide metal tunnel, with streaks of light shining on the metal walls, illuminating the path. The poisonous gallon started the engine again and started driving along the tunnel. What's the reason, are you telling me? Martina's curiosity was aroused. This wonderful trip will be an unforgettable experience in her life. According to the planet's management regulations, the intelligence system will only take over all equipment when there is no life in the planet. No, what does it mean that there is no living body? That is, the entire planet. Apart from us, there is no Autobot anymore. That is to say, the planet Cybertron has entered a state of unmanned control. The silver-gray metal planet already makes people feel icy cold. What the poisonous gallon said made Martina feel even colder. The whole planet gave Martina the feeling of silence. A metal mechanical planet without life sounds so cold. Is there no living body? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. This surprised him a bit. He originally thought that Cybertron was a lively planet, and the ground was covered with all kinds of Autobots. It now appears that something is happening on Cybertron as well. Fence, connect to the main control system, and search for life forms in the entire planet. Poison Gallon connected to the planetary host through the communication system and directly issued orders. Poison Gallon, Authority Level 4, Insufficient Authority, Request Rejected. The main control system called the Fence first replied coldly, and then it got stuck, as if it was restarting. Drip. It is detected that the planet has no other authority. Permissions are delegated, and the authority of Poison Gallon is temporarily increased to 6. Searching, please wait. Although the intelligence system passed Du Gallon's request, Du Gallon was in a bad mood. Those without other authority have already confirmed Du Gallon's conjecture. After a few seconds, the sound of the fence sounded again. Silicon-based life form detected, number 1. Unknown life forms detected, number 2. Du Gallon was taken aback by this answer. What is an unknown life form? Test again. After a few seconds, the answer was still the same. Mark the location of all life forms. Du Gallon continued to give instructions without giving up. Are there other people on the planet? Didn't the wall count the 3 of us in it? Life body location, marked, silicon-based life body, Poison Gallon, containing unknown life body, quantity, 2. Hiss. Poison Gallon was taken aback for a moment, and the car body shook. Aren't you 2 carbon-based life forms? At first, he thought that the system of the fence was wrong. How could it be possible to scan 2 unknown life forms? You must know that Cybertron's technology is very advanced. Thanks to the all-metal planetary structure, it can determine the type of life form through the ubiquitous rays. As for the accurate information given by the detection results of the fence, the unknown life forms mentioned are obviously Lin Feng and Martina. A doubt flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he couldn't help looking at Martina beside him. Good guy, unknown life form? He is a silver Superman, so he is naturally immune to detection. With a strong biological force field protection, it is impossible for any rays to penetrate his body without his consent. Definitely, the fence cannot detect Lin Feng's life form. But Martina was also judged to be an unknown life form? Interesting, very interesting. Lin Feng said that Martina aroused his interest. The carefree Martina has not yet reacted, feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by Lin Feng. What are you looking at me for? No, nothing. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. He almost couldn't help using his clairvoyant eyes to see what kind of monster Martina was. However, morality does not allow, hee. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, and things became interesting again. No wonder Optimus Prime wanted to bring Martina to planet Cybertron by himself. It seems that Martina's background is not ordinary. I'm definitely a carbon-based life form, but I have something called a biological force field, which can block all detection. Lin Feng explained to the poisonous Gallon. I can take you to fly in the universe, relying on the biological force field. Martina can breathe in the universe because of the biological force field. Guawaza Martina has never thought about why she can absorb oxygen in the universe from the beginning to the end. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's biological force field, she would have died in the extreme environment of the universe long ago. Poison Gallon understands, I see. Lin Feng didn't explain too much, but Du Gallon's brain power is not bad. He subconsciously thought that the biological force field was still covering the car body, so the intelligence system fence couldn't judge the attributes of the two of them. While speaking, the vehicle has driven out of the tunnel and officially arrived at the interior of the planet Cybertron. No one thought that it was a city piled up with steel buildings. Metal products can be seen everywhere, intricate metal access bridges, and metal pavilions suspended in midair. The endless metal city shocked Martina. Martina exclaimed again, took out her phone and started taking pictures. Where are we going now? Poison Gal. Lin Feng took out the small projection device. There is no living body in Cybertron now, but that's okay. Lin Feng still has to search for information. It is mentioned in the message left by Optimus Prime that if he is not on the planet Cybertron, this small projection device can guide Lin Feng to find him. Go to the main control room of the planet. Poison Gallon responded. He also read the message left by Optimus Prime. What to do now? As Optimus Prime said, find him through the guidance of the small device. The main control room of the planet can analyze the metal projection device. If Optimus Prime left a clue to find him, then this is the only way. In this regard, Lin Feng definitely has no opinion. The main control room of the planet is inside the planet of Cybertron, and the poisonous Gallon carried the two of them to a fast-descending device. This device can reach the city area of Cybertron below. The closer to the core, the higher the permission level required. Logically speaking, poisonous Gallons cannot reach the main control room area. But now there is no other living body on Cybertron that has the corresponding authority. The intelligence system siege judges that Cybertron at the moment is in a special state, so the poison Gallon with increased authority is unimpeded. It takes a while to go down. Lin Feng sat in the car a little bored, and started talking to Martina intentionally or unintentionally. Martina, how are your parents doing now? Lin Feng, who understands people's clothing, began to explore the little secrets of contestant Martina. Parents. Martina muttered, not understanding why Lin Feng suddenly asked about her parents. But Martina, who was shocked and excited by the scene in front of her, put a small face on her face visible to the naked eye, and became depressed. I don't know, I haven't seen them since I was born. When it comes to her parents, Martina is not in a good mood. In her memory, her parents are very far away. For as long as I can remember, parents have been an unfamiliar word. They abandoned me, but Lemon Uncle's sister adopted me. Martina explained with some melancholy. The feeling of not having parents is beyond the comprehension of normal families. The most direct is the strange eyes of the friends. She said that at that time, I was crying in the wild before she found out and brought me back. Lin Feng was a little dazed. Unexpectedly, Martina is also an orphan? Suddenly, there was a little bit of sympathy for each other. How do you say that? It's also Tianya who has fallen. Then you haven't looked for them all these years. Lin Feng continued to ask. Looking for them? Martina muttered. What do you want them to do? They don't want me anymore. Why should I go up to the top? Without them, wouldn't I still grow up happily? Martina raised her small face, with a somewhat forced smile on her face. It's just that there is some sparkle in the eyes, which cannot be hidden. Yes, which child can calmly accept the fact that he was abandoned by his parents? Fortunately, the woman who met Martina was a kind person, so Martina could have a relatively happy and complete childhood. It's just that in the dead of night, Martina still thinks of her parents from time to time. She didn't understand why her parents abandoned her. Don't talk about them, your parents must be very powerful. Martina didn't want to mention her parents anymore, and asked Lin Feng with envy on her small face. Lin Feng is so powerful that he can even take him across the universe. His parents must also be very powerful existences. Let people envy? Lin Feng put his hands behind his head, leaned comfortably on the seat, and replied casually, coincidental. I don't even know who my parents are. I haven't seen them since I was born. You don't have parents either. Martina's eyes lit up, and she poked her head towards Lin Feng excitedly. Lin Feng glanced at her strangely. I don't have parents, why are you happy? I don't, that's not what I meant. Martina lowered her head in embarrassment, too ashamed to look at Lin Feng. As soon as she said the words, she felt that something was wrong. This is too impolite. It's just that Martina is a little happy to meet someone with a similar fate. She didn't expect such a coincidence. Lin Feng had never met his parents. It turns out that Lin Feng, who is so powerful, is the same kind of person as her. If Lin Feng knew what Martina was thinking, he would definitely curl his lips in disdain. Girl, you're thinking too much. I'm a silver Superman, who has a washboard fate similar to yours. Well, parents are somewhat similar in this regard. It's okay, I'm used to it. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently. He is also very fortunate to have met the kind and upright Dean, the leader in childhood. It is very important. This topic was a bit heavy, and the two agreed not to bring it up again, and the car became quiet again. Originally, I wanted to find out what kind of life form Martina was through Martina's parents, but now it seems that there is no hope. But Lin Feng was not in a hurry, and peeled off Martina's story layer by layer. It would be more interesting to peel off the truth of the incident, wouldn't it? Click. The speed of the downlink machine slowed down, and with a soft sound, it arrived at the main control area of Cybertron's planet. The main control room is a huge amounts of square device, standing in the center of the main control area. It can be seen at a glance, it is huge. Poison Gallon is also the first time to come to the main control area. But one of the benefits of silicon-based life is the sharing of information. The layout of the entire main control area appeared in Du Gallon's private database in less than a second. He turned into an Autobot again, took Lin Feng and Martina, swiped his face and entered the main control room. The main control room looks full of technology. Virtual screens and consoles are everywhere. Du Gallon walked to the console first, and pressed randomly. I don't know what to press, and a tray popped up on the console. He turned to look at Lin Feng. Put the device in. What to put? Definitely is a small projection device. Lin Feng took the device and gently placed it on the tray. The tray was retracted, and the sound of the intelligence system wall sounded again. Detecting. A reading bar appeared on the big screen and quickly reached 100. The detection is complete, a small charging transmission device. Do you want to open the preset portal? Du Gallon cast a questioning look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Poison Gallon, open the portal. Wall, the teleportation channel has been opened. Please specify the sender. Du Gallon turned to Lin Feng again to confirm. Martina, are you staying here? Lin Feng didn't choose to teleport people immediately, but said to Martina. I don't know if there will be a fight in the future. I think it's best for you to stay here. Martina froze for a moment, feeling a little ashamed. Was she despising herself? She said unconvinced, don't underestimate me. Lin Feng subconsciously glanced at the pinguin on her chest. Do I need to underestimate it? An angry Martina didn't notice Lin Feng's gaze, and continued. I'm also a fighter, a qualified survivor of the guard. In the end of Skynet, it is difficult to survive without some skills. With the help of Lemon Uncle's relationship, Martina's training has been supplemented, and she has long been a qualified fighter. I am the existence of the T-1000 Terminator who defeated Skynet. Martina proudly puffed out her little chest. Besides, I don't want to stay in this ghostly place. Martina looked around subconsciously. There was no trace of life on this icy metal planet. Like a ghost, Martina didn't want to be in a place like this. But these words were aimed directly at the hometown of the poisonous Gallon. As soon as the words came out, Martina realized what she was talking about. That's not what I meant. Martina apologized solemnly with an apologetic face. Poison Gallon was not angry either. He expressed his understanding. Human beings live in groups and don't like deserted places. They develop an emotion called loneliness. Definitely, the Autobots feel the same way, but not as deeply as humans. Don't worry, when a battle really happens, I won't hold you back. Martina added loudly, patting her chest. Very good, very confident, very energetic. That is, the combat power is probably not directly proportional to the size of the bear? Fine, follow if you want. Lin Feng said helplessly. Protecting a Martina, Lin Feng can still do it. Besides, Optimus Prime has said that he will take Martina with him. Maybe there is a need for her somewhere. To take a step back, the chances of a fight actually aren't that high. Teleport everyone present. Poison Gal. The Poison Gal nodded. The fence began to move, and a circular glowing line began to appear under the three people's feet, spinning rapidly. What Optimus Prime left behind is a directional teleportation device, and it only needs to use a little energy to activate the activation program in the device. The program started, and with a buzzing sound, the three disappeared on the planet Cybertron. The teleportation device sent them to another planet far away from Cybertron. This is a dark red-dominated planet. 3 rounds of blood-red glowing fixed stars of different file sizes in the sky cast a bloody and dark color on the entire planet. There are endless red sand grains under your feet. There are no buildings, just fragments of boulders. Boom! The moment after the teleportation came, Poison Gallon staggered first, and then abruptly performed a wave of kneeling on one knee. The mechanical legs hit the ground like a heavy object, making huge amounts of noise. Lin Feng teleported over immediately, and then frowned. The moment he appeared, he felt his body sink. There is a problem with the gravity of this planet. Lin Feng felt it. It was about 6 to 7 times that of Blue Star. Moreover, the surface temperature is terribly low, and there seems to be no oxygen. It was almost immediately determined that this was a planet where carbon-based life could not survive. Not good. Lin Feng's pupils shrank, and he immediately thought of Martina. He immediately looked towards Martina, and at the same time, the biological force field was also unfolded in an instant. Careless, I didn't expect the wall to send them to this kind of planet. The extreme cold, plus 6 or 7 times the gravity, had no effect on Lin Feng, but it could kill Martina in a short time. It's just that Lin Feng stopped when the biological force field expanded halfway. He scrutinized Martina with a look like a magical animal. This guy, why does it look like there's nothing wrong with it? All right. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before asking. After Martina teleported over, she looked at the surrounding environment curiously. Hearing Lin Feng's thoughtless question, he was taken aback. She looked at Lin Feng blankly. What the hell? What can I do? This old man, why do you look so strange? Martina tilted her head. Oh, I understand. Are you worried that I will be afraid of the environment here? It's not as good as the horror movies I've seen before. I won't be afraid. As long as she is not alone in this environment, Martina will not be afraid. Hiss. Lin Feng's forehead was full of question marks. What pig talk are you talking about? 6 or 7 times the gravity of Blue Star, can't you feel it? Don't you feel that your body is heavy? Heavy. Martina frowned slightly, then jumped on the spot twice. An airport without 2 or 2 meets can't make a wave. You say so, it seems yes. Martina said belatedly. She felt that her body was heavier than before, but the effect was not great. Come on, don't worry about my little sister. Lin Feng took a deep look at Martina, even the poisonous gallon knelt down, but Martina could jump up on a planet whose gravity is 6 or 7 times that of Blue Star. He remembered the scan of the fence again. Oh, what an unknown life form. Poison gal, how are you? Lin Feng looked at the poisonous Gallon who was still kneeling on one knee. He didn't know, he thought he was proposing. Du Gallon stood up slowly, saying that he was fine. 6 or 7 times the gravity, humans can bear it in a short period of time, but it is almost impossible to move. Fortunately, Du Gallon is an Autobot, and he didn't react to the sudden change in the environment just now. But even the Autobots with a body of steel, under this kind of gravity, their combat effectiveness would be greatly weakened. I feel it. The poison gal was facing one direction, with his arms raised up, as if he was about to hug something. What do you feel? Lin Feng looked at Poison Gallon curiously, not understanding why this guy made a gesture of praising the sun. I feel it, the source of the fire seed. It's in that direction. The poison gal responded in a deep voice, pointing in the direction he was facing. Great, he's excited? It has been several years since I have felt the source of fire, and I am back in the warm embrace of my mother. Want to cry? Lin Feng smiled. Okay, you don't need to detect it yourself. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. The Autobots in this world, unlike those in the movie, can feel the existence of the fire source within a certain distance. It can even absorb the energy from the fire source by itself, repairing and strengthening itself. In the movie, Lin Feng can't remember any Autobot with this kind of ability. Sensing the source of fire, Du Gallon was even more anxious than Lin Feng. Kaka turned back into a black off-road vehicle. Boarding. The distance is very long. If you rely on walking, it is estimated that you will have to walk for 2 or 3 days. But with the blessing of a speed of 200 miles per gallon, it only takes 2 hours. Lin Feng took Martina into the car. Poison Gallon, do you need me to provide you with energy? The planet's gravity is too high. If the poisonous Gallon wants to drive at high speed here, it is not as simple as simply paying several times the force. No, I can already link to the energy of the fire source. Speaking of this, Poison Gallon made a slight hesitation, but still mentioned, there is something wrong with the fire source. I can't tell, you guys are ready to fight. As soon as he appeared, the Poison Gal felt the source of fire. But now that he calmed down, Du Gallon felt the abnormality of the source of fire. What is the reason for this violent mood? Mom is angry? Lin Feng and Martina looked at each other. It is good. Lin Feng didn't take the Poison Gal's reminder lightly, and directly lifted the invisibility state of Superman's wristband, and the 6 infinite gems can increase his ability at any time. The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. Although Lin Feng is strong, he will still be full of energy when the situation is unknown. Who knows if there will be another big guy from Almighty Universe level. After all, I have been bullied before. Martina also replied crisply, I see, don't worry. Her hand reached for the holster at her waist. Then I took out my mobile phone from the trouser pocket under the holster, and started taking pictures again. The universe, the steel planet, the 3 red suns, such scenery cannot be seen everywhere. How can we not take a group photo to commemorate it? Lin Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes seeing Martina excitedly clapping this and that. I'm afraid this old girl is not careless. Having said that, can a mobile phone be used in an environment with 6 or 7 times the gravity? Lin Feng didn't bother to think about this question anymore, feeling tired. There are no roads on the planet, but the red sand grains on the surface are fairly hard, so it doesn't have much impact on the speed of the poisonous Gallon. The stopwatch hits 200 miles per hour, and the poison Gallon starts to speed across the planet. Martina's cell phone seems to have an endless battery, taking pictures all the time. And Lin Feng rubbed his chin and thought about what reason he should use to get the source of fire. If there is no accident, Tinder and Optimus Prime are together. And Optimus Prime is still aware of his existence, so Nima is very confusing. All of this, we have to wait until we see Optimus Prime to reveal the answer. After 2 hours of high-speed driving, he has already run more than 400 kilometers. The group of people were getting closer and closer to the fire source, and at the end of their vision, Du Galen saw a red dot. That's right, that's the source of fire seeds. But why is it flashing red light? I see. Poison Galen said. He increased his driving speed again, and flew straight towards the light spot. Lin Feng also saw the red dot without being reminded by the poisonous Galen. Lin Feng used supervision calmly. The distant scene zoomed in quickly. The scene at the point of light seems to be right in front of you. Lin Feng saw that the red light spot was a metal cube. Surrounded by red lines, it is still vibrating constantly. It seems very irritable. It should be the source of the fire seed. Before crossing, Lin Feng had seen the complete fire source of the cube, which was almost the same as the one in front of him. Immediately after moving his gaze up, the source of fire was being held by a red and blue Autobot with huge amounts of color. Red and blue color scheme? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. When Lin Feng saw the shape and face of the Autobot, it was exactly as he thought. It was Optimus Prime, the handsome Autobot leader who was about to catch up with Lin Feng. Amused, Lin Feng looked away. Now it's stable, we've found Optimus Prime and the source of fire. Looking around him, there is no danger, and it seems that there is no need to fight. When Lin Feng looked away, Martina suddenly poked Lin Feng with his hand. Lin Feng turned to look at her. Martina's complexion was a little weird, she looked a little uncomfortable, her small face was a little pale, and there was still a little sweat dripping from her forehead. What's the matter with you, little sister? Big Ant's surprise inspection? What's wrong with you? Lin Feng asked in concern. There seems to be something wrong with me. Something's wrong, what's wrong? You can't really be the Big Ant, can you? Lin Feng blurted out subconsciously. Nima, in this environment, where can I find you an ant's towel? Will reality gems work? Martina blushed in embarrassment at Lin Feng's words. She patted Lin Feng's shoulder fiercely with her little hand. What are you talking about? This person, how come the words of tiger and wolf come out of his mouth so casually? Isn't it the Big Ant's raid? Lin Feng was puzzled. Could it be? Are you out of breath under the weight of gravity? After learning that Martina can survive in an extreme environment, Lin Feng was lazy and didn't use the bioforce field. This frail little girl has not yet noticed that there is no oxygen in the air. No. Martina shook her head. Although he felt a little heavy in his body, the strange feeling didn't come from here. I feel some palpitations. But it's not very serious. Martina rubbed her heart, and her heart beat faster. She felt like something invisible was slowly invading her brain and heart. Martina didn't realize that as the distance of the light spot got closer, the beating frequency of the heart was still slowly increasing. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Could it be caused by the cosmic environment? Or a cosmic virus? Rays are everywhere in the universe, and it is not inconceivable that there are viruses in the universe. Martina is an unknown life form. She doesn't feel anything under 6 or 7 times the gravity. She can live without oxygen. Why does her heart beat faster after being hit twice by a ray? After thinking for a moment, he let go of the biological force field and enveloped Martina. At the same time, it isolated all external factors for her, simulated the environment of Blue Star, and produced oxygen. Don't ask why Lin Feng can make oxygen, Silver Superman, making oxygen is reasonable, right? How is it now? After finishing all this, Lin Feng asked. His biological force field, with the change of will, can become very powerful. With the blessing of Silver Superman, it can even isolate everything you want to isolate like a different space. It is stronger than the one in a certain manga. The thing that invaded the brain all the time disappeared in an instant. Call. Martina let out a long breath, her heart returned to its normal beating frequency, and the palpitations gradually disappeared. It's much better. What did you do? Martina asked curiously. Lin Feng chuckled, not intending to explain too much. I didn't do anything. Maybe you are a little nervous when you come to the universe for the first time. Martina was dubious. Is that so? Now she is not nervous. Lin Feng nodded perfunctorily. It must be. Lin Feng himself didn't understand why Martina had this situation, so instead of telling her to worry her, it's better not to say it. Maybe after the journey is over, it would be nice to go back to Blue Star. Liar. Martina rolled her eyes and ignored Lin Feng. She couldn't believe that Lin Feng didn't do anything, but the boss didn't want to say anything, so how could he use a gun to force him to say no? Forget it. Martina pouted and observed the approaching light spots. As the vehicle got closer and closer to the light spot, the red and blue Optimus Prime clearly appeared in Du Galen's sight. Optimus Prime. The poisonous Galen roared excitedly, the speed was faster, and the running was even more fun. Optimus Prime, who was sitting on the ground, looked up as if feeling something in his heart. I saw a black off-road vehicle driving towards him rapidly. Laugh. The black off-road vehicle stopped in front of Optimus Prime. The excited gal immediately threw Lin Feng and Martina out. Kaka started shapeshifting. It's the poisonous Galen. Optimus Prime was a little surprised to see the poisonous Galen approaching, but he didn't get up. An Autobot of the same era, Optimus Prime definitely recognizes him. Afterwards, Optimus Prime shifted his attention to the two of Lin Feng who were thrown out by the poisonous Galen. Mr. Lin Feng? Hello. Martina, how have you been these few years? Optimus Prime looked at Martina with a look of nostalgia in his eyes, as if seeing an old friend who hadn't reunited for a long time. Poison Galen is speechless. I am also your old friend. Why are they treated differently? Optimus Prime, the Autobots need you. Blue Star needs you too. Since you left, Blue Star has. Poison Gallon forcefully interrupted Optimus Prime's greeting. He couldn't wait to tell about Blue Star's tragic situation. He carries the hope of all the Autobots on Blue Star, the hope of bringing Optimus Prime back. Optimus Prime waved a counter-interruption. I know what you want to say. Is it Skynet? Poison Gallon was taken aback, you know. Immediately, Do Gallon became a little angry, and his voice raised uncontrollably. You know, why not go back to Blue Star? Optimus Prime's words were unexpected. He actually knew about Blue Star's situation. How can this not make the poisonous gal feel angry? Both humans and Autobots are waiting for him, looking forward to his reappearance in Blue Star every day. Seeing compatriots and weak races struggling to survive in the apocalypse is not what a qualified leader should do. Facing Do Gallon's questioning, Optimus Prime didn't refute or get angry, but just sighed lightly. Don't worry, I will explain this later. All of this has something to do with Martina and Lin Feng. Optimus Prime also has his own difficulties. Do you think he doesn't want to return to Blue Star to help his companions? It's just that as the leader, Optimus Prime must know more and see farther than other Autobots. Something restricts his freedom. Everything he does is for future peace. Optimus Prime, you prepared a cauldron for me when we met for the first time. Lin Feng was a little upset when he was thrown out of the car by the poisonous Gallon. He glared at Poison Gallon before speaking to Optimus Prime. What does it mean not to go back to Blue Star has something to do with Loudsa. He has never seen Optimus Prime before. Is it appropriate to dump the blame on yourself the first time you meet? Yes, why do you say it has something to do with us? Martina also questioned strangely. She and Optimus Prime have known each other for a long time, but in her impression, Optimus Prime doesn't look like a bum-3 Autobot who can shake things off. This kind of irresponsible behavior of dumping the pot should be handed over to the king of brakes, Tesla electric car? I say that for a reason. Optimus Prime explained, but it sounded like nonsense. If you have any questions, I will answer them one by one. However, please listen to me and ask questions after I have finished all this process, okay? As he said that, Optimus Prime fell into deep thought, completely ignoring whether Lin Feng and the others agreed. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. He couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and he also had a lot of questions about the universe, so let's listen to what the big fellow Optimus Prime has to say. Besides, the source of fire that Lin Feng wants is right in front of him. Can he still fly with wings? Even if it does fly, Lin Feng can catch it back. However, Lin Feng discovered that the fire source in Optimus Prime's hands seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. Accompanied by Optimus Prime's melancholy words, the truth of leaving that year was slowly revealed. Lin Feng was a little fascinated listening. The development of events runs counter to that in the movie. Optimus Prime's narration directly crosses the war between the shape-shifting Vajra faction and the Decepticons. In the final battle between the shape-shifting Vajra faction and the Decepticons, Optimus Prime and the others won. According to the next procedure, the shape-shifting King Kong should collectively return to the planet Cybertron. But because of human requests and some reasons, Optimus Prime still chose to stay. Human pleas aren't the main reason Optimus Prime is staying, though. The reason why Optimus Prime decided to stay also came from a prophecy. Prophet. Do Gallon interrupted. The metal head tilted, and a question mark slowly appeared. Opened his eyes to his family members. After living for so long, he didn't even know that there is a prophet in shape-shifting King Kong. Could it be that he is a fake Autobot? Don't interrupt me, Poison Gal. Optimus Prime reprimanded with some dissatisfaction. The emotions that were just brewing almost disappeared. The poisonous Gallon chose to remain silent, and continue to listen to Optimus Prime's story. Not many shape-shifting King Kong who know the existence of the prophet of Cybertron. Optimus Prime, on the other hand, is one of the shape-shifting King Kong who happens to have permission to know. Prophets have left countless prophecies. While these prophecies were not the same, he predicted events in countless timelines. Whenever the shape-shifting King Kong faces huge amounts of disaster, the prophet's prophecy will be manifested in time. The Decepticons were wiped out, and Optimus Prime was the only one who saw the prophecy. Optimus Prime couldn't understand the prophet's prophecy, but he was shocked. He saw the destruction in the prophecy, and saw the scene of the devastated people. Saw disaster coming from carbon-based life forms in black robes. I saw the outbreak of the fire source and the rebirth of the Decepticons. Saw the emergence of Skynet, the end of Blue Star. Hearing this, Lin Feng scratched his butt, always feeling a bit sore. Black robe. I'm afraid it's the exiles. Reminded by the prophecy, Optimus Prime tried his best to prevent the disaster from happening. The purpose of the black robe is the source of fire, and it is they who caused the outbreak of the source of fire. Skynet was also created by Hippeo. How could Optimus Prime allow this group of unknown guys to steal the core of shape-shifting King Kong? So he fought with the black robe. This fight went from day to night, and from night to day. The mountains and rivers are reversed, the sun and the moon are reversed, time is reversed, and space is broken. Lin Feng's eyes gradually became strange. He looked at Optimus Prime inexplicably. Tilting his head, imitating the poison Gallon, he made a big question mark. Just, why did you start bragging all of a sudden? You are not like this in the movie? Ahem. Sensing the questioning eyes of the three, Optimus Prime blushed in embarrassment, and quickly brought the topic back. This fight, although not as mysterious as he said, was indeed fierce. But Optimus Prime's strength is there, and finally it is in the hands of the black robe. Moreover, during the battle, Optimus Prime's body was severely damaged. The Black Robe wanted to put away the fire source, but it seemed that the fire source was about to lose its hold. However, after Hippeo made an incomprehensible operation, he mistakenly detonated a trace of energy from the fire seed source. The energy contained in the fire source is extremely powerful. Just being detonated with the energy of the size of the sand grains in the sea also caused huge amounts of damage. The explosion of energy directly destroyed a state in the southern region of the United States. The explosion came quickly, and Hippeo was caught off guard and seriously injured. The situation immediately took a two-stage reversal. The spark source is at the heart of shape-shifting King Kong. His eruption not only failed to destroy Optimus Prime, but repaired Optimus Prime's injuries and increased Optimus Prime's combat power in a short period of time. The newly added energy muzzle is bigger than Optimus Prime's entire body. This time, Optimus Prime really has the ability to turn the sun and the moon upside down. In desperation, the Black Robe could only choose to retreat temporarily. Before Optimus Prime breathed a sigh of relief, he discovered that the source of the fire source seemed to have entered a state of rage during the explosion. Its energy explosion has not stopped, and there is a tendency to directly take away the blue star in the next wave. Optimus Prime panicked, and he immediately tried to appease the fire source, but it had no effect. In the end, Optimus Prime could only choose to strip part of the fire source, so that the fire source that was about to erupt again was temporarily quiet. However, the stripped part turned into red light and disappeared in front of Optimus Prime, unable to track it. What? Martina screamed. It turns out that the huge amounts of Tiankang in Nazada Asia were blown up by the fire source. Lin Feng, don't you have a normal person? Your reaction is about to catch up with the dull beast, little sister. Martina used to play in that sinkhole when she was a child. According to official media, it was due to the huge damage caused by the landing of the meteorite. And because of the destruction of the meteorite, the Tiankang in Nazada Asia is no longer suitable for building any buildings. That's right. Optimus Prime replied sadly. That Tiankang was indeed formed by the eruption of the fire source. For this reason, countless human beings have paid their lives. What the group of Black Robes did will get their due retribution sooner or later. Optimus Prime didn't know what method the Black Robe had used. He couldn't restore the fire source to the state before it erupted. It can only continue to suppress the fire source. This state of tense spirit all the time made Optimus Prime feel tired. But the independent release of energy from the source of fire all the time also brought endless benefits to Optimus Prime. His fighting power is increasing exponentially all the time. Thanks to the surge in strength, Blue Star ushered in several years of peace. However, during this period, the fire source still erupted several times on a small scale. Optimus Prime's suppression of the fire source also began to feel powerless, and the degree of suppression became smaller and smaller. The Black Robe did not give up his covetousness for the source of fire. They have arrived at Blue Star several times, but they were afraid of Optimus Prime's growing strength and did not engage in large-scale battles. Until another eruption of the fire source, this time, Optimus Prime almost couldn't suppress it. It was also this outbreak that turned a large number of mechanical equipment around the world into shape-shifting King Kong. Definitely, almost all of them are cars. Going on like this is obviously not an option. Optimus Prime thought of leaving with the source of fire. However, the new generation of Autobots are a little irritable, and Optimus Prime can only go out in person to appease and incorporate them. When all this was done, Optimus Prime found the only intact spaceship from Cybertron on the Blue Star. He took the source of fire and left the planet alone. The Autobots knew he was leaving, but not why. Optimus Prime did not tell them all the reasons. According to the prophecy, the powerful power of the Black Robe cannot be resisted by the Autobots. They cannot guard the source of fire. After returning to Cybertron, Optimus Prime teleported through the planetary coordinates left in the prophecy. This is a dark hidden planet. This planet can isolate all information from the fire source. But here, the source of fire can erupt unscrupulously without causing the death of life. But the disappearance of the fire source also angered the Black Robe. In order to force out Optimus Prime and the source of fire, Hippeo placed Skynet on the Blue Star, directly opening the Doomsday Era. But Optimus Prime couldn't show up to help Blue Star. He had to look at the source of fire. Moreover, the number of Black Robes has increased, and it is obviously unreasonable to attract foreign aid. If Optimus Prime appeared with the fire source, then the only way for Blue Star to be destroyed immediately. In order to force out Optimus Prime, they will not destroy Blue Star immediately. Optimus Prime was right about this idea. As soon as this shrinking turtle became a tortoise, he became a few years. But whether it is shapeshifting King Kong or Blue Star, there is still a glimmer of hope. As long as Optimus Prime persists, according to the prophecy, Lin Feng, a powerful human being who can destroy the universe with a wave of his hand, will appear. His appearance will end all current disasters. Speaking of this, the story is coming to an end. Du Gallon heard his head buzzing, and looked at Optimus Prime with some emotion and admiration. He didn't expect that Optimus Prime and Fire Seed Source's departure was actually due to this reason. Over the years, Optimus Prime has been under so much pressure and danger. I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness, Optimus Prime. Poison Gallon lowered his mechanical head sincerely. He misunderstood Optimus Prime. The reason why Optimus Prime didn't return to Blue Star was to keep the Blue Star and the life on it. Optimus Prime is still Optimus Prime, never changed. Lin Feng also understood. This Nima, the parallel world of shapeshifting King Kong, right? The development of the plot is completely different from that in the movie. Could it be caused by the intrusion of the Black Robe? And who is the prophet of Cybertron? Can you still predict your own arrival, so hanging? But Lin Feng was happy. It is mentioned in the prophecy that Lin Feng will end all the current disasters. Is that something to talk about? Now the source of the fire seed is still not sure? It's okay, I understand how you feel. Optimus Prime forgave the poison gal. I've told you all the story. If you have any questions, I will tell you without reservation. Optimus Prime directly pinned his hopes on Lin Feng, without considering whether he would be willing to help him. Lin Feng raised his hand, then pointed to Martina. You mentioned in the message you left, let me bring Martina here. Then my first question is, why bring her? Martina also looked at Optimus Prime curiously. She also wanted to know why Optimus Prime took her with him. You said Martina. Optimus Prime looked at Martina with nostalgia and emotion in his eyes. Lin Feng found out that Optimus Prime had the same expression when he first met Martina. What's the matter with you, a robot, with a loving light in your eyes? Evil thoughts popped up again, don't say a word, she is really your illegitimate daughter. And Optimus Prime's answer, although not what Lin Feng thought, was enough to soften Lin Feng's skin. The reason why I asked you to bring Martina is because Martina is the part of me that was separated from the fire source. Lin Feng opened his mouth involuntarily. What are you talking about, my brother? Martina is part of Tinder? Is this even more outrageous than Martina being your illegitimate daughter? With black question marks all over his head, Lin Feng immediately turned his head and used supervision on Martina. Seeing through the light, it penetrated Martina's clothes without hindrance. When he learned that Martina was an unknown life form, Lin Feng wanted to do this. He wanted to see what Martina was, but due to moral condemnation, Lin Feng restrained himself. But now, well, fortunately, it was right, otherwise the nosebleed would come out. Sight penetrates skin, muscles, blood vessels, and bones. It's like an X-ray, a full body scan for Martina. But the result made Lin Feng a little confused. He didn't find anything abnormal. In Lin Feng's eyes, Martina is indeed a human body. There is no shortage of organs that should be there. Intricate blood vessels, a not-so-intelligent brain, a beating heart, and strong white bones. Lin Feng, who used Martina's structure for the second time, was suddenly taken aback. Skeleton? His vision, after penetrating the bones, made new discoveries. Good guy. Martina's skeleton is actually composed of substantial energy that is so rich that it cannot be melted away. Damn. Lin Feng believed Optimus Prime's words a little bit. After all, he had seen even the strangest things. Several pairs of eyes were fixed on Martina. Martina stared blankly at each other. Until this time, she hadn't reacted yet. Not really smart. She blankly pointed at herself. I am the source of fire. Optimus Prime nodded. To be precise, you are the part of the fire source that I separated from. Strictly speaking, you are also the source of the fire seed. Martina's fingers drooped feebly. Well, now she finally realized what concept Optimus Prime was talking about. For a moment, the expression on her face was wonderful. Confused, unbelievable, and slightly shocked. Xing, Optimus Prime, you must be joking, right? This is simply impossible. After reacting, Martina panicked and pulled the skin on her arm upwards in a somewhat bewildered manner. The soft skin was lifted by her. Look, I'm a real human being? How could it be a cold metal block like the source of fire? Martina hoped that Optimus Prime was joking with herself. Optimus Prime was silent. His expression didn't look like he was joking at all. I know you may not be able to accept this fact for a while. Even I, who knew the truth at the time, never believed it. Optimus Prime said. When he saw Martina back then and confirmed her identity, he was even more shocked than Martina's current performance. The metal brain is about to fail. Martina's eyes gradually became dull. She didn't know if she should believe it. But Optimus Prime has no reason to lie to himself. What to do? Martina wanted to cry. It was bad enough thinking I was an orphan? Now Optimus Prime told himself, not human at all? Be part of Tinder yourself? Martina looked complicatedly at the fire source emitting red light in Optimus Prime's hand. How to do? Do you want to call this metal lump mother? Who is his father? Optimus Prime? After all, he was separated from Optimus Prime? No. Whether it is the source of fire or Optimus Prime, they are all cold and big machines. How can it be possible to create a flesh and blood body? It's outrageous. Martina still couldn't believe it. Optimus Prime, you must be mistaken. I'm made of flesh and blood. Isn't the source of fire a metal bump? If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. As she said that, Martina, who was not very smart, made her last struggle, and shouted at the fire source. Mom. I call you Mom, do you dare to promise? If I dare not promise, it is not my mother? Hiss. Lin Feng looked at Martina in shock. The child? What is this operation? How do you know that the source of the fire is your mother? What if it's your dad? Or, androgynous? Lin Feng couldn't help but grab the fire source and glance at it. Martina called out to the source of fire, and became even more cheerful. The already dazzling red light suddenly became extremely dazzling under this life. On the surface of the metal cube, there are layers of ripples, as if responding to Martina. This. Martina has some auditory hallucinations. Why does she feel that the fire source is responding to herself? Martina couldn't accept this outrageous fact, and sat down on the ground. His eyes stared blankly at the cheerfully beating source of fire. He kept muttering in his mouth, "The source of the fire seed is my mother, the source of the fire seed is my mother." Lin Feng couldn't bear to look at Martina anymore. This child is hysterical. I'm about to lose control of the fire source. Optimus Prime interrupted this funny scene with some difficulty. Martina's mother, like a switch, once again opened the outlet for the energy of the fire source. The fire source in his hand is about to become the file size of a small sun. Do you want me to help? Lin Feng scratched his head and asked. With this outrageous development, Lin Feng didn't know what to do. He is probably the only one who can help on the scene. Martina and Poison Gals are not much better than soy sauce. Optimus Prime quickly responded, "Please help me, Your Excellency Lin Feng." The energy burst from the fire source is more terrifying every time. As if to prove the truth of what he said, Optimus Prime pointed to the sky. "Did you see the 3 red fixed stars in the sky? In the past, there were hundreds of fixed stars of this kind. Every time the fire source erupted, a fixed star would be destroyed. Co-author, you have been hiding here to play how you shooting the sun for the past few years. But now is not the time to think too much." Lin Feng immediately stepped forward. "How can I help? We need to temporarily quiet the fire source." Optimus Prime responded. "Please untie the things you put on Martina first. It's time to let Martina and the fire source integrate together again." Something on Martina? Biological force field? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. How did he know that Martina had a biological force field? Before he had time to think about it, Lin Feng raised his hand and waved it, ready to remove the biological force field. But he suddenly stopped. "I said Dzuzi, you, the source of fire, won't just swallow Martina, right? Don't look back." After the integrate, Martina disappeared directly. Then fuck off. Although Lin Feng didn't have any special feelings for Martina, she brought it after all. Lin Feng didn't want to watch the Martina he brought be swallowed by the fire source. Optimus Prime shook his head. Is the big pillar calling himself? No, Martina gave birth to wisdom, and she will become the existence that dominates the source of fire. And according to the prophecy, you successfully resolved this disaster. Although it's just a blurry picture, I can see Martina standing beside you. What the prophet predicts is not a complete picture, only vague information of key nodes. So Optimus Prime is not too worried. Lin Feng appeared in the prophecy, which will bring a happy ending. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand to remove the biological force field. "Okay, Martina will be the dominant? Is it okay for me to control my mother? Although I don't know how the prophet predicted it, why did he have to remove the biological force field by himself?" But Lin Feng thinks, it shouldn't be a big problem. Seeing that the situation was not good, he took Martina to travel to the Marvel planet, and he could destroy the source of fire with a snap of his fingers? In the Marvel universe, Lin Feng's 6 infinite gems are the rule. If you are told to die in the middle of the night, you have to die. After the biological force field was withdrawn, Martina, who was sitting on the ground, only felt her heart being pinched. The previous palpitations flooded Martina's heart again. She couldn't control herself, and screamed. This feeling of palpitation is more violent than before, and the blood flows faster in the blood vessels as if it has become a swimming champion. Without the obstruction of the biological force field, the fire source instantly contacted Martina. With a whoosh, it flew out of Optimus Prime's hand. It got into Martina's chest and disappeared without a trace. Martina's whole body turned red in an instant, her expression froze, her mind immediately went offline, and she passed out. The irritable red energy constantly overflowed from the body, and Martina floated into the air under the support of the energy. But the situation is not as Optimus Prime said, and the source of fire has quieted down. It is even more irritable when riding a horse. The scattered energy forms a red storm, which grows from small to large. "Optimus Prime, what should we do now?" Seeing that the situation was not going well, Lin Feng immediately asked. Optimus Prime spread his hands. "I don't know." "What the hell?" Lin Feng stared. "You don't know? Doc, brother, didn't you say that after integrating, you can get a short period of silence? Well, I have some guesses. It will take some time to integrate. Mr. Lin Feng, please think of a way. After all, there is no specific solution stated in the prophecy." Looking at the devastating storm that was gradually brewing in front of him, Optimus Prime said to Lin Feng in embarrassment. "Nima?" Lin Feng became angry again. Started throwing the pot again? Don't call him Optimus Prime anymore, call him the Pot King. But Lin Feng was just throwing the blame at Optimus Prime, not panicking about the scene in front of him. Just a small scene. The energy erupted from the fire source has not reached the energy level of Lin Feng's infinite gems like heat ray. This kind of energy level, even Lin Feng, who is 1/3 of the strength, can suppress it. The biological force field pressed up again, directly sealing Martina in a small space. The red energy was very uncomfortable being bound in the space, and it began to bump its head, but it still couldn't escape the restraint. The storm that had just brewed disappeared without a trace as the energy was cut off. At this moment, Martina has turned into a red energy body, but still maintains a human form. She now looks like the venom is angry. The energy overflowing from her body is like tentacles waving indiscriminately towards the biological force field. Things seem to be getting better. Looking at Lin Feng, who suppressed the energy of the fire source, Optimus Prime exclaimed, as expected of a prophet who can destroy the universe at will. It can easily suppress the outbreak of the fire source. He tried all kinds of hard work, but he couldn't stop the explosion of the fire source energy, but Lin Feng could do it easily. Really are. People are more popular than Deadman, although he is an Autobot. Lin Feng shot over with a death stare. Stop flattering. How long will it take for them to integrate? Don't tell me it will take years. Although the biological force field is not a skill that consumes Lin Feng's energy very much. But this thing, you have to let Lin Feng control it for several years. Well, although I will be tired. Fortunately, Optimus Prime is very experienced in the outbreak of the fire source, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sit here and play how he's shooting the sun all day long. A few hours. After they fully integrate, the energy will be temporarily suppressed. The eruption of the fire source is like the energy storage has burst. Optimus Prime then explained. And Martina, who gave birth to a spiritual intelligence, is like a suppressor. She needs time to reintegrate with the fire source. At that time, the number and degree of fire source outbreaks should become more controllable. Hearing this, Lin Feng also sat down on the ground. Not too dirty. Fine. For a few hours, Lin Feng can accept it. It's just that this matter is messed up, and I am obviously here to find the source of the fire seed. So why do I feel like I have become a nanny of the seed of resentment? The process of waiting is boring, and it will take some time before the outbreak threshold of the fire source. And Lin Feng's question is not finished yet. Go ahead and ask my question, Optimus Prime. Tell me first, since Martina can integrate with the fire source, why didn't you do it when you met Martina? Optimus Prime's words have already shown that he knows that the source of fire can reintegrate with Martina. But why did Optimus Prime procrastinate until now? Lin Feng couldn't understand this at all. Optimus Prime explained, Martina was immature at that time. She is equivalent to a biological suppressor of the fire source. And it will take a while for this suppressor to be fully available. If Martina were to integrate with the fire seed source at that time, Martina would not only be unable to control the fire seed source, but would directly detonate the fire seed source again. Lin Feng nodded as he listened, and glanced at Martina's wealthy airport indiscriminately. Are you really good at talking nonsense? She is mature now? But why does it feel like this nonsense reason sounds reasonable? So, what will happen to Martina next? Can the fire source after the integration turn mechanical creations into robots? Lin Feng asked the core question. What is he doing here? Take the source of fire as your own? If Martina loses the function of the attunement machine after integrating with the source of fire, then he will really become a big wrong species during this journey. Optimus Prime glanced at Lin Feng, a little vague, a little hesitation. I'm not so sure either. Lin Feng. Brother, do you know that even though you don't have a heartbeat, I can still tell you are lying at a glance. You are such a big robot. When you talk about panic, you act like a big girl? You're dishonest, big pillar. Lin Feng sighed deliberately. If you want to say that, then I don't care, I'm leaving. Lin Feng waved his hand, about to retract the biological force field. What the hell, times are advancing, Optimus Prime has learned to lie. Ahem. No, Mr. Lin Feng. Optimus Prime called out to Lin Feng with some embarrassment. After living for so many years, D'Souza still hasn't learned the tricks of carbon-based creatures, the kind that doesn't even bat an eye when lying. Okay, I'm telling the truth. Can't fool Lin Feng, Optimus Prime can only tell the truth. After integrating, Martina is the complete fire source. She can definitely use all the powers of the fire source. It's just that she needs a period of time to get familiar with the use of energy. As for how long this time will be, I'm not sure. Optimus Prime confessed everything, for fear that Lin Feng would really pat his ass and leave. Then there is a bomb like Martina, who ascends to heaven with their two shape-shifting King Kong. Now he can't control the fire source like he did a few years ago, because the spark source after the integrate is complete. Very good, Lin Feng could tell that D'Souza didn't lie this time. Last question. The source of fire after integration is Martina. Will the Autobots die if they leave this universe? Before Optimus Prime could speak, Lin Feng immediately blocked his retreat. Honestly, Optimus Prime, you know I can judge lies. The big pillar was a little silent. You want to take away the fire source, right? Optimus Prime asked back. He understood the meaning of Lin Feng's question. In the Prophet's prophecy, Optimus Prime also saw that the ultimate goal of Lin Feng, who solved the disaster, was the source of fire. He will take the source of fire to other universes? The reason why Optimus Prime lied just now was because he subconsciously didn't want Lin Feng to take away the fire source. But the embarrassing thing is that people immediately exposed their lies. That's right, the purpose of my coming to this universe is to take away the source of fire. Lin Feng frankly admitted his purpose. What is there to hide? Optimus Prime sighed. Sure enough. So this big guy named Lin Feng has the same purpose as those black robes? It's just that, compared with the black robes act of grabbing as soon as he comes up, Lin Feng's methods are not so radical. Lin Feng's words so far have been one of deal-making. Did not directly snatch it away. Lin Feng could see that Optimus Prime was thinking, so he simply gave him some time. It was quiet for a while, and Du Jialun sat aside, looking at the two big men at a loss. He couldn't get in the conversation. The fire source has already appeared in Lin Feng's sight, and this thing can't escape. Those guys in black robes didn't know what they were looking for the fire source, but what they wanted to do, Lin Feng did the opposite. Anyway, just do it. But so far, Lin Feng and the exile are still outnumbered. Although most of them are ants, Lin Feng can be trampled to death. Originally, Lin Feng thought that with duplication, he could do more things. Who knew that this duplication was like a dog? Oh no, it was lazier than a pig. My body is still in the zombie world. If it wasn't for duplication, why would I still use myself to toss back and forth? Thinking of this, Lin Feng had the idea of going back immediately. Just very irritable. Lin Feng subconsciously looked at his target, the fire source. In the biological force field, the energy on Martina's body was still crackling and bumping around. Martina will explode constantly in the next few days, am I right? After thinking for a long time, Optimus Prime's brain seemed to be rusted. Lin Feng could only take the initiative to attack. Optimus Prime admitted with some surprise, indeed. Martina is familiar with the process of energy, and it will not be smooth sailing. This is also the biggest side effect after the birth of wisdom from the fire seed source. Martina can't precisely control the energy of the fire source, and can only explore step by step. This process must be accompanied by the danger of losing control at any time. But how did Mr. Lin Feng know? Lin Feng returned a mysterious smile without explaining. How do I know? Isn't this how it is played in Nima's novels and movies? Seeing Lin Feng smiling and not answering, Optimus Prime thought it was some kind of exclusive secret technique that he couldn't tell, and could only sigh. He was indeed the boss in the prophecy. That being the case, wouldn't it be better for me to take the fire source away? You see, I can suppress its eruption at any time. Lin Feng said. You can't control it anymore. You can either throw it away, or let the black robe take it away. What is the fuss about hesitation? Could it be that you wait until the fire source blows up all of you? Optimus Prime nodded subconsciously. Lin Feng strikes while the iron is hot. Also, next time the black robe finds you, will you still be able to keep the fire source? The big pillar was silent again. The answer is obvious, okay. Last time, if it wasn't for the help of the fire seed source, the big pillar exploded in time. The fire seed source should have been taken away a few years ago. Now that there are more black robes, how can the big pillar resist? Take your head against it? So you see, things have become easier. Lin Feng spread his hands. Although Dazaza didn't answer directly, his silence just verified Lin Feng's statement. Lin Feng made a promise. I can promise you, destroy all the black robes, as well as the Skynet in the blue star, and bring you back to peace. Optimus Prime didn't answer. Silent again. After waiting for a while, still silent, Lin Feng's eyes gradually turned cold. He threw out the last sentence in a somewhat indifferent tone. You are a leader and should be able to discern what is the best course of action. Dazaza babbled and didn't answer, which made Lin Feng a little annoyed. A leader, without a decisive judgment, is a deadly pig teammate at the moment of life and death on the battlefield and race. Lin Feng has paid enough chips and patience. If Optimus Prime still doesn't make a choice, then Lin Feng will leave directly, letting the fire source erupt and Skynet attack. This time the fire source erupted, and Optimus Prime could no longer hold it. At that time, when the Autobots are all gone and Lin Feng kills the black robe, he can still get the fire source. Now is Optimus Prime's only chance. I hope Optimus Prime can see the road ahead. Lin Feng's cold words woke up Optimus Prime. A coldness flashed across his brain for an instant. If Optimus Prime is a carbon-based life, he must be in a cold sweat right now. He had been thinking about gains and losses just now. He wanted Lin Feng to take action to bring peace, and he wanted Lin Feng to take action to suppress the fire source. But don't want to pay any price? Do you treat the cosmic powerhouse as a fool? The content of the transaction is the core of the Autobots, so Optimus Prime subconsciously fell into a strange circle of thinking. By the way, will silicon-based life also have this thing? Aren't they all mechanical brains? He has been deducing the best ending, but he didn't add the variable of Lin Feng's demand into it. If there is no benefit, who will help you for no reason? If Lin Feng doesn't make a move, shape-shifting King Kong and Blue Star destruction is a certainty. It's just a matter of time. At that time, the fire source will still fall into the hands of the Black Robe. Rather than letting them fall into the hands of destructive forces of unknown origin, it is better to hand them over to stronger people for safekeeping. Transparent? Optimus Prime is transparent. All right, Mr. Lin Feng. This is really a very attractive condition. The shape-shifting King Kong will not die immediately because of the disappearance of the fire source. As long as it is supplemented with energy, it can continue to exist, but we can't add new members. Seeing Lin Feng's impatience, Optimus Prime hastily made a choice. A choice means no choice. Lin Feng has given enough face and leverage. If Optimus Prime is still obsessed with his obsession, then Blue Star and Cybertron will come to an end. Optimus Prime's words were a bit misleading, but what they meant was that he agreed to Lin Feng's deal. Although this transaction brought peace, the Autobots also paid a huge price. He wanted to use this to win Lin Feng's sympathy, and see if Lin Feng could provide some other help to the Autobots after taking away the fire source. As long as the Autobots don't engage in large-scale battles, they can bask in the sun and run on mountain roads every day. Finally, plug in the charger. There is no big problem. It's just that there is no energy for high-intensity battles. Lin Feng definitely can understand Optimus Prime's innocence. Okay, let me think. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng has the ability to grab it directly, but he has his own bottom line. Now that Optimus Prime has made a wise choice, Lin Feng doesn't mind helping them later. As for not giving birth to new Autobots, If it is not born, it will not be born. You are a world of shape-shifting King Kong, and the Decepticons have been solved, so what Autobots are needed? After thinking for a while, Lin Feng spoke directly. Well, let me give you 2 plans, Big Pillar. The first one is for all of you Autobots to come with me to my universe. In this way, you hardly have to worry about energy issues. Second, I will find something to replace the fire source to recharge you. Although it can't replace the fire source to create Autobots. But the huge energy contained in it is enough for you to use it forever. Poison Gallon has experienced this, right? Lin Feng took a mouthful of the Poison Gallon. Poison Gallon's eyes lit up. Is it that kind of little purple stone? Yes. Lin Feng responded. To be honest, after tasting the sweetness of absorbing infinite gems, a one-day trip to the Time Administration has been put on the itinerary by Lin Feng. This thing is called the Time Variation Authority in the comics, and it also appeared in the movie Loki. The infinite gems in that drawer, it shouldn't be too much to come to Lin Feng to get a few. At that time, it is enough to give shape-shifting King Kong one. Anyway, infinite gems has lost great power in the shape-shifting King Kong universe, and can only be used as an energy source. Optimus Prime, that energy gem is very powerful. It can repair our injuries. Fearing that Optimus Prime would not understand Lin Feng's stone, Du Gallon explained. Hearing what he said, Optimus Prime also became interested. Autobots have parts damaged. How to deal with it? One is the energy restoration of the fire source, and the other is welding. Ah yes, human welding technology. But no matter how good the welding technology is, it cannot compare to the durability of energy repair. And Blue Star's electricity, although it is also a kind of energy, can't repair their injuries. How about it? Which one to choose? Lin Feng urged. Lin Feng would like to bring them all back to the Marvel universe if he could. Wouldn't it be cool to always take orders from your own Autobot team? But if the Autobots don't want to, Lin Feng won't force it. I'll take all the fire seeds away, and just build another one? I want to see the energy stone first. Optimus Prime didn't choose immediately. Cautious Big Pillar? Lin Feng directly took off the power gem. The purple power gem shimmers with intoxicating light. Optimus Prime looked over seriously, only feeling a little dazed. What did he see? Like the vast energy of the universe, it is endless and inexhaustible. And so pure. After the display, Lin Feng put away the power gem. Definitely, this one belongs to me. If you choose the second option, I will help you find another gem. But I will guarantee that it has the same huge and abundant energy as mine. Optimus Prime thought for a while, then the second solution. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin Feng. This time Dazuze really felt relieved. Because of the plan and help given by Lin Feng, it will completely bring peace for a long time. As for why not choose the first one? Going to other universes means leaving Cybertron and Blue Star. The current Blue Star is almost balled by Skynet. Optimus Prime wanted to stay and help Blue Star rebuild and develop. As for the second plan, except that new Autobots cannot be born, there is almost no difference in the energy supply from the fire source, and it can still stay in Cybertron and Blue Star. As for whether the Autobot will return to the source of fire after death, let's talk about it at that time. Then it's decided. Lin Feng's mood became better. Although this plan is the most strenuous, you need to fight the Black Robe after defeating Skynet, and find infinite gems after defeating the Black Robe. But in this way, Lin Feng will feel at ease with the fire source, which is what I traded for. Poison Gallon looked at the two of them and decided in a few words where to go to the source of the fire, and whether some hesitation wanted to say something. These two big brothers, have you forgotten that the fire source is integrated with Martina? At that time, the source of fire will be Martina, and Martina will be the source of fire. You talk to each other, like marrying a big girl, and sold Martina directly? Don't ask Martina if she wants to. Is there a choice for mere flat A? Definitely not anymore. After Martina integrated the Tinder source, it still needs a period of adaptation. Optimus Prime didn't even know how long it would take for this adaptation period. It was like an unstable battery. It might explode anytime. So what should Martina do? So I can only stay by Lin Feng's side for the time being. After all, in the shape-shifting King Kong universe, there should be no one who can suppress and is willing to suppress the explosion of the fire source. The shape-shifting King Kong universe is not without bosses, but where are those bosses hiding? At least Lin Feng didn't know. Besides, even if you find the big boss, it's not a relative. Why would he help you suppress the fire source? The fire source can blow up the planet, but it cannot blow up the universe. So there seems to be only one way left for A, and that is to follow Lin Feng back to Marvel. You said that you want Lin Feng to help you suppress in the shape-shifting King Kong world? Sorry, you can't afford that price. And after staying for a long time, whether Tinder Source is still willing to come back, just, cough cough. Well, I understand everything. After chatting with Optimus Prime for several hours, Martina's condition finally improved. The previously irritable energy gradually became docile, and no longer attacked Lin Feng's biological force field. The red Martina turned back to human skin color again, only a little energy on the surface of the skin, still bouncing around like an electric arc. But soon, the energy was completely absorbed into Martina's body. Martina slowly opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. What's wrong with me? Ouch. Before he finished speaking, a flood of information flooded into his brain. Martina fell to the ground and slapped her ass. I have integrated with Tinder Source. Without Lin Feng's explanation, the surging information flow answered Martina's doubts. Information about how to use the fire source, its origin, and even the energy supply of the shape-shifting King Kong was stuffed into her brain. Martina was stunned for a while, unable to accept the established facts. She didn't even know how she was feeling. It was very sudden. I suddenly found out that I had a metal lump mother, and suddenly integrated with my mother. In the end, Martina also knew that she was originally the source of the fire. So, my mom is me? Can it be okay? Damn it! Martina felt like crying. She also thought that when she became an adult and Xing was at peace, she would embark on a journey to find her parents. But now, seeing this, Lin Feng sighed. Although the child had a tough mouth, Lin Feng could tell that Martina longed for affection. As an orphan, Lin Feng definitely understands this feeling. But he can't solve this kind of thing by himself, so how can he help Martina? He could only step forward, patted Martina on the shoulder, and comforted, "Girl, just look away. It's really not possible. Treat me as your father in the future." Lin Feng said that what he said was absolutely sincere. This is definitely out of sympathy for Martina, who is also an orphan. Although he has no children yet, Lin Feng doesn't mind experiencing the feeling of being a father in advance. Those little words dealt a heavy blow to Martina's little heart. Martina's little face was twisted into a ball, and a big question mark appeared on her forehead. What nonsense is Xing talking about? How old is Xing? Martina grumbled, dumbfounded. The originally sad mood was also disrupted by Lin Feng's self-indulgent remarks. "It's okay, don't worry about me. What's wrong with the fire source? I'm stronger now. I'll protect Blue Star and the Autobots in the future." Martina clenched her fists and spoke boldly. Years of hard life have made Martina's little heart firm. She learned to love others, but also learned to accept the reality. Lin Feng looked at the uncontrollably beating red energy on her fist, feeling a little regretful. "What to do? Although I can't bear it, but I have to fight. I'm afraid you won't be able to fulfill this wish, girl. You're afraid that you can't control yourself now, so how can you help Blue Star and the Autobots? Let yourself live in Blue Star. I'm afraid everyone will be buried with you." After spending a lot of time explaining to Martina, Martina had already emptied herself. She sat in the poison-gallon car in a daze. Neither this nor that. Life is so difficult. Why should I be a child to bear it? Lin Feng shook his head and got into the main driver. The fire seed source has temporarily stabilized, and it's time for them to set off for Blue Star. Optimus Prime took out the same small device left for Lin Feng, and they teleported back to Cybertron again. As for this planet in a different space, it is estimated that no life will visit it in the future. Sitting in the car, Martina lowered her head, thinking about her own problems in a depressed mood. Too fast, really too fast? In less than 2 days, Martina's fate has changed drastically. The days when you are tense and dangerous on weekdays, but you can sneak away from your busy schedule, suddenly become out of reach. Martina only felt the burden of fate, which mercilessly fell on her thin shoulders. "I am the source of fire. I have no father or mother. I am my own mother. The energy in the body is still at risk of exploding at any time. For the safety of myself and others, I will go to other universes with the unfamiliar Lin Feng." The amount of information was too much, and Martina couldn't accept it for a while. But as Lin Feng said, is there any choice for her? Not at all. Okay. Poor Martina, the lamb of fate, was placed on the chopping board, unable to decide the way ahead by herself. Lin Feng sat leisurely in the car, rather happy. Although the process was different from what he thought, he finally got the source of fire. His shape-shifting King Kong army can also be put on the agenda. Afterwards, I will take a stroll to the Time Management Bureau to build a 6-gem shape-shifting King Kong brigade. Hey, even being Superman couldn't help being a little excited. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help turning his head to look at Martina. The previous Martina was like a child with ADHD, jumping around all the time. Now it seems like he has Alzheimer's, silently lowering his head and fighting with his fingers. It could be seen that the baby was very nervous. Lin Feng patted her on the shoulder. "It's okay, it's just going to another universe. Don't you expect it?" The index fingers of Martina's 2 little hands on her lap touched each other unconsciously. I'm just a little worried, Uncle Lemon and Skynet." Martina, who had power, felt that she could help everyone repel Skynet. Everyone has been living under the threat of Skynet for several years. Martina is well aware of the dangers of Skynet. If Martina's life can be exchanged for the peace of Blue Star, Martina will not have a trace of hesitation. As fortunately as Lin Feng, Martina also had a very good leader in her childhood, so that Martina's 3 views are correct, which is a rare result. Martina's lost look made Lin Feng unconsciously feel distressed. Childhood without parents did not break Martina, but it still made her love life and family. Okay, the matter of Skynet is not something that a child like you can think about. A child like you should enjoy campus life heartlessly. Lin Feng rubbed Martina's little head vigorously, disrupting her thoughts. "When you get to my site, I will arrange a school for you first, and you can live with my girlfriend for the time being." Lin Feng directly arranged Martina's future life. With his financial power and influence, Martina can live a princess-like life. The Blue Star of the Marvel Universe, is there any existence that dares to speak against Lin Feng? Does not exist? Now who dares to say nothing about being Superman? The ashes will be given to you? But before that, arrange a set of energy suppression equipment for Martina. Well, Presumably with Tony's craftsmanship, coupled with infinite gems, it should be no problem. What's more, Susan can turn into a man of steel at any time and throw Martina into the universe? As for keeping her by his side, Lin Feng said it was impossible. Martina can only drag her down to do things by her side, at least until she can fully grasp the energy of the fire source. Do you still have a girlfriend? Martina asked curiously, poking her head. Well, the flat A girl has been distracted. Just when she heard that Lin Feng had a girlfriend, Martina couldn't help feeling jealous and sad. Also, isn't it normal for the handsome and powerful Lin Feng to have a girlfriend? However, Lin Feng's words also gave Martina a little bit of expectation for her future life. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Lin Feng rolled his eyes angrily. I have a girlfriend, what are you curious about? You still care more about your airport that cut corners? Let's go back to Blue Star first, get rid of Skynet, and say goodbye to your family. Lin Feng arranged a wave of the next itinerary. It is not difficult for Skynet to solve it. For human beings, it is an unattainable and destructive existence. For Lin Feng, it's like a chicken and a dog. His ancestral level 6 gem Ultron wouldn't survive 2 chapters. Can Skynet survive half a chapter? Then Lin Feng can directly perform a wave of handstand lashy for the audience. Too much? And those black robes? Optimus Prime interjected. Not only Skynet, but also the culprits behind them, the group of guys in black robes. If they don't solve it, the Skynet will be gone, and maybe there will be ground nets, ball nets, spider webs, and so on. Lin Feng nodded perfunctorily. Yes, and the black robe. To be honest, Lin Feng, the black robe in this universe, doesn't like it at all. Even Optimus Prime couldn't be beaten to death, and it took so long to grab the fire source. The strength of the group of black robes must not be that high. It's also a crappy thing that won't survive half a chapter. By the way, Big Pillar, why is there no one of your kind on Cybertron? On the way back to the main control room, Lin Feng couldn't help asking. To be reasonable, it is impossible that there is no one who guards the gate. Optimus Prime was silent for a while. They all died in the hands of the black robe. There was anger in the voice, and mourning. Lin Feng smacked his lips and stopped talking. These little bastards really do everything for their own purpose. That's right, Lin Feng won't feel guilty for killing, and he feels that there is no good person in Hippeo. It's hard for the Big Pillar. In order to protect the source of fire, he watched his own kind being massacred but did not dare to show up. Hey, let's settle the Blue Star matter first. After returning to the main control room, Lin Feng suggested to directly open the portal and return to Blue Star. But Optimus Prime refused, and he wanted to drive the spaceship back to Blue Star. Now Blue Star's Autobots have no choice but to return to Cybertron. Optimus Prime must go to Blue Star with huge amounts of teleporter. Through the teleportation device, the Autobots can be teleported between Blue Star and Cybertron. As for why the spaceship is launched, it is definitely to have a backup guarantee. Several people set off for Blue Star again. Lin Feng and Martina sat in the poison gallon and directly opened the portal. In order to allow the poison gallon to pass through smoothly, Lin Feng purposely opened the portal a little wider. The portal comes from Lin Feng's own space shuttle ability. Use infinite gems to open portals in this universe? It consumes more energy than its own ability, which is not worth it. The spaceship driven by Optimus Prime also has a space jump function, almost the same as Lin Feng's front and rear feet, and return to Blue Star together. Next up is Lin Feng's solo show. Hours later, there was an earth-shattering explosion from Blue Star. It can be seen from outer space that there are circles of ripples on the surface of the Blue Star. Lin Feng directly turned the core area where the Skynet carrier was located into a purgatory. Before Skynet even had time to react, it had already returned to Skyrim. Although it is an artificial intelligence system, Skynet already needs to use a carrier similar to a supercomputer to support its existence. Don't worry about Skynet having a backup or something, because Lin Feng destroyed all the supercomputers that seemed to be able to store backups. The best proof of Skynet's disappearance is the bunch of low-end drones and robots that crashed immediately. With the destruction of Skynet, they all lost control and stopped operating. But some high-level creations at the beginning of the T-series are still carrying out the task of massacring all humans. This high-end model, even if they lose the master control of Skynet, they can still move freely. They have a completely independent control core. Even if there is no connection to Skynet, they just cannot receive orders and have no effect on their behavior. Lin Feng could only spend some more time destroying the T-series robots around the world. In less than half a day, Skynet and the massacre robots that brought the Doomsday disappeared without a trace. The refuge where Martina was located broadcast this shocking good news through the world. Skynet is dead, and Blue Star is back to peace. At first, everyone in Blue Star did not believe this result. But when they really walked out of the shelter and saw the robot paralyzed on the ground, they realized it. They are truly safe, free, and peaceful. Complicated, joyful, relaxed, grateful emotions are flying over the world. Countless people rushed to the streets, breathing freely the air that smelled like gunpowder smoke. The air he breathes is no different from the usual, but because of the change of mood, the air now is full of freedom and relaxation. I don't know who started to cry first. Immediately afterwards, everyone raised their heads and shouted towards the sky. The peace ushered in after a long period of depression is indeed hard won. In comparison, post-war reconstruction was nothing. As long as people are still there, as long as the world is still peaceful, it is a trivial matter. The celebration of the declaration of peace lasted a full week. The good things that I was reluctant to eat in the past have all been taken out in the past few days. Lin Feng happily hid in the corner and ate. He didn't urge Martina either. The end is finally over, and Martina deserves to celebrate this great day with family and friends. As for the level of player Martina, she was obviously more greedy. She expressed that she would like to stay with her family for a few days, and then go to the Marvel Universe with Lin Feng after the celebration. After thinking about this request that was not too much, Lin Feng agreed. He still has things to deal with, and Lingl's mission is probably almost over. With the help of symbionts, it's just a small zombie world. Lin Feng needs to go back outside the fourth wall, and first feed back the first wave of technology to his hometown. If you bring Martina back to the Marvel Universe now, it will be unattended. In case Martina got emotional and turned into a walking nuclear bomb, everyone would be happy. Here, good or bad Optimus Prime can still help to suppress it, although the current Optimus Prime can't suppress it, and we can't say. Letting Martina celebrate with her family at ease, Lin Feng took back the duplication of the shape-shifting King Kong universe. His consciousness quickly returned to his body, returned to the world of zombies. It was night, and the bright moon hung high in the dark night sky. The memories of the past few days flooded into his brain quickly, and Lin Feng digested them in a second. As Lin Feng thought, there was no bloody accident. Lingl, who has a symbiosis, leads the team, and it is no problem to complete the task. So far, the tasks of everyone in the team are coming to an end. It is estimated that tomorrow morning, it will be over. There is nothing to say about the zombie mission, just clear the level with a headshot. Lin Feng was invisible all the way, and was very satisfied with Lingl's operation. Although the cooperation with the symbiote is still a bit rusty, the survival rate when performing tasks has been greatly improved. Due to Lin Feng's manipulation of the symbiont, as long as the current Linglo is not wiped out in an instant, it is considered a minor injury. On the second day, the task ended very smoothly, without any moths. Go back to Linglo outside the fourth wall, turn into Kato Taka again, and call Lin Feng. The same scene as last time fell before Lin Feng again. Lin Feng passed through the primordial universe outside the fourth wall smoothly. It's just a pity that only the soul has traveled back. Although it's a pity, the resistance that Lin Feng encountered when he crossed this time is not as strong as last time. Probably it is related to Lin Feng's stronger strength now. This undoubtedly gave Lin Feng some confidence. As long as he becomes stronger, one day he will be able to return to the original universe completely. After greeting Linglo, Lin Feng flew stealthily into the sky. The memory Tony gave him is placed in the system space. Even the state of the soul can be taken out. His goal is the heart city of this continental country. Hometown is also a bustling night. Lin Feng is like a ghost, taking advantage of the night to float above the city. He wants to find someone whose position is important enough and who can trust himself to entrust the technological data beyond the future. The information that Lin Feng carried was too shocking. To put it bluntly, it was the existence of a science fiction movie. Soon, Lin Feng chose when to choose. Zhang Ji sat in a brightly lit room, smoking one cigarette after another. He is the key to the transfer and processing of information directly under the general administration. Whether the country is large or the file size is small, almost all of them are handed over by him. At the moment, piles of documents were stacked neatly by his hand. Originally, these things just need to be handed over to the people below to deal with. There are many things that he does not need to do everything by himself, but due to the current state of the country, natural and man-made disasters occur frequently. He is always worried. For better development and peace, if Mr. Zhang Ji does not double, he will not be able to sleep. After sorting out these materials, whether to send them back for redo or to submit them must be strictly checked. Ji Lao, you should rest. A cup of strong tea slowly fell on the table. The pendulum clock in the corner rang 12 times, and the time came to late night and early morning. Zhang Gilao picked up the teacup. The tea was a bit bitter, but unusually refreshing. After the tea, the cigarette smoke rose slowly. Ahem. There was a coughing sound, and the girl who brought tea behind her turned her head away a little unbearably, and sighed. Just let the people below see it. You don't have to do everything yourself. Everyone is paying attention to your physical condition. The girl complained a little distressed. Zhang Ji waved his hand with a smile. Hey, when you are old, you can choke on a single cigarette. But I don't watch it. I don't feel relieved. Old Zhang Ji had a soft smile on his face. These things are always for the purpose. If you don't read them today, you have to read them tomorrow. The last one, after reading this last one, I'll sleep. There was a bit of perfunctory in the words, but the girl knew that she couldn't persuade Mr. Zhang Ji to decide. After finishing speaking, Mr. Zhang Ji picked up the teacup again, picked up the next document, and checked it. The girl sighed secretly, and silently exited the room. Outside the door, 2 guards with live ammunition stood upright at the door. The girl said hello and left. The guard did not speak, just like a sculpture, guarding the presence in the room. They are also very hard. Ding ding ding. The pendulum clock struck again. This time, it was a sound, representing 1 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Gilao rubbed his shoulders. He didn't see fatigue visible to the naked eye, but he still didn't intend to stop. The last one that was agreed, turned out to be one after another. Hey. After a long time, a sigh that shouldn't have sounded in the room. No water was found either. A translucent soul was floating in the old man's room, including the girl who brought tea. Lin Feng had been here for a while, and observed silently for a while, before he sighed just now. Ji Lao, are you still planning to rest? Lin Feng couldn't help but said softly. In the quiet room, the sound appeared very abruptly. It finally interrupted Zhang Gilao's thoughts. Zhang Ji's eyelids twitched for a moment when he checked the file. It was an unfamiliar voice, but he wasn't too worried. What kind of place is here? He knows, it is impossible for hostile forces to infiltrate. Gently buckle the paper upside down on the table, then turn around slowly. Immediately, the pupils shrank. Sleep. I can't sleep. Zhang Gilao's hand rested casually on the metal armrest, and calmly pressed the hidden button at the bottom of the armrest. This kind of button is found in many places, although the guards here are so strong that even mosquitoes cannot get in. But what do Orientals like? Be prepared? Lin Feng had a panoramic view of this subtle movement, and sighed again. Apart from distress and admiration, Lin Feng has no other thoughts. He can fully understand Zhang Gilao's actions, his existence is too strange. But with Lin Feng's ability, the button under the armrest of the seat will definitely not have. After waiting for a while, no guards broke in. The guard at the door didn't seem to notice anything unusual and remained motionless. There is no doubt that Lin Feng directly cut off the communication between the whole house and the outside world. Zhang Gilao sighed, it seems so. Little friend, come to see me late at night, what's the matter? Could it be that you have regrets staying in this world? As expected of Mr. Zhang Ji, normal people would yell if they saw Lin Feng, who was like a soul, even if he didn't pee his pants. However, Mr. Zhang Ji accepted the existence of the soul that should have appeared in the novel and movie so quickly. It's just, what the hell is a kid? When Lin Feng heard this title, the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. But thinking about Zhang Ji's age, well, Lin Feng is indeed a child in front of him. But Mr. Zhang Ji obviously regarded Lin Feng as a wrong soul. Lin Feng looked at his translucent body. It's not surprising to have this kind of thinking. It seems that Zhang Ji's old brain has made up a soul who doesn't want to reincarnate and wants to go straight to the heaven to avenge his grievances. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Gilao speechlessly. There was a smile on Zhang Ji's old face, and his eyes were soft. Even if it is a ghost of the East? The calm old Zhang Ji has nothing to be afraid of. After all, they are all children of Yanhuang land. As for Lin Feng coming here, he is definitely here to give a big gift. But actions are always more powerful than words. Lin Feng has always been an activist. Under Zhang Ji's puzzled gaze, the translucent Lin Feng turned his hand and took out a syringe. He quickly floated in front of Zhang Gilao, and swiftly pierced Zhang Gilao's artery. I'm here, to give you an injection, Mr. Zhang Ji. The green liquid was slowly injected into Zhang Gilao's body. Zhang Ji's eyes widened in an instant, and he felt that the hot liquid like magma flowed through the limbs and bones along the meridians and blood vessels. This kid's ghost wants to kill him? Before he had time to think about it, Mr. Zhang Ji lost consciousness in an instant under the action of the medicine. The biological force field covers Elder Zhang Ji, helping to sort out the flow of energy and strengthen it. Lin Feng injected him with a modified version of the superhuman serum. Extracted from super soldier serum, it is stronger and more stable. Even ordinary people can use it. It can repair defects in genes and do constant strengthening. The reason why he did this was because Zhang Ji couldn't fall down, and it was also to quickly prove the authenticity of what Lin Feng presented next. It's hard to get people to believe you without coming up with something. The strengthening of superhuman serum is all round. In the information brought by Lin Feng this time, there is a complete and improved method of making superhuman serum. However, to make a potion like this, the cost is estimated to be sky high. With Lin Feng's help, the super serum strengthened Zhang Gilao's body in an all-round way in just 1 hour. The pale hair became black and shiny again. On the face of working day and night, the wrinkles faded away, reappearing the radiance of Zhang Ji in his middle age. After some unreasonable strengthening, whether it is bones or flesh and blood, they have reached the peak that humans have never reached. It is estimated that the bullets will not be able to penetrate Zhang Gilao's skin now. The strengthening was over soon, and Zhang Gilao woke up slowly. Old Zhang Ji, please look. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding, Lin Feng directly took out a large mirror as tall as a person, and put it in front of Zhang Gilao. Before Zhang Ji had time to think about what happened, he stared at the familiar and unfamiliar figure in the mirror and was stunned. Gradually, Zhang Gilao's eyes burst into unbelievable light. He looked at the person in the mirror and subconsciously stroked his hair. The man in the mirror did the same. There is no doubt that this is himself. No, it was me 20 years ago. This is me. Zhang Ji slowly clenched his fists in disbelief. There was the sound of rattling bones. Incredible! The secret injury that caused pain all the time disappeared inexplicably. What is this burst of power all about? Also, this extremely clear brain. Mr. Zhang Ji subconsciously pinched the armrest of the metal seat. Creak. The tooth-piercing sound of metal shape-shifting sounded. The armrest made of metal was easily squeezed into a ball by him. This. Elder Zhang Ji was completely shocked. The scene in front of me is completely beyond my cognition. With this hand, he might be able to bend the barrel directly, right? Unbelievable. Mr. Zhang Ji said to himself. A fairy-like way to rejuvenate? No, it's even more outrageous comprehensive strengthening? When he was young, he didn't have the ability to knead metal into a ball. It is indeed incredible, this is simply supernatural power. Is that the injection? Zhang Yilao instantly thought of what Lin Feng had injected himself. He turned his head to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. It really is. Zhang Ji's eyes became relieved. Misunderstood, misunderstood. It turns out that the kid didn't want to harm himself. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang Ji. Without your consent, I injected you with superhuman serum. But doing so will convince you of what I say next. Lin Feng first apologized. Although no one will refuse to become younger and stronger. But Lin Feng's act of injecting without consent is indeed a bit inappropriate. According to Dong Feng's statement, it's a bit contrary to Tiangong's taste. But from Lin Feng's point of view, there is nothing wrong with this approach. The real world is different from the novel. Lin Feng hastily took out a dose of potion and said that after using it, he can become a Superman. No ghost would believe it. Not to mention that Mr. Zhang Ji would believe and inject this thing. Even if Zhang Ji had a little doubt, let the scientists verify the serum. I'm sorry. With the current scientific research strength, they can't figure it out? It's okay, kid, I should thank you. Zhang Yilao still smiled kindly, and was not angry because of Lin Feng's actions. This medicine is too miraculous. Feeling the full strength in his body, Mr. Zhang Ji has no doubt that even if he is on the battlefield now, he can defeat 100 with 1. Although Lin Feng's actions are somewhat inappropriate, it can be seen that he did it with good intentions. This is the kindness of compatriots from the same origin. Mr. Zhang Ji will compare? What a joke? Can you tell me now, your purpose? Elder Zhang Ji asked immediately. First appeared in his own room, and then injected himself with an unheard of powerful medicine. Zhang Ji always had a premonition that what Lin Feng would say next would definitely be explosive information like a nuclear bomb. The sky brightened slightly. Before he knew it, the sun had quietly revealed his gleaming bald head. In the room, Mr. Zhang Ji quietly looked at the memory and a black box on the table, a little lost in thought. The young man named Lin Feng talked with himself almost all night. Although Lin Feng at the moment had already left, the information he dropped was indeed enough to explode. It's not something that can be described as a nuclear explosion. If you really want to compare it, it's almost like a sun explosion. Even Mr. Zhang Ji, who had seen countless wind and rain, kept exclaiming all night. Bizarre, everything that Lin Feng said, everything that Lin Feng took out was so bizarre that people couldn't believe it. If Lin Feng hadn't given Zhang Ji an injection in advance, Zhang Ji would never have believed what Lin Feng had shown. Definitely, Lin Feng did not tell his own experience. This is his biggest secret. It's not that he wants to hide it, but that it doesn't have any substantive effect if he speaks it out. Master Ji, you haven't slept all night. The door behind him opened, and the girl who delivered tea at night came in again. Ji Lao seemed not to hear, still sitting on the seat, lost in thought. The girl frowned, out of breath. I am both distressed and angry at Ji Lao's practice of not paying attention to his own health. Doesn't he understand his physical condition? Still learning from young people who stay up late and don't sleep. Given his physical condition, it is very likely that if he stays up late today, he will fall down today. His grandpa is really... While calling the medical staff through the terminal, the girl walked around in front of Mr. Zhang Ji angrily and worriedly, ready to check the situation. But the next second, the girl was stunned. You are. In front of him was a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face. Familiar, because the girl can see this face almost every day. But unfamiliar, it is because the old Zhang Ji at this moment is obviously younger by dozens of years. The girl opened her mouth wide in surprise, and immediately forgot the words of reprimand. What's going on? Reverse growth? If it wasn't for knowing that Mr. Zhang Ji didn't have any real brothers, and not everyone could come in here, the girl would have thought that someone was pretending to be Mr. Zhang Ji. Master, Grandpa. The girl didn't address him as Mr. Zhang Ji this time, but called him as a family member. Elder Zhang Zhel finally came back to his senses. He let out a sigh of relief, and just said, it's Niunio. He still had the same gentle smile on his face as last night. However, because of being younger, this smile has an inexplicable handsomeness. Grandpa, I told you not to call me Niunio. The girl blushed when she heard the address. Grandpa is good at everything, but he likes to call himself by his nickname. Okay. Zhang Ji replied with a smile. It seems that she agreed to the girl, but in fact she will continue to call next time. You are. Disrupted by Mr. Zhang Ji's Niu, the girl almost forgot what was going on. How did you suddenly become so young? Could it be that there are immortal cultivators in my ancestors who can rejuvenate their old age? Overnight, what happened? Young. Zhang Ji was taken aback for a moment, then reflected. This, now is not the time to be in a daze? Zhang Yilao immediately picked up the memory and the black box on the table, and walked quickly towards the door. Hey, Grandpa, where are you going, Grandpa? The girl looked at the old man in a daze as he galloped out of the room. Good guy, when did Grandpa become so strong? I called the medical staff for you, you need to rest now. The girl didn't have time to think, she hurried out and chased after Mr. Zhang Ji. The old man Zhang Ji speeded up without returning. I don't need medical staff, I have more important things. Is there anything more important than your health? The girl complained as she ran 2 quick steps, dumbfounded. Old Zhang Ji paused, and looked directly into the girl's eyes seriously. The girl followed Zhang Ji and stopped subconsciously. The moment her eyes met, the girl was shocked again. Mr. Zhang Ji's eyes that were a little muddy in the past are now full of energy, revealing an indescribable look. After a while, hearty laughter resounded through the corridor. Definitely have it. I'm going now to plug in a soaring rocket for our future. Mr. Zhang Ji bit the word rocket heavily, then walked towards the tarmac while smiling. The girl froze in place, did not chase again, but stared blankly at Yuan Zhang's aging back. She can feel Grandpa's happiness. Grandpa has not shown such a smile for a long time. A few hours later, the heavily guarded central conference room. One by one, the forerunners with serious faces and full of energy walked into the meeting room one after another with their straight waists. No one knows what today's meeting represents. No one knows that today will be a historic turning point. As the sun goes down over the mountains, the lights in the conference room come on. This undoubtedly shows that the meeting has been going on for a whole day. But everyone, still full of energy, stared wide-eyed, looking at the list of scientific and technological materials in the conference room. Those black technologies that only existed in science fiction movies suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Can't help but they don't believe it. Because on the vast land outside the meeting room, a spaceship whose file size has been restored by PIM particles is parked. All kinds of black technology equipment, various weapons, equipment, and even super fighters that surpassed the entire era several times. Everyone in the conference room, counting one by one, all had bright eyes. I can't wait to eat these things with my eyes. This day, after all, has reached a historic turning point. On this day, the pioneers shed tears, and the tears were full of confidence in the imagination and development of the future. On this day, Dongfang directly jumped out of the track and embedded the developed vehicle on the huge amounts of rocket. Next, there will be no straight curves, only the soaring oriental dragon. Lin Feng's spirit body was floating above the sky, watching all this silently. A smile slowly surfaced on his face. Once upon a time, he didn't know how many times he imagined that he could use his ability to give back to his hometown. Now, it is really a dream come true. My own bizarre experience has created all this. Next, leave it to Mr. Zhang Ji and the others. Lin Feng didn't need to come here in a short time. The number of technologies he gave is so large that it cannot be fully understood and implemented in a year or so. Lin Feng continued to stroll on the land of his hometown for 2 days. Then, set off to the world of shape-shifting King Kong. The reason why I stayed for 2 days was because I promised Martina that she would be reunited with her family for the last time. It's not correct to say that, when Martina can control the source of fire in the future, Lin Feng can't really restrict other people's freedom, right? But in return for Lin Feng to take care of Martina, giving me a shape-shifting King Kong that conjures up a planet, isn't that too much, right? After a few short days of celebration, the blue star of the shape-shifting King Kong world was put into the infrastructure again. The apocalyptic nuclear bombs washed the ground back then, leaving few intact places on the surface, let alone human buildings. Now the apocalypse is over and humanity will definitely be restored to its former glory. Construction and reproduction are all on the agenda. Optimus Prime has mobilized a large number of machines from Cybertron to help build them, and those Autobots are not idle, they are excellent labor force. Lin Feng found Martina, and it was no surprise that she had prepared several suitcases. The last time I went to Cybertron to tidy up the box, the things inside were still unused, so fortunately I took it with me. Lin Feng didn't take Martina back to the Marvel Universe immediately, but stayed here for another night. Definitely, not because Martina was reluctant to leave. It's that Lin Feng's promise to Optimus Prime has not yet been done. Skynet is gone, but there are still their behind-the-scenes masterminds, the Black Robes. But when the Black Robe will show up, they don't know. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng transformed a duplication again. Definitely, not that lazy duplication. He wanted the new duplication to replace the lazy duplication to perform the task, but this time Lin Feng didn't give the duplication 6 infinite gems. He only left the mind gem for the new duplication. Although the infinite gems have very low power here, they can still achieve the behavior of controlling life. This is left for better control of duplication, and to get words out of the Black Robe's mouth. The new duplication is a bit taciturn, but it seems to be much more reliable in character. He will replace Lin Feng to complete the promise to Optimus Prime, and lie in ambush near Blue Star, waiting for the next visit from the Black Robe. Lin Feng told him that if he could break into the enemy, he would break into the enemy, and if he couldn't, he would be damned. Presumably with your own duplication plus mind gem, this task will be easy. From now on, that lazy duplication will no longer need to come out. There is no place for him in Lin Feng's team. Lazy duplication, just treat it as the exclusive action vest of Lin Feng's body. On the vertical day, a group of people stood in an open space to see Martina off. Lin Feng looked helplessly at the pile of large and small suitcases beside Martina. You're so stubborn. I told her last night that she doesn't need to bring these odds and ends, just go over there and buy it again, and he doesn't lack this little money? But Martina is a nostalgic person, insisting on carrying these old objects that have accompanied her for a long time. Martina, you must protect yourself when you get there. Remember to eat more vegetables and don't be picky eaters. A woman with a weathered face hugged Martina tightly. Martina grandly introduced this woman to Lin Feng at the banquet last night. It was she who picked up Martina when she was a baby, and raised her up to this size with painstaking efforts. Facing parting at this moment, the woman's face is full of worry and reluctance. Blue Star had just ended the doomsday-like disaster, and thought that the family could live an ordinary and happy life in the future. Who knows that her little Martina is going to leave her? But she knows the seriousness of the matter. Optimus Prime had explained to her that there was no other way. Whether it's for Martina or for everyone's future, parting is essential. Martina's eyes were also red, trying not to let the tears fall. The emotional agitation made the red energy on her body a little bit out of control, and Lin Feng was quite speechless and silently covered with a layer of biological force field. Martina's situation is more unstable than expected. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Feng opened the portal with a wave and left with Martina. Martina is about to go to a new universe. Before she learns to control the fire source, she might not see her family. The Marvel universe is completely different from the shape-shifting King Kong universe. However, there are still many similarities between Blue Star's technological development and historical culture. Back to Lin Feng, the Blue Star of the Marvel universe, let out a breath of foul air comfortably. Before he knew it, Lin Feng had already regarded this place as his second home. Martina followed Lin Feng, walking on the street of waste twisters, and couldn't help but wanted to cry again. The high-rise buildings, the hustle and bustle of people, the noisy, bustling modern city made Martina feel kind from the bottom of her heart. Back then, when there was no Skynet, her hometown was also like this scene. Since that terrible explosion, the high-rise building has been turned into ruins, and the former friends have become piles of Lois. If it wasn't for the fact that Lemon Uncle was inside the J-side, and he got the news in time to go to the refuge, he probably wouldn't have the chance to see this scene again. But I have to say that Ping A players think a little too much. Nuclear bombs? What's the matter with my fire source? I'm standing here, why don't you blow it up? Martina stopped and walked, sighing at everything she saw. In the end, holding the food that Lin Feng bought for her, she couldn't help but shed 2 tears of nostalgia, and Lin Feng's scalp felt numb. I said, Miss File Size, can you stop crying? Look at the eyes around you. It seems that I bullied you. Facing the strange reprimanding gazes of passersby, Lin Feng bit the bullet and took 2 quick steps. It's enough to be emotional, but you can't stop feeling emotional? That weird-looking uncle on the side of the road pulled out his phone and wanted to report me. Okay, woo. Martina whimpered a few words. Her brain, which was as barren as her chest, couldn't find any adjectives to express her at the moment mood. All right, I know what you mean. Lin Feng couldn't help covering his eyes. Skynet has really ascended to heaven. Your hometown will be rebuilt soon. What's there to be emotional about? He has never experienced the end, but Lin Feng has seen the scene of the end, and definitely understands why Martina is crying. I have to say that Ping A is really an emotional creature. Well, Martina also felt that she was a little too excited. Wiping away her tears, Martina took another bite of the food on hand, and followed Lin Feng to continue walking on the street. Young people, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy come and go quickly. After a while, Martina was already looking at the street view and chirping. This little girl didn't seem to have been to a big city before, and she always asked a few questions curiously when she saw everything. Lin Feng put his hands behind his head a little bored. Martina's pile of luggage was temporarily taken to the system space. Just kidding, both hands can't finish it. If it's not for moral reasons, Lin Feng really wants to see what's inside. Lin Feng, where are we going now? Are we going to where I will live in the future? After chatting for a long time, Martina also felt a little tired and wanted to find a place to rest. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pointed ahead, where there was a conspicuous landmark building. No, we're going there. Stark Building. The strange-shaped building of the Horse Fork Bag stands in the center of the Twist City. Martina's eyes slowly moved up from the bottom. Whoa, what a tall building. It will cost a lot of money. Martina's focus was a little strange. What are we going there for? Where do you live? Martina followed Lin Feng's footsteps and asked curiously again. Lin Feng grinned. What are you thinking? You still live there. Don't ask so many questions, just follow me. Before taking Martina home, Lin Feng needs to customize an energy suppressor for her first. Martina's current stability is like a reactor with the control rods removed. It is extremely outrageous, and it will explode for you at some point. He is too lazy to study technology, just leave it to Mr. Tony. Trust his good brother, Tony the mechanic, to not disappoint. Lin Feng brought Martina to the top floor of the Stark Building without hindrance. The top 3 floors of the Stark Building are not accessible to ordinary employees, and very few have permission to enter the top floors. And Lin Feng's authority in the Stark Building is very high. Even with a stranger, he can reach the top floor of the building. Open the door of Tony's room, but Tony is not inside. Lin Feng was not surprised, and Tony was not idle, staying in the office every day. Probably he was studying the 2 spaceships he gave him, right? Lin Feng walked to the bar, unceremoniously took out a bottle of good wine, and took out a box of orange juice from the refrigerator. This is for Martina. You can't drink alcohol at such a young age. Sit wherever you want. Lin Feng slapped his butt on the sofa, waved his hands boldly, and treated this as his own home. J.A.R.V.I.S. Where is Tony now? Lin Feng asked casually. Tony's office area will undoubtedly be connected to JARVIS. Definitely, it is more accurate to say that it is the office area, rather than Tony's lounge. Mr. Lin Feng, Mr. Tony is currently in Country H. Need to contact Mr. Tony. J.A.R.V.I.S heard the question and responded quickly. Lin Feng also has very high authority in J.A.R.V.I.S and can use J.A.R.V.I.S resources to a certain extent. In Korea, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. He thought Tony was researching spaceships at the warehouse in mid-levels. Get in touch, I have something to find him. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng. J.A.R.V.I.S responded and quickly connected Tony's communication device. After a few seconds, Tony's voice sounded in the room. Forest. Tony, why did you go to Country H? Lin Feng asked. Ha ha ha, isn't this just running errands for you? Tony laughed heartily. Running errands for me? Lin Feng was holding a wine glass with a question mark on his face. What the hell? Go to Country H to run errands for me? Lin Feng obviously forgot what he had entrusted to Tony. Teacher Tony was speechless, and reminded, why, you forgot, that little kid you brought back last time. The follower that Xing brought back by himself. How long has it been since he forgot all about it? Little kid? Lin Feng suddenly realized. Oh, yes, he really forgot about the kid. It was the weird white life form that almost abducted Lin Feng's body in hyperspace. Last time, I asked Tony to help contact a geneticist named Helen to help build the body. But recently there are too many things, and the little boy's sense of existence is too weak. Well, you can't blame yourself. Hihi, I definitely remember. You're just talking about brats, and you're talking about H country. Lin Feng laughed. Why, the body has been built. Lin Feng asked immediately. That brat needs to be arranged too, at least until Lin Feng knows what she is. Lin Feng plans to bring the little kid to the villa, so that Susan can experience the feeling of raising a baby in advance. Tony curled his lips. You asked me to find Dr. Helen by name. I don't know if she is from H country. However, Dr. Helen grew up in Tony's strike zone, if he hadn't already had Pepper, and knew about the existence of little Morgan. Ahem, off topic. Just completed. The regenerative cradle is very magical. Although it is not mature enough, with the blessing of my technology, it is more than enough to create the body of a kid. The integration of the little kid was also very smooth, without any accidents. We're leaving now, are you waiting for me at the Stark building? Tony asked. Lin Feng took the initiative to contact Tony through J.A.R.V.I.S, and his location was definitely marked. Okay, I'll wait for you here, let's talk when you get there. Lin Feng responded. After the communication was cut off, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. Now that the body has been built, Lin Feng also wants to see how it looks. Just in time, let's have lunch together when Tony comes back. Half an hour later, Tony in the black symbiote armor flew to the Stark building. The horse fork bag came to a superhero landing, and Tony landed on the parking platform. The black battlesuit full of technological sense faded away like running water, revealing Tony's big smiling face. Lin Feng is used to it, but this is the first time for Martina to see a steel battlesuit. Wow, is the technology on your side so advanced? Martina exclaimed and sighed. Although they also have shape-shifting King Kong, it is not from Blue Star's technology. Compared with shape-shifting King Kong, Blue Star technology is still very backward. Not only can Tony fly, but he can also put the armor that looks full of technology into his body. Martina feels very curious. Is he an alien too? Martina couldn't help asking. Tony walked in from the window with a smile on his face. Beautiful lady, I'm not an alien. I'm just a mechanic. My name is Tony Stark, just call me Tony. Tony heard what Martina said, and his attitude was very friendly. Ordinary people can appear on the top floor of the Stark building? Joke? It is estimated that the person was brought by Lin Feng again. However, Tony's good attitude does not come entirely from Lin Feng. It's just that he is the same as Lin Feng. Beauty has privileges with him? Tony is not shy, and both bears like it. Hello, Mr. Tony, my name is Martina. Martina looked up and down Tony with a pair of beautiful big eyes, as if she was very curious about the black steel battlesuit Tony was wearing just now. Lin Feng didn't even stand up, just slumped on the sofa, looking behind Tony. Tony, what about the brat? Tony rolled his eyes. Please, do you know the straight line flight distance from Country H to here? Do you want me to fly with a little brat on my back? If it wasn't for meeting Lin Feng, Tony wouldn't be able to fly so fast. The little boy is on the plane behind and is expected to arrive in 4 hours. The special aircraft of Stark Industries, the flight speed has exceeded the flight speed of the flight, but it will take several hours to fly back. Okay, let's forget about the brat for now. This is Martina. You have already introduced yourself. Lin Feng said. What? Is this your girlfriend? Tony teased Lin Feng with a smile on his face. Martina on the side blushed instantly and lowered her head. What girlfriend or something? Too soon? And Lin Feng already has a girlfriend. Thinking of this, Martina felt an inexplicable melancholy again. His girlfriend should be very happy. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, wanting to send Tony a heat ray. Shut up? How is it possible? I already have Susan. A man in his decades has such a rough mouth? Tony laughed, sat down on the sofa, picked up the bottle and poured it. Okay, Lin, you still don't know much about humor. I don't know what a ghost? You call that humor? Sit down, how polite are you? Seeing two people standing there, one bowed his head shyly, and the other stared at him with dead fish eyes, the thick-skinned Tony didn't feel any discomfort at all. By the way, what are you looking for me this time? You won't ask me to do something for you again. Tony glanced back and forth between Lin Feng and Martina. Lin Feng won't go out with him, every time he comes, there must be something wrong. Lin Feng sat down. You're right, Mr. Tony. This time, I really need you to help me make something. Hearing this, Tony followed Lin Feng and rolled his eyes. Fortunately, he still expected Lin Feng to ask him to go out for a big drink, and that's the end? He felt like he was about to become Lin Feng's mechanic. What the hell is Mr. Tony? Judging from Lin Feng's tone, it seems that it is not a good thing. But Mr. Tony, well, he is a mechanic, so it seems that there is nothing wrong with calling him that. It doesn't matter, Tony. By the way, how is your spaceship research going? Lin Feng changed the subject. Before talking about Martina, he had to understand the current situation of Blue Star. Asking this question, Lin Feng did not shy away from the existence of Martina. Although the study of spaceships is a confidential matter, Martina does not belong to the Marvel Universe, and her universe also has shape-shifting King Kong. She has become accustomed to spaceships and the like. Tony glanced at Martina first, and then replied in a deep voice, small spacecraft, the general technology has been released. The only thing I don't understand now is the construction principle of their power system. But it won't bother me, just give me some time. Lin Feng didn't care about Martina's existence, and Tony didn't mind meddling in other people's business. Besides, the spaceship was given by Lin Feng. Tony paused, then continued, as for that ship, it's such a big spaceship. It's still in the basic observation stage. After all, it is too big, and the functions of many devices are not understood, so it is impossible to disassemble it directly. Holy Place Number 2, even in the Marvel Universe, is an extremely advanced super battleship. If there is no Tony who is cursed by knowledge on Blue Star, even the entrance to the battleship may not be able to be opened. Tony's idea is simple and correct. First, he will have a thorough understanding of the spaceship research of the Predator, and he will be more experienced and efficient when facing Holy Place 2. By the way, some corresponding technologies have already started to be shared at the Divine Spear Bureau. Tony raised his mouth suddenly. On the Spear Bureau, Lin Feng specifically explained that although he is the Blue Star Dongfeng of the Marvel Universe, but with black eyes and the same skin color, Lin Feng will definitely get preferential treatment here. J.A.R.V.I.S. has sorted out the information that needs to be shared in the next step, including some technologies that can be used at this stage in the small spaceship you gave me. Do you want to review it again? Lin Feng thought for a while, then refused. Just check it out, Tony. The relationship between Tony and Lin Feng, what should be given? Tony will not be stingy. Lin Feng is very relieved about this. One more thing, someone from the Divine Spear Bureau wants to see you. Tony frowned, thinking, it seems to be a team leader named Wang. The team leader surnamed Wang. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looking for it in his mind. But after looking back and forth, I don't remember which team leader surnamed Wang I have ever had an intersection with. On the Divine Spear Bureau, there were only a few people who had intersected with him. He didn't have any impression of the team leader surnamed Wang. Oh, by the way, he wanted to see you, but he couldn't find you, so the message was directly encrypted and sent to me. Tony continued, and then narrowed his eyes. Also, he seems to be in a hurry. And he wants to see you. God Spear Bureau doesn't know. When Tony said that, things got interesting. Team leader Wang is a member of the Divine Spear Bureau, but he wants to see himself, but the Divine Spear Bureau doesn't know. Lin Feng immediately sensed something was wrong, and there might be some invisible information contained in it. After Tony received the information, he also had some ideas. But after all, it was Lin Feng's matter, and Tony had no intention of reporting it to the Shen Spear Bureau, and he didn't know Zhang Xian well. I've made a note, let's get busy for a while. Lin Feng said casually. The people from the Divine Spear Bureau contacted him behind the back of the Divine Spear Bureau. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to meet him. But I have to wait until I arrange Martina and the little kid, and it won't be too long. As for whether there will be any conspiracy, Lin Feng said that he didn't care at all. Those who wanted to harm him and had the corresponding strength, the Marvel Universe could count them on one hand. By the way, has there been any movement at S.H.I.E.L.D. recently? Leaving team leader Wang behind for the time being, Lin Feng asked about the situation of SHIELD. S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony made a question mark. He didn't understand why Lin Feng suddenly started to care about SHIELD. But Lin Feng did not mention him for no reason. Some of Marvel's plot developments have the shadow of SHIELD. I became a Superman from the beginning, so I didn't pay much attention to SHIELD. But in the coming days, Lin Feng plans to mass-produce shape-shifting King Kong Autobots, and the Legion of Descendants of Tony Stinger should also be put on the agenda. These actions on the Blue Star cannot escape the sight of SHIELD. Lin Feng didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either. S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't moved much recently. Since the last control plan, Steve and the others have returned to their previous life. Tony recalled it for a moment before saying, if you really want to tell the truth about the situation, it must be that the black stewed egg has approached me a few times. You know, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes. Tony pointed to his own eyes and said meaningfully, so he knows more or less about the small actions between us. The purpose is nothing more than some technical things. I gave some unimportant ones, and I don't think you will care. Tony's attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. is very good. Don't look at him as a member of the Avengers, but for people like Black Braised Eggs, the interaction between interests is indispensable. And because of this relationship, there will be fewer black stewed eggs. Sure enough, Lin Feng didn't care, and just said that you can figure it out yourself. Okay, I've said all I need to say, now let me tell you, what do you want me to do for you? After sharing the information on his side, Tony began to ask Lin Feng what else he wanted to fix. Although every time Lin Feng finds Tony, there are always some things, but every time it will open Tony's eyes. Tony is also happy to help Lin Feng fix some weird little things, their friendship has surpassed their interests. When it came to business, Lin Feng sat up straight and pointed to Martina. This time, it's mainly for her. Tony also set his eyes on Martina and began to examine. Tony knew that what Lin Feng brought would not have a simple existence. The sight of a bigwig in the business and scientific research world, a strong man who physically crossed the universe, made Martina feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. Yes, she is not an ordinary human being, she is a magical collection of energy. Lin Feng directly revealed Martina's big secret. This sentence made Martina very upset. She bit the bullet and retorted, I am human. Having lived in the human world for more than 10 years, she has gotten used to being a human, even though she was originally the source of fire. Yes, I didn't say that you are not human, I just said that you are not an ordinary human. Lin Feng still has this kind of generosity, so he won't break these things with the little girl. Isn't it a normal human being? Tony answered, and then clapped his hands. J.A.R.V.S. J.A.R.V.S knows her boss's personality and behavior well. Hearing the call, 2 scanning devices were immediately called up from the ceiling. Before Martina could react, the red rays swept across her body, and a full body scan came directly. But a weird thing happened. There seemed to be an invisible barrier on Martina's body, and the rays couldn't touch Martina's body's surface at all, let alone penetrate the scan. Although it was impossible to perform a penetrating scan on Martina, J.A.R.V.S detected abnormalities on Martina's body. Sir, rays cannot penetrate the skin, but a high-intensity energy reaction has been detected. The type is unknown, but it is very dangerous and extremely unstable. The knowledge and equipment that Tony possesses now cannot be compared with the Tony in the movie. However, Cybertron's intelligence system can't scan Martina's structural components, and J.A.R.V.S is also helpless, and can only look at the surface. Unstable and dangerously high-intensity energy. Tony rubbed his chin, finally getting interested. The little brat couldn't scan it last time, and Martina can't scan it this time either. Lin, I have to say, every time you make a move, it's something weird. Lin Feng didn't speak yet, but Martina was taken aback. Thing? Is he talking about himself? The sight of the 2 people made Martina feel like a monkey being watched in a zoo at the moment. In shame and anger, Martina blurted out, I'm not a thing. After speaking, he was taken aback again. How do you feel? I'm scolding myself? No, I am something. That's not right. Martina's brain is a little down. It seems that nothing is right. Tony was amused by Martina's sudden behavior. The little girl brought by Lin Feng is so cute and silly. Okay, I apologize, beautiful lady, for my misuse of words. Seeing that Martina was about to crash, Tony spread his arms and apologized. Next to Lin Feng, Tony will subconsciously let go of his arrogance and face, otherwise let Tony and others apologize? Not too possible? Besides, Tony didn't want to be known as a bully. Okay, stop doing these strange things. Lin Feng interrupted helplessly. As you can see, the energy in Martina's body is not very controlled by her. So before she can take full control, I need you to help me get an energy suppressor. Lin Feng said his purpose. This suppressor must be strong, and you don't want Blue Star to be blown into a volcano. Lin Feng emphasized emphatically. This is not a joke, Martina went crazy, and Blue Star really couldn't withstand the shock. Tony also knew that Lin Feng would not shoot indiscriminately, so he nodded immediately. No problem, my brother. But before that, I need to give Martina a test. Knowing her energy attributes and levels, I can make corresponding equipment. For Tony now, being an energy suppressor or something is not difficult at all. His current data accumulation and advanced level are already a few blocks away from Blue Star, and he only needs to know the corresponding energy attributes and strengths. Lin Feng nodded and got up first. Okay then, let's go straight to your garage. Garage. Teacher Tony raised another question mark. Is this person so out of his mind? What are you doing in my garage? Didn't you want to test the energy attributes and levels? Lin Feng asked back. Tony, shouldn't the test go to a lab? To the garage? Tony stroked the stubble on his chin, and said with some uncertainty, could it be that her energy is related to the car? Although it feels a bit outrageous, but with Lin Feng, Tony thinks it's best not to use common sense to think. Alright, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Tony could only take the 2 of them to the underground garage. Although looking at Martina's awkward little expression, it's just a little bit of reluctance. But when the boss spoke, there was no room for her to refuse. Tony has 3 garages. 2 of them are in 2 villas, and the largest one is in the underground garage of the Stark building. Most of Tony's vehicles are collected here, whether they are limited editions, commemorative editions, or even classic cars from the last century, you can see them here. After all, for men, car love is the most normal thing, let alone a rich man like Tony. Buying a luxury car is no different from buying a toy. Last time Lin Feng drove away his R8, he ordered a more expensive one backhandedly. The car sales manager's face almost turned into an asshole with a smile. Lin Feng seemed to be picking a product, looking at it while walking, and finally came to a cool sports car with a logo of several circles, and patted the hood. Very good, handsome enough, that's it. Martina. Lin Feng pulled the confused Martina to him. Come on. Show Mr. Tony a magic trick and turn into a car man. Autobots? What Autobot? Tony stared at Martina curiously. Can you turn a car into a human? Well, I believe, rubbing hands in anticipation. What Lin Feng brought, not to mention turning cars into people, even turning people into cars, Tony would not doubt it. This guy originally is not a normal person, don't compare a normal person with Lin Feng. J.A.R.V.I.S. set the record straight. Tony warned, and then looked carefully at Martina, not letting go of a single move. Martina is motionless. It seems that turning a car into a human requires brewing energy? Actually otherwise, the reason why Martina didn't move was because she was frightened by Lin Feng. I won't. Martina stammered in a low voice, as if she was afraid of making Lin Feng angry. What kind of Autobot? Although the Autobot is the life endowed by the fire source, Martina has not yet learned to use the energy of the fire source. No. Lin Feng frowned first, then scratched his head. Well, he forgot, Martina is not a pure fire source, this girl can't even control the energy of the fire source, how can she become an Autobot? After thinking about it, Lin Feng did not give up. Why don't you try hard? Martina pursed her lips, her forehead was full of question marks. God works hard, is this something that can be done with hard work? This is not having a baby? Well, strictly speaking, Tinder is the mother of shape-shifting King Kong. The little girl was weak, but Lin Feng still did not give up. No, I have to become an Autobot today, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. If I knew it earlier, I should have brought the technology from shape-shifting King Kong. Didn't the movie use the fire source to successfully transform the mechanical creation into a shape-shifting King Kong? But now that Martina is in human form, it doesn't feel good to use her as an experiment. After much deliberation, Lin Feng finally found a way. I forgot which part of shape-shifting King Kong it was, and whoever took the fire source casually pricked it and revived Optimus Prime. But isn't the method coming? So can Martina's output of energy turn the Autobots into a source of fire? Although Martina couldn't control the burst of energy, she should have no problem mobilizing some energy. In this way, Martina, try to output the fire source energy in your body. Like a drop of water the file size, don't output too much. At least let Martina try it. If it really doesn't work, Lin Feng can go to the shape-shifting King Kong universe again. It's not a big problem. Martina was a little timid. Yes, can I do it? I can't control the amount of output. Martina felt that this thing was like an ant, and she couldn't control how much it was. The vehicles parked here, in Martina's memory, are all expensive luxury cars. If there were too many leaks, she would not be able to afford to blow up the underground garage. It's okay, I'm here. Lin Feng patted his chest and signaled Martina not to worry. It's just a few cars, Tony doesn't care at all, right Mr. Tony? Tony glared at Lin Feng with fishy eyes. No, I don't care. This car is the latest concept sports car officially launched by Four Circles. I managed to get one. Lin Feng has sharp eyes, and he can easily point out that Tony's car curry is almost the most valuable treasure. As soon as these words came out, Martina stood still, not daring to move. Tisk, leave him alone. It's a big rich man, isn't this embarrassing for the brother? Hurry up, what are you afraid of with me here? Lin Feng urged, he couldn't wait to see the birth of the Autobot with his own eyes. Martina gave Tony a wary look. After all, the car belonged to Tony. If it broke down, he would have to pay for it. Martina felt that she would not be able to afford it if she sold herself. Tony looked at Martina's gaze and nodded helplessly. Let's do it. I also want to see how to turn a car into a human. It's just a car, besides, Lin Feng has spoken out, so he has to give this face no matter what. Okay. With the approval of the two bigwigs, Martina no longer hesitated. She stood in front of the car and stretched out her small hands to caress the car body. Martina couldn't help shivering at the smooth and cold metal touch. Then she closed her eyes and began to mobilize the energy of the fire source in her body. This thing is evil, and it's hard to suppress it, but if you want to let it out, it's like letting a dog out. You don't need to move, the dog will drag you away. For a moment, Martina's whole body overflowed with red energy lines. The lines composed of energy are joyful, and they look extremely irritable. Under Martina's intentional guidance, the violent lines converged in the palm, and then transmitted to the vehicle. J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony's eyes lit up when he saw the scene in front of him, and he immediately reminded J.A.R.V.I.S. to record. Lin Feng folded his arms and tilted his head, admiring Martina's performance. Red lines spread across the entire body. Soon, the whole car vibrated under the effect of energy, and the amplitude became larger and larger. Is it going to be done? Seeing this, Lin Feng stared with anticipation. The sports car is getting redder and redder. Not long after, the whole car was emitting a faint red light, and the black paint was no longer visible. Even Mr. Tony stared wide-eyed, not letting go of the magical scene of the car transforming into a human. Finally, when the energy was overflowing to the peak, the sports car made a clicking sound of shapeshifting. Come. Lin Feng smiled excitedly. Let me just say, no problem at all. Lord's army of Autobots is on the agenda? The sports car is very powerful. With the sound of shapeshifting, the sports car shrouded in red light quickly began to change its shape. The three of them were looking forward to it, and they didn't intend to let go of this moment of witnessing a miracle. With the last shapeshifting sound sounded, the super sports car that belonged to Tony, under the eager eyes of the three, shattered into a pile of iron slag. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The three of them seemed to have discussed it, and they froze in place, motionless. Hiss. Lin Feng could only feel his breath being held in his chest, unable to move up or down. Martina opened her mouth wide in embarrassment, staring blankly at her masterpiece. Tony nearly rolled his eyes and belched. Nima, there are a total of 2 super concept cars in the world. Although the technology is not as good as my own, but the collection value is extremely high. Tony immediately cast a murderous look at Lin Feng. That's it. The angry teacher Tony is almost out of breath. Is this the great transformation? Martina quietly took 2 steps back, allowing herself to hide behind Lin Feng. Damn, she can't afford to pay for this? It was Mr. Lin Feng who insisted on me doing the experiment? Let's find Lin Feng for compensation. There are only 2 sets in the world? Do you know how much I spent to get one of them? No, even if you have money, you may not be able to get this car. Tony couldn't help but laugh. The anger came and went quickly. No matter how you say the car is a cold machine, with his relationship with Lin Feng, he will not get angry. Definitely, Lin Feng will not be asked for compensation, but it is a pity that his sports car has only been driven out once. Ahem. Lin Feng calmly coughed twice, and sneered at the 2 people's reactions. What a big deal. Look at me. As he spoke, Lin Feng waved his hand. The time gem explodes in an instant, and the wacky green hangs over the slag-turned sports car. Tips, go back in time. The sports car that had turned into dregs was slowly put together again under the benevolent touch of the green light. After a few seconds, the sports car returned to its original shape. Infinite gems. Tony frowned. Tony learned the full 6 infinite gems ability after he had a fist fight with Jingma last time. This weird green color should be the means of infinite gems. Most people can't use infinite gems, Tony knows it. Using the time gem? Probably have to bear the impact of the time paradox. But Tony is very single, so he doesn't bother to care about the time paradox. The sky is falling and his brother Lin Feng is holding it up. The return of his car is the most important thing. Well, I told you not to worry. Lin Feng patted Martina on the head. This girl, seeing Lin Feng showing her hand, still looks shocked. How did you do that? Is this going backwards in time? The first time Martina saw infinite gems show off, she looked like a country bumpkin. But it's not her fault. Except for a few people who are close to Lin Feng on Blue Star, even if they are placed in the universe, not many people have seen the power of infinite gems. It's just a trick. Lin Feng said perfunctorily, and then said, quick, do it again. Today, if you want to die, you must complete a shape-shifting King Kong? Still the same sentence. Lin Feng won't be able to sleep well tonight if he doesn't get it right. Lin Feng had talked about shape-shifting King Kong when he first traveled, and now such a good opportunity is in front of him. If you don't have a whole thought, you won't be able to understand it. Strength or something is not important. Handsome is a lifetime thing. Lin Feng has an inexplicable obsession in this regard. Come again. Martina was a little afraid to make a move. Tony didn't comment. Scientific research, he understands, and he often does experiments. No one can guarantee a success once. The first flight test of the steel battlesuit had to be adjusted several times before it succeeded. Well, the 2 big guys obviously just got on with the Autobots. What else can Martina say? Continue. Definitely, this time it was Lin Feng who came to assist Martina. Just now Martina was clearly on the verge of success, but she fell short when she hit the goal. The main reason is that Martina can't perfectly control the overflowing energy. If there is too much energy, the Autobot will become a car scum. Lin Feng directly put a biological force field on it, and then Lin Feng controlled the energy output. In this way, the energy will become stable. However, it is also Lin Feng's first attempt, and the amount is under control, but Lin Feng does not know how much energy output and how long it takes to give life to the car. In desperation, I had to try a few more times. Fortunately, Lin Feng has time gem, so I don't have to wreck Mr. Tony's entire garage of cars. Finally, with the help of Lin Feng, after several attempts, the dawn of hope came. The sports car made the clicking sound of shape-shifting again. Lin Feng felt excited. Every tiny part of the sports car seems to have become modular, and began to be quickly combined by shape-shifting. Unlike the jerky metal collision shape-shifting just now, the shape-shifting process this time is extremely silky. Soon, the sound of mechanical shape-shifting stopped, and the output of energy also stopped. Tony Stark's top favorite collection, the 4-circle super concept, is limited to 2 cars in the world, and even if you have money, you may not be able to buy a sports car. Under the excited eyes of the 3, they successfully turned into Autobots. Handsome? Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. He raised his head, moved his eyes up, and looked at the Autobot carefully. It was originally a super cool sports car shape, but after turning into an Autobot, it perfectly combines violence and technology. He doesn't have too many complicated external armors, but the angular modular metal makes people feel full of destructive power and sense of technology at a glance. Tony didn't understand why Lin Feng was so happy. Well, Autobots, so that's who he is. He thought he was going to become a human being made of flesh and blood. Unexpectedly, it turned into a robot. But the robot, Tony, can also make it? Tony hadn't realized what kind of existence the Autobot really was, and he thought the Autobot was just a face. Martina's face was also full of excitement. This is the first time she has successfully conjured an Autobot? A little bit of the sense of accomplishment when giving birth? Although Martina has never experienced it. The huge Autobot knelt down on one knee in front of Martina after wandering his eyes around the three of them. He opened his mouth to speak, and the thick voice of mechanical synthesis rang in the ears of the three. Mother. What? Martina was stunned on the spot. Mother? What the hell? He called me Mom. Hey. Martina's brain short-circuited, and she agreed by mistake. Mommy. The originally handsome Autobot, after receiving the response, happily jumped up and down like a half-grown child. The underground garage that jumped was shaking. With the jumping, things like laser cannons and cold weapons constantly appeared on his body, as if he couldn't control himself well. Nima, he has self-awareness? Can he act on his own? Tony immediately realized what was wrong. Eyes widened again. And, still shape-shifting? Autobots are no surprise, but a self-aware Autobot who can act on its own is too weird. Although his steel battlesuit can also be unmanned, but it is control. Essentially, J.A.R.V.I.S is still in control. This is completely different. This Nima has reached the means of creating intelligent life, which can be called a creation. He pushed Lin Feng hard. Good brother, how did you do it? Lin Feng didn't answer, and as soon as he uttered the phrase Mom, he shut down. Now he is lost in thought as he looks at the happy Autobots in front of him. Why is this? Why was there a child Autobot who didn't look too smart? What the hell is, what went wrong? Although the Autobot was successfully transformed, it feels like it was not completely successful. This Autobot obviously has low intelligence. Look at those innocent eyes full of wisdom. It looks like a baby Autobot? Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. Well, it can be regarded as a successful manufacture of silicon-based life. Next, Teacher Tony came on stage and gave the newborn Autobot a comprehensive test. That Autobot was like a child getting an injection. He was a little scared of Tony, and he wanted Martina to accompany him, which was outrageous. But although he doesn't look very smart, he has everything an Autobot should have. Whether it's shape-shifting, or conjuring weapons, the new Autobots in front of you can do it all. It's just that unlike other Autobots, he is not skilled in shape-shifting. Often the weapon gets stuck in half, or when turning back into an Autobot, sometimes only the upper body becomes a car. The upper body is a car, and the lower body is two mechanical thighs. The scene was once very weird. Well, it has to be admitted that this newborn Autobot is flawed. Autobots will shapeshifting is almost the most basic ability they are born with, and it doesn't matter what they need to practice. But this new Autobot just can't do it, and Lin Feng can only temporarily attribute this to the lack of purity of the fire source energy used by Martina. But anyway, Lin Feng also saw hope. Let Martina constantly practice controlling energy. But before Martina has a clear progress, Lin Feng does not intend to let her become an Autobot. He didn't want his Autobot legion to be such unintelligent-looking things. Lin Feng could use the time gem to turn the Autobots back into cars, but that would be a bit too cruel. Even if he is not smart, he is alive now. Lin, the basic data is out. Do you want to see it? After a busy schedule, Tony came over with a few pieces of paper. The above records the data of J.A.R.V.I.S test. His super sports car has turned into a mechanical intelligent life. It really is a knife in the ass, and his eyes are opened. Although the level of intelligence is relatively low at present, it is preliminarily speculated that he has the ability to grow. Tony sighed. Unlike the artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S, the Autobot in front of him is a real silicon-based life form. Silicon-based life forms, in some senses, are even rarer than aliens. Even in the Marvel universe, there are mostly carbon-based life forms, which is a completely different form of life. It was like opening the door to a new world for Tony. Lin Feng took the test report and directly turned to the last page to look at the strength assessment. Summary: detachable aircraft carrier with one hand? Well, the Autobots can do it. Even if Captain America came, he would be punched and kneeled. Before you know it, Steve has almost become a basic combat unit. Next, I'll focus on his intelligence, Tony added. During the test, Lin Feng has given him a popular science about the universe of shapeshifting King Kong. The intelligence of this newborn Autobot is obviously abnormal, and Tony intends to conquer it. In terms of strength, the Autobots couldn't beat the current Tony. But Tony is also a man. A car that can shapeshifting is so handsome. Before that, build me an energy suppressor first. Lin Feng reminded. You don't want to see the streets full of baby Autobots, do you? Tony nodded. Definitely. Although the little girl's energy cannot be analyzed temporarily, it is still possible to make a device to suppress energy. It's just. Tony paused before continuing. Even with my latest reactor technology, there may be no way to suppress it a few times. And I haven't estimated the specific energy when she erupts, so I don't have much confidence that it will have the expected effect. Suppressing energy is actually easy to understand, just like the temperature control rod of a nuclear reactor. The current Martina is a nuclear reactor, and it only needs to make a temperature control rod. But if the reactor gets enough conditions to explode, the temperature control rod will lose its original effect. Just like a fire extinguisher, it can put out the burning pillow, but it is useless when facing the burning grassland. In that case, let's be the best. Lin Feng continued. For energy, don't worry. Lin Feng said, taking out an infinite gems. It's soul gem. Use it as the energy supply for the suppressor. I believe you can do it. Infinite gems, one set is enough to snap your fingers. Besides, Lin Feng plans to go to the time administration in the near future, and infinite gems will be replenished soon. Soul gem has its own wisdom. If it can be embedded in Tony's suppressor, the suppression of Martina's energy burst will be the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. It will reasonably control the output suppression according to Martina's explosive energy file size, which is efficient and fast, and can also protect Martina from injury. With the addition of infinite gems, the energy is almost infinite, so there is nothing to worry about. At the same time as handing it over, Lin Feng sent a warning to the gem, telling him to calm down and destroy it at any time. Tony's eyes lit up, and he took the soul gem. This is infinite gems. Can you let me do some research first? Tony has been coveting infinite gems for a long time, and now that he has this opportunity, he definitely doesn't want to let it go. Among other things, the unlimited energy supply alone is enough to make Tony's heart flutter. If the reactor is replaced with infinite gems, Tony can fight from sunrise to sunset even if the stinger does not eat or drink. Lin Feng stared at Tony silently. He knew Tony couldn't resist the temptation of infinite gems. Research is fine, but Tony, don't go too deep, let alone let J.A.R.V.I.S join the experiment. Lin Feng warned meaningfully. You in that world, because you studied infinite gems, almost caused an irreparable disaster. Lin Feng patted Tony on the shoulder. He didn't want Tony to build another Ultron. Although Soul Gem is different from Mind Gem, Soul Gem has its own wisdom. If what Tony makes out of Ultron is not Ultron, but Infinite Gem's intelligent life forms, then it will be really crap. Hearing these words, Tony's eyes flickered a little, and his originally indifferent expression was put away. I understand, Lin, don't worry. Tony solemnly assured. Lin Feng has not only been to the other world, but also to the future, and Tony fully believes what Lin Feng said. Infinite Gem still needs to be researched, but be careful. After explaining to Tony, Lin Feng turned his attention to Martina. This guy actually started a game with the Autobots. Really has the consciousness of being a mother. Martina, come here. Lin Feng shouted. Martina didn't know why, but trotted over obediently. The shape-shifting King Kong behind her was like a pet. Kuang ran over with her, and the garage shook again. Shall we go to lunch? Then, it's time to show you where you live. Lin Feng said casually. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and in order to build the Autobots, several of them didn't have lunch. Although Lin Feng wouldn't feel hungry, Tony and Martina couldn't. Especially Tony, chocolate can't be less in a day. To this end, he also specially acquired a chocolate factory, striving for delicious and clean chocolate. Be aware that, according to the United States standards, small amounts of animal hair are allowed in chocolate. Monopoly doesn't want to eat mouse hair. Hearing what Lin Feng said, the two flesh and blood bodies immediately felt hungry. It hit it off, and the three of them set off on the road to cooking in an Autobot that can drive a sports car. In the car, Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat and looked back at Martina, who was extremely happy. Due to the limited space in the sports car, the petite Martina was definitely arranged in the back seat. At the moment, she is still immersed in the sense of accomplishment of creating the shape-shifting King Kong. After thinking about it, Lin Feng smirked. Speaking of which, I haven't congratulated you on becoming a mother, Martina. Talking nonsense again, Martina's little face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her little head lowered. This man is handsome and powerful, he is good everywhere, the only shortcoming is that he opened his mouth. Tony on the side gave Lin Feng a surprised look. Didn't expect a good brother to have such a bad taste, but, hey, don't tell me. Seeing Martina's shy expression, Tony thinks it's really fun to play with the little girl. Why didn't you find out before? Tony always felt that he was going to awakening some strange attributes. After some teasing, Lin Feng decisively rejected Tony's idea of going to the barbecue restaurant. This guy is not dead. After the Chidori invasion last time, Tony took everyone to the newly opened barbecue restaurant to have a meal. The taste is so good, dogs won't eat it for the second time? So here comes the question, does Lin Feng eat or not? For this recurring question, Lin Feng said he would not answer. In order not to roll over, Lin Feng navigated directly to a Chinese restaurant. This Autobot doesn't look very smart, but the autopilot still has to leave Trilla a galaxy away. By the way, didn't you give him a name? Seeing that Martina was blushing without teasing, Lin Feng decided to change the subject. Name. Martina was stunned, but she didn't think of this. Almost all Autobots will give themselves a name, but this Autobot obviously does not have this awareness. What's the name? Lin Feng casually asked a question, and Martina fell into deep thought again. This is the first Autobot she created, and it must have a loud and handsome name. Hehe, don't worry, think about it slowly. Lin Feng didn't plan to get involved in naming the Autobot. Although it is a joke, Martina has created a silicon-based life in the true sense. If someone names the child, she will not join in the fun. When the group rushed to the Chinese restaurant, Tony just received a call. After hanging up, Tony patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Lin, the little brat is coming soon, how can I arrange it? The call just now was from Happy, and the little boy has arrived at the waist twister. Now that the body has been built, Lin Feng should definitely handle it as a matter of course. After thinking about it, Lin Feng said directly, someone send it here. After dinner, I'll take them home directly. The two of them naturally refer to Martina and little kid. Oh, by the way, did the kid eat it? Eat it, don't worry, the quality and taste of the food are guaranteed on the special plane. The kid is riding in Stark's royal car, and the configuration inside must be extremely luxurious. Okay, let's eat first. Lin Feng nodded. During the meal, Lin Feng did not forget to mention the suppressor. The matter of the suppressor should be put at the forefront first, that is the most important thing. Don't blame Lin Feng for being wordy, she must quickly put a shackle on Martina, otherwise it will be like a ticking time bomb, making people feel anxious all the time. Tony also knew that this was not a joke, and responded while eating, no problem, a suppressor, it will be done soon. The suppressor is not difficult for Tony, he just needs to overcome how to embed the infinite gems on it, and then call the energy. A group of 3 enjoyed Lin Feng's hometown cuisine happily, and gave a thumbs up to give praise. Sure enough, the probability of Chinese food overturning is still very small. And the little boy was also sent to him in a luxury car by Happy. The vehicle stopped at the entrance of the restaurant, just in time to meet the 3 people who had finished their meal. As soon as the door of the luxury car opened, a little girl with a ponytail popped out. Wearing a white children's dress, fair skin, small lips, and big eyes, enough to be called a jade carving. The little girl saw Lin Feng standing on the side of the road at a glance. Immediately ran over in 2 steps and hugged Lin Feng's thigh. Immediately, he yelled crisply, Dad. Lin Feng froze on the spot. His father almost sent him off with this sentence. What the hell? Dad? How did Martina feel when she was called her mother a few hours ago? What is Lin Feng's mood now? Seeing this scene, Martina couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, skin, let you skin, you will be ridiculed. Now I like to be a father, what should I say? Congratulations, boss, you've become a father at such a young age. Martina directly turned into a ruthless mocking machine, avenging Lin Feng's teasing just now. The diners passing by also cast curious eyes on it. It seems that all young men in their 20s have such a big daughter. Retribution is not good. Lin Feng never expected that the retribution would come so quickly. Hiss. Lin Feng first took a deep breath, glared at the gloating Martina, then knelt down and asked bitterly and puzzled. Why do you call me Dad? Who taught you? You found me, and you arranged my body. Shouldn't I be called Dad? The little kid tilted his head and asked very stupidly. Lin Feng was speechless. Where did he learn this theory? Your body was built by Helen, right? No, reasoning is built by the cradle of regeneration. According to your theory, the cradle of regeneration is your father, a Martina, a little kid. He still calls himself Papa. Lin Feng doesn't know what to say to Susan. That's all. He also said that Susan would experience the joy of raising a baby in advance. It's good now, experience it yourself first. Having no choice, Lin Feng took Martina and the little kid home. Tony, on the other hand, took the Autobots back to study. The more Tony thought about this stuff, the more curious he became, and his attraction almost caught up with the spaceship holy place too. It is worth mentioning that when the Autobot and Martina separated, they lost their temper on the spot. Directly, Thomas turned into an Autobot, sat in front of someone's restaurant, and started crying. Crying and fussing all over the operation, yelling that my mother doesn't want me anymore. Lin Feng's scalp tingles from crying. Definitely, it also attracted a large number of dining crowd to watch and take pictures. Fortunately, with Tony as a shield, everyone recognized him, and there was no panic. They made up the Autobot brain into Mr. Tony's latest research masterpiece. Facing the shape-shifting King Kong who was crying like a child, Lin Feng was helpless. In the end, Martina had to go on stage to coax him, repeatedly promising to see him every day, so as to appease this big man with a baby's IQ. In the end, Martina gave the Autobot a name. It's called Maddie, from the first 2 letters of Martina's name. Through this name, it is enough to see how much Martina values this Autobot who gave life by herself. It's just that Lin Feng was a little speechless. Why didn't you call me crazy? Without the cute and thoughtless vehicle, I can only trouble happy to send Lin Feng home. There are more and more people in the family. Lin Feng is considering whether to change to a bigger villa. But don't worry for now, the villa Tony gave Lin Feng can accommodate 10 people at the same time. Standing in front of the villa, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the 2, one big and one small behind him. These 2 guys are looking at Lin Feng's dabby wild with curiosity on their faces. Martina's previous family conditions were average. She had seen villas, but never lived in them. As for the little boy, he has been living in hyperspace, has never seen anything, and is curious about everything. It's a blessing, not a curse, and it's a disaster that can't be avoided. Lin Feng sighed and rang the doorbell, hoping that Susan would not misunderstand him. The door opened quickly. It was Susan who opened the door. She was wearing home clothes, and there was a trace of laziness between her brows, as if she had just taken a lunch break. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he smiled. He was busy saving the universe, and he hadn't seen Susan for a while. This little reporter is still as beautiful as before. It's just that compared to when I first met Lin Feng, it adds a touch of mature charm. A bonus item? Oh, my treasure. Lin Feng sent out disgusting glances. Forest. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, Susan cried out in surprise, her eyes clouded with mist. She threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. The two are in a period of passionate love, and they haven't seen Lin Feng for so long. Susan definitely misses her very much. But Susan is a reasonable person. Her boyfriend is Superman, who shoulders the responsibility of saving the world. Susan can't selfishly bind him at home. So all this time, Susan never complained even a word. What a considerate little reporter. But if Lin Feng knows what Susan thinks, the appointment will be a little embarrassing. Well, though he's also doing some world-saving work. But, to be honest, Lin Feng is both happy and painful. After becoming a silver Superman and possessing 6 infinite gems, Lin Feng has become an old monster who doesn't know how long he can live. So for Lin Feng, the boundary of time is gradually blurring. He ran to sleep on the sun, and he could sleep for 100 years. Lin Feng hugged Susan tightly, feeling Xiongda's attack, and laughed even more cheerfully. Sure enough, this is the happiness that Ping A can never give. Dad, what are you doing? Looking at the two people embracing each other, the little boy tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes without knowing why. Lin Feng's embrace froze. This little boy, with one sentence, completely embarrassed the joy of reunion. Hearing the sudden voice, Susan looked down, only to find that Lin Feng brought two people back. Big and small. The older one was looking at himself intentionally or unintentionally. The little one, carved with jade, also stared at him curiously with a pair of big eyes. Just what did she call Lin Feng just now? Dad? Susan pushed Lin Feng away with a very strange expression. She looked at Martina, then at little kid. Finally, he moved his gaze to Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng looked at him with embarrassment. Lin, do you want a showdown with me? Susan rolled her eyes, and then put on a sad face, but this expression was so weird no matter how you looked at it. Why do you seem to be holding back your laughter? You want to tell me that you actually have a wife and a child, right? Oh, my god, you brought them here to drive me out, right? Susan covered her eyes with her hands, her shoulders twitched, as if she was heartbroken. Lin Feng had nothing to say on his face. Did Susan just stay at home and watch dramas? Why did it suddenly play out? Before you fake cry, can you also cover your mouth? Your mouth is laughing, hello. Sure enough, within 2 seconds of crying, Susan pissed laughed out loud, and she broke her merits. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let me introduce you. Who are these two? Lin Feng is only a little over 20 years old, and Martina looks about 15 or 16, so it is impossible for her to be Lin Feng's wife and child. Susan is a reporter, so she still has some brains and eyesight. Hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He really thought that he was going to play a routine plot in a dog blood TV series. Fortunately, the reality is not a TV series, and Susan's IQ is also normal. Lin Feng turned his body sideways, revealing Martina. Her name is Martina. A strange life form I encountered in other universes. I want her to live with us temporarily, is that okay? Lin Feng said, winking at Susan. Then she leaned close to Susan's ear and whispered, she has magical energy, but this energy is extremely unstable, and there is nothing I can do about it. I'll tell you in detail at night. How about letting her live here for now? Susan can be regarded as the owner of half of the villa. Lin Feng arranges someone to live in, and definitely wants to get Susan's consent. This is respect for the other half. There's a long story to tell about Martina, and I'll save that for an evening of canyon games. Susan's empathy is a big plus. There must be something hidden about Lin Feng letting him stay. Susan agreed after a little thought. Hi, my name is Susan, and I'm Lin Feng's girlfriend. With a smile on her face, Susan extended her hand generously and shook Martina. She has no hostility towards Martina. A semi-senior level A player can't threaten her status at all, okay? Susan knew what Lin Feng liked, that's why she agreed to stay with Martina temporarily. Not only Susan thought so, but Martina also thought so. She looked at Susan curiously. She was beautiful, intellectual, and had a big bear that she didn't have. Take a look at the airport for yourself. Envious. As for this, Lin Feng pulled the little boy over, and some didn't know how to introduce him. The origin of this little boy is even more bizarre. I don't know what kind of creature this is, but she's not human, is that okay? If Martina Lin Feng can explain clearly, Lin Feng really doesn't know how to explain it. Could it be that he told Susan that he came from time travel? Although Susan probably wouldn't mind, the less she knew about this matter, the better. If Susan disagreed, Lin Feng would throw it to Teacher Tony and let Teacher Tony take care of him for a while. Dad, is this Mom? The little boy asked with an innocent face. Ah yes, she is your mother. Lin Feng gave up, struggling helplessly. He had been rectified several times on the way here, and the little kid acted like he was doing it on purpose, yelling at his father and nothing else. This child doesn't have a name yet, you can give her a name. Lin Feng said. Definitely, it's not my child. Susan stared at the little kid and nodded. There are no ordinary incidents related to Lin Feng. One person lives, two people also live. And suddenly being called mother, Susan felt a sense of pity in her heart for no reason. Immediately, Susan picked up the little kid, and then the feeling became stronger. It can only be said that the cute little friend inspired Susan's maternal love. It's possible. After introducing each other, several people walked into the villa. Up to now, counting Lin Feng, there are 5 people living in the family. The villa is big enough and doesn't look crowded. Lin Feng temporarily gave up his plan to buy a new house, arranged Martina in a room on the 2nd floor, and the kid lived next door to Martina. If you dare not sleep by yourself, then find Martina. Lin Feng doesn't intend to let her disturb the 2 world of himself and Susan. Next, wait for Tony to make the suppressor, and then arrange a school for Martina. Martina happens to be able to go to high school, nice. As for the identity and so on, let the rich man Tony solve it. By the way, why didn't you see Wanda? After throwing the pile of luggage to Martina's room, Lin Feng returned to the living room alone. Wanda is one of Lin Feng's prepared cards. Don't underestimate the power of origin magic power. It can fully affect the multi-universe when it develops to the later stage of Wanda. Coming back this time just in time, Lin Feng intends to intensify Wanda's origin magic power and keep it growing. Wanda. Susan was making dessert for the kid, and she frowned when she heard Lin Feng's question. Speaking of Wanda, she hasn't been back for 3 or 4 days. Xiongda hasn't come back for 3 or 4 days. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched, and he sat down on the sofa. Where did she go? Did she go on a trip? That's not right. Why didn't I bring Susan with me when I went on a trip? Susan thought for a while and replied, travel is not. 3 days ago, that one-eyed man who came to look for you came to look for Wanda, and then Wanda was taken away. S.H.I.E.L.D. That's right, that's SHIELD. Susan responded. It seems that there is something wrong with Wanda's big brother. Let Wanda go and have a look. Although Wanda called back to let me not worry, but I always feel that the Dark Director is not a good person. Is Nick Fury a good guy? It's hard to say. He did contribute to the safety of Blue Star, but he is the kind who is good at unscrupulous methods. But the black marinated egg showed a murderous intent, which was related to Wanda's big brother, and Susan couldn't stop it. Lin Feng didn't answer the call, closed his eyes, and let out his super hearing. In an instant, the S.H.I.E.L.D. space carrier suspended in the sky was found. The entire helicarrier appeared in Lin Feng's mind like a transparent 3D projection. Wanda is indeed on the helicarrier, and seems to be still training origin magic power? Lin Feng felt uncomfortable for no reason. The dog thing is eyeing my person? Lin Feng opened his eyes, and his face was a little unhappy. He had warned Nick Fury not to get Wanda's attention. What is the situation now? I gonna go see. Go, bring Wanda back for dinner. Susan didn't stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng is not in the villa, and only Wanda lives with her every day. The relationship between the two is very strange. Susan treats her like a sister. That black-corned egghead always doesn't feel like a good person, which makes Susan a little worried. Lin Feng responded, came directly to the courtyard, soared into the sky, and headed straight for the helicarrier. Wanda is training magic in the helicarrier? If you say that black-corned eggs have no bad intentions, ghosts will not believe it. Okay, this stewed egg contestant? Steal my house while I'm away? Lin Feng had a sullen face, obviously a little angry. In the space carrier, the black-corned egg sitting in the office, his eyelids have been twitching since the beginning. Director. Hill pushed the door open and entered with a worried look on his face. What's the fuss? Black braised egg glanced up at her. As an agent, you have to keep calm at all times. Hill didn't speak, but just put the video on the black-corned egg table. The black marinated egg picked it up slowly, and then his eyes widened. What is this? The robot that can splash and roll is suspected to be Tony's new scientific research product? But the focus of the black marinated egg is not here, the one standing next to the robot. Is that Lin Feng? What? When did it happen? Black braised egg broke out in cold sweat as soon as he said it. How about calm down? Hill pouted. An hour ago. It's numb. The black marinated egg feels like it's going to disappear. He kidnapped Wanda behind Lin Feng's back? Braised egg felt that he had done nothing wrong. So where is such a powerful combat force? But Lin Feng put it in stock. This is completely reckless, okay. Although Lin Feng warned Black Braised Dan, but Lin Feng basically left for a year or two, and Black Braised Dan was confident that during this period of time, he would brainwash Wanda and turn her into a S.H.I.E.L.D. person. But just a few days after he was abducted, Lin Feng came back? I said why eyelids keep twitching. Director, do you want to transfer Wanda? Hill asked. Black Braised Egg looked crying. I guess it's too late. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the space carrier trembled greatly, as if an earthquake had occurred. But the space carrier is suspended in the sky, and the vibration cannot come from an earthquake. Then there is only one answer. The person that Black Braised Egg doesn't want to see appears now. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. On the space carrier, an alarm sounded immediately. The agents working on the deck were all well-trained elites, and they immediately drew out their weapons and aimed at the incoming people, and the scene suddenly became serious. It's just that before the shot was fired, it was stopped immediately. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Put down the guns, everyone. When Phil Coulson saw the tense scene in front of him, he broke out in a cold sweat. He recognized Lin Feng at a glance and shouted to everyone not to act rashly. Phil Coulson is very grateful that he is on deck at the moment because of work. The space carrier is the air base of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the technological content used in it is extremely high, which is not even available in J-side. If you really want to offend the master in front of you, it is not as simple as simply losing a few 100 million yuan. Although there is an intersection with S.H.I.E.L.D, the relationship between Lin Feng and S.H.I.E.L.D is not as close as imagined. Phil Coulson knew exactly why Lin Feng was so unhappy at the moment. It was all due to his boss, who insisted on hitting Wanda. Lin Feng glanced at Phil Coulson blankly and stood on the deck with his arms folded without saying a word. But Phil Coulson was so stared into a river of cold sweat. The agents who put down their guns also looked at each other in dismay, and they had already recognized that it was Superman. It's just a puzzled face. What is Superman doing here? Still appearing in this provocative way? When everyone was wondering, he brought Hill to the deck. One after another, a bunch of people rushed towards the deck. The shock of Lin Feng's landing was transmitted to the entire helicarrier, and even the alarm sounded. Therefore, the agents who are not alive quickly prepare their weapons and rush to the deck. Among them, including Wanda, who is training in the training room. Wanda, come here. Seeing Wanda, Lin Feng's cold face softened a little. This girl has a simple brain and is easily deceived by others, but Lin Feng will not vent her anger on Wanda. Wanda scratched her head for some unknown reason, but obediently walked behind Lin Feng. She vaguely felt that something was wrong, as if it was caused by herself. Still that obedient bear? Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I discovered it early, otherwise I was really brainwashed by the rules of S.H.I.E.L.D, and it would be difficult to correct it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng cast his eyes on the black stewed egg. His eyes became cold again. Although he didn't deliberately release the pressure, the hostility from the Silver Superman still made Hey Dan feel his eyes darken and his blood pressure rise. Nick Fury. Lin Feng called out the full name of the black marinated egg. I remember, warning you not to take your mind off Wanda. Black braised egg choked for breath, and couldn't figure out why he was so unlucky. 1 month, just give him 1 month. With Wanda's simple thinking, even if Lin Feng wanted to take Wanda back, Wanda would not agree. But the black stewed egg is obviously covered by lard. He thinks that if Wanda doesn't go back, Lin Feng will let S.H.I.E.L.D go? I didn't have Wanda's idea. Black braised egg defended himself, thinking quickly about how to get away with it. It's just that no matter how you listen to this sentence, there is a feeling of guilty conscience mixed in it. In the future, there will be more dangers, and we need more power. And Wanda, with the power to save, you didn't give her enough space. After 2 sentences, the black corned egg became more and more relaxed, and even raised his head. That's right, it's spiky. That's right, he is for the piece of blue star. What is there to be afraid of Lin Feng? From a righteous point of view, what Lin Feng did was wrong, right? Selfishly shut Wanda at home. What should I do when faced with uncontrollable dangers? Black braised Dan felt a little ashamed. Just now when faced with Lin Feng's aura, he subconsciously felt guilty. Space. Lin Feng sneered. Nick Fury is like a joker right now. Nick Fury, do you know Wanda's ability system? Do you know how to control her ability? If ability breaks out, do you have a corresponding method? Lin Feng threw out 3 questions directly. Is Wanda's origin magic power so easy to use? Without deliberate guidance, Wanda will have problems one day. There seems to be nothing wrong with Wanda in the movie for the time being, but how many years has it been since Wanda's appearance to the end of Avengers Alliance 4? Origin magic power is powerful, but at the same time comes with endless dangers. The trial and error cost of origin magic power is extremely high. Wanda is immature in mind and age. If forced to develop, it will inevitably take many detours. In other words, there is a high probability that some hidden dangers will remain. Black braised egg's eyes kept flickering. Wanda's ability system? It is true that black stewed eggs cannot be traced to the source, and we can only roughly know that it is something similar to magical energy. As for Wanda will explode out of control? Well, he did miss that. We have a full assessment and planning team. Nick Fury replied confidently. Beautiful, this wave avoids the important and ignores the light. It seems to answer Lin Feng's question, but in fact it can be blamed when it really gets out of control. But this sentence directly made Lin Feng happy. You have Nima. Lin Feng scolded without losing face. Just your S.H.I.E.L.D team. It can be used for a fart. Black braised Dan was pointed at his nose and scolded. His face turned black and red, and his neck stretched out. Are you ill-considered when you say that? Mr. Superman. Speaking of which, the black marinated egg is also a bit broken. The purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D is to protect Blue Star and help the weak. You can't selfishly confine an ability person at home. The words of the black stewed egg sounded like a moral kidnapping, and Lin Feng's face sank again. But Lin Feng, who was burning with anger, obviously didn't care, and there seemed to be something wrong with the character of the black stewed egg. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting worse and worse, Steve, who had been standing aside, stood up. This is not a place to talk. Lin Feng, sit down and have a good chat. Lin Feng glanced at Captain America. This old antique that has been frozen for 70 years, some people say he is the Virgin, some people say he is selfless. But all in all, Captain America has a selfish side, but still sticks to some bottom lines. There's nothing to say, Steve. Lin Feng looked at the black marinated egg again. Protect Blue Star? Why aren't you afraid of hitting yourself in the foot? Study the space gem without authorization, attracting Chidori. Insight Project, and Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D with all the holes. Lin Feng sneered, if I hadn't reminded you, would it be called the Hydra base now? And you, Nick Fury, are you paying me back like this? Stealing my house while I'm away? Train Wanda according to your method, either Blue Star will blow up or Wanda will go crazy. I say it again and for the last time, don't mess with me again, Nick Fury. Lin Feng's aura was fully released, and the entire helicarrier was shocked again. If there is a next time, S.H.I.E.L.D, there is no need to exist. After speaking, Lin Feng pulled Wanda and turned away. Halfway through, he suddenly turned around. Pietro, come with me. Pietro technically belongs to Lin Feng's command. Hearing Lin Feng's call, Pietro followed Lin Feng's footsteps without any hesitation. The black stewed egg immediately felt bad, but at the moment he didn't dare to provoke the angry Lin Feng, so he could only hit Pietro sharply with his one-eyed eye. Pietro, are you leaving? Pietro turned around and made a gesture of shrugging his shoulders. I'm sorry, Director, it seems that I have to change jobs. After finishing speaking, Pietro no longer paid attention to the black marinated eggs. Having gone through so many missions, Pietro's character has grown a lot. He knows how to choose. What's more, Lin Feng is kind to himself and Wanda. As for the black marinated eggs, Pietro said that it was just doing things with money, and it was just a job for him, without any feelings. Seeing that the three of them flew away without looking back, Hyazudin was on the verge of crying. Damn it, with so many subordinates watching, I couldn't stand up for a few words. For the sake of face, I completely annoyed Lin Feng this time. Blood Mother loses. Not only did Wanda's idea fail, but he also lost a general. It's just that this is a trivial matter for the current black marinated eggs. Most importantly, his original plan was completely disrupted by Lin Feng. Captain America looked at the black marinated egg standing in place with a cloudy face, shrugged and left. When Wanda first came, he felt that something was wrong, so he even hinted at the black marinated egg. Now it's all right, it's true, and self-inflicted? Phil Coulson moved closer to Hill. So, why is Superman so angry? He couldn't figure it out. In fact, the matter was not that serious. The relationship between Lin Feng and S.H.I.E.L.D has always been relatively harmonious. But why did Lin Feng make such a big fuss? Hill rolled his eyes contemptuously. You can't even think of this? How did you become an agent? A lion helped a hyena, but the hyena took the lion's things in turn. Do you think the lion will be angry? Lion, hyena? Phil Coulson pondered for a while and suddenly realized. Lin Feng is the powerful one, but he lowered his status and helped both S.H.I.E.L.D and Blue Star. Especially the Hydra matter, although it was a confidential matter, but Phil Coulson was a participant, and he knew that the news about Hydra came from Lin Feng. Lin Feng helped Nick Fury, and Nick Fury stole Lin Feng's house backhand. This, you think highly of you for helping you, are you still riding on your face? Phil Coulson is no longer confused, if it were him, he would have to blow his hair too. But, Phil Coulson gave Hill an odd look. Ning compares our S.H.I.E.L.D to hyenas, okay, understood, then hurry up and slip away. Hill didn't notice Phil Coulson's eyes, but stepped back quietly. It's time for the director to react and get mad after a while, why don't they leave and wait for training? But Hill was also a little puzzled. She still remembered that Nick Fury said before that she would not touch Wanda if she was killed, otherwise she would kill herself. But since a month ago, Nick Fury suddenly included Wanda in his plan, and his firm statement seemed to be a different person. The seasoned agent has already smelled something wrong. On Lin Feng's side, he had brought the twin siblings back to the villa. Sitting down on the sofa, Lin Feng's anger has not yet subsided. It's really bad luck. If Lin Feng was a bloodthirsty person, he would have just turned S.H.I.E.L.D into history. Respect him is the rare positive organization in the film. But do you have a good temper? Susan thoughtfully brought Lin Feng a glass of water, looked at Wanda who was standing not far away, somewhat at a loss, and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Lin Feng's mood was not right, and even Pietro was brought back. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng shook his head and said helplessly, Susan, you said that if the lion puts away its tusks, wouldn't the hyena be afraid of it? From the beginning to the end, Lin Feng adhered to the principle of helping the weak, but some people are just shameless. He didn't expect that Nick Fury would actually dare to make his mind on Wanda. According to past experience of getting along with each other, Black Braised Egg has almost the same personality as Nick Fury in the movie, so he should not do such self-destructive things. But now? But maybe because of Lin Feng, some disasters didn't happen. Nick Fury's state of mind is not like in the movie. Susan didn't understand what happened, but could feel Lin Feng's helplessness. She thought for a while, then pointed out, is a lion still called a lion if it doesn't show its fangs? Hiding their tusks all the time, the hyena forgets the strength of the lion. I don't know what happened, but I believe there's nothing Superman can't fix, right? Susan's understanding made Lin Feng think a little better. Lin Feng frowned. Susan was right. Appropriate exposure of fangs will make hyenas understand their situation and fear their own existence. If Nick Fury still dares to engage in these small tricks, then Lin Feng will really make him history. Putting S.H.I.E.L.D aside for a while, Lin Feng looked at Wanda. This young Dajhan was pinching the hem of his clothes, looking like he was waiting for a reprimand, showing Lin Feng amused himself. What are you doing, Wanda? Sit down, I'm not angry with you. Wanda secretly glanced at Lin Feng, seeing that he didn't seem to be talking ironically, and was relieved. Just now on the helicarrier, Lin Feng is really scary. Wanda has never experienced this kind of experience. It is a hot summer, but her whole body is icy cold. It was Nick Fury who said, Blue Star needed my power, so I went. Wanda felt that she still needed to explain. To be honest, in Wanda's heart, she already regards this villa as her own home. In Susan's body, Wanda experienced the love from her sister, which is the familiar affection of the elders. She was afraid that Lin Feng would drive her out. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng interrupted him. Forget about that broken black egg, it's not your fault. Even if there is a disaster on Blue Star, I will still bear it. If S.H.I.E.L.D. comes to you again, let me know right away, okay? Lin Feng, who returned to normal, made Wanda relax, nodding her head in a hurry. As for Pietro sat on the sofa without any pressure, and when Lin Feng mentioned him, he immediately responded. I'll find you another job and leave him alone with SHIELD. After breaking up with Nick Fury, Pietro will not leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D., and Lin Feng intends to leave it to Tony. As for what to do, I will leave this kind of headache to Mr. Tony. Thinking of this, the phone rang suddenly. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. There were a few big words on the screen: teacher washing, cutting, and blowing. He frowned. Tony? Call yourself after only a few hours apart? What happened again? Lin, you and Nick Fury broke up. Tony just opened his mouth. It hadn't been an hour since this had happened before Tony knew. But it's not surprising that although Tony is a member of Avengers, he is always on guard against SHIELD. Back then, when Tony arrived on the space carrier for the first time, he dared to do something on it. So monitoring AS.H.I.E.L.D. now is not difficult to understand. What's more, the brain after being strengthened by the stinger, Tony wanted to do some small movements, but S.H.I.E.L.D. still couldn't find it. Lin Feng replied lightly. For him, S.H.I.E.L.D. is just 3 or 2 kittens, and he doesn't take it too seriously. The reason why he got so angry was that he stole Lin Feng's family beyond his control. As for Tony calling, I'm afraid I want to see my current attitude towards SHIELD. It's all for yourself, don't worry about him. With him or without him, Blue Star can still go on. Lin Feng expressed his attitude. Even if there is no S.H.I.E.L.D., there is still the Spear Bureau, and both are gone. There are Lin Feng and Tony. If Lin Feng can't solve the problem, S.H.I.E.L.D. and God's Spear are not enough. Tony felt the same way. With the help of Lin Feng, his vision had been set very high. The power of S.H.I.E.L.D. is one of the few on Blue Star, but in the universe, it is no different from a grain of sand on the beach. Okay, I just want to confirm this. I have a message here that I thought you might be interested in. Tony called, not just to see Lin Feng's current attitude towards SHIELD. I suspect that Nick Fury has been transferred. Tony said mysteriously that he has been monitoring SHIELD. The strangeness of Nick Fury couldn't escape his eyes. What the hell? After hearing the news, Lin Feng put away the phone, with the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. He was too proactive, bought a bunch of technologies from me, and even offered to exchange vibranium. Tony continued to explain. I'm surprised that with so much vibranium, he didn't feel any distress. It's as if things are not his own. Nick Fury is a stingy veteran, not to mention exchanging vibranium for Tony's soon-to-be obsolete technologies. Even if he uses cash, he can't even talk about the price and make a deal directly. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds before responding. Okay, I see. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s business, I don't intend to, at least for the time being. After expressing his attitude again, Lin Feng ended the call. Lin Feng didn't notice the anger just now. Looking back now, there were a lot of things that were wrong with Nick Fury's performance. And it seems that he has lost some aura of a superior person. While thinking, Lin Feng looked across the villa, the sky, and came to the space carrier again. After patrolling for a long time, Lin Feng looked away. Based on his observations, Nick Fury does have big problems. Under his skin, Lin Feng detected another man's face. Skrulls? Or mutant? Lin Feng smiled, a little bit interestingly. He vaguely remembered that when Lin Feng just obtained the ability of the Man of Steel, he scanned the entire Blue Star, but found no trace of the mutant. So the Skrulls? If it was a Skrull, maybe he would wear a pair of pants with Nick Fury. What conspiracy is the old thing up to? However, no matter it is Skrullo or S.H.I.E.L.D., Lin Feng can't make waves here, and Lin Feng doesn't intend to take care of it. Soon, it was evening. After dinner, everyone got to know each other. With the increase in the number of guests at home, Susan was a little busy preparing food, but fortunately, she had Wanda's help. Lin Feng is thinking about whether to hire a nanny. After all, there are little kids to take care of. Martina is going to school next, so Susan can't get up every day to prepare breakfast for Martina, right? Lin Feng clapped his hands. It was such a happy decision. As for the identities of Martina and the kid, I will leave it to Mr. Tony to solve. It is not too easy to enter the authority system and make an identity. J.A.R.V.I.S will handle it. For Pietro, Lin Feng definitely won't let him live in the villa. Throw it directly to Mr. Tony, let him watch and arrange a job. Tony was also decisive. He solved the identity issue of Martina and the kid in one day, and even arranged a school and a nanny for the two. These things are very difficult for ordinary people, but it is just a matter of one sentence for Tony. Pietro was also arranged by Tony to the mid-levels warehouse, which is the warehouse where spaceships are parked for research, where he is guarded and managed. Pietro is also happy. Not only is the job less dangerous than before, but the salary has also increased. Sure enough, I hung out with Lin Feng and got 9 meals for 3 days. On the third day, Tony dropped a suppressor over. Because Martina is a woman, she thoughtfully made it into a fashion bracelet. But in order not to attract attention, the soul gem is inlaid inside. On the surface, it is just a delicate bracelet. As for the little brat, well, Susan originally planned to name her Lin Daio. When Lin Feng heard it, he was in a cold sweat and refused on the spot. Susan is obsessed with tutoring Oriental culture. Lin Feng originally thought that Susan would have a Western name. In the end, Susan hesitated for a while, and called Lin Jilly. Okay, it's not a waste of tutoring. This name has a taste of the combination of the East and the West. After making arrangements for the big cats and kittens at home, Lin Feng planned to find the Time Management Bureau. But before Lin Feng made any move, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff approached the door. Just yesterday, Natasha Romanoff received an assignment directly from Nick Fury. But the task left Natasha Romanoff wondering. The content of the mission is to let Natasha Romanoff win over Lin Feng at all costs. Red flag at all costs, which means not restricting all means of Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff can't beat Lin Feng again, so the price of everything, well, it's what everyone thinks, which makes Natasha Romanoff feel unbelievable. When Lin Feng clearly rejected S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was also present, and S.H.I.E.L.D. also clearly marked Lin Feng's 3D model character column. It is impossible for Lin Feng to join SHIELD. So why is there such a task? Reminiscent of the abnormal behavior of the head of the family during this period, Natasha Romanoff has ideas, but dare not say it. He could only approach Lin Feng with a kitten face. Lin Feng yawned and listened boredly to Natasha Romanoff's story. After a long time, Lin Feng quietly concluded, "So, you are here to rape me under orders." Natasha Romanoff shook her head resignedly. "Stop joking, Lin Feng. Today's Lin Feng is more mature and stable than the previous 2 years. At that time, he was still a teenager who would take advantage of himself. But now, Lin Feng's aura is becoming more and more mature, which is inseparable from his experience and the power he has mastered. Nick Fury is not normal, you know what I mean, Lin?" Natasha Romanoff continued reluctantly. Anyone who is familiar with Nick Fury's performance during this period of time can more or less see something strange. But in the absence of evidence, Nick Fury is still S.H.I.E.L.D. director, and his orders are still to be obeyed. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. "What does it matter to me that he's abnormal? If you don't go to the United States soldiers to discuss it, what are you going to do with me?" In all fairness, Lin Feng and Natasha Romanoff can be regarded as ordinary friends, and they are still the kind of mutual suspicion. Wouldn't Natasha Romanoff be better off seeking help from her Avengers Alliance teammates? "Steve," he just said, "wait and see." Captain America's attitude is very vague. If it weren't for the fact that this task fell to Natasha Romanoff would not have come to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sighed, and said, "But I really don't care about your S.H.I.E.L.D's nonsense." When Natasha Romanoff said these words, she definitely wanted to seek Lin Feng's help. But Lin Feng coldly refused, and now he is going to find the Time Administration. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff's eyes dimmed. Compared to ordinary people, she is indeed very powerful, but whether in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Lin Feng, she has no right to speak. This taste of being slaughtered reminded Natasha Romanoff of the terrible experience in the past. Perhaps because he couldn't bear it, Lin Feng sighed again and reminded, "Maybe, you can go to Tony, he can take care of these little things." Although he is also a member of Avengers, under the influence of Lin Feng, Tony has become the most representative character among them, whether it is authority or its own strength. So it's not wrong to let Natasha Romanoff find Tony, at least for the sake of protecting Blue Star. Tony is still willing to help investigate the fake Nick Fury. After all, it was more or less related to Tony's own interests. After seeing off Natasha Romanoff, Lin Feng started searching for the Time Administration. Its full name is Time Variation Authority. The purpose of establishment is to monitor the reality of the entire multi-universe and try to minimize the interference of time. Their existence is to avoid the occurrence of time paradox and the divergence of reality. In the Time Administration, infinite gems is just a beautiful stone. But Lin Feng needs this kind of stone. In the past, Lin Feng also couldn't figure out why the agent of the Time Management Bureau was so weak, but this time he can find out. Speaking of the Time Administration, Lin Feng knows about it because of Princess Loki. Loki used the Tesseract to escape during the Avengers Alliance War, resulting in the birth of multiple timelines. This behavior led the Time Bureau to decide to try Loki. But from Lin Feng's point of view, it was unreasonable. In the final battle, Tony and the others ran around the timeline in order to find infinite gems, but they didn't see the Time Administration fart. Moreover, before Lin Feng became the Silver Superman, he also crossed the timeline to the future of the parallel universe, and the Time Management Bureau did not see Lin Feng jumping out to sanction him. However, Lin Feng also has some immature guesses about this. Loki is the god of mischief, and wanton behavior is the basic operation, so he doesn't think about the consequences of his actions. And the Avengers, in the process of traveling through time, carefully avoid the occurrence of time paradox. And their purpose is to save. The Time Authority has something called the Sacred Timeline. Lin Feng speculates that the Time Administration is likely to determine what happened in the past, present and future through the Sacred Timeline. Tony's sacrifice brought back half of the dead lives in the universe, which was an inevitable event. To bring back the lost life, you must travel to the past to collect infinite gems. So time travel is bound to happen, and the Time Management Bureau thinks this is reasonable, so they don't intervene. The Avengers have their own limits. With Loki, one unexpected move can create several new timelines. It is simply a thorn in the side of the Time Administration, a thorn in the flesh. So it is reasonable to be judged. But I have to say that Loki is unlucky. Because, Lin Feng also did something like creating a timeline. A series of actions after he came to Marvel directly disrupted the timeline. To put it bluntly, the timeline has become a mess, and Lin Feng has the final say on how to develop. But why didn't the Time Management Bureau come to arrest him? Then there are not many answers left, and the one that Lin Feng thinks is the most reliable is that the new timeline he created is still under the control of the Time Administration. The Time Administration has explained that they will intervene and prevent any Bond incidents. Then the question arises, Doctor Strange saw more than 14 million endings in Avengers Alliance 3, isn't it more than 14 million timelines? According to the explanation of the Time Management Bureau, they must have intervened in these endings. The only timeline chosen by Doctor Strange to win, can it be understood that this is the sacred timeline set by the Time Administration? But is the sacred timeline the most perfect? If the Time Management Bureau does not intervene and Doctor Strange continues to observe, will there be new choices? Kill Thanos without sacrificing Tony and Natasha Romanoff. Lin Feng felt that the answer was yes, but in this way, it was beyond the control of the Time Administration. In this case, the Time Administration could only intervene. The so-called choice is also under the control of the Time Management Bureau. It has to be said that it is a bit ironic. So for such a group with a very vague bottom line, Lin Feng took a few bags of infinite gems, and there was no moral pressure at all, hee. Putting this question aside for a while, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He searched around in the universe, but he didn't find the Time Administration. Lin Feng was puzzled. Silver Superman can't find where is the Time Administration? There is something. But the problem is not big, there is always a way. Lin Feng's own ability plus the time gem can jump repeatedly on the timeline. But this does not guarantee that the Time Management Bureau will definitely come to find him. Snap your fingers? Forget it, bro. The Time Administration has a bunch of infinite gems. Obviously infinite gems has no way of affecting the Time Administration. They will lose their original power in the Time Management Bureau and become ordinary stones. Is it necessary to wait for the timeline of Avengers Alliance 3 and wait for Loki to be captured? Not a good idea either. Lin Feng stroked his smooth chin. So, ask the big-headed doll, Observer. The Observer always lives in a vast space. In the space are things like curtains, playing countless scenes in the universe. Since defeating Infinity Ultron last time, the Observer returned to his little den, continuing to do the day-to-day peeping work, repetitive, and somewhat boring. On this day, a flicker suddenly occurred in the space. The Observer looked subconsciously, and saw a familiar dress appearing in front of him. Lin Feng. The Observer was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He was not surprised how Lin Feng found here. Infinity Ultron can perceive his own existence and find himself, so Lin Feng definitely can too. Although they don't know the purpose of Lin Feng's sudden appearance, the Observer still greeted him politely. You are welcome, Your Excellency. This big head has learned to be smart, and he dare not push himself in front of Lin Feng. The last Ultron incident proved that the Observer is not invincible. Who knows when he will ask Lin Feng again. Observer, what are you looking at? The so-called stretching out and not hitting people with smiling faces. The Observers are so kind and friendly, Lin Feng doesn't mind being polite. The curtains in front of him were showing pictures in the universe, and Lin Feng couldn't help but take a second look curiously. Not to mention, this thing is really convenient. You can watch whatever you want, and the picture is so huge. Use this thing to see a young lady. That scene, tisk tisk tisk. Although the species are different, you said that the Observer has manual dog head. Observers don't know what's going on in Lin Feng's mind. He has been watching the universe for an unknown amount of time, like watching a movie. Day after day, year after year, the feeling of boredom has become blurred with the passage of time. It's just some ordinary pictures. The Observer didn't seem to want to mention these matters, but instead asked, Your Excellency Lin Feng is here, is there anything I can help you with? Go to the Three Treasures Hall for everything. Lin Feng must have something to do when he comes here. The Observer secretly decided in his heart that as long as it is not particularly difficult to do, or if it affects the development of the universe on a large scale, he will help. After all, Lin Feng also saved his life. Definitely yes, Observer, do you know the Time Administration? Seeing the Observer say so, Lin Feng directly stated his purpose. Time Variation Administration. Not to mention, the Observers really know this group of guys. The Time Variation Authority operates on the basis of zero time zone. It exists outside of normal space and time, and is a separate special space that contains remnants of abandoned timelines and universes that no longer exist in normal time. The existence of them and observers can be regarded as a kind of super-universe civilization. The difference is that the observer is a group of species whose technology is advanced beyond space, time, and dimension, and is a true multi-universe life. The Time Management Bureau is an institutional super-universe civilization, and it is not composed of one race. Lin Feng is not very clear, but observers know more or less. The Time Administration possesses singularity weapons capable of erasing timelines, but most of their members are weaker humans. Due to some complicated reasons, it can only be temporarily understood as the blessing of the Science and Technology Department. In terms of strength alone, the existence of the Observer should surpass the Time Administration. But the problem is that if Ultron, which has been beaten so badly by the Observers, is placed in the area of the Time Administration with the help of infinite gems will lose its effect. The relationship here is intricate. For example, in Blue Star, some areas can be completely resolved by force. However, in some areas, force is useless. This is the difference caused by different civilizations, technologies, and institutions. Hearing the Observer call out the full name, Lin Feng thought to himself that this big guy really knows. Tell me where it is, Observer. Yes. The Observer told the location of the Time Management Bureau in a very simple manner. After a short silence, the Observer continued, I need to remind you that infinite gems will become ordinary stones in the Time Management Bureau. And there, magic and energy don't seem to have any effect. After pausing for a moment, the Observer simply said most of the information he knew about the Time Administration. As for giving out this information, does the Observer have to intervene in the development of the universe again? The Observer is very bachelor now. If you intervene, just intervene. When my life was threatened, I ran to seek help from others. If I really said that I would not intervene, then I should face my own death calmly. In front of Lin Feng, I can't pretend to be wrong at the same time. The Observers know more information than Lin Feng imagined, and some of it proves what Lin Feng thought in his heart. The Time Management Bureau is not a good thing. Now, when Lin Feng picked up infinite gems, he didn't have any burden. Thank you for the information, Observer. Lin Feng responded very seriously. I will withdraw first, and next time you have difficulties, you can still come to me. After getting the desired information, Lin Feng disappeared in place and teleported away. Seeing him leave, the Observers silently returned their attention to the cosmic scene, thinking about Lin Feng's purpose in finding the Time Administration. Those hypocritical guys wearing masks are not good people, they are real and upright existences. But the Observers didn't ask much. Some information was exchanged for a help from Lin Feng. This deal was worth it. The interior of the Time Administration is like a huge amounts of office space. Every region is different. Some staff members wearing the same uniform passed by back and forth in the corridor. Lin Feng just hid himself, squatting in a corner of one of the walls, watching them. After leaving from the Observer, Lin Feng traveled directly to the Time Administration. This time, he used his own space shuttle ability. Infinite gems will lose its original role in the Time Administration. Lin Feng can only use his space shuttle ability to see if he can reach the Time Administration. If it doesn't work, then give up this operation, or use infinite gems to travel over. If you can't wear it back, you will stop eating. Fortunately, Lin Feng's space shuttle ability is more powerful than imagined, and he successfully came to the Time Management Bureau. As he thought, the moment he arrived at the Time Administration, the light of the infinite gems inlaid on the wristband dimmed. The infinite energy contained in it seemed to have disappeared, turning into an ordinary gem. The cat was in the corner, and Lin Feng looked at what looked like a scepter in the hands of the combatants, and there was a part of the scepter's head emitting orange energy. This thing is a singularity weapon, right? Lin Feng remembered that poking this on a person could erase the person's existence. Tisk tisk tisk, Lin Feng was thinking whether to go back. By the way, he is not afraid of this thing at all, because there is a high probability that the singularity weapon of the Time Management Bureau will have no effect on him. In the Time Administration, Lin Feng's ability was not affected in any way. True, the Time Bureau can make magic and energies disappear, but Lin Feng's ability comes from blood, and this blood does not belong to any Marvel universe. Therefore, the Time Administration cannot influence Lin Feng. Lin Feng rubbed his hands, and the see-through ability was activated immediately. Infinite gems baby, here I come. The Time Management Bureau, which cannot pose a threat to Lin Feng, is simply Lin Feng's exclusive treasure house. Infinite gems is just basic operations here. Lin Feng sneaked along the infinite gems while seeing through. Really, as the movie said, there are not only those used for paperweights, but also table legs, and even those connected with ropes as bracelets. What a waste of money. Now it belongs to Master Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was hidden, was not found by anyone. Soon the infinite gems filled one small bag after another. Are these infinite gems able to save Lin Feng from the sun's energy for a century? Or the one in the center of the sun? After a search, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth almost reached his ears. Satisfied with packing the gems, Lin Feng was ready to leave. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Good guy, he saw a room of about 200 square meters, filled with all kinds of treasures. Is this the warehouse of the Time Administration? Don't you have to go and see? Mom, what's all this? When I came to the warehouse and saw the treasures stored in curry, Lin Feng couldn't close his mouth with a smile this time. Was just going to order infinite gems, but you put these things in front of my eyes? Not so good. What is this? Mjolnir has several. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He picked it up and threw it at Curry. Mjolnir has added Odin's magic, but in the Time Administration, it has lost its original role. This warehouse is much better than the Odin treasure house that Lin Feng saw at that time. Compared with this, Odin's treasury can be called barren. Lin Feng walked briskly, while visiting, and at the same time turned on the warehouse's storm inhalation mode. All kinds of treasures. Lin Feng's smiling face was almost numb. High-level ones, Stormbreaker, Infinity Gauntlet, Mjolnir, Gauntlet, etc., all exist in plural. Things like vibranium shields and obelisks are simply carried in boxes. There are also some things that Lin Feng can't name. Ancient daggers, metal badges, oddly shaped pistols, huge amounts of long swords, and things like marble toys. These are all treasures left behind by the Time Administration after dealing with time offenders. When the Time Management Bureau performs tasks to eliminate the mutated timeline, it usually collects the things used by time criminals as evidence. That's how Loki's Tesseract was confiscated. This thing can be used as evidence to judge time offenders, and then it can only become a collectible and put it in a curry. For the Time Administration, these are just simple items without any special abilities. But put them back into the universe, they are very powerful treasures. Tisk tisk tisk, with so many treasures, the Time Administration must have spent a lot of time. Anyway, putting it here can only be used as a show, and it still takes up space. Will Lin Feng be polite? Take it away, you must take it all away. Moral pressure? Non-existent? Just like the female Loki's point of view, the Time Management Bureau itself is originally a time criminal, so why aren't they trying to control the direction of the timeline? Definitely, whether that woman is a female Loki, the official has not made a clear statement. Based on the information obtained from the observers, Lin Feng has now given the Time Management Bureau a reputable archway. The existence of the sacred timeline is likely to be a scam. Time offenders are generally either eliminated directly, or become agents of the Time Administration. However, the agent of the Time Management Bureau has no previous memory, thinking that he was created. The so-called revision of the timeline by the Time Management Bureau is originally changing the timeline? How can you guarantee that the sacred timeline of creation you say must be the most correct? Taking a step back, no matter what happens, it is the development of the universe. Where does the Time Administration have the right to interfere and influence? Cooperating with others to change the timeline will have to be judged. Is it reasonable for you to change the timeline, just for the development of the universe? According to observers, the 3 weird catfish gods on the Time Management Board are all robots, so where is the real controller? What is the purpose? There must be a bigger conspiracy hidden behind it. So you and I, Lin Feng, speak morally? This can be regarded as robbing the rich and helping the poor. Okay, the Time Administration is nothing more than a bunch of sanctimonious guys. Make up yourself into a positive image. In the end, it's just for your own benefit. Lin Feng is happy here. After all, someone in the Time Management Bureau found some cobweb traces. In the Time Administration, after all, someone still found some cobweb traces. Sitting on her desk, Kiana felt something was wrong. She usually doesn't have a bright mind, so she can only do some paperwork. With white hair, she tilted her head while holding a cup of coffee. After thinking for a long time, she realized that something was wrong. The flat and strong table in the past is a little rickety today. Where did the stone I used to pad the corner of the table go? Kiana looked down at the table legs. She remembered that there was always a red stone padding here. Kiana shook her head. Maybe it was accidentally knocked off by the cleaning ant. Never mind. She opened the drawer. She still had a few of these stones, and just took a cushion. But when she opened the drawer, Kiana was stunned. Little colorful rocks, all gone? Did anyone else steal this thing? Kiana was shocked. Whoa whoa whoa. At this moment, the alarm from the Time Administration sounded. What's going on? Kiana, who was dumbfounded, got up immediately. Combined with the disappearance of her small stone collection, Kiana vaguely felt that something terrible had happened to the Time Administration. Rushing to the corridor, Kiana saw pairs of combat members rushing in one direction with their heads covered. Is that the warehouse where the collections are stored? Kiana trotted all the way and followed the combatants to the original place where the sirens sounded. Then she covered her small mouth in surprise. The warehouse, which had piled up a lot of collections, became empty just like her drawers. Half an hour ago, the warehouse administrator received another small cart of collections, and he hurriedly pushed the cart to the warehouse. He's an old warehouse employee. The position is warehouse administrator, but it is more accurate to say that it is a collection transporter. Because the warehouse of the Time Management Bureau does not need to be guarded at all, can someone still come here to steal things? Ridiculous? So it was undoubtedly an easy job. The benefits are generous, and I am very happy to record the receipts and transport the collection on weekdays. Today, however, reality taught the warehouse administrator a harsh lesson. When he came to the warehouse, he felt a thunder, following his inspiration, hit his heart. He stared blankly at the empty warehouse, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Impossible? It shouldn't be. What about my hot collection? Where did the collection go? He can guarantee that he has never felt such excitement in his life. I even thought my eyes were wrong for a while. Ken Curry's collection, as if it had wings, all flew away. The collection is gone, and so am I. This was the first thought of the warehouse administrator. With professional ethics, after pressing the alarm button, he slumped on the ground, lost his mind and petrified. As if possessed by a demon, his eyes were dull and mumbling about something. After questioning the combatants who came over, after seeing the situation clearly, one counted as the other, and they all looked like they had seen a ghost. It took a long time for them to realize that the warehouse was really stolen, and it's the kind that doesn't have a single hair left. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'm afraid it's not a big joke. How fresh is it? Where is the time administration? They have never been the only ones who bully others. Now see warehouse stolen? I'm afraid it will be included in the 8 incredible events of the year. The first thought of the leading captain was to act as an insider, but the idea was quickly dismissed. They don't have the guts. And the insiders all know that the Time Management Bureau has a backtracking device. As long as they do it, they can't escape. They are not so stupid. Captain, do you want to report it? The team members looked at the empty warehouse with strange expressions. Tisk tisk, this move was really clean, not a single stitch was left behind. The captain shook his head, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Who is bad to steal? Steal here? Time administration, do you understand the meaning of the word time? Dare to come to the Time Management Bureau to engage in 0 UN purchases? I almost laughed out loud. The captain said blankly, no, I'll see for myself who this idiot is. Below the warehouse alarm device, there is also a hidden time rewind button. The function of this button can change the warehouse time at will. Its purpose is to find out whereabouts when the number of collections does not match. But now, it has become a device that reveals the true nature of the hands and feet. The captain has sufficient clearance to use this device. He immediately turned the button and began to rewind the time of starting the curry. Under everyone's eyes, the dust under the light quickly floated upwards, and time was rapidly rewinding. But soon, the captain noticed something was wrong. No matter how he turns the button, is the bin curry still empty? The captain was a little confused. When did the collection disappear? The warehouse administrator's eyes were blank, and he replied subconsciously, I just sent a batch of collections 3 hours ago. At that time, everything was still there. If the warehouse is stolen, he will bear the primary responsibility and cannot escape. Hearing this, the captain's confident expression became dignified, and he continued to turn the button without giving up. This time, let alone 3 hours, the time has been rewound to 30 hours ago. It was originally a warehouse collection, as if it had never appeared before. The members of the team did not dare to breathe, and the only sound left on the scene was the clicking sound of the retrospective device. It's numb, the captain is numb. The warehouse is still empty? Time was set back almost 300 hours, not even the influence of the warehouse admin who was supposed to be in the warehouse. The past of this warehouse seems to have been erased by someone, leaving no trace of cobweb. He realized that this matter was beyond his ability to handle. It must be reported immediately. Take him and follow me. The captain pointed at the warehouse administrator domineeringly and waved. Regardless of whether this matter has anything to do with the warehouse administrator, that is under his jurisdiction. Now that it was stolen, he is the most direct person in charge. Kiana, this matter is not allowed to be spoken out. The captain turned his head and warned Kiana. The civil servants dared to come here despite the alarm, probably because they had never tried to punish them. Baimao Kiana also knew that she was impulsive, and after patting her chest to ensure that she would not say anything, she returned to the office resentfully. If it wasn't for the sudden disappearance of her own little collection, and the warehouse also sounded the alarm, she wouldn't have come to join in the fun. Hey, have you heard? Not 2 minutes after sitting down, a small white hand suddenly patted on Kiana's shoulder. It's her bad friend and roommate, at the moment has a mysterious expression on her face. Many people's collections suddenly disappeared today, and I heard that the warehouse was also stolen. Can you believe it? What? Kiana was stunned again. No, you, where did you hear that? Doesn't gossip cost money now? Spread so fast? It hasn't been long since the alarm went off. Kiana nodded blankly. I dare to believe it. I believe it very much. Maybe you can't believe it. I saw it with my own eyes. Wait a moment. If this matter gets out, the captain will think it was me who said it. Suddenly thinking of this, Kiana felt like crying. I said it wasn't what I said. Can the captain believe it? Which hero did this earth-shattering business? And at the moment, the man who did this good thing, the hero Lin Feng, has returned to the Marvel Universe. Just by looking at his closed mouth, you can tell how fruitful this trip has been. He was not at all worried that the Time Administration would find him. Lin Feng does not belong to the original life form of the Marvel Universe. After becoming a Silver Superman, he cooperates with the system's ability. No one can spy on Lin Feng's future, because Lin Feng has the ability to create countless different futures. But if you want to see Lin Feng's past, there are still a few beings who can do it, but at most you can only see the moment when Lin Feng appeared in the Marvel Universe. So the Time Administration wants to track down Lin Feng? Sorry, it is no longer possible to detect the timeline of Lin Feng's appearance in the Time Administration. This time, there is a high probability that the Time Management Bureau will suffer a dumb loss. Lin Feng drifted slowly in the universe like a street runner, while checking the treasures Curry found in the system warehouse. Time was running out just now, and he didn't have time to take a closer look at most things. The number of infinite gems alone is beyond Lin Feng's imagination. There are as many as a sack. That's how much time spent using infinite gems. He took out a piece of infinite gems casually, and the infinite gems, which was originally dull, suddenly lit up from the center like an ordinary stone. Nearly infinite energy erupts from it. Nice? Full HP resurrection? Lin Feng knew it would work. The reason infinite gems is out of action is because of the time administration. Now back in the universe, infinite gems shines again. However, after infinite gems restores ability, it cannot be stuffed into the system warehouse. Well, infinite gems cannot fit into the system warehouse, Lin Feng almost forgot. The reason why the time administration can be plugged into the system warehouse is because infinite gems lost their original ability. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't get excited and brought out the whole bag, otherwise he would have to wander around the universe with a sack of infinite gems every day. Absorb this bag of infinite gems as soon as possible, Lin Feng thought happily. In the Marvel universe, strength is the right to speak. For Lin Feng, the energy of infinite gems is similar to the radiation of the sun. They can all be absorbed by Lin Feng and used to strengthen himself. However, Lin Feng can easily destroy the sun, but relies on the sun's radiation to become stronger. It is obviously something that can be destroyed at will, but can it strengthen Superman? There may seem to be some contradictions between these, but it is not difficult to understand. Because Superman's ability doesn't come directly from the sun. For Superman, the radiation of the sun should be more accurately called the ability catalyst. This point has been deeply understood after Lin Feng became Superman. Lin Feng is just like uranium-235, when it is not reacting, it is just a quiet element. Once the reaction starts, it will constantly fission or fuse, releasing powerful energy and creating a nuclear explosion. Lin Feng is uranium-235, and the sun and infinite gems are equivalent to a catalyst. They activate Lin Feng's cells to become more powerful constantly. There are similar settings in many comics about Superman. In the settings, the sun is equivalent to the switch of Superman ability. Recently, Lin Feng has also been vaguely feeling that there is something wrong with the Marvel universe. But this feeling was invisible and intangible, which made Lin Feng very uncomfortable. So Lin Feng didn't intend to procrastinate, and directly chose to absorb infinite gems. It's just that there are so many infinite gems this time, it may take a year or two to absorb them all. Recovering from the joy, Lin Feng returned to Blue Star. Tony's symbiote army and shape-shifting King Kong army need to be put on the agenda, and Lin Feng plans to arrange these things properly. There is also Wanda's ability, which needs Lin Feng's help to activate it. By the way, I also want to meet the team leader of the Shensphere Bureau Wang. But before that, Lin Feng discerned the direction, teleported directly, and appeared in Camartage. Yo, Ancient One magician. When Lin Feng appeared, she saw Ancient One. She was observing the apprentices in the courtyard. The apprentices kept their eyes on Lin Feng, glanced at Lin Feng and then looked away, continuing to train hard. Lin Feng is famous in the world, and he has been to Camartage several times, so he is an old acquaintance. However, seeing Lin Feng coming, Ancient One was obviously taken aback before reacting. Mr. Lin Feng, please follow me. Ancient One magician has no time gem, although there is still Eye of Agamotto, but as Lin Feng's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the impact on the future is becoming more and more unpredictable, Ancient One has been unable to perceive Lin Feng's arrival in advance up. Sitting in the familiar hut again, Lin Feng silently took out a few packs of Tree of Life tea leaves. Ancient One's eyes trembled slightly, but he did not refuse. After taking it apart, he slowly made tea. Drink tea to calm your mind, not to mention the tea leaves that Lin Feng sent have magical effects. The tea that Lin Feng sent last time has already been drunk, and Ancient One is embarrassed to ask for it because of face. Watching Ancient One making tea quietly, Lin Feng felt a little emotional. Speaking of the Tree of Life tea, back then, Lin Feng even bribed Ancient One in order to get rid of the things on his body. But now, Ancient One is still the same Ancient One, and Lin Feng has become an existence she needs to look up to. Mr. Lin Feng, why are you here this time? Ancient One pushed the teacup to Lin Feng and asked with a smile. Lin Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip. The scalding tea didn't affect him at all, let alone boiling water. Lin Feng wouldn't even blink if he showed you a bottle of fresh magma. Magician, have you seen any disasters happen recently? Lin Feng asked directly, as if reminding something. Ancient One was stunned again, then frowned, recalling carefully. She didn't see any disaster happening, and the timeline of Lin Feng's existence has become blurred and unfathomable. After a long time, Ancient One shook his head lightly. I didn't see any disaster, just some strange feelings. When it comes to strange feelings, just like the sixth sense of human beings, Ancient One always feels that there are some harbingers of a storm that is about to come. But both the Eye of Agamotto and the magic showed her that the times were good and everything was calm. But magic is not science, and Ancient One trusts his senses. Lin Feng nodded slightly when he heard the words, and when he calmed down, he would always smell a hint of sharpness hidden in the air. Extremely subtle, undetectable kind. Ancient One has profound attainments in magic. Although his strength is not as good as Lin Feng's, he has lived for such a long time, and Lin Feng cannot possess some experience. Now it seems that it's not that I have any hysteria, the magician also has a similar feeling. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to act according to his own ideas, and he took out an emerald green gemstone. Magician, I'll return this to you. Lin Feng took out infinite gems from the time administration. This move really surprised Ancient One. Ancient One pinched the emerald green gem, feeling the almost infinite energy within it. You are. Ancient One didn't understand the meaning of Lin Feng's actions. The infinite gems were given to Lin Feng by herself, but now Lin Feng wants to return them? Lin Feng smiled, and took out an emerald green time gem again. The shape and color were exactly the same as the one in Ancient One's hand, and it also exuded infinite energy. Ancient One was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the time gem in Lin Feng's hand. Magician, can you see where this infinite gems came from? Ancient One. I don't want to see, I can't see. Lin Feng has 2 time gems that are nothing more than those 2 possibilities, parallel universe, timeline. I can't see where it came from. Ancient One shook his head. Magic is amazing, but there are things that magic can't solve. The Ancient One lived for at least a few centuries, proficient in all kinds of magic, and has profound attainments. In the film, after the physical death of the Ancient One, Strange inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme. As for the Ancient One Magician's soul, to be honest, Lin Feng thinks it should still be there. Lin Feng didn't speak, he was testing Ancient One, testing whether Ancient One knew about the existence of the Time Administration. The Ancient One must have used the Time Gem during the ages when it guarded the Time Gem. But why didn't the Time Administration define Ancient One as a time offender? Lin Feng thinks that the last possible reason is that the future observed by Ancient One is still under the control of the Time Administration. Although the previous Ancient One could peek into the future, as Strange saw, the more than 10 million endings are all the futures that the Time Administration wants you to see. In other words, all the timelines seen by Ancient One are under the control of the Time Administration. You can't see the timeline he doesn't want you to see, and Ancient One will strictly abide by the timeline, and intentionally guide the relevant characters to develop the timeline with the best ending. In other words, the behavior of Ancient One is within the game rules of the Time Administration. So Ancient One, does she know that what she sees is only what others want her to see? Lin Feng is very curious about this point. Ancient One smiled and did not speak, and looked at Lin Feng calmly. Anyway, he is also an old guy who has lived for centuries. Although the strength is not as good as Lin Feng, but you play eye to eye with me? A little sloppy, young man. Lin Feng shook his head. Since Ancient One didn't want to say anything more, he didn't want to delve into it any further. Then, Time Gem is in your custody again, Magician. The generous Lin Feng returned the Time Gem to Ancient One. Ancient One with Time Gem and Ancient One without Time Gem are 2 different concepts for Blue Star. At least, gems can add more possibilities. Ancient One nodded and said hello to Lin Feng without being polite to Lin Feng, and put away the Time Gem. When it was over, Lin Feng flew away. In the end, Ancient One still didn't reveal any information that Lin Feng wanted. But this kind of attitude just shows that Ancient One still knows something. Lin Feng showed her 2 time gems for a simple reason. According to the character of Ancient One, if you don't know the Time Administration, you will definitely think that another time gem comes from another universe or a certain timeline. Then she would persuade herself to return the gem. But what if this gem came from a time criminal or the Time Administration? How to return Lin Feng? So Ancient One's actions silently told Lin Feng that I do know some things, but not much. Lin Feng thinks that maybe Ancient One also has some guesses about the time, and it can only be guesses. After all, the Time Gem has no way to work with the Time Administration. Having figured it out, Lin Feng didn't bother with such things anymore. After leaving Camartage, Lin Feng went to find Tony. Tony is no stranger to Lin Feng's imminent departure for a year or 2, and this is not the first time he has left. It's just that the symbiont and shape-shifting King Kong Legion proposed by Lin Feng aroused Tony's interest. Tony has always had the Defender in mind. He wants to arm the world with steel battlesuits or other weapons, even if he loses some little privacy or freedom. After all, under the safety of life, these are not so important. Now that Superman, who is a good brother, has a similar idea, can Tony not be excited? If anyone can help Tony realize this dream, Lin Feng is the biggest help. Holding the same idea, the 2 discussed the matter until noon the next day. The 2 are not tired at all. One is Superman and the other is the symbiote Iron Man, and it will not be a big problem if they don't sleep for a week. Although Lin Feng's method is different from what Tony originally wanted, the purpose is the same, and Lin Feng's method is more reliable. In the end, Tony patted his chest and promised that when Lin Feng came back, he would definitely see a complete army of symbiotes. Oh yes, and the shape-shifting King Kong army. Tony said it was very easy, but it was not so easy to do. Neither the United States nor S.H.I.E.L.D. could have watched Tony's army build up. In the initial stage, complete secrecy must be achieved. Tony has a smart enough brain and ability, Lin Feng doesn't worry about these. Then, this is for you. After careful consideration, Lin Feng took out a mind gem and gave it to Tony. This energy core, which was originally turned into vision in Tony's hands, was handed over to Tony after going around. Tony, promise me, don't use it to do the research I told you, Lin Feng solemnly ordered. Lin Feng was a little worried that Tony would not be able to withstand the temptation and create Ultron again without his own supervision. J Feng and S.H.I.E.L.D. don't have to worry, but Lin Feng is not sure that the offspring of the Stinger will obey the order when the Symbiote Legion is established. If you don't obey, Mind Gem is a good means of control. Lin Feng believes that Tony will abide by his terms, and Tony here is no longer the Iron Man in the movie. This can be regarded as a test for Tony. Taking a step back, even if an Ultron does appear, there will be no trouble, and Tony can take care of him alone. Is this really for me? Tony was really surprised, never thought Lin Feng would be so generous. What are infinite gems? Each one represents a kind of cosmic power, and it also has almost infinite energy. Although the relationship between him and Lin Feng is unusual, but send it directly to infinite gems? Lin Feng's sure expression was given to Tony, and the old man Tony was instantly moved. The trust was too heavy. Don't worry, you told me that the ending is over. I'm still stupid enough to do it. Tony laughed, but he didn't show politeness to Lin Feng. This thing can perfectly replace the energy supply of the steel battlesuit. He had this idea after he knew about infinite gems last time. A steel battlesuit that uses infinite gems as energy, whether it is combat ability or endurance ability, will directly become an almost unsolvable existence. Can Captain America play all day? Owen, come on, Tony can play for a whole year. Touched by Tony, he wanted to give Lin Feng a passionate hug, but was pushed away by Lin Feng. Come on Tony, we are needed in the future. After Lin Feng hinted at Tony, he flew away again. Although he never had a rest day, Lin Feng was not sleepy at all. He twisted his hips and flew home. From now on, it's time to have a heart-to-heart talk with Wanda, and to improve her strength. Although the Wanda player has a proud bear size, she obviously can't use it, and her mind is outrageously simple. If you don't receive special training, you may be deceived by someone in the future. In the villa, it is the most relaxing place for Lin Feng in the Marvel Universe. Although they are not related by blood, they feel like home. Wanda, if you see a black corned egg in the future, just hit it with a magic spell. Do you understand? Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng taught Wanda with a serious face. Wanda was stunned, and hesitantly said, "It's not good to hit people with magic." Lin Feng showed a meaningful expression, and patted Wanda's shoulder hard. Wanda felt the force, and the proud Xiongda trembled. "Cub, listen to Dad, you're right. Look at your big brother Pietro, who works in S.H.I.E.L.D. and has lost several laps. What's this called? This is called exploitation. And just a few days ago, he wanted to exploit you. Think about it. Wanda has been working in S.H.I.E.L.D. for a year and a half. What does the bear look like when he is so big and thin? Pietro, is there a possibility that I have always been so thin? And think about Hydra. If I hadn't reminded you, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. would have become a den of snakes. Do you think about how many good people there are under black braised egg's hands? Listen to me, the next time you see a black corned egg, just hit him directly. Don't you believe me and your sister Susan? Aren't you Susan?" Lin Feng turned his head and yelled towards the kitchen, shamelessly pulling Susan into the car, without giving Wanda time to think deeply. Susan poked her head out suspiciously, and saw Lin Feng winking at her behind Wanda's back. With a chuckle, Susan didn't know what Lin Feng was fooling around with, but still nodded her head and agreed, yes, yes, yes. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze in satisfaction, and raised an eyebrow at Wanda. "How about it? I didn't lie to you? One is the boss who gave you a second chance, and the other is the elder sister who gave you the love of a family member. Who do you choose between them and black spiced eggs? This is not a multiple choice question, this is a gift proposition." Under Lin Feng's combo, Wanda couldn't survive the 3 moves and was a little dazed. I see. Wanda's idea is very simple, Lin Feng and Susan will not harm themselves, and what Lin Feng said does have a little truth. Thinking about it carefully, that black marinated egg really doesn't seem to be a good person. What did you say that you need yourself to save Blue Star? If Superman can't even beat him, can I be useful? Wanda was a little annoyed, how could she be so excited after just 2 sentences? Next time the black marinated egg comes to find me, just give him a confinement magic. Kind Wanda, before the black marinated egg did something out of the ordinary, she still chose to be merciful. Martina, who was sitting not far away, watched how Lin Feng flickered the whole time, not to mention how weird his expression was. She poked the little kid on the side. It should be called Lin Jilly now. To be honest, every time I think of the name Lin Feng, I want to laugh, I don't know why. This kid is a quick learner, and after Susan arranged a computer for her and Martina, the 2 of them completely turned into internet keyboard players. Both of them are non-human creatures, and a lot of strange information is poured in through the internet, which opens the eyes of one big and one small, and directly opens the door to a new world. The most direct manifestation is that these 2 goods are getting more and more bearish. Referring to the character Bear. Jilly, did your father cheat a lot of girls in this way? Martina asked curiously. Lin Feng fooled Wanda one after another. If it wasn't for the onlookers, Martina herself would feel that she couldn't react. Gilly was sitting on the sofa with her notebook in her arms, her little feet couldn't reach the ground because of her height. She gnawed on the biscuits brought back by Lin Feng, wore a children's dress bought by Susan, and kicked her little feet alternately, looking very uncomfortable and leisurely. Hearing Martina asking her a question, Gilly subconsciously cast a probing look at Lin Feng. She hasn't known Lin Feng for a long time, and she is also very curious about Lin Feng. For some reason, after having a body, she always felt an inexplicable intimacy with Lin Feng, so that she subconsciously called Lin Feng Dad. Well, speaking of which, when regenerating the cradle to build the body of the little kid, what exactly is the bottle that Tony gave to me seems to have a tendency to surface. Lin Feng is still instilling useless knowledge into Wanda, and Wanda is almost turning into a mosquito repellent eye, and doesn't stop. It seems that the more he talks, the more he talks. But suddenly, Lin Feng felt a strange gaze, paused his mouth, and looked along the line of sight. Is it a kid? At this moment, he was looking at himself with interest. Lin Feng leaned back tactically, squinted his eyes, and made the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. Why do you always feel that this look is malicious? Is the bear kid going to be a demon again? Lin Feng subconsciously thought of the masterpieces of the bear boy these days. Since learning to surf the internet, this child has become more and more outrageous day by day. She has done all the things that a bear child should do. Take Lin Feng's Lamborghini for example, it has changed from a Superman doodle to a real kid's doodle. It's a shame, although the school is arranged for Geely and Martina, but now it's the holiday period, and their painful day is still far away. Lin Feng's exaggerated movements made Geely twitch his lips and look away. Martina, I think you should ask Sister Susan about your question. But I think you're right. Is Lin Feng strong? Strong is powerful, but this person is really not a serious person. Forget it. She felt that she had less and less time to pay attention to Lin Feng. Is the cartoon bad? Or are the cookies bad? Chasing the fan, chasing the soul. If you don't chase the fan for a day, you will feel uncomfortable. Contestant Geely gave up thinking and concentrated on watching cartoons. What are you looking at? Concentrated player Geely diverted Martina's curiosity towards Lin Feng. After one glance, Martina couldn't look away. Hey guy, what's this? Tornado destroys parking lot. What kind of novel trick is this? Unheard of? The crow flies on the plane, and the grandmother gets under the covers. In the anime, the stunts made Geely and Martina's eyes widen. As for Lin Feng, forget it, the current Lin Feng is no longer as attractive as cartoons. At sunset, the busy Sun Husband brand mobile power bank went to the other side of the blue star to glow and heat up. Lights were turned on in the warm villa, and children's laughter came from time to time. Susan is busy preparing dinner. Unable to stand Lin Feng's nagging, Wanda also escaped to the kitchen to help. Lin Feng instilled so much strange knowledge that Wanda's little brain couldn't digest it. Putting down the teacup, Lin Feng leaned comfortably on the back of the sofa, squinting his eyes and falling asleep. Martina and the little kid Lingl sat on the sofa and huddled together, staring at the cartoon with their eyes intently, pointing and chirping with their little fingers from time to time. The extremely warm environment made Lin Feng feel extremely comfortable, even in a trance. In the not-too-big villa, Susan is like the hostess, and Lin Feng is definitely the host. Martina and Lingl are like their children, lively and full of curiosity about the world, making Lin Feng feel the atmosphere of a complete family. As for Wanda, well, if you have to say it, you can be regarded as my sister-in-law. This familiar feeling is similar to the time when the dean and the friends got together in the orphanage, but it is fundamentally different. Here is something that is truly Lin Feng's own. When Lin Feng was a child, every time he saw his friends being adopted one by one, he would be lying if he said he was not envious. Every time the dean sent those orphans away with a smile, and then he couldn't help but shed tears when he turned around. They are all her children, can you bear it? But who doesn't want their children to have a better life? Lin Feng also often looks forward to being adopted by a family, although he is somewhat reluctant to bear the dean. But Lin Feng didn't like to talk since he was a child, and in the eyes of others, he even looked a little dull. Even if it is a mischievous side, it will only be shown in front of a few familiar friends and the dean. So until the age exceeds the standard, no family is willing to adopt Lin Feng. Some things he experienced before time travel made Lin Feng deeply understand what it's like to lose, and also know what it's like to be unable to protect the people around him. Fortunately, now Lin Feng has great strength and can protect everything he cherishes. Even with a salty fish heart, Lin Feng never gave up any chance to become stronger. Therefore, infinite gems can only be absorbed. Lin Feng didn't know how strong he had to become to be able to protect everything. In short, do your best to become as strong as possible. Hope this kind of warmth can last forever. Thinking about the bright future, Lin Feng fell asleep gently. Only at home can he relax so much. After a while, Susan's voice came from the kitchen, and dinner was ready. Today's dinner is very rich. It is a seafood-based dish. It has a balmy texture and a fresh taste. Whether it is Susan, Lin Feng, or the other three, they all have a soft spot for seafood. This thing is much more convenient to handle than other dishes. In most cases, it only needs to be steamed, and the original flavor is still fresh. Susan's voice did not wake Lin Feng up. Wanda put the processed seafood on the dining table, and when she turned her head, she saw Lin Feng sleeping with her eyes closed and her aunt smiling. Susan saw it too, and immediately showed a knowing smile. Although I don't know what Lin Feng does most of the time on weekdays, but I think it's nothing more than saving the world. This big boy who was happy a few years ago also has his own family and responsibilities. It was also because of this that Lin Feng seldom stayed at home on weekdays, but Susan did not show any dissatisfaction. Susan's temperament is also very easy to satisfy. It seems that this big boy is really tired. As a Superman, every little trouble can wake him up. Otherwise, let him sleep for a while. Susan thought so. Superman is also human and can feel tired. But in this world, there is an extremely incomprehensible animal. They killed all directions, fearless, relying on their stature and age to do all kinds of evil. They're the dreaded bad pies, brats. Lingl, who is becoming increasingly awakening foodie, is at the age of cooking and growing up. How could she be willing to wait until Lin Feng wakes up before eating? Her favorite crab is going to be cold? Looking at Lin Feng who was sleeping soundly, the bear boy rolled his big dark and round eyes, thinking about it. I saw her posing on the spot, running 2 steps at a time and exerting strength 1 at a time. Her small body flew into the air in an instant. Stupid human? Try my new trick. Lin Jili yelled extremely arrogantly. The stunted crow flies on the plane. Seeing that Lin Feng can't wake up in a short time, then I, Hi Hu Jili, will bear all this. Susan and the others had no time to stop them, and saw Lin Jili perform a beautiful 360-degree turn in the air, and slapped Lin Feng's stomach with her ass. Ruthless? My mother. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly after suffering a merciless blow to his stomach, waking up from his light sleep. What the hell? Although it only weighs a few dozen caddies, it is completely drizzle to Lin Feng. But successfully attacking Superman? Speaking out is enough for Jili to brag for a lifetime? How should I put it? The harm is not high, but the insult is strong. This tea, where did you learn this trick? Seeing the achievement of her goal, Lin Jili quickly put on an innocent expression, and stared at Lin Feng with wide-open eyes, showing no sign of guilt at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but hugged little Jili and put it on the ground. He didn't get angry, but emphasized solemnly, you can't use this trick on others, you know. Lin Jili leaned back, showing an idiot expression, I definitely know, if you use it on others, you will get beaten, okay. Lin Feng has black lines all over his forehead, what should he do? I want to slap her ass. Knowing that I will be beaten, you still use this trick on me? Do you think I won't hit you? Hurry up and eat, my little crab is going to be cold. Feeling that the atmosphere was not good, Lin Jili chose to run away quickly, ran to the front of the table and sat down, pretending to be a good boy. What a crime. She shouldn't have been brought back from hyperspace. Lin Feng rubbed his belly. Did he have some hidden special physique, the kind that would attract bad boys? At first it was Susan's sister, and now it has become little Gilly, and even Martina has the potential to be a bear child. If it wasn't for Wanda's age, she would probably be an unruly brat. Forget it, let's eat. The small episode did not affect the warm atmosphere of the villa at all, and laughter came out again. After dinner, Lin Feng gave Wanda extra lessons alone. Origin magic power is powerful, but Wanda needs time to grow. Lin Feng is now familiar with the use of energy, and easily guides Wanda into a deeper development state. Just think about the set of gestures Wanda used to cast magic in the movie, which is really embarrassing and makes people pick their feet. Lin Feng asked Mr. Tony to build a guiding device, which looks like a magic wand. It can be regarded as fulfilling Lin Feng's sad wish to receive the Hogwarts admission notice when he was a child. And just to be on the safe side, Lin Feng also left a hint that origin magic power will become more powerful as Wanda practices uninterruptedly. Petro's words, forget it. His current speed is sufficient, he only needs to practice constantly by himself, and the ease of control is better than that of origin magic power. As for Martina, Lin Feng also left a detailed training instruction, supervised by teacher Tony. When to turn Lin Feng's Lamborghini into a real Autobot, it's a good time. As for Lin Jili, she doesn't even know what she is, so she can only let her develop freely. Maybe she will remember something after growing up for 2 years. According to Lin Feng's speculation, little Gilly should not be an individual, and may have her own race. Now that the matter between Martina and Ling Jili has been temporarily settled, he plans to meet with Team Leader Wang of the Spear Bureau. To Lin Feng's great surprise, Team Leader Wang is no longer at Blue Star. Instead, he transferred a BB-like thing to Lin Feng through Tony. The BB machine displayed a long list of symbols. This Lin Feng is very mature. This is a string of constantly changing cosmic coordinates, but I don't know what it is. But at the same time, there was a note handed over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up the note, and there was only one line of writing on it. If you have something to do, leave the Blue Star temporarily, and keep a copy of the cosmic cube coordinates. Leaving Blue Star temporarily? Lin Feng put away the note, subconsciously scanned the Blue Star and the nearby star fields, but did not find the person Tony described with the characteristics of Team Leader Wang. It seems that Team Leader Wang is not a simple person either. It is estimated that the identity of the team leader of the Divine Spear Bureau is just a disguise. As for this BB machine, the coordinates of the cosmic cube? Wait. Lin Feng froze suddenly, he didn't react just now. The universe, cubic? Good guy. Lin Feng squeezed the BB machine in his hand in disbelief. He took out the note again and glanced at it. After confirming that it was the cosmic cube and not the tesseract, he took a deep breath. Team Leader Wang, why are there coordinates of the cosmic cube? This is not a cheap gadget. The cosmic cube is one of the unique artifacts in the universe. A big killer, a veritable big killer? By design, almost nothing can match the power of the tesseract. Yes, neither will infinite gems. The cosmic cube has independent consciousness, and the first cosmic cube was created by the alien race Skrull. He can turn people's desires into reality, as small as controlling elements, as big as playing with time and space, and transcending logic is just a matter of effort. An incomplete cosmic cube can achieve beyond omniscience and omnipotence. And the cosmic cube whose strength lies in the head can erase and rebuild the almighty universe? Note that it is the omnipotent universe. This is completely different from Lin Feng or infinite gems erasing a single universe. The omnipotent universe includes almost all universes including multiverses, multi-universes, parallel universes, and even compound universes and super-universes. The omnipotent universe is full of everything, including all known and unknown things such as ideology, space, law, and dimension. The core of the omnipotent universe? Team Leader Wang has the coordinates of the cosmic cube? Lin Feng was really surprised this time. Lin Feng complained before that if Thanos wants to beat himself, he may only be able to do so by getting a part of the cosmic cube. And now, the coordinates of the cosmic cube just appeared in front of him? This is too easy. Lin Feng immediately doubted the authenticity of the coordinates and team leader Wang's intentions. Give yourself the coordinates. What do you mean? Who the hell is team leader Wang? For a moment, countless doubts arose in Lin Feng's heart. The BB machine in his hand also became a little hot. But since he got the coordinates of the cosmic cube, whether it is true or not, Lin Feng has to verify it. The appearance of the cosmic cube cannot let it fall into the hands of others. It's just that there is more than one cosmic cube, and the strength is also strong and weak. I don't know if the cube with the coordinates given by team leader Wang is complete, and what is its strength. Putting the BB machine away solemnly, and discussing the symbiote army plan with Tony again, Lin Feng left Blue Star and flew towards the sun. In any case, absorb the infinite gems first and strengthen your own strength, so that you can better face what is about to happen. Since team leader Wang has entrusted this to himself, no matter whether the intention is good or bad, Lin Feng must follow. After this evolution, Lin Feng is going on a journey again, looking for team leader Wang and the cosmic cube. Hey, really, I feel like I'm going to be busier than Superman in the movie. Obviously I'm just a salted fish. Flying towards the sun again, Lin Feng hid in the center of the sun. In the system warehouse, a large number of infinite gems flew out, densely surrounding Lin Feng. There are so many of them that it makes one's scalp tingle. In addition to leaving Tony and Ancient One, and Martina's infinite gems, Lin Feng only left 2 complete sets of infinite gems for contingencies. As for all the remaining infinite gems, these are the ones floating around Lin Feng now. Back in the universe, infinite gems regained their powers once again. With so many infinite gems together, even the sun trembled. If Lin Feng hadn't diffused the biological force field in time, the sun would have disappeared under the resonance of the infinite gems. Feeling the heat all over his body, Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to communicate with all infinite gems. The process went smoothly, and it wasn't the first time Lin Feng absorbed the energy of infinite gems. Just like the last evolution, with Lin Feng's thoughts, the energy of infinite gems flew out from the center, forming extremely small thoughts connected to Lin Feng's body, slowly inputting energy. Lin Feng also fell into a deep sleep. This marks the beginning of evolution. There are so many infinite gems this time, Lin Feng may not be able to wake up within a year or 2. And when Lin Feng wakes up again, if nothing goes wrong, he can already see the mature symbiont and the shape-shifting King Kong army. There is also the primordial universe outside the 4th wall. With the advanced information sent by Lin Feng, 1 or 2 years is enough to undergo earth-shaking changes. Maybe the next time I pass by, I will see a first-level cosmic civilization officially embarking on the journey of conquering the universe. At the same time that Lin Feng was evolving, Tony had already started the experimental plan of the symbiote core on Blue Star. Stinger is the offspring of Venom, and according to common reason, the offspring he gave birth to will be more powerful. Just like the movie, Venom's descendants are far stronger than him. But there is a problem, that is, the reason why the venom is so powerful is related to the fact that it has devoured countless of its own race, as well as a trace of the blood of the ancestors, that is, a small part of the duplication body tissue left by the god of symbiosis. And this bloodline is similar to a permanent buff bonus. He will be weaker in the next generation, not stronger. Ancestral bloodlines will only dilute unless more bloodlines are found. Therefore, although the descendants of the Stinger are several blocks away from the ordinary symbionts, they are still not as good as the Stinger. The method by which the symbionts give birth to offspring is quite simple. As long as a very small part of the tissue is separated and survives to enter the human body, there is a great chance of becoming a new symbiont. Tony first arranged the first batch of symbiont organizations for Happy. Choosing Happy is not without consideration. In the past, Happy was Tony's driver and bodyguard, although this bodyguard was a little too weak. But although Happy has a big heart and a fat body, he also has a heart to become a superhero. How many men are unwilling to pursue power? This can be seen from the fact that Happy's idol is Lin Feng. The price is nothing more than being parasitized by the black symbiont, which has no side effects. Not to mention, Tony originally came with a symbiote. So after some psychological construction, Happy stopped hesitation and accepted Tony's experiment. To be honest, this opportunity to become a Superman is in front of you, and if you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The offspring of the Stinger does not have the threshold of whether the symbiont in the movie is compatible with the host, so the success rate of the experiment is beyond Tony's imagination, and the success rate is almost 100%. In this way, Blue Star's second symbiont was born, and the host was Big Fatty Happy. Since Happy is just an ordinary person and has no special bloodline, the strengthening of the symbiont is very limited. But because the original parents are strong enough, Harpy still has a jaw-dropping ability. After almost integrating, Harpy becomes a meat bomb chariot. It's a basic operation to disassemble a car with bare hands. Happy can now jump from the ground to the top of the Stark building in one jump. According to data analysis, the physical fitness of the symbiont strengthening has given Harpy a strength far beyond that of Captain America. This is a bit emotional. What kind of super soldier serum is needed? Under the power of the symbiont, these serums are no longer enough. After observing no adverse reactions for a period of time, Tony made a list. Pick a determined, loyal target to accept symbiote parasitism. In order to perfectly utilize the characteristic that the stronger the host, the higher the strengthening of the symbiont, Tony's target population is on people with superior physical fitness. For a while, Stark Industries' advertisements were full of twisters. We are sincerely looking for fitness enthusiasts, veterans of the United States, and fighting masters to join Stark Industries. The treatment is so generous that you can't imagine. Formula car allocation is the basis, and in addition to the basic salary, there are additional bonuses for 1 year. These lucrative conditions quickly attracted countless applicants. What's more, they directly participated across the state. To this end, Tony also specially built a large-scale place to select and cultivate a qualified symbiote army. Those who pass the experiment will sign an agreement. Even if they quit halfway, they cannot publish what they saw. Definitely, a paper agreement is not very binding, so if someone really quits, Tony will use Mind Gem to add a layer of insurance. It is directly to erase the memory of this level 1 period. Even if I recall it, I can't say anything about it. Tony was playing around with a lot of fanfare, definitely attracting the attention of the United States and SHIELD. Nick Fury made several appointments with Tony, but was rejected. Don't say that the current Nick Fury is faked. Even if the real Nick Fury came, Tony wouldn't bother to talk to him. His current pattern has been fully opened. Iron Man's future battlefield is the Sea of Stars. S.H.I.E.L.D. Can't move. Tony can't beat Nick Fury, and neither can SHIELD. With Tony's prestige and financial resources among the people, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not easily turn against each other. What's more, they can't beat the current Tony at all. But on the J side, they are not as easy to talk to as SHIELD. Due to Lin Feng's threat last time, Secretary G did not dare to make small moves, but through the media and other channels, Tony's affairs were completely exposed. What about Stark Industries' shocking conspiracy, Tony's threat incident, and the propaganda that Tony is behind the counter force? This big hat was buckled down, successfully making the public begin to doubt Tony's purpose. But Tony at the moment already has a symbiote army of no fewer than 100 people under his command. With Mind Gem around, don't worry about its loyalty. But based on the concept of freedom and equality, Tony will not use infinite gems to restrain others without restraint. You don't want to do it anymore? It is good. I took back the symbiote. I have tried this transformation into a Superman. Taking away the symbiotes is more serious than killing them, so Tony wasn't worried about someone betraying him at all. As for whether the symbiosis will betray, come on, symbionts aren't considered humans, and Tony has no trouble using Mind Gem. They are all sons and daughters of poisonous thorns. If they are not obedient, they should be educated with love. As for the exposure method of the J side, Tony sees the trick and directly does the opposite. Don't you want to know what I'm doing? Okay, let Rhodes take a look. The Symbiote Legion will grow bigger and bigger, and there will be the shape-shifting King Kong Legion in the future. These things cannot be hidden. So Tony simply had a showdown, completely unafraid of Jay's recruitment of the Symbiote Corps. Who are you kidding? The symbiote will only take orders from Tony and the Stinger. On behalf of the J side, Rhodes visited Tony's future business. When he saw a group of alien symbionts with hideous faces and different colors, his 3 views were shattered. Back then, when Tony created the steel battlesuit, although Rhodes was surprised, it still belonged to the human category. But what is it? It's aliens? And all of them are humanoid self-propelled tanks, which can't be pierced by guns, can't be pierced by cannons, dismantle tanks with bare hands, and shoot planes with 1 hand. Serious. It directly distorted Rhodes' expression. This T is going to be put on the battlefield. What do you use to block it? Not even a regiment composed entirely of Captain America. Party J will obviously not let go of this kind of metamorphosis whose individual strength far exceeds that of Captain America. Finally, after nearly a month of negotiations, Tony agreed to provide Side J with a small amount of symbiont organizations to strengthen some soldiers. Definitely, the parasitism must be accepted under Tony's nose, and research on symbiont tissue is not allowed. Regarding this condition, the Party J with the ulterior motive can only grit its teeth and accept it. It seemed to be Tony's compromise, but it was actually Tony's way to appease. Party J thought he had won? Have a symbiote army? As everyone knows, with one command, all the symbiote legions will immediately defect, and they are still my teacher Tony's repair dog? Mr. Tony has already won the United States too much. It's hard to win. A year passed quickly. Tony's symbiote army had already taken shape, reaching nearly 1,000 people. Food and drink are provided for them, and what they learn on weekdays is fighting skills and loyalty. On the J side, there is also a legion of nearly 2,000 people. But Tony still kept an eye out. The symbiont for Party J is the 2nd generation symbiont. They are descendants of the Stinger offspring. A 2,000-member symbiote army can't beat Tony's 1,000-member army. In this way, there is still some room for maneuver when there is a conflict with Party J, but there is no need to expose the whole card. And it is these 3,000 or so symbiote legions. The amount of chocolate needed every year is incredible. Done chocolate, eat chocolate as a meal. Tony could only buy a few more chocolate factories. Really, Tony never imagined that he could open several chocolate factories in his life. And 1 year has also made Martina more proficient in controlling the energy of the fire source. With unremitting efforts, Martina finally succeeded in activating the Autobots with normal intelligence. Their combat prowess is on par with the Autobots of the shape-shifting Donkey Kong world. The only difference is that the Autobots she creates all obey her and regard her as their leader. This may be due to Martina being a self-aware spark source. However, although some Autobots have been successfully created, Martina's favorite is still the original cub, Maddie. After all, this is the only Autobot who calls her mother, and she is raised by Jenna Maddie as a son. With the appearance of Autobots, Tony also put the shape-shifting King Kong Legion on the agenda. While developing the symbiote core, he started to organize the Autobots. As for the shape-shifting King Kong Legion this time, Tony's attitude is very firm and he does not allow the J side to intervene. One is because Martina's yield is not high, just look at her flat plane, low yield. It was also because the output was too low, so in a few months, less than 10 Autobots were produced in total. The second is because the Autobots have their own arrogance and only obey Martina. If it wasn't for Martina's authorization, Tony wouldn't be able to command the Autobots. So Tony used this as an excuse to directly reject Party J. After another few months, the Legion of Shape-Shifting King Kong has been formally established, although there are less than 20 Autobots. But with comprehensive strength, even attacking some small countries is easy. Coupled with the fact that Tony has grown to a symbiote army of nearly 2,000 people, the overall combat strength has surpassed the sum of the J side and SHIELD. Yes, it is so unreasonably powerful. It's not that S.H.I.E.L.D. has no family background, and there are many capable people and strangers, but is it the same as the current Tony? Don't forget, Tony also owns the Mark battlesuit. The symbiote plus the Mark battlesuit can fight in any extreme environment, and the battery life is long. When it comes to fighting, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a bit unsightly, unless you call the startling mother back. As for Side J, if they want to wrestle with Tony, they can only ask Brother Nuke to come out and threaten him. But who is really threatening whom? It's hard to say. Don't forget, Tony has not interrupted his research on Holy Place number 2. All kinds of alien technologies are thoroughly understood and used by Tony. Not to mention the most basic interstellar travel technology, the symbiote version of the Mark battlesuit can be done now. The weapon system of the Mark battlesuit has also been updated 3 times in just 1 year. Every time there is a qualitative improvement. And Tony is a dog to launch 3 satellites into space for secret purposes. These 3 satellites are Tony's latest crystallization, and each one is equipped with a laser cannon, which is the kind of space-based weapon that can directly shoot the surface of the blue star. This is outrageous. Under Tony's instruction, the 3 satellites can strike targets anywhere in the world of Blue Star in a very short period of time, and their power is huge, comparable to a nuclear explosion. So now let's see who is threatening whom. Above the waist twister, there is always a space-based weapon hanging. Do you dare to play showdown with me? I'm sorry, I'm going straight to the king. To put it bluntly, as long as Tony thinks about it, he can sit in that chair in the Grey Palace tomorrow. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., frequent technology sharing requests were ruthlessly rejected by Tony, and this year has not been easy. At the beginning, Natasha Romanoff sought Tony's help according to Lin Feng's intention. If the rest of S.H.I.E.L.D. has a problem, it's not a big problem, but if Nick Fury has a problem, it's really a big problem? This seems to be some nonsense. In this regard, Tony, who was busy with the great cause of the symbiote core, didn't bother to pay attention to it. Just throw a symbiote at random to Natasha Romanoff and let them internalize themselves. All I can say is, I wish I was lucky. Tony sat on the sofa, looking at the street below the tall buildings, playing with a small reactor in his hand. Unlike the previous reactors, this one exudes a faint golden light. This guy already uses Mind Gem as a power supply for the reactor. Stinger's operating system is very magical. Even if there is no reactor, it can change the steel battlesuit. But with the Infinite Gems reactor, it can increase its endurance to almost infinite. To put it bluntly, Tony has fulfilled his original dream. He can play uninterrupted for a whole year. J.A.R.V.I.S. Lin Feng still has no information. Tony asked out of habit. This person said he would go for a year or 2, but he really only went for a year or 2. Tony was a little bit emotional. It is not an exaggeration to say that everything about him has been transformed in the past year or so. I don't know what Lin Feng is preventing. The current symbiote legion needs to expand. The 2,000-member symbiote army still couldn't meet Tony's needs. Definitely, the more such groups with super fighting power, the better. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng's information has not been detected. The latest information comes from 21 months ago. Mr. Lin Feng disappeared near the sun. J.A.R.V.I.S. reported faithfully. Okay. Tony was used to the answer, and then issued a new order. Launch the 3rd phase of the symbiote core plan, this time increasing the upper limit to 10,000 people. Outside the 4th wall, the blue star of the primordial universe. After the last meeting, the various materials given by Lin Feng were quickly distributed to the corresponding research departments after layers of screening. The reason for screening is that the current science and technology are not enough to achieve something, even if there is enough theory and data. The main reason is that some tools for manufacturing finished products require higher-level technology to create. Even some technologies that have been screened and distributed are not very feasible. Fortunately, Lin Feng thoughtfully prepared multiple finished products for research, and disassembled them for research if they could not be made, which greatly shortened the time for their release. But even so, the various research departments are still overwhelmed. Because the technology given by Lin Feng does not only involve engineering. From small public travel tools to large spaceships for interstellar travel, everything can be described as a nanny-level leap plan. Under such intense pressure, not a single researcher uttered a single complaint. All scientific researchers are doing their best, exhausting every ounce of physical and mental energy to study these technologies. With their blood and passion, they worked day and night, just to reproduce it in Blue Star. Everyone knows that this is an opportunity, a chance for the East to take off. All the materials have been delivered to them. If they can't make a banquet, they will have no face to face the crowd. This is the East, constantly striving for self-improvement, being rigorous, and seizing every opportunity. The technical information mainly focuses on aerospace and weapons, but it also involves various industries. Some of these technologies are directly listed as the highest development priority, and the finished products are fully developed. For example, an optimized version of the super soldier serum. Forging iron still needs to be hard on oneself. Whether it is to improve the strength of the current legion or to explore the universe in the future, a strong physique is needed as a support. The emergence of super soldier serum will create the best conditions and lay the most solid foundation for them. This year, Blue Star was extremely restless, and major research results in the East were published frequently. Almost every other month, there is a news report about a new technology coming into the world. Every report represents the takeoff of a technology. The host burst into tears every time. This year, Dongfeng has been popular all over the world. Controllable nuclear fusion, electromagnetic rail guns, 7th-generation fighters, space-based laser weapons, insect drones, and exoskeleton armor. Each technology is as if it does not require money, and it directly makes several Western countries dumbfounded. Is this sci-fi turned into reality? Hypothetical technology is directly in the world? Have you considered their feelings? Bei Zirquo said that the 7th generation and 8th generation fighters are fooling. And now you made it for me? But not without doubts about the authenticity of these techniques. But what is heartbreaking is that Dongfeng didn't intend to hide these things at all this time, and directly broadcast the test firing of space-based laser weapons and electromagnetic rail guns openly. Controlled nuclear fusion power generation has also been piloted in some cities. What does it mean to dare to pilot controlled nuclear fusion in the living area? It shows that this technology is very mature. Even the cost is low to a terrible level. It's numb, the whole world is numb. The entire United States has the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. Everyone is primitive, don't you pretend? You are an alien? Especially the United States at the head, with a few dog legs attached to it, seriously suspecting that the East has been helped by aliens. In the past, people always talked about some technologies of the United States coming from aliens. But now, what kind of fairy is Dongfeng? Space-based laser weapons, what is that? That was a sharp sword hanging over everyone's heads? Look at the power of the test firing in the live broadcast, look at the rapid strike speed, the East is cheering, and the world is silent. The day-based weapon hit the sea, but it was like hitting the heart of the high-level leaders of the United States, making it difficult for them to breathe. Don't talk about some civilian technology, just this space-based weapon. I am afraid that Blue Star will not be the one in the East in the future. Jealous, the whole world is jealous. Is this okay? It was still the United States, who jumped out with a large group of younger brothers to denounce Dongfeng, and forced Dongfeng to share its technology with righteousness. It even came out that there would be a performance in the East Coast. But is it possible? Dongfeng just pretended not to see it, and studied the technology he got, completely ignoring the jumping United States. Canada pressure me? What did you do before? Dongfeng was puzzled by this. What are you barking at? I do not understand. If there is nothing wrong, I will continue to do research. As for acting, Dongfeng said directly, if you dare to come, I dare to show you how far the electromagnetic railgun has a range and how powerful it is. The soft and the hard don't take it, which makes people cry, and the voice of the Western countries gradually disappears. It's not that I don't want to fight, it's that I really can't afford to provoke it. The first year of the development program is over, and East is already taking off. The technologies with the highest priority were reproduced perfectly. Lin Feng probably didn't expect that the optimized version of the super soldier serum is in the first line of priority. That's right, as I said before, you need to be hard on your own to strike an iron. The optimized version of the super soldier serum is different from the Marvel universe. He does not need any conditions and can strengthen any creature. Any creature, not just humans? This is a bit scary. Have you ever seen a repair dog that can tear apart a car? Now you can see it. And the first batch to use the super soldier serum, in addition to the soldier kings of each legion, there are also those who are doing scientific research day and night. Facts have also proved that this move is definitely the most correct. In the past, the researchers who suffered backaches and worked overtime until they fainted became bodybuilding coaches after being injected with super soldier serum, the kind that doesn't even blink for a week of overtime. The little girl blushed when she saw that fleshy body. This kind of scientific research personnel can be described in two simple and crude words: horror. Like tireless plowmen, they turned the whole world upside down. This gave the confidence of all the people in the East an unprecedented boost. This year is also the transition of people in the East from chasing stars to paying attention to scientists. On the hot search, the chicken you used to be so beautiful, the practice singing has all disappeared. Instead, which scientist has come up with which technology will be popularized by civilians. The situation can be said to be very good. At the beginning of the second year, Dong Feng no longer reported on various R&D technologies. Just when the West took pleasure in others' misfortunes and thought that the East's stamina was insufficient. The several boxes of lunar soil brought back, as well as the development of the manned landing project on Mars, directly slapped hard. Where is the lack of stamina? This makes people want to cry without tears. Okay, co-author, we are still playing with mud on the ground, and you have already gone to the universe to mine? Among other things, the stock of lunar soil directly ranked first in Blue Star, and this was just the beginning. Now I still use you to donate that bit of lunar soil? Get up, you're a disgrace. How to do? Hit? That is courting death. Take a look at Dong Feng's reading B last time. The stunning 7th generation fighter jets pierced the sky. Ultra-precise strikes from electromagnetic railguns and space-based weapons. You want to say that these will not be used easily? Then look at the group of super strong men who performed body resistance against bullets and dismantled tanks with bare hands. Can that still be called a human being? T tore up the tank for a whole day? Western eyes are bleeding? Jealous. Coupled with the ultralight, functional but super strong exoskeleton armor, a team of 100 people can end a large-scale battle in a short time. Reading B is showing muscle, but what Dong Feng is showing this time is not muscle, but despair. You want me to fight him? Who goes first? You first? Come on, no one dares to say anything at all. Okay, now they are like unarmed babies in Dong Feng's eyes. As for the denunciation of suppression, and even the monopoly of some civil technology, it is stuck. This. I count you as the winner if you can cover the toes of the East, the neck. Cannot see. Still a monopoly. People think you are backward in technology. Okay, now they are being monopolized. The West has no choice at all. Okay. This time it was really numb. In the face of the East, which seems to be aided by aliens, a trend of poor performance has begun to emerge in Western countries. Want to take advantage of it, but have no way to speak. The fangs of the past are now as if they were made of plastic in front of Dong Feng. What should I do if the fangs are no longer available? Then lick it? Isn't the tongue still usable? Thick-skinned, shamelessly posted, begging for a little technology sharing. When would they have thought that such a day would happen to them? But there is no way. There is a gap between the technology of the East and the whole world. According to Dong Feng's temperament, I have put down my face and acted like a dog, so I can share some of the skills of retreating, right? It took them a year to directly surpass the super country and become the country with the most powerful voice in Blue Star. Today, we have to accept the reality. If Dong Feng bites the bullet and doesn't share technology, then they really can only stare blankly. There is nothing they can do. Now they don't want to and can't fight for the first place. They all started to lick hard. The first one is gone. I will fight for the second. Whoever licks it up won't even have to drink the soup. Let go of the anger, and the smile has not been broken for more than a year above the high altitude in the East. This is a sense of pride like never before. Everything is as Lin Feng thought, whether it is the original universe or the Marvel universe, they are doing their best to develop their own strengths. And Lin Feng is also working hard to increase his strength. Back to the solar system in the Marvel universe. At the center of the sun, Lin Feng is still absorbing the energy of infinite gems. Only 1/3 of the infinite gems surrounding him are still firm. Other infinite gems have been depleted and turned into dust, disappearing into the universe forever. The energy of infinite gems is theoretically close to infinite, but it is also infinite in the concept of a single universe, and there is still a value. At the moment's Lin Feng, a very faint golden color appeared on his body surface. Even in a deep sleep, the aura exuded is shocking. Just one glance, it is like losing one's soul, making people fall into chaos. Beside him, the light of the remaining third of the infinite gems has also become infinitely dim. It's like a smoldering fire that will be extinguished at any time. Needless to say, Lin Feng from at the moment has already become formidable. Time passed 2 months again, and the last infinite gems also turned into powder after the energy was exhausted. At the same time, Lin Feng's sleeping body trembled suddenly. In addition, the sun was also affected, and layers of heat waves rolled on the surface. The shock formed an invisible ripple, which quickly spread throughout the universe, but no one noticed it. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and suddenly shot out 2 golden rays of light, which penetrated the sun and disappeared into the endless universe. After waking up, Lin Feng first felt the state of his body. Very good, there is no discomfort, but an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if I just fell into a deep sleep yesterday. Afterwards, Lin Feng had a thought, and his figure disappeared from the center of the sun in an instant, and he came to the hyperspace in a blink of an eye. This is the place where Lin Feng met Lin Jili for the first time, and it is also the place where he must pass through when he travels back to the original universe. Thoughts came up again, Lin Feng disappeared again, and appeared in the universe of shape-shifting King Kong. Finally, Lin Feng returned to the blue star, floating quietly above it. Has it been nearly 2 years? Feeling the powerful force surging in his body, Lin Feng smiled happily. Although he is still the body of Silver Superman, Lin Feng no longer knows how strong he is. Being able to teleport to other universes, even outside the Marvel universe, with just one thought is enough to get a glimpse of the leopard. This is fundamentally different from the ability of Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle ability is like driving a car, you need to ignite and step on the accelerator, but now, all you need is an idea. In terms of destructive power, Lin Feng can feel that he can wipe out the entire universe under his feet with a wave of his hand. Even with a lot of effort, you can easily travel through the past and the future. This was done before, but now it's as easy as drinking water. Thanks to the characteristics of Silver Superman, Lin Feng once again obtained a bunch of inexplicable abilities. Frowning and thinking for a few seconds, Lin Feng suddenly turned his backhand, and saw a cute little white rabbit appearing on the palm of his hand. Small body, fluffy white short hair. The newborn rabbit looked around with ignorant eyes. When seeing Lin Feng, he even hugged Lin Feng's palm with his head affectionately, which is really cute. Lin Feng can feel the warmth from his palm, he is a real living body. But within a minute, the rabbit disappeared with a squeak. Creation ability. This is really a surprise. Now Lin Feng is able to create things with his bare hands. This kind of power is scary enough to say. Although it can only create a living body of the size of a rabbit file, and it exists for a very short time, it is indeed a creation ability. While rejoicing, Lin Feng shook his head with some emotion. It seems that his current overall strength is still lower than that of the Golden Superman. Golden Superman once restored Krypton by himself. I thought I could reach the strength of the Golden Superman this time, but it turned out that Lin Feng was thinking too much. But it doesn't matter, the gate of the Golden Superman should be not far away. If it doesn't work, I will go to the Time Management Bureau for a stroll after a while. The energy released by things like infinite gems is like solar radiation, which acts as a catalyst. The reason why Lin Feng can become stronger is because of his own ability and cells being activated. Therefore, there is no situation where the effect of infinite gems will be weakened if used too much. Although the Time Administration was evacuated once by Lin Feng, it was not completely destroyed. It will definitely continue to operate and continue to catch time criminals. Wouldn't it be nice for Lin Feng to search around after they replenished the stock after a while? Besides, Lin Feng couldn't recognize a large part of the artifacts in the space. When he has free time, he should study them carefully. Lin Feng leaned over, broke through the atmosphere, and flew towards his small villa. The distance is not long. Lin Feng generally will not choose to open the portal, or use the newly acquired space to move the ability. If you use it too much, you will miss a lot of scenery along the way, and he is not in a hurry. Falling into the courtyard, before taking 2 steps, Lin Feng heard a rattling metal shape-shifting sound. Stranger. No, the second leader. Lin Feng followed the sound and saw that his Lamborghini, which was originally painted with the Superman logo, suddenly turned into a tall Autobot. The tall metal body, with sharp edges and corners, and matte black paint film, looks like an assassin in the dark. The appearance is quite different from the hot poker in the movie, and it looks more refined. It's just that the Autobots didn't seem to want to damage the lawn, so they stood there motionless. The second leader, what a strange name. Lin Feng couldn't help but complain. But seeing that his Lamborghini has turned into an Autobot, and his IQ seems to be relatively normal, Lin Feng expressed that he is very pleased. At least this proves that Martina is not lazy. This is what the leader meant. The Lamborghini Autobot replied in a low voice. Martina gave him the order to guard the safety of the villa, so he stayed at Lin Feng's villa all the time. I thought it was a stranger, but I never thought it was the second leader. As for the fact that Lin Feng was his former master, sorry, I had no brains at that time, so I can't remember. The leader? Could it be the little girl Martina? That's right. Is your leader at home? She's in class. The Autobot replied truthfully. Lin Feng smiled. Class is good. What can be more interesting than seeing a bare child in class in pain? After talking with the Autobot, Lin Feng turned around and flew away. From his mouth, Lin Feng learned about the recent situation of the small villa. Waist twister at 10 o'clock in the morning. No one is in the villa. Martina and Lingl are in class. Susan went out to collect materials, and Wanda also found a job. The spare time spent practicing magic on weekdays is really a bit boring. And Wanda also felt that it was not good to eat and drink for nothing all the time, so she found a leisurely job. Working hours are relaxed and free, and you can still have an income. Besides Martina, in the past 2 years, Martina has been the leader leading dozens of Autobots. To Lin Feng's satisfaction, these new Autobots seem to have a mandatory order, that is, Martina is the leader and must not disobey Martina's order. This makes it easier to control and discipline than the shape-shifting King Kong in the movie, and it is not afraid of being bewitched by bad guys. As for the second leader, Lin Feng really must make Martina change later. For this information, now Lin Feng only needs to use some abilities to know it instantly. But these are more suitable for fighting and fighting against foreign enemies. Used in life. There is always a feeling of anti-aircraft guns hitting mosquitoes, overkill. This is like playing a game, it will lose a lot of human touch, or the atmosphere of fireworks in the world. Lin Feng doesn't plan to become a monk, it's better to slow down his life so that he can have more fun. After such a long time, the waist twister doesn't seem to have changed much. Lin Feng flew to the top of the Stark building with ease, and slipped in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He has done this job for countless times, and he is very familiar with it. As for Tony, he could hear this fellow sitting in the room leisurely, humming a song from afar. As soon as he entered, he saw Tony with his legs crossed. Hey, Tony. Lin Feng greeted. Thanks to the symbiont, Tony's lifespan now far exceeds that of ordinary humans, so Tony doesn't show even the slightest sign of aging, and is still full of energy. Lin Feng. Tony's eyes lit up, and he immediately got up to greet him. Good guy, you've been in the sun for 2 years, are you willing to come back? Tony patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and smiled happily. I haven't seen Lin Feng for so long, but seeing Tony again is still a joy from the bottom of my heart. The relationship between Lin Feng and Tony is not as simple as ordinary friends or best friends. There is almost never any conflict of interest between the two of them. Instead, Lin Feng has been helping Tony, not to mention saving his dog's life time and time again. It made Tony feel so lucky to have such a friend. He had already made a plan. When Junior Morgan was born, he asked Lin Feng to be his godfather. Good guy, the godfather is Superman, just ask who dares to bully? Hi. Lin Feng sighed, shrugged, and sat down on the sofa. For 2 years, he didn't have any real feeling, at most he just slept. In his impression, he was the kind who saw Tony yesterday. After the two chatted about business, Lin Feng cut to the chase and asked, how are you doing recently? Has there been any disaster or major event in the world? During Lin Feng's absence, if we follow the timeline in the movie, at least 4 events will happen. The heroes of Avengers 2, Ant-Man, Captain America 3 and Little Spider-Man are back. Lin Feng came here mainly to find out if these things happened. Catastrophes and events. Tony frowned thoughtfully, shaking his head. It seems that there is no such thing. The world has been peaceful in the past 2 years. If there's anything worth saying, there are really 2. Do you remember Nick Fury? Tony pulled out a tea set and started making tea. It's uncomfortable not to drink something to catch up with old friends. This was the Tree of Life tea that Lin Feng gave him, and in the days that followed, Lin Feng gave him a lot. After all, this stuff is very refreshing to drink. For Lin Feng now, the price is as cheap as a drink, and there is no shortage of it. It's just that Lin Feng didn't answer the question, but instead asked with some doubts, why don't you drink alcohol and drink tea instead? Tony paused while making tea, a blush appeared on his old face, which made Lin Feng stunned. Ahem, this. Scratching his head, Tony thought about it, and felt that there was nothing worth hiding, so he told the truth. Isn't this to welcome little Morgan? Prepare for pregnancy, understand. Cough cough, it's really a bit embarrassing for a man like him to say this word. Lin Feng? Well, I didn't expect teacher Tony to be so impatient. But with your current physique, do you still need to take care of your body to prepare for pregnancy? I'm afraid there is no more non-human being than you on the Blue Star, right? Definitely, excluding Lin Feng. Forget it, it's not easy to dampen someone's mood as a father. Lin Feng continued curiously, how is it? Has it worked? According to the plot, Junior Morgan will not be born until after the Avengers Alliance 3 timeline. Perhaps it was Lin Feng who told Tony about Morgan Jr.'s existence in advance, which made this guy a little impatient. But after forbearance for so long, it can be considered that Tony has the strength. When it came to whether it was effective, Mr. Tony frowned again. Don't ask, it doesn't work. It's strange to say that I started it last year, but for a year, Pepper's stomach didn't respond at all. I have also had a physical examination, and neither of them has any problems. This made Mr. Tony a little confused. Tony has no shortage of money, and even his physical fitness is far from that of a Superman. But little Morgan just didn't come. Tony's mind was full of doubts and he couldn't find the reason. After Lin Feng heard it, he was thoughtful, and he immediately thought of something. Maybe it's a revision of the timeline. According to normal development, you should have Junior Morgan 2 years later. Don't worry, what should come will always come. Lin Feng comforted. Lin Feng changed the plot, and the world line tried to end. But due to Lin Feng's particularity and strong individual strength, he didn't do anything harmful to the world, but instead protected the world everywhere. In this case, the cosmic consciousness directly chooses to turn a blind eye. Let Lin Feng choose the general direction, and put an end to the small things to get them back on track. Don't deviate too much, it can still be saved. So Lin Feng immediately thought of the reason for the world line. Tony couldn't change this thing, and Lin Feng felt that there was no need for him to do anything. It's not a big event that will destroy the world. Okay, let's get back to business, it's all beside the point. Tony also agrees with Lin Feng's explanation, so he won't dwell on this issue for now. As Lin Feng said, what should come will always come, you can't force it. Let's talk about S.H.I.E.L.D. first. You asked Natasha Romanoff to come to me, but I was busy with the production of the Venom Legion, so I ignored her and just gave her a descendant of the Stinger. Forget about the process, just tell me the result. Lin Feng interrupted. S.H.I.E.L.D. in Lin Feng's eyes, is like playing with children. Lin Feng really has no interest. If you're talking about S.H.I.E.L.D., you might as well tell me what was on the animation channel last night. Well, the fake Nick Fury was a conspiracy from the remnants of Hydra collaborating with extraterrestrials. Now solved, Tony responded tersely. Although he is a member of the Avengers, under Lin Feng's troubles, neither Ultron nor the Civil War happened, and Tony's attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. is not too far, not too close, and not too warm. One more thing is that I found a talent, a super ability talent. Speaking of which, he is still your fan. You can never imagine how he obtained the super ability. He's actually a super ability that was bitten out by a spider. Ha 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 ha. Tony laughed heartlessly, and when he mentioned the baby in pajamas, Tony would feel happy unconsciously. Isn't it funny? Lin Feng looked at himself blankly. Tony stopped and scratched his head. Couldn't his name be Peter Parker? Lin Feng asked a little speechlessly. You know him? Tony was a little curious. Peter Parker only obtained the super ability after Lin Feng left. Where did Lin Feng meet? That's right. I signed him before. Lin Feng replied ambiguously. How can this be said? Did I tell you I saw the movie? Tony felt a little bored for a while. Okay, I'm going to include him in my symbiote army. What do you think? This kind of talent definitely wants to be included in his own camp, so is it still in the Avengers? Regarding little Spider-Man's character and ability, Lin Feng fully understands it, so he has no opinion at all. Time to give little Spider-Man a symbiote? This combat power is directly off the charts, okay? And now the symbiote controlled by Tony is not as murderous as the previous Toby-like Spider-Man 3. You can decide on this matter. Tell me about your symbiote core. I'm more interested in this. The Symbiote Legion, Lin Feng made a point of explaining before leaving, and Tony did not disappoint him. There's not much to say, why don't you see it for yourself? Tony thought for a while, and invited directly. There is nothing to say about this, because I have not seen the truth with my own eyes. To be honest, Tony is quite satisfied with the symbiote army under him. No matter in terms of combat effectiveness or loyalty, more importantly, pulling out and transforming together, that scene is handsome and shocking. Lin Feng laughed, and he had exactly the same intention. The two hit it off and flew into the sky one after another, heading towards Tony's training base. During the flight, Tony briefly explained the current development of the symbiote core. The second phase of the symbiote core's plan has begun. The Legion of Level 1 has graduated, and they will be the instructors to start training the second batch of Legion. For the second batch of Legions, symbionts will not be issued directly for integration, but combat knowledge and physical fitness training will be required, and only when they meet the standards can they accept parasitism. This ensures the quality of the symbiote parasites. The foundation has been laid, and the next development will not be slow, but the level of quality still needs to be strictly controlled. For the 2,000 people in Level 1, one trains 10 people, and then selects the top 5 from these 10 people for parasitism. Definitely, the Stinger has been retired in a certain sense. The symbionts used for parasitism are all descendants of the symbionts of the First Legion, kind of grandchildren of Tony and Stinger. Tony also established a strict hierarchy to ensure the smooth running of the interior. As for the symbiont on the J side, Tony didn't hide anything, and just spoke out. Lin Feng can understand it. At the beginning, he never thought that he could escape the eyeliner of S.H.I.E.L.D and J Feng, unless he moved to an alien planet to develop secretly. But for me J Feng, Lin Feng doesn't pay attention at all. Okay, the training base of the second phase of the Symbiote Legion is also in the middle of the mountain, not far from Tony's spaceship research site. Firstly, it is for the convenience of management, and secondly, if someone dares to take advantage of the spaceship, the Symbiote Core can teach him to be a man. The training ground is set up underground. Tony stood on a high platform, and below was a wide circular place, where a group of symbiotes were jumping up and down to fight, like a coliseum. It is different from the training method of ordinary legions. The symbiotes' training model is nothing short of brutal. They were divided into two groups, almost all fighting with real knives and guns, which looked extremely bloody and shocking. As for the stabbed symbiote, without a drop of blood coming out of its body, it got up from the ground in almost 2 seconds, howling and rushing towards the opponent. Good. Very energetic. Satisfied and proud, Tony introduced his training mode to Lin Feng. The cruel sparring mode in the eyes of others is relatively common in the symbiosis team, because the recovery ability of the symbiote is extremely strong, and this level of training can hardly hurt the origin of the symbiote. Not to mention knife wounds and gun wounds, it was just drizzle. To really cause harm to the symbiote, I am afraid that 2 missiles will have to be thrown into it. And the current symbiont is no longer afraid of flames and sound waves, it is simply an extremely powerful death squad that is not afraid of death. In terms of loyalty, don't worry at all. Even if they leave, I will recycle the corresponding symbionts here. But I think, if you don't drive them away, they won't leave. Tony said with a smile, looking at the swords and swords below. The remuneration has reached a certain level, and no one is willing to leave. Don't look at them fighting and killing below in a little embarrassment. But after leaving the training base, each of them is at least at the millionaire level. In addition to the salaries and bonuses offered by Tony on weekdays, Tony not only does not prohibit them from accepting private work, but also encourages them to accept private work. For mercenaries, assassinations, and escort work, you only need to report the records. This humanized management will also help to increase the actual combat of the symbiotes, so why should it be banned? A whistle sounded, and the fighting symbiotes performed a wave of prohibition. They stopped what they were doing and quickly lined up. A symbiote with female characteristics walked up to the team and shouted, "It's time for a break." After the words fell, the symbiote retreated into the body like a tide, revealing a muscular man. Tony is not skinny every week. When it's time to rest, he still has to rest. The female symbiont brought 2 strong men, brought several large boxes of chocolates, and smashed them on the ground with a bang. This is the best supplement? Symbiote favorite? The female symbiont also took off its coat, sat on the ground and gnawed on the chocolate. Lin Feng glanced at the true face of the female symbiont, and subconsciously exclaimed, "What the hell? Is that Natasha Romanoff? Was it Black Widow Natasha Romanoff who took off the symbiote coat?" Tony chuckled. Surprised. "Natasha Romanoff is now the leader of the second symbiote corps," Tony explained. S.H.I.E.L.D. It's not going to be a deadlock for the time being. The appearance of the symbiote legion has made Nick Fury look for me no less than 10 times. Tony continued to explain. How could Nick Fury, an old man, turn a blind eye to the appearance of the symbiote legion? While Tony is not afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D., his father was one of the founders after all. Moreover, although many of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions are inappropriate, it does not hinder his idea of protecting Blue Star. So before Nick Fury didn't cross the line, Tony was a little reluctant to destroy it. For Nick Fury's request, Tony chose to make some compromises and handed over the second symbiote corps to Natasha Romanoff for training. Natasha Romanoff is different from ordinary people in terms of fighting knowledge and physical fitness. Coupled with the blessing of the symbiont, Natasha Romanoff's combat effectiveness is well-deserved. Seeing Tony make such a big sacrifice, Nick Fury was satisfied, and immediately implemented his own little trick. Natasha Romanoff is a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., so the affiliation of the second symbiote corps is a bit vague. Do you think Nick Fury will let Natasha Romanoff secretly win them over? If you think about it with your toes, you will know it. But none of this escaped Tony's eyes. Do you think Tony is vegetarian? Where did the symbiont come from? Those are the sons and grandsons of Stinger. This is not the rebellious son in the movie who doesn't listen to his father's instruction and turns against Tiangang. Plus Tony's infinite gems, who listens to you Nick Fury at one command. As soon as Natasha Romanoff moved her front foot, the symbiote secretly notified Tony on her back foot. So S.H.I.E.L.D. not only didn't take advantage, but also sent Tony a coach with rich combat experience. This wave is Mr. Tony's victory. But I have listened to you, and I haven't studied Mind Gem too much. Tony added again, as if afraid of Lin Feng's misunderstanding. Don't look at Tony's unrestrained behavior, but he is actually cautious. His daughters, Morgan Jr. and Pepper, made Tony care. Now, before doing something, he thinks more and goes further. After taking Lin Feng to visit the symbiote core, Tony took him to the spaceship research warehouse. Number 2 holy place has been demolished in 7s and 80s. Although there are still many technologies that have not been fully understood, it has played an important role in Tony's scientific research work. Definitely, Lin Feng is not too interested in these, but just asked Tony to sort out another file and put it away. The data is still for the primordial universe. It's just that the data this time is much less than the last time. Mainly some space exploration aspects. As for the development of space exploration, to be honest, even the blue stars in the Marvel universe can't be counted. If it is not for the help of Thor, the Little Raccoon and other external forces, it is still not qualified to truly realize the space voyage. But Tony already has the corresponding application technology. Who let someone have a Superman friend, and also sent a level universe fortress battleship. Envy does not come, envy does not come. Come on. It seems that Tony's life is really good now. His own power is developing, and the disaster that should have been solved by Lin Feng prematurely. Now Tony seemed to just sit quietly and wait for little Morgan to be born. Lin Feng left with the information that Tony had sorted out. Tony's development is very good, and I don't know what the hometown of the original universe has developed into. After thinking about it, Lin Feng searched for the breath of Lingl and sent it directly. After this evolution, Lin Feng has developed many unexplainable strange abilities, and feeling the breath is one of them. It is more convenient than the super perception that Lin Feng used to find people. This ability is somewhat similar to Kakarot in Dragon Ball, but thanks to the power of Lin Feng, it becomes easier to use. Specifically, Linglu is not in the Marvel universe, so Lin Feng can find her. Linglu from at the moment is sitting in a noodle restaurant with 3 teammates, making noodles. Seeing Lin Feng's sudden appearance, Linglu was obviously a little surprised. In this panic, he coughed and choked. The noodles came out of her nostrils, even she was a little confused. Linglu, are you so happy to see me? Lin Feng greeted with a forced smile, and unceremoniously moved a bench and sat down. At the same time as Lin Feng appeared, the muscles of Linglu's 3 teammates tensed up. As creatures, they instinctively felt the threat posed by Lin Feng. Boss, long time no see. Linglu hurriedly took out a tissue, making a fool of himself in front of the boss, a little embarrassed. But everyone is from the same hometown, and they are closer to each other when they meet in Otherworld. Linglu just feels a little embarrassed that he can choke on noodles. The current Linglu is a little more mature than 2 years ago, but it still feels so frizzy. Yay, long time no see. Lin Feng glanced at her 3 teammates casually, not caring about the hostility on their faces, let alone taking the initiative to talk to them. They're all the stuff, they look like a mouse, and they don't look like a good person at first glance. Lin Feng can feel that the attributes of the 3 are evil. By the way, why are you still on the mission? Hasn't the quantity reached the standard yet? And Xing and the others? Why haven't we seen them? Lin Feng glanced around, but didn't find the succubus proprietress, and the teammate also changed. Linglu has a descendant of the poisonous symbiote, and there is no pressure to complete the mission. Why has it been 2 years and the mission has not been fulfilled? Lin Feng still remembers that 50 missions are enough, and if there are 2 to 3 missions a month, Lingl should have left the game. But it's okay to mention these things. As soon as it was mentioned, Lingl burst into tears instantly, and put on an expression of extreme grievance as if changing his face, which made Lin Feng stunned for a while. What's wrong? Could it be that Xing was sacrificed? I still have a wish to touch my tail that has not been fulfilled. Xing and the others have completed their missions, so there is no need to come here again. And Lingl hid his face sadly. Because the strength is too strong, the Mastermind reneged on his promise, and he is unwilling to let me go. It is also sad to say. Originally, Lin Feng gave the Lingl symbiosis to leave the game better and faster. But the Mastermind obviously took Lingl as high-quality wool. After Lingl became more powerful, it almost became a cheat for the Mastermind to clear tasks. As for Xing and the others, including Lingl's original 2 teammates, they all completed the mission and returned to their own world with the help of Lingl. And this thing? You didn't argue with it. Lin Feng was in a mess, completely unaware that there was such a dog Mastermind. Lingl nodded his head aggrievedly. Yeah, I can't beat it. As for finding a theory about it, the Mastermind said that if you have strength, you can do whatever you want. If you don't like it, you can fight it, but how can I beat it? Lingl was even more sad. This is too bullying. Not only that, but the reward given to her by the Mastermind has shrunk by a circle. Lingl exhausted himself to complete a task, and the reward was a parrot that could curse. Right? There is still no other ability, the kind that can only curse people. Can you believe it? Just hearing this, Lin Feng could imagine how mean the Mastermind's tone was. Can this be tolerated? Lin Feng doesn't mind bullying others, but bullying fellow villagers? He also pointed to the fellow to go back and send him the coordinates. That's right, Lin Feng still can't feel the existence of the original universe with his own strength, and still needs the help of Lingl. Lingl didn't mean to blame Lin Feng. If it wasn't for the symbiont given by Lin Feng, let alone the teammate completed the task, he would have sent it away without knowing when. If you want to blame, you can only blame the main brain. I never thought that this kind of existence can still be dishonest. Don't eat, let's go, I'll seek justice for you. Lin Feng looked at the aggrieved and sad Lingl with a gloomy expression, grabbed Lingl's shoulder, and disappeared into the noodle shop in a teleport. Damn, can you do whatever you want if you have the strength? Oizen, Grandpa is going to do whatever he wants in front of you now? Coincidentally, Lin Feng also plans to obtain a method from the optical brain to teleport people back outside the 4th wall. The 3 teammates watched the 2 disappear in bewilderment. They are Westerners, and Lin Feng has been communicating with Lingl in his native language just now, and they don't understand at all. But they can understand it? This stranger disappeared with the spirit deer. How could they complete the task? Without the protection of Lingl, they can hardly survive a game. How could this be? The 3 Westerners cursed Lin Feng frantically, but Lin Feng could no longer hear them. Lin Feng has teleported into an endless room with Lingl. The last time Lin Feng was summoned by the spirit deer, Lin Feng still couldn't locate the location of the main brain. But now that his strength has skyrocketed, it's really easy to locate a Mastermind. The whole room was blank, only the big green ball in front was flickering non-stop. That's right, that's the Mastermind that Lingl was talking about. The place where the settlement rewards can only be reached before starting the mission and after completing the mission. Seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Lingl exclaimed, damn. As expected of fellow villagers in the same place, the vocabulary to express emotions is the same. I haven't finished the task, can I come back? Boss, you, have you become stronger again? Although Lingl's little brain was not very bright, he was connected with Lin Feng in an instant. That's right, I said I want to seek justice for you. Lin Feng let go of the Lingl, looked at the big green ball in front of him with a sullen expression, and approached it directly. The big ball seemed to be a little scared, and it shook slightly. This person is more than twice as strong as the one I saw last time. What is he going to do? Don't come here. Mastermind, right. Lin Feng patted Yuan Kai's body with his hands, and said threateningly, come on, explain, why don't you let Lingl go back? The big ball shook again, but didn't speak, as if it was considering whether to play dead or not. In Lingl's eyes, this move was really brave. That big round ball has its own coercion, and it is difficult for them to get close to it, let alone slapping the ball like a grandson now. Lingl was extremely moved. The boss is seeking justice for himself? Are you putting on a show and pretending to be dead for me? The big round ball didn't speak for a long time. Lin Feng didn't show any politeness, and directly kicked it towards Lao Gao, kicking it as if it were a ball. Originally, this time he came here to beat people, and the Mastermind didn't speak. Isn't this a chance for Lin Feng to show his strength? My mother. The big round ball got kicked for no reason, and was instantly angry, but then instantly cowardly. Can't beat. I'm not angry. Dog's life is important. After living for tens of thousands of years, can't you bear this grievance? De Yuankaio intends to play dead to the end, but Linglo is his hope of liberation, and he is not willing to let go of Linglo, a perfect tool man. Still talking. Lin Feng frowned. Does this thing have no morals? They were trampled under their feet and still kept silent. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, and directly threw out the powerful Vajra feat. This kick, with 200 years of skill, can you still withstand it? There was a bang, like a cannonball exploding. This kick directly turned the ball into a shooting star and disappeared from sight in an instant. Some teams would be ashamed to see this kick. Lingl was dumbfounded. On weekdays, the Mastermind always has a condescending tone, indifferent and serious, an emotionless machine. But now, being kicked like this by Lin Feng without saying a word? If she hadn't seen the Mastermind execute the provocateur with her own eyes before, she would have wondered if the Mastermind originally had no fighting power. Lin Feng's figure disappeared in place, caught up with the ball in an instant, and hit another powerful Vajra kick. Back and forth, the sound of explosions in the space kept ringing. But the Mastermind really treats itself like a ball. No matter how you kick it, I won't talk. After kicking a few times, Lin Feng felt bored. He patted the big ball with his hand. It seems that this guy has made up his mind to be a coward, so he won't get angry if he does it like this. But do you think there is nothing I can do? I don't go directly to the biological force field? Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the powerful biological force field from Superman enveloped the big ball. Like an invisible prison, the biological force field is constantly shrinking under control. If you don't speak again, never speak again. As soon as the words fell, the biological force field shrank sharply, and the big ball immediately felt a powerful squeezing feeling enveloping the whole body. The main brain's round body surface made a creaking sound instantly, and cracks began to appear. Although I don't know what material he is made of, but under Lin Feng's biological force field, it has already begun to fall apart. Stop. The big round ball screamed. This person doesn't play his cards according to the routine, how can he directly kill him? After screaming, the body of the big ball shrank rapidly, turning into a pure black figure. Exactly the same as the little black guy that appears in every episode of Conan. Lin Feng removed the biological force field to save face. Just a threat, Lin Feng didn't intend to kill him, and he still has the question of how to wear the original universe. Feeling the pressure disappearing from the whole body, the big ball should be called Little Blackie now. The little black mastermind breathed a sigh of relief. After living for so many years, no one dared to bully him like this. But his own detection ability can't go wrong. The human in front of him is so powerful that he can't see the end. In the face of life and dignity, the mastermind chose the latter aggrievedly. As soon as he opened his mouth, the mastermind regretted it. Boy, what do you want to do? Do you know who is behind me? Boom! A big foot of at least 43 yards directly kicked the main brain on the left face, kicking the main brain out. The face slid on the ground for a long distance before barely stopping. Words popped out of Lin Feng's forehead, and he felt that the mastermind was out of his mind. Speak politely. The mastermind felt that under this kick, the bones were about to fall apart. Some got up from the ground wanting to cry without tears, usually used to domineering, subconsciously set up a person for themselves as soon as they opened their mouths. As a result, people don't like it at all. Hello, I am the mastermind. How arrogant the words were just now, how cowardly the tone is now. Wouldn't it be okay to do this earlier? Have to hold the shelf. Lin Feng winked at Lingl. Lingl was squatting not far away curiously, looking at the current appearance of the main brain. Sure enough, strength is the best right to speak. They are all Oriental, and Lin Feng crossed over to become Superman, and he is still such a powerful Superman. As for himself, although he broke away from the ranks of cannon fodder, he became a tool man. Why don't you let me go? I've obviously finished the task. Seeing Lin Feng's wink, Lingl instantly understood that he was asking him to ask a question. The main brain was silent for a while. He understood that this is the backstage of the tool man, and he came to vent his anger on the tool man. Want to cry but have no tears. Your T-parents are so powerful, why didn't you say it at the beginning? I won't pull you in at all if you say it. I can't say the mastermind was about to struggle. Boom! A shoe print also appeared on Mastermind's right face, now symmetrical. I said. From Lin Feng's body is the power of countless universes with no end in sight. If he can't beat him, someone can crush him to death. Honestly tell the information that people want, maybe you can save the dog's life. Lin Feng took out a table and chair from the system space, and leisurely crossed his legs. The main brain squatted in front of the table, like a dog, and answered every question after being kicked twice. It turned out that the main brain was created by an indescribable existence. The reason why the mastermind was created was to replace him to complete the performance. And there is only one way to achieve performance. That is to collect dying people from the heavens and worlds, and let them go to various mutated worlds to complete tasks. After completing enough achievements, the main brain will be free, otherwise it will never leave this room. Although this room is wide enough, you can't see the edge at a glance. At first, the mastermind didn't care. He felt that there was nothing wrong with the room. After all, he had been in this room since he was born. Strictly speaking, this is also his home. But after going through several missions, the main brain saw the beautiful life in the great world, and couldn't help but start to fantasize and yearn for it. For the first time, the mastermind, who hadn't taken the task seriously, had a goal and a pursuit. Although the number of achievements given by that existence is extremely large, the mastermind does not know when it will be completed. But as long as you do it, it will be done one day. But the bad thing is that for a sufficiently powerful creature, he rarely faces a near-death situation, so the main brain can only recruit some creatures of ordinary strength, which is a bit uncomfortable. If the combat power is low, it is easy to die in the mission. Over the years, the success rate of the countless lives he recruited to complete the task is even less than 10%. Who is not a muggle? It won't be free until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? It wasn't until Linglu changed that the main brain saw hope. What is this? This is the perfect tool man in his mind? Super fast task completion speed, 100% task success rate. With Linglu, the main brain doesn't have to worry about not being able to complete the tasks in the future, it just needs to wait patiently. It has been waiting for tens of thousands of years, and the main brain is not bad waiting for tens of thousands of years. So he can let Linglu go? What a joke. As for the promise given at that time, to let her go back after completing the prescribed number of times, it has long been forgotten. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help interrupting. I said, it's no problem for you to recruit ordinary people, and ordinary people's ability is really weak. But if someone completes the task, can you give some rewards that can strengthen yourself? You're so fast-tracked, you can survive the first game but not the second, what do you think? Lin Feng has roughly determined that the Mastermind definitely has something wrong with his mind. I am afraid that there is no guide in childhood. On the road of wisdom, I am completely groping by myself. Lin Feng still remembered the bunch of things that Linglu took out as rewards for completing the task. Mastermind. An electric donkey that can walk by itself, and a figure of a beautiful girl who can talk. Hehe, do you expect these things to fight monsters? Don't call it a mastermind in the future, call it a pig brain. The Mastermind told the truth helplessly, I only have these things. Creating my master, not perfecting my reward module. What I can make, they can be obtained in the world where the task is carried out, so it's not that the main brain doesn't want to give it, it's that it can't give it. None of this family of master and servant is normal. If you can't make it, is there no ready-made product? Yes, after completing 20 missions, you can exchange for an energy hand cannon. The Mastermind replied. Linglu took out a colorful child's toy gun at the right time. Boss, look, this is it. As he spoke, Linglu fired 2 shots at the floor. 2 blue energy cannons blasted at the ground, leaving no trace. Speechless. The degree of destruction is stronger than that of a small pistol. You call it a hand cannon? Or is it made of plastic? What kind of child supplies toys? I understand. The person who created you never thought of letting you leave this space at all. Lin Feng sighed. With this thing, it might not even be able to kill a crocodile. You let them take this thing to fight the tyrant strength zombies? To be honest, after reading so many novels and movies, Lin Feng has never seen such a weak mastermind. It's embarrassing to speak out. For a moment, Lin Feng's eyes were full of sympathy. Seeing that you are also a poor person, I will not embarrass you. You just need to put the spirit deer back as agreed, and you won't participate in the mission in the future, and then answer me a question, and I'll let you go. How about it? Put it back? The Mastermind immediately put on a mournful face, but his whole body was pitch black, so he couldn't see it at all. Don't, I still expect her to help me complete the task. I've calculated that Linglu can complete a task in 2 days on average. If it doesn't work, shorten Linglu's rest time, and only give 1 day to rest after each mission. In this case, it only takes 8, no, at most 50,000 years, and my number of missions has reached the standard. This sentence of 50,000 years directly scared Linglu. 50,000 years. Would you like to hear what you're saying? I want to carry out the task of 50,000 years? Can I live 50,000 years? Linglu's little head was about to shut down. She looked at Lin Feng begging for help, she was about to cry. Boss. Lin Feng gave a reassuring look. Fellow, don't worry, watch me operate. You think I'm talking to you? Lin Feng stared, let go of his own coercion, and directed towards the main brain. It was as if in an instant, countless universes were pressing on him. The Mastermind immediately broke out in a cold sweat, but still bit the bullet and said, I can't help it, I want to leave too. It's impossible for me to let Linglu go. Even if you kill me, I will be resurrected. As long as this room still exists, I will not die. This is one of the confidence of the Mastermind. As long as the room exists, he can be resurrected infinitely. It's just that every time the Mastermind dies, the number of missions will be reset to 0, so the Mastermind is definitely unwilling to die if he can survive. But now, looking at the total number of missions completed in 4 digits, the Mastermind felt that there was nothing wrong with dying. Compared with the harvest that Linglu will bring in the future, it is nothing at all, and it can't be beaten for a few more years. It's just that as soon as the main brain's voice fell, the whole room began to vibrate. Like an earthquake, it began to vibrate violently. I shouldn't sympathize with you. Lin sighed, since you don't know what to do, then I can only kill you. You don't think I can't destroy this room, do you? As if confirming Lin Feng's words, the ground began to crack, and the room shook even more violently. Originally, I was quite sympathetic to this melon skin, but when I was about to die, I was still stubborn. The main brain just felt that the brain was blank. The room is shaking, and the space is collapsing. He had imagined Lin Feng to be strong enough. But this space can withstand multi-universe level attacks without getting hurt. Detector failed? How can this person be so strong? If he was to do the task, how fast would it be? It's almost sent, and the Mastermind hasn't forgotten his achievements. His master would be very pleased if he was still here. What a qualified employee! The stronger vibration pulled back the main brain's thoughts. The cracks in the ground were getting bigger, and the whole room seemed to be in danger, regardless of the heavy load. No kidding, the person in front of me is really not joking. The main brain wriggled its lips with difficulty, as if its soul had been taken away. Let it go, I'll let it go. Damn it, you might as well let it go. The spirit deer is gone, let's look for it again. If the home is gone, I will be gone. I'm crying, I've lived for tens of thousands of years and I've never suffered this kind of grievance. It's hard to find such a perfect tool man. Where did a boss of this level come from? The mastermind compromised, and the vibration in the space immediately stopped. Lin Feng pulled back his strength, his current self was already sympathetic. If you don't abide by the rules of 50 missions you set yourself, and you don't know what's good and what's wrong, then there's nothing to sympathize with. I'm glad you made the right choice. Lin Feng still had a straight face, this guy couldn't give him a good look. Then answer my question now, you ask. The main brain gave up thinking, he let go of Lingl, and there are still some questions that cannot be answered. I want to know how you pulled Lingl from her world. Also, can you send my body to Lingl's world? Lin Feng noticed that the master mentioned by the mastermind should be the one who endowed the mastermind with the ability to pull people in various worlds. It can create intelligent life like the main brain, but the strength of the entire room is not high in Lin Feng's eyes. Therefore, this master should be an existence whose strength has reached the Golden Superman level, but will not surpass the Golden Superman too much. If so, it would almost confirm what Lin Feng had previously thought. When the strength reaches the Golden Superman level, you can wear it back to the original universe. Lin Feng's question made the mastermind a little strange and confused. Pull someone over from another world? Isn't that all you have to do with your hands? This is the ability he was born with. And if the strength reaches a certain level, people from other worlds can also be pulled over by special means. For example, the current Lin Feng can do it. Although he didn't understand that Lin Feng would ask this question, the mastermind answered truthfully. Pull someone over, isn't it enough to have hands? Lin Feng grimaced, feeling offended. Then look, can you send me to the world of Lingl? Lin Feng stared at the mastermind hopefully. The main brain felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, and quickly shook his head. It can't be done, it can't be done, Lingl's world is a bit special. As for what's special, I can't tell. Lin Feng had question marks all over his forehead. No, didn't you just say that you have hands? Are you kidding me? Lin Feng's face darkened, and the mastermind trembled with fright. I really can't. Her world was pitch black in my vision. It was a complete accident that Lingl was pulled over by me. Lin Feng didn't listen to so many explanations. You can pull Lingl over and send it back, why can't you send me there? Men and women treated differently? Is it because my Dolly Vajra feet are not strong enough? Then how did you send the spirit deer back? Lin Feng shook his feet. It was as if one person was not satisfied and wanted to resort to a powerful Vajra foot. This. The mastermind quickly thought about how to explain it. The spirit deer belongs to that world, so there is no problem in teleporting back and forth. But she can't leave her own world for too long, otherwise her connection with the original world will become weaker and weaker, and the imprint of the world on her body will become weaker and weaker. At that time, I can't send Lingl back. That's why I sent her back after each mission to strengthen her connection with the world. If it wasn't for giving Lingl a little hope and preventing her from doing badly, the mastermind would have allowed Lingl to perform tasks 24 hours a day without interruption. Only by giving Lingl time to rest and the hope of getting out of the task can Lingl work better. I don't know where this guy learned the art of controlling people, it's really. Originally thought that the mastermind still had a little bit of conscience in contemporary Joe Baopi, and would give 10 days of rest after the mission was over. The result is because of this? Lin Feng never expected such a result. As for the world mark? Lin Feng looked at Lingl carefully, but found nothing similar, then turned to the main brain and asked, what is the imprint of the world? Can you say the imprint of the world on my body? The main brain continued to shake his head. I can't see it, I can't see it. As for the world mark, it is equivalent to your identity certificate, which records everything that happened in your own world and the world coordinates. Well, Lin Feng sighed. Keeping yourself away for too long? Can't own the world imprint even if my soul travels back? Or is it because the original universe fired itself because he became a Superman? It would be a lie to say that I am not disappointed, but there is only so much. Sure enough, you still have to rely on your own strength to be reliable. Sister Lingl silently typed out the word distressed. Compared with the boss, although he does not have such a strong opportunity and fighting power, but fortunately he can go home. In comparison, Lingl doesn't know whether he is lucky or unlucky. Boss, there will be a chance. Lingl felt that he couldn't help much, so he could only comfort him weakly. Lin Feng didn't care too much, he waved his hand and said, okay, I'm not that fragile. Fortunately, I didn't have too much hope, and it was a fruitless trip. Lin Feng was almost used to it. Then now, send Lingl back as agreed. Lin Feng said to the main brain, don't play tricks on me. If you let me know that Lingl will participate in the mission in the future, prepare your own grave. The mastermind was very reluctant, but for the sake of his own life, he had to bow his head. He wants to record it in a small notebook. Today, I lost my perfect tool man. If you have ability in the future, you must come back with revenge. In the last time, Lin Feng and Lingl learned about the development of Blue Star, and he was very pleased with the result. Dongfeng has lived up to the technology it brought to the past, and its development is faster than it expected. In this way, the hometown was finally freed from all kinds of stucknecks. It's not in vain to search for so many finished products and go back to do research. I believe that the next time I wear it back, my hometown has entered the era of interstellar colonization. Very nice. Handing over the information that Tony had given him to Lingl, Lin Feng instructed, take this back. This is the direction of the next level 1 development. Oh, by the way, press the emergency device once every 3 months. Lin Feng continued. Pressing the rescue device once every 3 months can let Lin Feng know the progress of the development of his hometown. As for Lin Feng, he doesn't plan to go back this time. The development of his hometown is on the right track. Lin Feng has nothing to worry about. The next step is to find the cosmic cube. But before that, Lin Feng needs to get acquainted with the bunch of abilities that emerged after his strengthening. After speaking, Lin Feng raised his foot and kicked the Mastermind's ass. Look at that. Work? Don't you have a little vision? The main brain stood up aggrieved. This great god is moody. Didn't I squat here waiting for you to finish talking? Lingl obviously couldn't keep it, and the Mastermind stopped struggling as a bachelor. The main brain did not see any movement, and circles of halos began to appear on Lingl's body. This is the transmission method of the main brain. Lin Feng saw it last time. Lingl stood in the halo, staring at Lin Feng with somewhat complicated eyes, and his mood was also complicated. There are joys and disappointments. Just a moment ago, I was still struggling with the task, but now I can get out of here forever. It's really cool to have a big boss behind the scenes. But for such a powerful boss, he can't return to his hometown physically. It's really fate. Big brother, goodbye. Take care of your body. After the words fell, the halo burst into dazzling light, and the figure of Lingl disappeared in this space. The kind that never comes back. Lin Feng touched his nose, a little amused. As expected of a girl, there will always be some sentimentality. He himself was used to it, but he couldn't go back temporarily. There was nothing to be sad about. After seeing off Lingl, Lin Feng also disappeared into the space in a flash. But before leaving, Lin Feng pointed to his own eyes with 2 fingers, and then pointed to the main brain. The meaning of the threat is self-evident. I'm watching you, be careful, don't think about Lingl again. After seeing off the great god, the Mastermind finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped off the non-existent sweat on his forehead, and felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Clean up your mood, life has to go on. Without a spirit deer, let's find another spirit dog. Back at Blue Star, Lin Feng took out the BB player left by team leader Wang, and checked the coordinates of the cosmic cube. The coordinates are still changing, but the range is very small. After scanning the blue star and the nearby star fields, there are still no life forms that match the characteristics of Team Leader Wang. Since leaving this thing 2 years ago, Team Leader Wang seemed to have disappeared from the world, and even said that he wanted to meet Lin Feng. Now Lin Feng wants to see him, but can't find him. Shaking his head, Lin Feng flew directly towards the villa. It was almost evening when we arrived at the villa. The bear kids Martina and Lingl have already left school. Susan and Wanda also came back from get off work, and everything seemed to be the same as it was 2 years ago. Although Lin Feng just felt that he had slept through it, for Susan and the others, they hadn't seen Lin Feng for 2 solid years. Everyone couldn't do without a hug, and Lin Feng also enjoyed it. Wanda's big bear, I feel like I've grown up again. In 2 years, Martina looked more mature, but only slightly. When Lin Feng saw the eyes still full of wisdom, he knew that his brain hadn't improved at all. But when Lin Feng saw the wise eyes, he knew that his brain hadn't improved at all. As for Lingl, this child is a bit pathetic. 2 years, no increase in size at all. Or that diced radish. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng wanted to laugh, but seeing Ling's ferocious and depressed eyes, he still held back. Maybe it's because of the body built by the regenerative cradle? After 2 years, the family sat together for dinner again. Ling's appetite was astonishing, and the rice in the bowl was piled up into a hill. Does Lin Feng doubt that she has such a big stomach? Susan picked up a large piece of sea fish for Lin Feng, and said with a smile, eat it. How long will you stay this time? Susan took care of Lin Feng's meal with a smile on her face. She is used to Lin Feng wandering outside. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay long this time. Lin Feng chuckled. Just stay longer this time. After Lin Feng absorbed infinite gems, many abilities emerged in his body, and he had to fully adapt before setting out to find the cosmic cube. Lin Feng is not too worried about this thing. After all, there is more than one cosmic cube. Even if someone gets it ahead of time, Lin Feng is confident in stealing it for him. And it's been 2 years, and I don't know how the duplication in the shape-shifting King Kong universe is doing. Hearing that Lin Feng wanted to stay longer, Susan's eyes lit up and she became happy. She immediately suggested, then let's go on vacation? I haven't traveled for a long time. To be precise, it's been a long time since I traveled with Lin Feng. No, if it really counts as travel, I still went to the Maldives with Lin Feng a few years ago. With all the good things Li Feng gave, Susan seemed to be frozen in age, and several years hadn't left a trace on her face. She seemed to be the little beautiful reporter standing on the beach a few years ago and just entering the society. Looking at her smile, Lin Feng seemed to recall the first time he met Susan. When he came back to his senses, Lin Feng responded with a smile, okay, how about going tomorrow? They still have a few villas in the Maldives, which Susan bought later. Travel. Lingl, who was busy with food, immediately raised her head. I don't know where she heard that if you eat a lot, you can grow taller, and you have to eat 2 big bowls for each meal before giving up. Hearing that Lin Feng and Susan were going on a trip, they stopped eating, rolled their eyeballs, and started to hold back their water. Are you going to travel? I want to go too. No. Lin Feng refused without thinking. Are you kidding me? He and Susan live a two-person world. With your little oil bottle light bulb? You still have to go to school, and I'll take you there during the next holiday. Lin Feng played a tactic of delaying the attack and wrote a blank check for no money. The smart Lingl doesn't like this at all. Waiting for the next holiday? I don't know if you are in Blue Star yet. As soon as the chopsticks were thrown away, Lingl smashed her head on the table and burst into tears. I don't care. I'm going to. Good guy. The one who cried was loud and caught Lin Feng by surprise. It's just that you only have thunder and no rain, and you haven't seen the corners of your eyes drooling after crying for a long time. While crying, Lingl winked at Martina. Seeing that Martina didn't notice, she was still kicking Martina with her little foot under the table. Now Martina finally noticed Lingl. Seeing her crying, she tilted her head and winked at Lin Feng from an angle that Lin Feng couldn't see. Martina was blessed to the heart. At this moment her IQ reached its peak, and she immediately understood Lingl's little juju. Immediately following Lingl's example, she smashed her head on the table. I'm going to. Wow. This move almost made Lin Feng happy. Are you so cooperative? Do you want to see how fake your acting skills are? Facing the two fake crying bags, Lin Feng's heart remained unmoved, and he even wanted to laugh. Wanda was eating dinner silently on the side, pretending not to see Lingl's wink, and moved back unobtrusively. What are you doing? You want me to smash my head on the table too? Am I Wanda the type to do that? She didn't want to participate in such a mentally retarded action. But that being said, there was still a glint of anticipation in Wanda's eyes. If Lin Feng agrees to take the two of them there is a high probability that he will also bring him. After all, he can't be left alone to look after the house, right? That's too bad. Pissed. Susan couldn't help laughing. Although I know they are pretending, but it is very interesting to watch them play and roll. It's not the first time the two of them have done this kind of thing. This duo of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix are lawless on weekdays, no matter in school or other places. They look like a devil in chaos. Chasing chickens and chasing dogs is just a small fight. When you see something unpleasant, you will rush up without asking whether it is right or wrong. In the past 2 years alone, I don't know how many complaints from neighbors have been received. What's even more helpless is that the background of these two people is extremely hard. Neither Lin Feng nor Iron Man can be provoked by ordinary people. Even if Lin Feng is not around, Tony will still take care of Lin Feng's people. You can't let people bully your good brother's relatives, right? So really, no one can control it when it goes crazy. During this period of time, the two little devils have also added a lot of popularity to the family. In the past, only Susan and Wanda often lived in the villa. Although they were happy and leisurely, such a big place always felt like something was missing. Until the appearance of Martina and Lingl, the family became more angry. And Susan also regards these two simple-minded children as her relatives. Although these two kids are a bit of a bear. After thinking for a while, seeing that the two were still howling with their eyes closed, Susan suggested helplessly, how about, let's all go together this time. It's a pity that I can't spend the two-person world with Lin Feng, but Susan also likes this family atmosphere very much. Besides, the villas by the sea are big enough, so it would be fine for a few people to live separately. Gah. Lingl, who was wailing loudly and angrily scolded Lin Feng for being inhumane, stopped quickly like a break. This emotion controls ability, and its level is also a multi-universe level. Lingl raised her little hand and cheered. Yeah. The goal is achieved. Continue cooking. This trick is really tried and tested. Sister Susan is so awesome. I would like to express my gratitude for eating 2 more bowls of rice today. Martina was like Lingl's dog. Seeing that Martina had succeeded, she immediately gave up and continued cooking. The more things you do, the more proficient you become. This is called practice makes perfect. It's just such a pot of rice. If you don't eat it quickly, Lingl can finish it. Susan was used to the performance of the two, and looked at Lin Feng apologetically. It was obviously not the first time she was deceived by the two of them, and she knew they were pretending, but Susan just couldn't bear to reject the two children. Lin Feng patted Susan's little hand with a smile on his face. It's okay, as long as you are happy. Just drag the oil bottle. Lin Feng doesn't care too much. And if Lin Feng really wants to live a two-person world, there is still a way. The next day, a 5-day vacation was invited for the two bear children. For children at this stage of the United States, learning is still very easy. The two often act stupidly, and that also depends on the situation. Whether it's Martina or Lingl, apart from their looks, they have little to do with humans. School work is stress-free for both of them. A group of 5 people rushed towards the airport in a mighty manner. Without even buying a ticket, I got on the plane to the Maldives directly. Well, I would like to thank Mr. Tony for his help. Lin Feng achieved financial freedom long ago in the Marvel world. Every year, the dividends of Stark Industries lie in the bank card, which is hardly moved. In addition, Susan also has her own forum. Although Superman rarely appears, Iron Man is on top. Even without Lin Feng, Susan would still be a rich woman now. If you want to travel, you don't have to think about the flight problem at all. Mr. Tony can solve it in 1 sentence. No, this trip is by Mr. Tony's private jet, which is convenient and fast. As for why flying instead of teleporting directly, Come on, that would take a lot of the fun out of the trip. Anticipation and imagination during the itinerary are also essential links. And these 5 people are really out of the scope of human beings. Will it be tiring to take a plane? Don't be kidding me, old man. Lin Jilly showed the excitement that a child should have. She wore a swim ring about her size around her neck, howled and ran around in the plane, playing the role of a big shark. This is why the private jet can be made so troublesome by her. Wanda sat at the back and leaned against the window looking at the clouds outside, feeling very comfortable. It's not the first time she's been to the Maldives, she's been there with Susan before. But traveling is not always a joy. I believe everyone can experience the joy of being on the road physically and mentally. Lin Feng didn't feel anything. He sat by the window and looked at the scenery outside in a daze, thinking that the plane was a bit slow. Although it is said to have a breath of life, in Lin Feng's eyes, this plane is undoubtedly driving at a slow speed. Susan, wearing a blindfold, catches up on sleep. After deciding to travel, the 2 bear children were so excited that they did not fall asleep in the middle of the night. It wasn't Susan who stopped them. Lin Feng was going to give the 2 of them physical assistance to fall asleep. After tossing until midnight, Susan couldn't stand it anymore, so she could only catch up on the plane. There seemed to be the sound of an old monk chanting in his ears. Lin Feng, who was thinking about whether to speed up the plane, came back to his senses, and glanced at Maddie who was sitting opposite, and the voice came from her mouth. Martina was looking at the floor with her eyes open, and she was still muttering something, as if she was eager to try. What are you doing? Lin Feng asked curiously. You're not afraid of flight, are you? Martina was interrupted and glanced at Lin Feng with some dissatisfaction. She's afraid of flying ass. Forgot how to get to the planet Cybertron in the shape-shifting Donkey Kong universe? I was wondering if I could turn this into an Autobot. Martina pointed to the plane under her feet, and Lin Feng gave her a supercilious look. Well, great idea, but isn't that taken for granted? Tinder can bring almost any electronic device to life. Nothing more than a plane can definitely be turned into a shape-shifting King Kong. Is it just you, a plane called an Autobot? Well, while Autobots and Decepticons generally refer to the shape-shifting King Kong Autobots and Decepticons, it's kind of weird that a plane is called an Autobot. Lin Feng was a little speechless, and casually said, if you like it, let Tony give you a try. Having said that, Lin Feng suddenly paused. He suddenly thought of the spaceship he had given Tony, and an idea was born irresistibly. That's right, the spaceship of the Predator and Holy Place 2 both belong to the category of electronic equipment. Wouldn't it be possible to become a shape-shifting King Kong? Thinking of the huge amounts of volume of Holy Place number 2, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Good guy, if this really makes Martina do it all of a sudden, it will be the pinnacle of shape-shifting King Kong? A big mechanical guy who can stand at least 2,000 meters? Coupled with the weapon system and technology equipped on Holy Place 2, it is the most beautiful boy in the spaceship. Lin Feng himself can fly around, but having such a car without losing the status of Superman is too cool. Hey, the more you think about it, the more feasible it becomes. Lin Feng said that his Superman brain is fake. Why didn't he think of it before? It seems that the movie has solidified my thinking a bit. Without further ado, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and called Tony, explaining his idea. Unexpectedly, what he got in exchange was Tony's blank eyes. I said, Lin, have you forgotten my identity? On the other end of the phone, Tony pinched his eyebrows speechlessly. I've thought of it a long time ago, and let Martina try it a long time ago. With her current control, there is no way to turn large and complex electronic devices into silicon-based life forms. Teacher Tony's speech is rigorous, and his words are different from Lin Feng's. She can at most turn a small civilian helicopter into a silicon-based life form, nothing more complicated. Lin Feng hung up the phone somewhat disappointed. Martina smiled innocently, baring her teeth. Lin Feng rolled his eyes angrily. After all, Martina is still not strong enough. He also thought he could turn any electronic device into an Autobot just by injecting it with energy. Watching movies before, it seems very simple for Tinder to turn electronic devices into silicon-based life forms. Why are there so many restrictions once I arrive at Martina? But what is more gratifying is that Martina can do it, but the current control of energy is still not up to the standard. Cub, you have to work hard. Lin Feng tossed out a sentence earnestly, then continued to stare at the scenery outside the window in a daze, enjoying the journey. But after enjoying it for an hour, Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore, picked up the phone on the seat and called the cockpit of the plane. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng directly released a biological force field to wrap the torso of the plane. The plane shook slightly, and the speed soared suddenly. Traveling on the road is fun, but flying for more than 20 hours is a bit of a torture. At the speed of Tony's plane, it will take at least 10 hours to fly to Maldives. Lin Feng thinks it's enough to make fun of it. It really takes 20 hours to fly. I guess everyone will be bored even if they are not physically tired. With a little help from Lin Feng, the plane went straight to the Maldives at several times the speed of sound. This trip was reported as early as last night. Although the air traffic control system was surprised, it also felt reasonable. After all, everyone knows that this flight is aboard a Superman. More than an hour later, the plane broke through the clouds, descended slowly, and arrived in the Maldives. At the moment, it was 11 o'clock in the noon, and the 5 people got into the special car and rushed to the single-family villa area. Susan later bought 2 villas here, both of which were cleaned by special cleaning staff on time. When I came here this time, I chose a villa on Hong Kong LE Island that I had never lived in before. Although the scenery is similar, the only difference between this villa and other villas is the addition of underwater room buildings. It is also the reason why Susan likes this villa. After lunch, Lin and Martina couldn't hold back any longer. Without waiting for Lin Feng and the others, they immediately put on their swimsuits and ran to the beach howling. Both belong to the zooer who has only seen the sea in TV shows at most. Let's not talk about Lin, who I haven't seen since I was born. Martina has been fighting in the world of shape-shifting King Kong. How can she have time to stroll by the sea? So seeing the sea, the two ignorant brats couldn't control themselves at all. Lin Feng wasn't too worried. There will be no tourists in this villa area. Apart from a few of them, there are at most a few staff members, the kind that may not appear. Besides, if there is a real danger, Lin Feng can perceive it immediately. Sunshine, blue sky, ocean, sandy beach. The scenery in front of me is clear and pure, as if it can wash the hearts of tourists tired of life, which is impressive. Every time I come, Susan can't help showing a smile on her face. Putting the luggage in the villa, Lin Feng took a special look at the undersea room that Susan had been talking about all the way. After just one glance, Lin Feng fell in love with it. The room is located 20 meters below sea level and is completely surrounded by the ocean. On the side of the bedroom is a whole floor-to-ceiling glass with huge amounts of strengthening. Outside the glass, the deep blue sea is reflected. All kinds of unnamed, large file size and small colorful sea fish swim happily around the glass. It seems that he is also curious about this room. Entering the room is like entering the sea, giving people a feeling of sinking into the bottom of the sea instantly. Quiet and mysterious, the sense of immersion is beyond words. No wonder Susan loves this villa so much, who wouldn't like it? But no matter how much I like it, I have to sleep at night. Putting on swimsuits, several people returned to the ground. Lin Feng was wearing beach shorts and slippers, facing the sea and embracing the sun without any scruples. Susan put on a more conservative swimsuit, set up a parasol, and applied sunscreen with Wanda. Lin Feng looked a little greedy, curled his lips, and regretted bringing these 3 light bulbs here. If he and Susan were the only ones traveling this time, he would be the one who put on sunscreen for Susan. Wanda's swimwear was a bit bolder, but both wore a sheer, sun-resistant gauze. It looks sexy without being too revealing. The bears of the two were well developed, and Lin Feng's eyes moved to it uncontrollably. White? Snow white? Almost just looking at Lin Feng, he felt that his nostrils were about to bleed, so he quickly averted his gaze. Ahem, it wasn't intentional. Xiongda has always been inexplicably attractive. I can't blame myself for that. Lin Feng turned his head and saw 2 brats. Martina and Lingl hugged a metallic surfboard and yelled at the beach. Flat, really flat, nothing special. Lin Feng's heart also calmed down. He snorted disdainfully. Hey, it really is a kid, it doesn't matter what you want. It's just that the surfboard that the little kid is holding in his hand doesn't seem to be the same as the normal one. By the way, do you remember seeing these 2 things when you were packing your luggage? Where did it come from? Soon, the answer will be revealed. I saw Martina put the surfboard on the beach and stepped on it with both feet. The surfboard sensed stepping, and immediately stretched out the protective device to fix Martina's little feet. With Martina stepping on it lightly, 2 nozzles appeared at the end of the surfboard. Spout? Lin Feng smacked his lips. Boy, could it be. In the next second, a puff of white smoke burst out from the nozzle, and then with a bang, 2 tongues of fire spewed out. With an acceleration, the surfboard carried Martina quickly towards the sea. The cheerful cry sounded again, and behind Martina, Lingl, who was 1 size smaller, followed closely. The happy start of the 2 is really surfing. Damn, where did this happen? Has the current surfboard developed to this extent? Lin Feng used his clairvoyance strangely. Don't think too much about it, there's nothing interesting about tablets. Lin Feng is looking at surfboards. Damn, I glanced at Lin Feng and then looked away. It's really extravagant. Those 2 surfboards are made of all metal, silicon-based life forms. Sure, contestant Martina is a real show. Turn a surfboard into a shape-shifting King Kong for surfing? The well-informed Lin Feng can't help but give a thumbs up. He knows how to play. Definitely, there's Tony in there too. On the back of the surfboard, signed Tony Stark. Come on, case solved. Probably a metal surfboard made by Tony and enchanted by Martina. It is really a dare to want, a dare to do.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.